Chapter 1. Just crossed over and jumped off the cliff. Jump already. Hurry up and jump. The others are waiting. Jiang Xiaofei was urged by his companions from behind, yet he was unwilling to take a single step forward, for another step ahead would lead to an abyss. And as he gazed at the unfathomable cliff, his legs had already turned to jelly. Behind Jiang Xiaofei stood a group of boys, all of a similar age as him, each face beaming with radiant smiles, brimming with vitality, their eyes fixed on the distant cliff, filled with anticipation. Turning to face this fearless group of youths, Jiang Xiaofei felt a pang of melancholy, convinced that aside from him, there was not a sane person among them. They were all madmen. Jiang Xiaofei was merely a newly admitted student at a prestigious university, having embarked on a long-distance relationship with his girlfriend. Unable to bear the agony of longing, he resolved to take a flight to the city where his girlfriend resided. With nostalgia in his heart, Jiang Xiaofei boarded the plane. However, little did he expect this would be his final journey by air. As the plane neared his girlfriend's city, Jiang Xiaofei closed the Dragon Ball comic in his hands, envisioning their reunion. Yet, he heard the captain's voice resonate. "Dear passengers, due to weather conditions and a technical malfunction, the aircraft is unable to land normally. Please remain patient." The cabin erupted into a cacophony, and Jiang Xiaofei couldn't help but curse. Why was it so difficult to meet his girlfriend? He felt as if the plane was endlessly circling above the city where his girlfriend lived, ultimately diving towards the distant mountains. This moment marked Jiang Xiaofei's last memory of his previous life. When he next opened his eyes to the light of day, he found himself in this new realm. Yes, he had crossed over. Before Jiang Xiaofei could grasp the rules of this unfamiliar world, he was dragged to the edge of a cliff by a throng of people. Upon a smooth, massive rock, he saw a figure dressed as a priest, fervently praying for something. The priest slowly turned to face Jiang Xiaofei and the others, bellowing, "My faithful followers, do you wish to become heroes like Kakarot? Do you desire a wife like Bulma?" "Yes, yes, yes." The exuberant youth shouted with fervor. Only Jiang Xiaofei, bewildered, questioned, "Kakarot? Bulma? Aren't they characters from the Dragon Ball series? Could this be the world of Dragon Ball?" He shook his head at the motley crew before him. The priest continued, "Today your opportunity has arrived. Guided by the divine, I am here to redeem you. You are the favorite of the gods. Blessed by their grace, today is the moment you break free from your cocoon and soar into the skies." As a successor of science, Jiang Xiaofei understood what the priest was attempting to do, yet he refrained from voicing his dissent, fearing the fervent youths would tear him apart. "Follow the divine guidance and forge ahead. You shall gain immense power and become warriors like Kakarot." The priest extended his hand towards the distant cliff. Thus, the group of boys formed a line, eagerly leaping towards the precipice one after another, vibrant lives plunging into the abyss. Witnessing this frenzied spectacle, Jiang Xiaofei felt a chill run down his spine, and soon it was his turn. This led to the scene at the beginning. "Coward!" A boy behind Jiang Xiaofei looked at him, trembling in fear, with a face full of disdain, before leaping over him and plunging into the unfathomable chasm. Jiang Xiaofei sank to the ground, having witnessed cues for ordering food and waiting to play games. Yet now he found himself in a line for certain death. At that moment, reason screamed at him that it was utterly unacceptable to jump without any safety measures. The priest squinted at Jiang Xiaofei, his lips curling into a peculiar smile, without any further gestures. "Coward!" One by one, the boys passed by Jiang Xiaofei, echoing the earlier taunt, vanishing from his sight. Jiang Xiaofei felt a deep sense of humiliation as his rationality was gradually overtaken by impulse. "I'm not a coward. Today, I shall show you who the real coward is," Jiang Xiaofei declared, rising from the ground, his trembling legs propelling him towards the cliff. All eyes were on Jiang Xiaofei as he leapt, becoming a striking sight at the cliff's edge. With his eyes tightly shut, he hurtled downwards, the mountain winds howling past his ears. Regaining his senses, Jiang Xiaofei began to regret his decision, but it was too late. In his previous life, he had read various novels where protagonists, upon crossing over, gained exceptional abilities, ascending to the pinnacle of life yet. What of him? As a fellow transmigrator, why was he met with such dismal circumstances right after his arrival? His journey in this new life was painfully brief and tragic. Thinking of his beautiful girlfriend from his previous life, Jiang Xiaofei's heart ached like a knife. But what could he do? Now, he could only resign himself to fate. A foul stench crept into Jiang Xiaofei's nostrils, traveling down his respiratory tract and esophagus, reaching his lungs and stomach. Before his brain could process the situation, he vomited the remnants of his last undigested breakfast from before the crossover. The stench intensified, and when Jiang Xiaofei opened his eyes to look down, he saw a gigantic dinosaur, its gaping maw wide open, eagerly awaiting its meal. Damn! Jiang Xiaofei couldn't help but curse. Suddenly comprehending the entire situation, he did not wish to end up as the dragon's dinner like the others. He glanced at the trees, sprouting horizontally from the cliff, desperately waving his arms, hoping to halt his descent. Thud crack! Under the influence of gravity, as Jiang Xiaofei brushed past a tree, it was abruptly severed in two. Clang! In that instant, as Jiang Xiaofei's body collided with the tree, another sound echoed in his mind. Yet at that moment, he paid it no heed. One tree after another fell victim to his descent, inflicting various degrees of injury upon him. Finally, just as he was about to plummet into the dragon's maw, one tree bore the weight of his falling body. Jiang Xiaofei exhaled deeply, casting a glance at the dragon below, his heart finally finding some solace. Come my mouth, the dragon spoke, addressing Jiang Xiaofei, who was hanging from the branch. I refuse to go into your mouth, Jiang Xiaofei retorted defiantly. Roar! The dragon let out a thunderous roar, its foul breath making Jiang Xiaofei's stomach churn once more. Yet, he clung desperately to the lifeline in his grasp, refusing to loosen his grip. I will become a hero, an ill-timed voice echoed from directly above Jiang Xiaofei, causing his expression to freeze, words of beauty escaping his lips. Looking down at the dragon, he noticed it wearing a sinister grin, seemingly asserting that this time he must become its meal. This thought revolted Jiang Xiaofei. The voice drew closer, ultimately colliding with Jiang Xiaofei's body. A simultaneous scream erupted from both Jiang Xiaofei and the falling boy, as Jiang Xiaofei felt as if his very insides had been shattered by the impact. Looking at the branch that had previously supported him, it was now unable to withstand the added weight of another boy. Crack! The sound of splintering would signify the end of Jiang Xiaofei's support, as he and the boy plummeted towards the dragon's gaping mouth. The dragon below, witnessing this scene, had already opened its jaws wide, drool dripping from the corners of its mouth, eagerly anticipating its meal. Jiang Xiaofei, devoid of hope, closed his eyes, no longer believing in the occurrence of miracles. Clang! Clang! Congratulations, host! You have activated the critical hit system. Chapter 2. Critical hit system. Strike the dragon. Jiang Xiaofei abruptly opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance illuminating his gaze. It was a joy unlike any he had ever experienced. Indeed, the system within him had awakened as a transmigrator. He, too, possessed a golden finger. He was the protagonist. Hearing the system referred to as the critical hit system, Jiang Xiaofei believed he would acquire the skill of delivering critical blows, which greatly bolstered his confidence as he neared the dragon's jaws. He clenched his fist, resembling a bag of sand, channeling the spirit of a hero, his eyes brimming with determination as he aimed to strike the dragon below. It was time for a comeback. Jiang Xiaofei thought, having endured so much, his protagonist aura should finally manifest. However, events did not unfold as Jiang Xiaofei had envisioned. The moment his fist made contact with the dragon's forehead, there was no cataclysmic event, nor did the promised critical hit materialize. Rather, the sound of his own bones fracturing echoed painfully in his hand. The intense pang of pain jolted Jiang Xiaofei from his previous exuberance. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired 5 critical hit points. Your current strength has reached 50. Keep it up. The system's prompt echoed in Jiang Xiaofei's mind. Damn! Wretched system. Jiang Xiaofei exclaimed, still in a daze were the promised critical hits. However, he could not afford to ponder the critical hit system any further, as the enraged dragon below had already been provoked by him, its roar reverberating, threatening to pierce through his eardrums. Enduring the excruciating pain, Jiang Xiaofei sprinted into the distance he had to survive, no matter how arduous the journey. Yet, how could Jiang Xiaofei's speed possibly compete with that of the dragon? The distance between them diminished gradually. Overwhelmed by fear, Jiang Xiaofei quickened his pace upon spotting a small cave not far ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed inside. The dragon, being of considerable size, could not enter the cave and could only ram its body against the mountainside in frustration. Inside the cave, Jiang Xiaofei panted heavily. The pain in his arm had subsided, and as he slowly raised the arm he had used to strike the dragon, he discovered it was perfectly intact. This realization filled Jiang Xiaofei with elation, yet he did not attribute it to his own abilities, but rather turned his thoughts to the system. You say this wretched system promised critical hits? You nearly got me killed. Jiang Xiaofei continued to grumble. Ding. Host grievances detected. How may this system assist you? The system's humanized voice chimed in. Sigh. Jiang Xiaofei sighed deeply. Pray tell, what purpose do you serve? This system pertains to critical hits, enabling the host to enhance their strength through enduring continuous critical hits. The stronger the hits endured, the more critical points will be gained, resulting in a significant boost in power. Jiang Xiaofei finally comprehended why his earlier punch against the dragon had borne no effect. It turned out the system did not grant him the ability to deliver critical hits, but rather to withstand them. What if I cannot endure the critical hits? Jiang Xiaofei fretted at the thought of encountering a formidable foe who might deliver a devastating blow, causing him to perish instantly. Would that mean the end of everything? Rest assured, host, this system possesses supreme restorative capabilities. As long as you draw breath, you will fully recover within 30 seconds. Aside from that, what other functions do you possess? Current host strength is insufficient. Permissions are limited. It is advised that the host enhance their strength to unlock greater privileges. You, Jiang Xiaofei, felt exasperated. How am I to defeat the dragon outside? The system recommends the host elevate their strength to above 100. With the system's suggestion in mind, Jiang Xiaofei felt a surge of motivation. It was merely about critical hits. After all, he unleashed his fist against the rocky wall, though he refrained from exerting too much force, fearing the pain. Ding! 0001 critical hit points. It works. Seeing the changes on the system panel brought a sense of relief to Jiang Xiaofei. However, at this rate, it would take an eternity to increase from 50 to 100, and the dragon outside showed no signs of retreating. He wondered how long the cave could withstand the onslaught. With this thought, Jiang Xiaofei resolved to strike harder. 001 critical hit points. After several attempts, Jiang Xiaofei grasped that the greater the critical hits he endured, the more critical points he would accumulate, whether actively or passively. Moreover, he need not worry about his injuries. The system was rapidly healing him. With this newfound understanding, Jiang Xiaofei felt emboldened, and the rate at which critical points increased accelerated. In no time, a bruised and battered Jiang Xiaofei emerged, his critical points having risen to 95, which he acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. Throughout this process, Jiang Xiaofei distinctly felt a transformation in his physique, and with the increase in strength, acquiring critical points became more effortless. Outside the cave, the dragon was utterly enraged, using its powerful tail to batter the mountainside, causing boulders to tumble down and the cave to begin collapsing. Panic set in for Jiang Xiaofei. Being buried in the cave was hardly preferable to being devoured by the dragon. A massive boulder plummeted, striking Jiang Xiaofei's right foot. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have achieved a strength of 100. Jiang Xiaofei felt invigorated once more and bolted out of the cave, unleashing a punch at the dragon's thrashing tail. This time, he felt neither the shattering of bones nor the intense pain. Instead, the dragon, after enduring Jiang Xiaofei's punch, flew back as if struck by a pebble. Delightful! Jiang Xiaofei was overjoyed, All the pain he had endured moments prior was worth it. Because he could finally vent his pent-up frustration, he would never forget the disdain and mockery of the evil dragon while he hung from the branch, nor the ridicule that accompanied it. Jiang Xiaofei was filled with vigor, and a gentle mountain breeze swept past him, refreshing his spirit. Without any hesitation, he charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the malevolent dragon. The arrogant dragon roared in fury, attempting to retaliate, yet found itself with no room to maneuver. The dragon, feeling quite vexed, could not comprehend how this mere ant, once beneath its foot, had transformed into such a formidable opponent in the blink of an eye. Moreover, it could distinctly sense Jiang Xiaofei's strength surging as he pummeled it. "See how you look down on me? How audacious you were just now." Jiang Xiaofei fought with both hands and feet, not forgetting to voice his satisfaction. Observing the now motionless dragon, he delivered a final, forceful kick and exhaled deeply. He had initially intended to emulate Son Wukong from the Dragon Ball series and savor the taste of dragon meat. But recalling the dragon's misdeeds incited a wave of nausea within him. It was time to leave. Jiang Xiaofei paid no further heed to the dragon and set out in search of sustenance. Eager to explore how he might escape this place, that moment, two figures appeared before him. One was clad in yellow, muscular, with hair that defied the wind, while the other was adorned in green. Exuding an air of aloofness, dragging along a priest-like figure, Jiang Xiaofei rubbed his eyes in disbelief, confirming once more, Son Wukong. Piccolo. To his astonishment, he had truly crossed in the world of Dragon Ball. Chapter 3. Vegeta's interest. Hello. My name is Son Wukong. Son Wukong beamed at Jiang Xiaofei, while Piccolo remained silent beside him. Jiang Xiaofei hurriedly responded to Son Wukong, his excitement barely contained. As an enthusiast of the anime realm, particularly those brimming with fervor, Dragon Ball held a special place in his heart. He admired Son Wukong's tenacity and dedication, and now, encountering the legendary figure in person, how could he remain calm? As for Piccolo, Jiang Xiaofei paid little mind. Having watched Dragon Ball, he was well aware of Piccolo's character. "Did you defeat that evil dragon?" Son Wukong inquired, pointing at the dragon beside Jiang Xiaofei. "It was merely luck," Jiang Xiaofei replied, not concealing the truth. For Son Wukong and Piccolo were well aware of his abilities. "That I didn't expect you to possess such a physique, capable of growing stronger through relentless combat," Son Wukong remarked, his eyes glinting with interest. Although Jiang Xiaofei was currently weak, Son Wukong believed that with his unique constitution, he would one day become a powerful warrior, and they could engage in a thrilling battle then. Jiang Xiaofei, unaware of Son Wukong's thoughts, felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing the longing in Son Wukong's gaze. Son Wukong produced a bean from his hand and tossed it towards Jiang Xiaofei. He caught it instinctively, his smile widening as he recognized it as a senzu bean. "Indeed, it can quickly restore your stamina," Son Wukong explained. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaofei consumed the bean, instantly feeling the fatigue dissipate, and his previously growling stomach now filled with energy. "Since the trouble here has been resolved, let us depart," Piccolo suggested to Son Wukong. Son Wukong nodded and waved goodbye to Jiang Xiaofei. "Farewell, my friend." The two were about to take flight when Jiang Xiaofei called out, "Wait, I seem to have lost my way. Could I accompany you?" He spoke somewhat sheepishly. Piccolo frowned slightly, while Son Wukong maintained his cheerful demeanor, saying, "Of course, if you have nowhere to go, why not return with us? We could spar a bit too." Jiang Xiaofei felt a wave of apprehension. Son Wukong was indeed the battle enthusiast he was depicted to be in the anime. I can't. My strength is insufficient." Although Jiang Xiaofei understood that he could rapidly enhance his abilities through critical hits, he knew he stood no chance against Son Wukong. "Haha. No worries. I have various training facilities that can help you grow strong swiftly." Son Wukong, ever generous, not only accepted Jiang Xiaofei, but also offered him a place to train. "All right then, I thank you in advance," Jiang Xiaofei conceded. To survive in the world of Dragon Ball, one needed either formidable strength or a powerful ally. And Son Wukong, as the protagonist, was undoubtedly the best choice. Under the guidance of Son Wukong and Piccolo, Jiang Xiaofei arrived in West City. Here, he encountered some familiar faces, such as Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin, all gathered joyfully together. Observing these characters, Jiang Xiaofei felt a twinge of trepidation to your back. Has everything been resolved? Vegeta approached Sun Wukong. Indeed, replied Sun Wukong. Kakarot, let us spar. For Vegeta, the most exhilarating experience was to engage in battle with Sun Wukong. Though his power was slightly inferior to Sun Wukong's, each confrontation allowed Vegeta to recognize the gap between them and strive for improvement. And no need to rush. Let me introduce our new friend. Sun Wukong exclaimed, pulling Jiang Xiaofei into view. This is Jiang Xiaofei, our new companion. Hello. Jiang Xiaofei greeted everyone with a smile. Gohan and Krillin responded warmly, while Vegeta remained indifferent. Jiang Xiaofei felt a sense of helplessness at Vegeta's demeanor. After all, this was simply his personality, somewhat akin to Piccolo's that "don't you wish to fight? He will accompany you from now on." Sun Wukong pointed to Jiang Xiaofei and spoke to Vegeta. Jiang Xiaofei was momentarily stunned. Feeling as though he had been set up, was Sun Wukong's intent to bring him here because of Vegeta? He seriously doubted it. Vegeta cast a scrutinizing glance at Jiang Xiaofei, filled with skepticism. Kakarot, are you jesting? This feeble-looking individual? Jiang Xiaofei could only smile wryly at Vegeta's bluntness. To him, Jiang Xiaofei truly seemed weak and fragile, as if a mere flick could extinguish him. Don't be so hasty. If you're about to explode, listen to me, Sun Wukong urged, calming the irate Vegeta. His physique is quite unique, similar to ours as Saiyans. He can grow stronger through relentless battles and possesses remarkable recovery abilities, surpassing our Saiyan traits. Oh, is that so? Vegeta finally expressed a modicum of interest in Jiang Xiaofei. I've never encountered such a physique before. It resembles the legendary Super Saiyan God. Jiang Xiaofei felt a wave of embarrassment. He certainly could not compare himself to a Super Saiyan. Come, follow me into the training room, Vegeta said, placing his trust in Sun Wukong's words and leading Jiang Xiaofei toward the combat chamber. Despondent, Jiang Xiaofei glanced at Sun Wukong, who wore an expression of delight. He sensed that he was about to endure Vegeta's relentless onslaught. Once inside the training room, Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta donned their battle outfits. Give it your all and attack me, Vegeta commanded Jiang Xiaofei. However, Jiang Xiaofei was too intimidated to make a move. Is that really necessary? Are you looking down on me? Vegeta's annoyance was palpable. No, I'm just too weak to be your opponent. Jiang Xiaofei replied, genuinely fearing for his safety. Rest assured, I will only use 1/10,000th of my strength. If you remain idle, I will have no choice but to retaliate. Jiang Xiaofei, realizing that he had no escape, summoned his courage and launched a fist towards Vegeta. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's approach, Vegeta remained utterly unconcerned, not even bothering to channel his energy, merely utilizing a single finger to meet Jiang Xiaofei's punch. The moment Jiang Xiaofei's fist made contact with Vegeta's fingertip, he was sent flying backward, his body feeling as though it were disassembled, yet his mind remained remarkably alert, pain coursing through him. Where was that promised 1/10,000th of his strength? Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received 500 critical points. Gazing at Jiang Xiaofei, who lay motionless on the ground, Vegeta found himself momentarily taken aback. Was he truly that weak? But soon, Vegeta was enveloped in astonishment. Within mere seconds, Jiang Xiaofei's body began to recover rapidly. 30 seconds later, he stood once more, and Vegeta could distinctly sense that Jiang Xiaofei's power had multiplied several times over. How intriguing. I wonder if this surge is temporary or permanent. Is there a limit to it? Vegeta smirked and charged at Jiang Xiaofei. Warning, be careful. This time I shall employ 1,000th of my strength. Chapter 4. The savage growth of power before Jiang Xiaofei could savor the joy of his newfound strength. Vegeta's words struck him like a thunderbolt. 1,000th. The earlier 1/10,000th of his strength had nearly cost him his life. How could he possibly withstand 1,000th? Vegeta intended to kill him, yet within the confines of the combat chamber. Escape was not an option for Jiang Xiaofei. He had no choice but to press forward. As Vegeta's fist hurtled towards him, Jiang Xiaofei raised his arms before him, adopting a defensive posture. The Vegeta's punch crashed into Jiang Xiaofei's arms, the force reverberating through him. With a gasp, Jiang Xiaofei spat blood. His body once again sent flying. He collided with the wall of the combat chamber, enduring a second impact before finally coming to a stop. Slumped on the ground, Jiang Xiaofei once more heard the voice of the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received 1,000 critical points. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received 100 critical points. Vegeta stood still, observing the changes in Jiang Xiaofei's physique. As expected, just like the last time, Jiang Xiaofei's body returned to its original state within 30 seconds, and his power had once again surged. Such formidable regenerative abilities, swifter than a Senzu bean. Vegeta marveled. Laughing at last, I can truly enjoy this fight. Come, let us continue. Vegeta controlled his power to 1,000th and charged at Jiang Xiaofei once more. This time, however, Jang Xiaofei did not choose to remain passive. He clenched his right fist and met Vegeta's incoming attack head-on. Boom! Their fists collided, and this time, Jang Xiaofei did not fly backward. The two locked eyes, and Vegeta's gaze held a glimmer of anticipation. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received 100 critical points. Boom! 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 The two exchanged blows, their fists colliding, gradually enhancing Jiang Xiaofei's strength. After several exchanges, Vegeta realized that even at 1,000th of his power, he was beginning to be at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Jang Xiaofei's strength continued to grow incrementally. Upon entering the combat chamber, Jiang Xiaofei had been a feeble figure. Now, after just a few exchanges, he had evolved to this extent. The rapidity of his progress was more terrifying than that of Cell or Buu. A prideful warrior like Vegeta could never simply concede defeat. So he amplified his attacks once more to Jiang Xiaofei, felt the intensity of Vegeta's strikes. He gradually adapted, and he found himself reveling in this exchange of fists and legs, for in this sparring, Jiang Xiaofei's power blossomed rapidly, and his understanding of the system deepened. When the disparity in strength between him and his opponent was vast, the damage he sustained was greater, and thus he accrued more critical points. Conversely, the closer he was to his opponent's strength, such as with Vegeta's 1,000th, the fewer points he gained, and once he surpassed his foe, the critical points seemed to diminish in effect. It was precisely for this reason that Jiang Xiaofei understood he must continually seek out those stronger than himself to become a true powerhouse. And in the world of Dragon Ball, such beings and deities were plentiful. Boom! Once again, Jiang Xiaofei was sent flying by an intensified output from Vegeta. A smile crept across Vegeta's face. Ha! What a delight! Vegeta remarked to Jiang Xiaofei. Although I cannot unleash my full strength, witnessing my opponent grow stronger little by little is quite a unique experience. Jiang Xiaofei, you are a formidable adversary. Lying on the ground, Jiang Xiaofei felt no trace of disappointment. Instead, he reveled in the continuous flow of power surging within him. Overwhelmed with emotion, in his previous world, he had never felt so powerful. Having admired the characters in anime, he had often fantasized about one day becoming as strong and indomitable as they were, and now it seemed that his dreams were gradually materializing. Once more, fully restored, Jiang Xiaofei rose again, this time taking the initiative to attack Vegeta. His eyes brimming with a thirst for power. Vegeta, of course, obliged Jiang Xiaofei's request, amplifying his attacks once more. The clash echoed like steel colliding, and Jiang Xiaofei was repeatedly sent flying. Yet with each encounter, the duration of his resistance against Vegeta's onslaught noticeably increased. In this back-and-forth exchange, both fighters experienced a whirlwind of emotions, especially Vegeta, who grew increasingly curious about Jiang Xiaofei's physique. Outside the combat chamber, Son Goku and Piccolo were engaged in casual conversation, with Jiang Xiaofei, who had recently joined them, becoming the focal point of their discussion. You think Jiang Xiaofei will be killed by Vegeta? Krillin inquired of Son Goku. Fear not, that won't happen. Vegeta knows his limits. Besides, Jiang Xiaofei is no easy target to take down. You haven't witnessed his rare constitution, Son Goku explained. When Piccolo and I arrived, we happened to see him engage with a dinosaur. We could distinctly feel his power escalating during that battle. It bears some resemblance to my transformation into a Super Saiyan, yet it is distinctly different. As Son Goku spoke, he cast a glance towards the combat chamber. genuinely anticipating what Jiang Xiaofei's strength would be upon his emergence. Is it truly that unfathomable? Krillin expressed skepticism, yet knowing Son Goku's honesty. He felt a burgeoning curiosity towards Jiang Xiaofei. Inside the combat chamber, Jiang Xiaofei was struck once more by Vegeta's fist, his body merely shifting backward a few steps. Steadying himself, Jiang Xiaofei prepared to charge at Vegeta again. "Stop!" Vegeta gestured, halting Jiang Xiaofei's impending assault. Breathing heavily, Vegeta seated himself on the ground. Despite having continuously suppressed his power to spar with Jiang Xiaofei, the latter seemed an inexhaustible force, growing stronger with each setback. Vegeta saw a reflection of his former self in Jiang Xiaofei. Now, Jang Xiaofei seemed even more combative than this Saiyan prince. Vegeta could clearly sense that Jiang Xiaofei's strength had reached a remarkable 8/10 of his own. How little time had elapsed? In less than half a day, Jiang Xiaofei had developed to such a level, while Vegeta had spent years honing his own abilities. Moreover, it appeared that Jiang Xiaofei's growth was stable, without any adverse effects or regression. Vegeta had once believed that Saiyans were the pinnacle of evolution. However, after encountering Jiang Xiaofei, he completely revised this notion, even feeling a twinge of envy. If only he had possessed Jiang Xiaofei's physique, he could have defended his home during Frisia's annihilation of his planet. Yet, such events were irretrievably in the past. However, as a warrior, Vegeta held his own pride. Witnessing Jiang Xiaofei's savage growth in power, he felt a sense of anticipation. Just how far could Jiang Xiaofei grow? While Jiang Xiaofei remained oblivious to Vegeta's thoughts, he reveled in the power coursing through him. Although the world of Dragon Ball was fraught with peril, as long as he strove to grow stronger, he believed he could survive. Moreover, the existence of individuals like Vegeta and Goku signifies that one's prowess can indeed be augmented at an astonishing rate. That will suffice for today. Vegeta addressed Jiang Xiaofei. Present. You have already attained 8/10 of my strength, albeit without my transformation into a Super Saiyan. Nevertheless, you should take pride in this achievement. Only 8/10? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Jiang Xiaofei appeared somewhat disheartened, yet he understood that Vegeta's 8/10 represented years of diligent training, while he had achieved it in less than half a day. Such an accomplishment could indeed be deemed extraordinary. What? Are you still unsatisfied? Vegeta observed Jiang Xiaofei's disappointment. That why 8/10 of strength is sufficient to annihilate the majority of warriors. If you remain discontent, I could summon Kakarot to engage you in battle. He would be more than willing. Instantly, Jiang Xiaofei felt invigorated at the prospect of battling Son Goku. At that moment, he found himself harboring the same anticipation for a confrontation with Goku as Vegeta did. Chapter 5. Jiang Xiaofei's epic battle against Son Goku. As the door to the battle chamber swung open, Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta emerged. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Jiang Xiaofei shed his trepidation. Now he possessed 8/10 of Vegeta's strength, rendering him worthy of conversing with those present. Although he remained the weakest among them, this did not imply he would perpetually hold that title, should he engage in combat with Son Goku. Jiang Xiaofei was confident he could elevate his abilities to match Goku's level, assuming Goku did not transform into a Super Saiyan. However, within the depths of Jiang Xiaofei's mind, he was uncertain of the system's true limits. If Goku were to transform into a Super Saiyan, would he still be able to rely on absorbing critical points to enhance his strength? Upon witnessing Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta's emergence, Son Goku approached with a warm smile illuminating his face. "How is it? Did you gain anything?" Goku inquired, his curiosity piqued about the growth Jiang Xiaofei had experienced during their lengthy absence. From an external perspective, Jiang Xiaofei exhibited hints of a warrior's demeanor. Yet he still fell significantly short in comparison. "You truly have struck gold." Before Jiang Xiaofei could respond, Vegeta interjected, "He is nothing short of a prodigious talent. No, a veritable anomaly." Hearing the usually proud Vegeta bestow such high praise upon him filled Jiang Xiaofei with joy, while Goku and the others were taken aback, as it was the first time Vegeta had evaluated someone so favorably. Even in the presence of Goku and Trunks, Vegeta had never expressed such admiration. The curiosity surrounding Jiang Xiaofei intensified among the crowd. particularly for Goku and Krillin. Vegeta recounted the events in the battle chamber, and upon learning that Jiang Xiaofei had attained 8/10 of Vegeta's strength, astonished glances were exchanged, tinged with skepticism. Before Jiang Xiaofei's arrival, Goku had been the fastest in his training, yet Jiang Xiaofei had reached this level in merely half a day. Many speculated that Jiang Xiaofei had been feigning weakness initially. How could anyone achieve such heights in just half a day's time? Nevertheless, the evidence lay before them, compelling them to accept the reality. Goku, however, remained optimistic, giving Jiang Xiaofei a thumbs up. Not bad. I could truly envy your physique. We should spar when the opportunity arises. Jiang Xiaofei was more than willing to accept Goku's proposition, for only by enduring the blows of those stronger than himself could he rapidly enhance his own abilities. As for someone like Krillin, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed him. There are ample opportunities. Don't you wish to witness his strength now? Vegeta remarked to Goku, eagerly anticipating a confrontation with Jiang Xiaofei. While Goku displayed a look of astonishment. While I too am eager for a battle. He has just arrived and has already endured considerable strain at your hands. We should allow him some time to acclimate. Tomorrow, we shall engage in combat. Goku expressed his thoughts. Jiang Xiaofei nodded in agreement, seizing the time to familiarize himself with his surroundings. Having recently entered the Dragon Ball world, Jiang Xiaofei still struggled to grasp the current progression of the storyline. The evil dragons he encountered were familiar to him, yet their manner of appearance differed significantly. Given that Goku and Vegeta had established a harmonious rapport, it could be inferred that certain crises on Earth had been alleviated. Taking a deep breath, he temporarily set aside his concerns. Since he had arrived in this world, he should wholeheartedly embrace it. Under Goku's guidance, Jiang Xiaofei began to gain a general understanding of his environment. That night, as Jiang Xiaofei lay in bed reflecting on the day's events, he felt an inexorable surge of power coursing through him. Tomorrow, he would battle Son Goku. To what heights would he ascend? Suddenly, Jiang Xiaofei jolted awake, noticing through the window that Vegeta was engaged in combat with Son Goku. Their fighting style was straightforward yet fierce, and Jiang Xiaofei observed the disparity in their abilities. In the battle chamber, the strength Vegeta had exhibited overwhelmed Jiang Xiaofei. Yet now, Vegeta unleashed his full might, having transformed into a Super Saiyan. Goku, too, was similarly empowered. The clash of their auras produced a crackling sound that resonated through the air. The exhilarating battle left both Vegeta and Goku feeling fulfilled. Vegeta, it's time for bed. Bulma's voice pierced through the camaraderie shared between the two warriors. Both Goku and Vegeta, though embodying a straightforward masculinity, were not entirely immune to their wives' influence. Consequently, their fierce duel came to an end, leaving Jiang Xiaofei even more eager for his upcoming battle with Goku. The following day, as dawn's light began to permeate the sky, Jiang Xiaofei opened his bleary eyes. Led by Goku, he entered their lavish dining hall, where the sight of delectable dishes nearly made his mouth water. Although he was aware of Goku's prodigious appetite, the sheer quantity of food laid before him was still astonishing. Watching Goku devour his meal with gusto ignited Jiang Xiaofei's appetite, prompting him to embark on his own breakfast journey. Once adequately prepared, Jiang Xiaofei and Goku ventured into a desolate mountainous region, accompanied by Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, and others. The vast expanse of the mountains bore a certain desolation, yet each person's face radiated joy, brimming with anticipation for the events about to unfold. Jiang Xiaofei clasped his fist before Goku, requesting, "Please go easy on me." "Rest assured," Goku replied. The two distanced themselves from one another, with Goku regulating his strength to approximately 80%, and thus their battle commenced. The sound of their fists colliding reverberated through the empty mountains. Vegeta and the others watched intently, eager to witness whether Jiang Xiaofei's strength would escalate during his confrontation with Goku. Their exchange was marked by back-and-forth action, with neither party being propelled away. However, it became increasingly evident that Jiang Xiaofei's combat prowess was gradually rising, hinting at a potential to surpass Goku. "Stop restraining your strength. Unleash your true power, and let us fight with all our might," Jiang Xiaofei urged, unwilling to continue progressing at such a sluggish pace. "Very well. Your wish is my command. But you'd best be cautious now. Goku replied, and in an instant his aura surged several notches higher, revealing the full extent of his power and speed. Of course, this was Goku in his normal state, without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Even so, Jiang Xiaofei felt the weight of Goku's presence, igniting a thrill within him. With each blow he endured, he could soon attain Goku's level of strength. Just as Jiang Xiaofei assumed his fighting stance, Goku's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear before Jiang Xiaofei in the blink of an eye. Without any superfluous motions, Goku unleashed a kick aimed at Jiang Xiaofei's abdomen. The force of Goku's strike sent Jiang Xiaofei hurtling away, crashing into the mountainside, that he left a human-shaped imprint on the slope. Lying there, gasping for breath, the intense pain eliciting a strange sense of exhilaration as he felt an unceasing flow of power surging within him. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained critical points. The onlookers observing Jiang Xiaofei found their pupils gradually dilating, as they sensed the surge of power coursing into his being. In contrast to the astonishment of the crowd, Vegeta remained relatively composed, having already witnessed Jiang Xiaofei's extraordinary prowess in the battle chamber. Chapter 6. Jiang Xiaofei slowly rose from the mountainside. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Vegeta's features. Surely, by now, there can be no more doubt. This fellow is indeed a prodigy, surpassing even Kakarot in his exceptional abilities. Should the battle continue, he might very well eclipse Kakarot and ascend to become the strongest warrior on Earth. Vegeta's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. However, following their observation of Jiang Xiaofei's transformation, none dared to refute Vegeta's assertion. Still reeling from their shock, Jiang Xiaofei struck a battle stance once more, exclaiming, "Bring it on!" Observing the spirited determination etched upon Jiang Xiaofei's face, Sun Wukong's smile broadened. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, hurtling towards Jiang Xiaofei's position. As Sun Wukong unleashed his attack, Jiang Xiaofei remained utterly focused, with everyone eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. In response to Sun Wukong's powerful kick, Jiang Xiaofei lifted his own foot, colliding with Wukong's in a fierce clash. From their epicenter, a whirlwind of chaotic energy erupted, radiating towards Vegeta and the others, causing the very air to hum with intensity. Unlike their previous encounter, Jiang Xiaofei did not fly away. Instead, he merely staggered back a few steps before regaining his balance. The transformation Jiang Xiaofei underwent could not escape the notice of those present, and the stark contrast between his two states was undeniable. Sun Wukong's combat power remained consistent, if not slightly enhanced, yet Jiang Xiaofei did not falter. His mere retreat indicated that, during this brief skirmish, his strength had once again surged, nearly rivaling Sun Wukong's formidable might. "You're doing quite well," Sun Wukong remarked to the now stabilized Jiang Xiaofei. "At this rate, it won't be long before you surpass me. Thanks for the encouragement. However, as of now, my growth is limited to sheer physical strength. My command of battle techniques and skills pales in comparison to yours," Jiang Xiaofei admitted candidly, acknowledging his shortcomings. Currently, Jiang Xiaofei's advancement was solely in raw physical power. Both his skirmishes with Vegeta and Sun Wukong relied on the strength of their bodies. Yet, in the face of true adversaries, it would take more than mere physical clashes. In the world of Dragon Ball, the manipulation of ki is a crucial determinant of one's strength. For instance, Sun Wukong's mastery of the Kamehameha and Spirit Bomb relies heavily on precise control of ki, which often dictates the outcome in battles. Don't rush it, take your time. With your learning speed, I have no doubt you'll master anything swiftly, Sun Wukong encouraged. "All right," Jiang Xiaofei replied simply, and the two resumed their fierce exchange. Each collision carved new fissures into the rugged terrain. What exactly is Jiang Xiaofei's origin to possess such a remarkable physique? Krillin voiced his curiosity. Having traveled the cosmos alongside Sun Wukong, he had encountered a myriad of beings, yet he had never seen anyone like Jiang Xiaofei, who could elevate his strength so rapidly amidst combat. Initially at a distinct disadvantage, Jiang Xiaofei not only recovered from the blows he endured, but also experienced a significant surge in power, a phenomenon that left Krillin utterly baffled. I happened to meet Son Wukong by chance, but as for his true identity, I remain in the dark." Piccolo responded truthfully, his own curiosity piqued regarding Jiang Xiaofei's origins. Though they had not sensed any malice emanating from Jiang Xiaofei, if he hailed from another planet in the universe, potentially as an adversary to Earth, they would be wary of a formidable foe like him. Over the years, they had faced numerous extraterrestrial threats, managing to avert disaster each time through their combined strength, yet the unpredictability of danger always warranted vigilance. "It seems we must investigate him further. If he harbors no ill intentions, we would be more than willing to ally with him. However, if he has come to invade Earth, we can manage him alone for now. But if he has companions, that would pose a significant problem," Piccolo remarked seriously, observing the battle between Son Wukong and Jiang Xiaofei. "Humph. If he does possess nefarious intentions, that would make things all the more interesting," Vegeta interjected, his eagerness for a worthy challenge evident. The sounds of their physical clashes resonated through the air, as both Jiang Xiaofei and Son Wukong continually heightened their power and speed. Presently, Jang Xiaofei's strength was beginning to approach that of Son Wukong's. Krillin and Piccolo cast envious glances, as among their group, Son Wukong and Vegeta were the strongest, while they themselves were comparatively weaker. Yet their current abilities were the fruits of years of arduous training and numerous brushes with death. Jiang Xiaofei, however, was a different story. In a mere 2 days, he had attained a level of power comparable to Son Wukong's normal state, a feat even the gods might find difficult to achieve. How exhilarating! Jiang Xiaofei seemed to be invigorated by Son Wukong's fervor, and throughout their skirmish, smiles adorned their faces that it was a mutual appreciation between two evenly matched warriors engaged in friendly combat. Moreover, Jang Xiaofei's once dormant heart appeared to be reignited, igniting a fervor within him in this new world. A bold idea began to take shape in Jiang Xiaofei's mind. Could skills be acquired through the experience of critical hits? If Son Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha against him, could he gain insight into the mastery of Ki? "I wish to experience the might of your Kamehameha," Jiang Xiaofei declared, his enthusiasm palpable, seeing the earnest anticipation in Jiang Xiaofei's eyes. Son Wukong responded exuberantly, "Just watch closely. Make sure you can withstand it." The distance between them widened once again as Jiang Xiaofei stood firm, observing every movement of Son Wukong. Having witnessed Son Wukong perform the Kamehameha numerous times during battles, Jiang Xiaofei was well acquainted with the technique. However, facing Son Wukong's execution of the Kamehameha firsthand instilled a flicker of trepidation within him, as the sheer presence of Son Wukong was daunting for someone of his novice status. Son Wukong spread his legs apart, bending slightly at the waist, placing his hands before his abdomen as a luminous sphere began to coalesce between them, casting a radiant glow upon Jiang Xiaofei's visage. The dazzling sphere grew in size, pulsating with pure Ki energy, and Jiang Xiaofei could feel the formidable power emanating from Son Wukong's hands as the surrounding Ki began to converge towards him. The sight was nothing new to Vegeta and the others, who had grown accustomed to Son Wukong's Kamehameha and had felt its power firsthand. Yet for Jiang Xiaofei, this was his first intimate encounter with such overwhelming energy. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofei couldn't help but regret his brief training period. Despite attaining strength on par with Son Wukong's normal state through the system's assistance, he still lacked the mastery of essential techniques. His previous encounters had been limited to mere physical confrontations, but now he was about to confront the full force of the Kamehameha. Yet, there was no turning back now. Kamehameha, with his energy fully charged. Son Wukong thrust his arms forward, unleashing the tempestuous Ki energy directly towards Jiang Xiaofei, who had no retreat left. The Kamehameha wave surged forth, aimed squarely at him. Chapter 7. I wish to become your disciple. Confronted by such overwhelming Ki energy, Jiang Xiaofei felt as though he were facing an atomic bomb. Yet he knew he must withstand it. Otherwise, he risked being annihilated by the sheer force. If that were to happen, it would be a grave loss indeed. Having just arrived in this world, and having endured such tremendous blows within the mere span of 2 days, I have only just begun to wield the strength I possess now. If my desire to experience the might of the Kamehameha leads to my departure from the Dragon Ball universe, then all my prior efforts and the tribulations I have faced would have been in vain. While onlookers witness Jiang Xiaofei's rapid growth, they remain oblivious to the sacrifices he has made in pursuit of greater power, a reality that weighs heavily on his heart. Should he withstand the assault of the Kamehameha, it would signify a pivotal moment. Not only would he reclaim formidable energy, but he would also have the opportunity to flaunt his prowess before others, and perhaps elucidate the nature of his unique constitution. Jiang Xiaofei summoned every ounce of strength from his being, channeling it into his hands, poised to confront the onslaught of the Kamehameha. The dazzling sphere of energy, imbued with cataclysmic force, loomed before him. And as his hands made contact with the radiant orb, an unprecedented searing sensation surged through his fingertips, racing to his mind. Even his fingers, embedded in steel, showed signs of decay at that moment. Moreover, the energy sphere brought not only unbearable heat, but also an overwhelming impact. Under the force of the Kamehameha, Jang Xiaofei's figure was propelled backward at an imperceptible speed, leaving behind 2 deep impressions in the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a critical hit point. Along with 1% of the Kamehameha skill, the familiar voice of the system echoed once more. Despite the excruciating pain, a smile crept onto Jiang Xiaofei's face. For his hypothesis had proven correct. In facing the skill unleashed by his opponent, he could not only amass critical hit points, but also replicate the skill itself. Though a mere 1%. It was enough to leave Jiang Xiaofei with a significant portion of his strength intact. Perhaps, when Sun Wukong unleashed the Kaio-ken times 100, he would fully master the Kamehameha skill. However, at this moment, Jiang Xiaofei knew he could not endure Sun Wukong's Kaio-ken. That technique held the power to obliterate entire planets, and his frail form was far from adequate. Nevertheless, possessing even 1% of the Kamehameha skill left Jiang Xiaofei feeling fulfilled. At the very least, he now possessed a technique, and it was the Kamehameha. The energy sphere continued its advance, ultimately consuming Jiang Xiaofei entirely. Vegeta and Sun Wukong observed without intervening. To them, this was merely a trial for Jiang Xiaofei. If he could not withstand the Kamehameha while possessing the normal strength of Sun Wukong, it would indicate that his power was fundamentally lacking. As the energy sphere dissipated, the residual energy continued to resonate within the air, while 2 distinct trenches stretched into the distance, leaving Jiang Xiaofei's figure obscured. Were it not for the faint fluctuations of his aura, onlookers might have doubted whether Jiang Xiaofei had been entirely erased by the Kamehameha. Beads of sweat began to form on Sun Wukong's brow, and his breathing grew slightly labored, indicating that he had not held back, affording Jiang Xiaofei the respect he deserved. Such a blow was indeed formidable. Piccolo remained impassive, his demeanor inscrutable, leaving one to wonder whether he felt amusement or concern. If Jiang Xiaofei could withstand such an immense attack and still spring back to life within mere seconds, I might genuinely contemplate finding a tofu to dash myself against, Piccolo mused. Krillin, too, was filled with curiosity. As someone who had experienced the Kamehameha's might firsthand, he understood the implications of such a power and recognized that should Jiang Xiaofei perish, the Dragon Balls could revive him. Can you not sense Jiang Xiaofei's aura fluctuations? Vegeta prompted. Piccolo and Krillin steadied themselves, attentively tuning into Jiang Xiaofei's aura once more. Upon exchanging glances, their expressions shifted to one of anxious anticipation. What? His energy is rapidly escalating. How is this possible? He was barely clinging to life. Vegeta and Sun Wukong's faces gradually broke into radiant smiles. That I told you. He is a prodigy. Vegeta felt a swell of pride. Unsure whether it stemmed from his initial confidence or the realization that he had encountered someone even more extraordinary than Sun Wukong. Although Vegeta frequently trained with Sun Wukong, aiming to surpass him, he understood that perhaps achieving that goal was beyond his reach. Yet, as the prince of the Saiyans, he could not afford to lose his pride, especially in the presence of a lowly Saiyan like Kakarot. He must maintain his dignity. Vegeta would not cease his pursuit of Kakarot, even as the gap between them widened, never once considering surrender. Now, with the emergence of Jiang Xiaofei, he glimpsed the possibility of usurping Sun Wukong's position. This was not born from envy, but rather from an innate sense of pride that swelled within him. Jiang Xiaofei lay serenely in the deep pit he had created, greedily inhaling the air of this world, gazing up at the azure sky adorned with drifting white clouds. That I am still alive. How wonderful! I am still alive. In truth, after being engulfed by the Kamehameha, Jiang Xiaofei had already resigned himself to the inevitability of death. Yet in the aftermath, with a breath still lingering, the system had the opportunity to rapidly restore his bodily functions. The duration of this restoration was somewhat prolonged, but Jiang Xiaofei could feel a profound transformation within his body. Following the baptism of the Kamehameha, his physical resilience had significantly increased. He felt confident that if he were to face the Kamehameha again, he would not find himself in such a wretched state. Overall, this could be considered a blessing in disguise. Once his body had fully recovered, Jiang Xiaofei swiftly rose and made his way towards Son Wukong and Vegeta. Moments later, he stood before them, and upon observing Jiang Xiaofei's flawless skin, the onlookers were left utterly astonished. Having endured such a tremendous assault, they had anticipated that even if Jiang Xiaofei recovered, he would bear some scars. Yet, now it seemed his skin appeared even more pristine than before the battle. Jiang Xiaofei's regenerative abilities surpassed even those of Piccolo and Majin Buu. Son Wukong had also readied himself, casually offering Jiang Xiaofei a fitting garment. Well done. I never expected you to gain such a tremendous enhancement under those circumstances. Your physique is indeed remarkable. Haha, it was merely luck. Jiang Xiaofei would not divulge the assistance of the system. He wondered if they would consider asking Bulma to investigate the system within his mind. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's demeanor, Son Wukong refrained from further inquiries. After all, everyone harbored their own secrets. As long as Jiang Xiaofei meant no harm to Earth and its inhabitants, he was willing to regard him as a comrade. In truth, having experienced the Kamehameha's power, I am deeply impressed. I have a request, though I am uncertain if I should voice it, Jiang Xiaofei said, casting a somewhat bashful glance at Son Wukong. Feel free to speak your mind. As long as I can assist, I will, Son Wukong replied candidly. It is not a significant matter. I simply wish to take you as my master and diligently train under your guidance. Jang Xiaofei articulated his thoughts. Chapter 8. God of Destruction, Beerus' son, Wukong, stumbled slightly. Well, I'm not particularly adept at teaching. Vegeta would be more suitable. Perhaps you should consider him or Piccolo as your instructor. Son Wukong, averse to complications, swiftly attempted to deflect the responsibility. Beside him, Piccolo and Vegeta felt a surge of anxiety at Son Wukong's suggestion. Jiang Xiaofei's potential was undeniable, yet the pressure of being a mentor to such a gifted individual was considerable. And the prospect of nurturing a prodigy into a powerhouse did not seem particularly gratifying. Thus, when Jiang Xiaofei directed his gaze toward them, they hurriedly shook their heads. Among them, Son Wukong stood as the strongest, and his experiences were the most extensive. Most importantly, they shared similar interests. There was no one better suited to be his master than Son Wukong. For such an explanation, even Jiang Xiaofei found himself in agreement. For while watching Dragon Ball, his thoughts often mirrored Son Wukong's emotional states. When Son Wukong displayed astonishing combat prowess, a surge of fervor would course through Jiang Xiaofei. Conversely, when Son Wukong faced adversity, Jiang Xiaofei felt an inexplicable sorrow. Once more, Jiang Xiaofei turned his gaze to Son Wukong, his eyes filled with sincerity and a hint of grievance. He possesses a profound understanding of the character of Son Wukong, recognizing him as a candid and forthright individual. Consequently, he aspires to cultivate his strength under Son Wukong's guidance, for the latter harbors no secrets, and thus, the opportunities for personal growth are boundless, perhaps revealing a hint of his own selfish desires. Although all individuals in this realm engage with sincerity, Jiang Xiaofei finds himself increasingly inclined towards Son Wukong. Indeed, there is no pressing necessity to become a disciple. Son Wukong, with a serious demeanor, suggests that their current rapport is equally commendable. They can engage in sparring and exchange ideas at any moment. Despite not being master and apprentice, they are companions. The essence of companionship lies in mutual accomplishment and growth. Son Wukong articulates such sentiments to dissuade Jiang Xiaofei from the notion of becoming his disciple. Jiang Xiaofei, perceptive to Son Wukong's intentions, does not cling stubbornly to the idea, recognizing that such insistence could be detrimental to both parties. Very well. Jiang Xiaofei responds with a cheerful acceptance. If I cannot be your disciple, then I shall be your junior. Feel free to assign any tasks to me in the future. I have much to learn from you. Following their consensus, they return to the western city to prepare for a momentous occasion, the birthday celebration of Bulma. In the world of Dragon Ball, the concept of money holds little significance. After all, Sun Wukong shows no interest in wealth. His sole desire is to grow stronger. However, his wife, Chi-Chi, must concern herself with their daily sustenance. Were it not for Chi-Chi's management of Sun Wukong's prize earnings, their survival would indeed be precarious. The wealthiest among them is Bulma's family, a clan centered around technology, whose innovations are disseminated worldwide, yielding them immense profits. Thus, Bulma's celebration is naturally grand, attended by illustrious figures renowned across the globe. Yet, one presence arrives uninvited, poised to deliver an unparalleled shock that in the sixth universe, in the realm of destruction. A god resembling a cat opens his eyes. Each time he awakens, he brings calamity upon the planets and beings of the universe. With but a snap of his fingers, he can obliterate a planet, reducing it to cosmic dust. He is the god of destruction, Beerus. This time, as Beerus awakens, he is intent on eliminating some substandard planets. Yet one matter occupies his thoughts more, a peculiar dream. During his slumber, Beerus envisioned a being capable of battling him, stirring a thrill within him that is the pinnacle of combat prowess in the sixth universe. Beerus has long since lost the joy of fighting since becoming a god of destruction. However, in his dream, he found himself engaged in combat with this remarkable individual, reigniting a long-lost exhilaration. Thus, Beerus hopes to locate this dream warrior within the sixth universe upon his awakening. He inquires with the angel Whis and the oracle Fish, discovering that such a being may indeed exist, further heightening Beerus's anticipation that if he could truly encounter this individual, his restlessness would dissipate. That Beerus's first destination is the North God realm. Yet he finds no trace of this person. With Whis' assistance, he sets his sights on Earth. In truth, Earth is an inconspicuous planet within the sixth universe, scarcely worthy of Beerus's attention, yet the warriors from Earth have garnered the interest of the Supreme Kai, rendering it somewhat unique in its own right. Is it truly possible for such an unremarkable planet to harbor someone capable of battling me? Beerus expresses skepticism, having never considered that a planet he overlooked could produce a worthy opponent. Well, we shall soon find out, won't we? Whis replies leisurely. Thus, the two gods, the most formidable entities of the sixth universe, traverse the cosmos towards the location of the Milky Way, where Earth resides. That Bulma's celebration is exquisitely arranged, with a plethora of delicacies laid out, a veritable feast for the gluttonous Sun Wukong. Social interaction is not his forte, yet he is utterly unable to resist the allure of culinary delights. The pursuit of gastronomic pleasure and the thrill of combat seem to be Sun Wukong's guiding principles in life. Amidst such festivities, Jiang Xiaofei experiences this world's culinary wonders for the first time, savoring the unique flavors it offers. During the celebration, he encounters Satan and the ever-hungry Majin Buu. Observing Majin Buu, Jiang Xiaofei finds him even more endearing than he had appeared on television. Now, Majin Buu possesses a kind disposition and has forged a friendship with Satan. His insatiable appetite makes him particularly susceptible to the temptations of food. However, Jang Xiaofei refrains from initiating conversation, fearing that a misstep might result in being consumed by Buu, a prospect too dire to contemplate. Witnessing this familiar scene, Jang Xiaofei reflects on the narrative of Dragon Ball, the birthday celebration of Bulma, with everyone present and Majin Buu indulging in pudding. Does this not signify that the ensuing plot is imminent? As this thought crosses his mind, a chill of realization sweeps over him, for he understands that the arrival of a being pivotal to the fate of the Earth, a god, is at hand. Yet the storyline seems slightly awry. Ordinarily, Sun Wukong would be training under the Supreme Kai at this juncture. Could it be that his presence has altered the course of events? Jiang Xiaofei cannot ascertain this with certainty. For now, he must await the unfolding of events to see if they align with his expectations, as everyone revels in the joyous atmosphere of the birthday celebration. Son Wukong and Vegeta sense a formidable energy approaching Earth, making them feel diminutive in comparison to its magnitude. In unison, they gaze skyward, where two figures gradually manifest in their line of sight. One tall, one short. Chapter 9. Before taking action, let us savor the delicacies of Earth. As Jiang Xiaofei gazes upon the two figures illuminated by sunlight, his heart races uncontrollably, for they are none other than the two deities of the sixth universe, the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis. They have indeed arrived on Earth for Bulma's birthday celebration, heralding the forthcoming narrative of Beerus seeking the Super Saiyan God. However, due to his intervention, the storyline may shift. In the original narrative, Earth would have emerged unscathed. But now he wonders if his involvement will alter that fate. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofei is uncertain, yet it is undeniable that Beerus has descended, and none present can hope to match his power. Even the Super Saiyan God would falter. Aside from Jiang Xiaofei, another person exhibits notable anxiety. Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta possesses broader experience, and the Supreme Kai has recently conveyed that the God of Destruction will visit Earth. Though the reasons remain unclear, the one certainty is that if Beerus were to become displeased, Earth would cease to exist. The Supreme Kai has specifically cautioned against attempting to challenge Beerus, as this would only hasten Earth's demise. It is evident that this warning was directed at Son Wukong, who, however, appears indifferent to the gravity of the situation. Vegeta sweats profusely, his eyes fixed on the two celestial beings above, Son Wukong. On the other hand, radiates eagerness. Inhabitants of this planet possess such feeble combat abilities. Is it truly possible to find someone here who can lift my spirits? Beerus muses, devoid of emotion, as he senses the energy fluctuations of Earth's beings. He, Whis chuckles, are you not intrigued by the energy fluctuations of those below? Following Whis's gesture, Beerus's gaze falls upon the very spot where Son Wukong and Jang Xiaofei stand. Their eyes meet in a brief yet intense exchange, creating an immense web of energy that envelopes the surroundings. Feeling provoked, Beerus vanishes from beside Whis, reappearing before Son Wukong. The gathered crowd instinctively adopts combat stances, preparing to retaliate, yet they find themselves utterly immobilized, as this uninvited entity has silently suppressed them all. Not bad, but you still fall short of my expectations. Beerus maintained his body in a state parallel to that of Son Goku, his piercing gaze fixed on the latter as he calmly articulated his thoughts. Son Goku, confronted with Beerus's condescending stare and tranquil words, felt his inner desire for battle intensify, flames of fervor igniting within his eyes. Oh, you are quite a formidable opponent, despite the immense pressure emanating from Beerus. Son Goku managed to utter such words. Were it anyone else, the sheer might of Beerus would have extinguished their fighting spirit. However, Son Goku was an exception. Beerus's already narrow eyes gradually narrowed into slits as he scrutinized this warrior brimming with combativeness. The surrounding pressure escalating. Just as the impending battle seemed inevitable, Beerus's nose twitched a few times, and a blossom-like smile graced his face, drool even escaping the corner of his mouth. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated, allowing everyone to exhale in relief, their curiosity piqued by the sudden change in Beerus's demeanor. Beerus shifted his gaze from Son Goku, honing in on a particular location with his acute sense of smell. It was there that Jiang Xiaofei stood, his heart racing. He had already sensed Beerus's attention directed at him, and the god's form was slowly advancing in his direction. All eyes were upon Beerus's movements. And when he finally stood before Jiang Xiaofei, he lowered his head and inhaled deeply the item in Jiang Xiaofei's hands. In an instant, stars seemed to twinkle in Beerus's eyes, a manifestation of sheer delight. This is the flavor. He inhaled once more, unable to contain his excitement. What culinary delight is this? The longing for exquisite food was evident in Beerus's gaze directed at Jiang Xiaofei. It is called instant noodles. A delicacy unique to our Earth, Jiang Xiaofei replied earnestly. Instant noodles? Beerus pondered, fixated on the bowl in Jiang Xiaofei's hands. May I have a taste? Of course. Jiang Xiaofei handed the bowl to Beerus. I just prepared this, and have yet to indulge. How could I possibly accept this? Beerus feigned modesty, yet his hands had already taken the bowl from Jiang Xiaofei. Upon receiving the noodles, Beerus eagerly devoured them. The first bite ignited a symphony of flavors on his taste buds, cascading down his throat and settling into his stomach. With that initial mouthful, Beerus transformed, his demeanor radiating warmth. It was his first encounter with such delectable cuisine. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by Beerus's transformation. Yet their vigilance could finally be set aside. Witnessing Beerus's enjoyment, Whis joined in, savoring the instant noodles as well. Vegeta cast a grateful smile at Jiang Xiaofei, acknowledging that without him, the subsequent events would have been unimaginable. Realizing who Beerus was, Jiang Xiaofei had swiftly recalled events from the original series and prepared a bowl of instant noodles, a gamble that unexpectedly captured Beerus's attention. From that point onward, matters should become simpler. As long as they did not provoke Beerus, they could navigate this situation safely. After finishing the noodles, Beerus began to explore the various culinary offerings at the birthday banquet. An array of delectable dishes greatly satisfied his appetite. His face consistently adorned with a blissful expression, causing everyone to forget that just moments ago, Beerus had been an overwhelming force. Jang Xiaofei, Son Goku, and Vegeta refrained from interrupting Beerus, fully aware of the unpredictable consequences of their words. However, one individual lacked such awareness. While indulging in the feast, Beerus encountered a rotund figure beneath a parasol, relishing a pudding. This individual bore a delightfully cherubic face, yet Beerus's interest lay not in him, but rather in the pudding he held. In pursuit of this delicacy, Beerus approached with the grace of a gentleman, respectfully requesting a taste of the pudding. The plump figure, also a connoisseur of food, was unwilling to share his treat. Consequently, he extended his tongue, swiftly assaulting the pudding with it. The dessert became tainted with saliva, thwarting Beerus's desire for the sweet. Feeling humiliated, the once starry gleam in Beerus's eyes turned icy. An invisible pressure enveloping the vicinity anew. Jiang Xiaofei, relishing his meal, sensed the looming threat and thought to himself, "This is bad." Indeed, when he glanced at Beerus, the figure of Majin Buu emerged within the fray. Thus, the stage was set for a cataclysmic clash between God and demon. Chapter 10. Not a single fighter remains. The power emanating from the two combatants clashed violently, unleashing distinct forces of destruction that left Jiang Xiaofei in disarray. Having witnessed the original series, he was acutely aware of the impending chaos. Nevertheless, he endeavored to avert such calamity. Yet, fate had other plans, and the confrontation between Beerus and Buu had become unavoidable. The god of destruction. Beerus acted with complete autonomy within the sixth universe. His visit to Earth was motivated by a quest for a worthy adversary. However, the allure of Earth's cuisine had momentarily distracted him from his purpose. Jiang Xiaofei had hoped that the culinary delights would wholly divert Beerus from the idea of battle, but it seemed that was a naive fantasy. Alongside a tense Jiang Xiaofei, Vegeta and the others widened their eyes, contemplating intervention, yet lacking the courage to do so. The energy radiating from Beerus was unmistakably furious. Though it was merely a small pudding, Buu's actions had openly challenged Beerus's divine dignity. He had to make this intruder understand that some beings, some gods, were not to be trifled with. Buu, on the other hand, appeared rather simplistic. That a fellow gourmand, his penchant for food had been evident during his previous battles with Son Goku and others. However, in terms of social awareness, Buu seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Now, living a life of abundance alongside Satan, he was unprepared for an unexpected challenger vying for his food. Buu's response was instinctual. He had not considered the identity of the intruder. If battle was to ensue, Buu was more than willing to engage, for he was also a formidable force on Earth. The only one present who remained composed was Whis, still ensconced in the world of gastronomy. Seemingly indifferent to the impending conflict between Beerus and Buu, without uttering a word, Beerus launched his attack, sending Buu skyward, to which Buu promptly retaliated. The clash resonated like a solo performance within a grand symphony. Bang! A crisp sound reverberated, and Jiang Xiaofei watched as the plump figure soared towards the ocean, sending waves crashing upon impact. Emerging from the sea, Buu appeared irate, steam billowing from the hole atop his head, as he charged once more at Beerus. Yet, Buu's fierce onslaught lost its potency before the god of destruction. Beerus hovered effortlessly in the air, relying solely on a single hand to completely subdue Buu. His feat unmoving, it was evident to all observers that this was a one-sided annihilation. With Buu possessing not the slightest chance of victory, the Buu's inner turmoil teetered on the brink of collapse. His movements became erratic, yet his power only intensified as he sought to breach Beerus's defenses, achieving no substantial progress. In his encounter with Buu, Beerus appeared utterly disinterested, the resentment over the stolen pudding gradually dissipating. If this continued, it seemed Beerus might truly fall asleep. Thus he extended a hand, grasped the tip of Buu's head, and swiftly spun him around before flinging him into the distance. The Buu's form diminished in the onlooker's sight, ultimately fading into nothingness. After dispatching Buu, Beerus turned his gaze toward Goku and a few others with notable combat prowess, stretched lazily, yawned, and returned to the ground. There truly isn't a worthy opponent to be found. It appears my dream was merely that, a dreamed in this universe. There exists no one capable of igniting my desire for battle, Beerus languidly remarked to Whis. Observing Beerus's waning interest, Whis said nothing, continuing to savor his delicacies. Once I'm well fed, let us obliterate this planet, Beerus stated as if discussing a trivial matter, casually lifting a piece of pudding toward his mouth. The moment the pudding made contact with his lips, its silky texture enveloped him in bliss. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed. Beerus lowered his head, his eyes bulging, and the pudding slipped from his mouth. Do not wreak havoc at someone else's birthday celebration. A woman's voice resonated in Beerus's mind. He trembled with rage, lifting his head to glare furiously at the woman who had struck him from behind. This scene did not escape the notice of others. Jiang Xiaofei couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. Beerus was destined to face the consequences of Bulma's slap. Vegeta, on the other hand, was filled with panic. Bulma was his wife. She had just struck the god of destruction from Universe 6 without a moment's thought. Without hesitation, Vegeta appeared beside Bulma, shielding her behind him. Holding a delectable pudding in hand, he presented it to Beerus with a beaming smile. Yet, deep within, Vegeta was gripped by fear. He knew he could not retreat, for his wife stood behind him if Beerus harbored any murderous intent. Bulma would have no chance of survival. He had to remain steadfast, even if the odds were slim. Seeing Beerus's serious countenance, Bulma realized the gravity of the situation and immediately greeted him with a smile. Offering her apologies, Beerus's gaze remained fixed upon the couple, his murderous intent undiminished as he slowly raised his right hand, positioning it before Vegeta. Large beads of sweat trickled down Vegeta's face in the presence of Beerus's overwhelming aura. His legs began to weaken, yet he could not falter. Behind him stood his wife and comrades. After a tense moment, Beerus extended his hand and accepted the pudding from Vegeta. Thank you, as the surrounding hostility dissipated. Vegeta exhaled a sigh of relief that I shall not disturb your enjoyment of the delicacy. With that, Vegeta took Bulma's hand and led her away from Beerus, gazing at the pudding in his hand. A smile returned to Beerus's face. He could finally indulge in its exquisite flavor. With this thought in mind, he brought the pudding closer to his mouth. Hey, you just said you would destroy the Earth. Goku's energy surged, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle spirit as he fixed his gaze upon Beerus, who was about to relish the pudding. Earth is my home, and I will not allow anyone to destroy it, even if they are a god. Chapter 11. Goku's battle against Beerus. How intriguing. Beerus set down the pudding once more. Regarding the one who had boldly challenged him with keen interest, he scrutinized Goku from head to toe. Seemingly amused at I mentioned. If you can defeat me or make me experience the thrill of battle, perhaps I shall reconsider my intention to annihilate Earth, the god of destruction. Beerus had no reason to lie about such matters. Should a contender capable of besting him arise, his position would surely be relinquished. However, in Universe 7, aside from Whis, no one else could hope to surpass Beerus. Deep down, Goku understood that, based on the energy Beerus exuded while battling Majin Buu, he was unlikely to emerge victorious. Yet at this moment, Goku had to step forward, for Beerus had already declared his intent to destroy the Earth, a fate Goku could not allow to transpire. Although Goku was not born on Earth, he had lived there since childhood. Every blade of grass and tree held significance for him. Moreover, his family and friends resided on this azure planet, having survived countless crises to reach this day. Therefore, he could not permit anyone to threaten their cherished home, even if that individual were a deity. Without a moment's hesitation, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan first form. As he did, the atmosphere around him became tumultuous. The friction of the air creating small sonic booms and emitting radiant light. Vegeta intended to restrain the impulsive Goku, knowing that should a confrontation arise between him and the god of destruction, it could cost Goku his life. Alas, it was too late. Goku, now in Super Saiyan first form, charged at Beerus with fists capable of shattering mountains, the force of his blows creating a fierce wind as they struck. Beerus remained unfazed, lifting a single finger to intercept Goku's assault. He did not budge an inch, effortlessly deflecting Goku's ferocious onslaught with just one finger, nullifying the impact of his blows. Undeterred by the lack of effect from his first strike, Goku unleashed a rapid series of punches, each carrying the strength to topple mountains and moving at speed surpassing sound, nearly invisible to the naked eye. Yet, despite the relentless barrage, Beerus continued to block all of Goku's attacks with the same singular finger. As Jiang Xiaofei observed the clash between Goku and Beerus, the scene began to blur before his eyes. He found himself unaccustomed to watching such rapid movements for extended periods. Nonetheless, he recognized that Goku was clearly at a disadvantage, and Beerus remained strictly on the defensive, not yet retaliating. Goku's relentless assault was effortlessly neutralized by Beerus, prompting Goku to leap back and create distance between them. At this point, Goku's energy was in disarray, while Beerus maintained a steady breath, showing no signs of having engaged in battle. The disparity between them was stark. However, Goku would not yield. Against an opponent like Beerus, he only grew more determined. This one is slightly stronger than the previous, Beerus remarked coldly, but still insufficient. If this is all you can muster, I fear Earth cannot be protected under my watch. Beerus's words sent shivers down the spines of Jang Xiaofei and the others. It was evident from Beerus's tone that he was intent on destroying Earth. Yet, they felt utterly helpless, as their strength paled in comparison to Beerus's might, with Goku being the strongest among them. Yet, judging by Goku's performance, victory seemed unattainable, let alone for the rest of them. Jang Xiaofei had lost all hope for Goku's solo efforts. He could only wish for Goku and Vegeta, Gohan, and others to unite their powers as 5 Super Saiyans to summon Super Saiyan God. For Jang Xiaofei, who had witnessed the saga, only the emergence of Super Saiyan God could allow Beerus to experience a fraction of the joy of battle, thus safeguarding Earth and fostering friendship with Goku and his companions. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Goku felt a surge of motivation, shouting out loudly. The fury coursing through Son Wukong transformed the atmosphere surrounding him once more, invoking the second form of Super Saiyan. The intensity of his aura continued to surge, with the air around him becoming violently turbulent under his influence, the sound of explosive energy ringing incessantly. Entering the third form of Super Saiyan, Son Wukong had unlocked all the Saiyan transformations he had mastered, and his thoughts began to shift from rationality to instinct. In that moment, Son Wukong embodied the stance of Earth's mightiest warrior. Even Vegeta would likely find himself outmatched. Yet to overcome Beerus, that alone was far from sufficient. Son Wukong needed to elevate his power further. Activating the Kaio-ken, he pushed himself to the limit of what he could endure at this juncture. It could be said that Son Wukong was holding nothing back. The preliminary probing had concluded, and it was clear that Beerus was not an adversary he could defeat. However, having come this far, Son Wukong had no retreat. He had to forge ahead, fighting for Earth, for his home. Feeling the relentless surge of power emanating from within, he gazed at Beerus. Observing Son Wukong's state, Beerus finally exhibited a flicker of interest. His anticipation for the upcoming battle slightly piqued. For a human to attain such a level of enhancement, in many respects, transcended the realm of normalcy. A Super Saiyan. Son Wukong's achievement was no small feat nevertheless. This would not serve as an excuse for Beerus to show leniency. With a mere flick of his finger, Beerus adopted a provocative stance, prompting Son Wukong to soar into the air and charge at him once more. The intensity of their confrontation was markedly fiercer than before. the energy waves generated by their clashes reverberating and affecting the onlookers below. Had Whis not intervened with a protective barrier, countless ordinary lives would have been at risk. Sun Wukong unleashed another punch, one that tore through the heavens, finally forcing Beerus to stagger back slightly. Stabilizing his stance and loosening his stiff neck, Beerus continued the brutal exchange with Sun Wukong. Under the relentless assault from Sun Wukong, Beerus began to take things more seriously. It must be said, Sun Wukong was a born warrior. He had never shown an ounce of fear in the face of Beerus. Aware of the disparity between them, he still chose to stand tall and confront the challenge. This was one of the qualities that Jiang Xiaofei greatly admired about Sun Wukong, his unwavering spirit. Utilizing a moment of opportunity, Sun Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave. Empowered by the Kaio-ken, the surrounding energy converged toward him, and Beerus made no effort to impede Sun Wukong's actions, instead curious to see what surprises he might unveil. The formidable energy sphere erupted from Sun Wukong's hands, hurtling toward Beerus. Observing the dazzling energy orb, Beerus felt a renewed sense of interest, his fingers dancing, summoning forth his own power. When the two energies collided, no tremendous explosion ensued. Rather, they annihilated each other at the point of impact. This was a deliberate choice by Beerus. Otherwise, such a clash would have likely obliterated the earth. After executing the Kamehameha, Sun Wukong's aura became disordered, yet Beerus remained unfazed. "You have lost," Beerus proclaimed coldly to Sun Wukong. "Earth? No, I have not yet lost. As long as I live, you shall not lay a finger on earth," Sun Wukong roared, his spirit unyielding as he charged at Beerus once more. Chapter 12. The Siege on Beerus in his prime. Sun Wukong was no match for Beerus. At his current state, it was utterly impossible for him to contend with the god of destruction. With no suspense whatsoever, the moment Sun Wukong drew near, Beerus sent him flying with a single kick. Yet like an indomitable insect, Sun Wukong repeatedly surged back, undeterred by the blows he received. With each charge, his energy waned incrementally on the ground. Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta watched in anguish, trying to avert their eyes from the relentless onslaught, yet the sounds of impact resonated deeply within their souls. "This defies logic. Beerus should appreciate Sun Wukong," Jiang Xiaofei muttered, his head bowed in disbelief. "Kakarot!" Vegeta shouted, his energy flaring as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, racing toward the fray between Sun Wukong and Beerus. "Dad!" Gohan bellowed, transforming into a Super Saiyan as well, joining Vegeta in the charge. "Wukong!" Piccolo and Krillin were slightly slower to react, but they too rushed towards Sun Wukong's side. Goten and Trunks swiftly chose to fuse, becoming Gotenks. Vegeta and Gohan caught the battered Sun Wukong, feeding him a Senzu bean to restore some of his strength. "Rest for now. We shall fight in your stead and protect Earth," Vegeta declared to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong shook his head, his eyes resolute as he replied, "I'm fine. I can continue to fight." "Very well. Then let us protect Earth together, for the sake of our home." All together, they encircled Beerus. In this moment, Sun Wukong's friends and family stood united, each offering their support in their own unique way. Jiang Xiaofei glanced at Whis, who remained unfazed, savoring his delicacies, showing no inclination to intervene. After taking a few deep breaths, Jiang Xiaofei prepared to join the fray against Beerus. Above, Beerus stood with his arms crossed, showing little concern for the individuals encircling him. His level of power. Victory could not be attained merely through sheer numbers. Humanity's attempt to challenge a deity was akin to an ant shaking a tree, a moth drawn to the flame. Everyone understood this truth. Yet, faced with such dire circumstances, they had no alternative. Fully aware that this battle was impossible to win, they nonetheless chose to continue fighting. It was a point of pride and honor for them as warriors, a testament to their resolve in defending their home. Leading the charge, Sun Wukong summoned all his energy and once more attacked Beerus, with Vegeta and Gohan following closely behind. Years of combat had forged an unspoken bond between them, allowing them to unleash their full potential without the need for communication. Yet even so, against the formidable Beerus, they found themselves struggling to gain the upper hand. Their combined efforts prompted Beerus to swiftly maneuver and defend himself. remaining in a perpetual state of passive defense. After a round of assaults, it became evident to all that even with Beerus standing still, absorbing their attacks, defeating him was beyond their grasp. The chasm between gods and mortals was far too vast. "Do you truly believe that sheer numbers would lead to victory?" Beerus remarked, his demeanor indifferent, not regarding those who attacked him as worthy opponents. "This time, you should comprehend that the entity you face cannot be overcome through mere numerical advantage." He surveyed the chaotic auras of the gathered warriors, scoffing at their level of power, questioning whether they truly believed they could protect Earth. Hearing Beerus's words, the hearts of the fighters ignited with fury. Before Beerus, they may have been weak, but they were far from timid. Even Jiang Xiaofei on the ground began to feel a surge of rage as Beerus wielded his power as the god of destruction, wreaking havoc upon others' homes. Of course, in the original narrative, Beerus was meant to eliminate certain cosmic blights to foster the universe's health. However, since Jang Xiaofei arrived in the Dragon Ball world, events that should have unfolded differently now appeared to be shifting, with time remaining constant but the sequence of events becoming increasingly tumultuous. Fearing for Earth's survival, he resolved to join the battle alongside Son Wukong and the others. Yet, even with Jiang Xiaofei's current strength, he was still unable to pique Beerus's interest. A mere confrontation saw him sent crashing back to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. "I have had my fill of this farce. It is time for this spectacle to conclude." Beerus has lost the patience he once possessed. Even the collective presence of all those around him fails to evoke the exhilarating thrill of battle he seeks in his dreams. Unable to locate the Super Saiyan God, he declares, "You shall all descend into the abyss and seek clarity there." Channeling the energy surrounding him, he moves with a speed that surpasses light, launching an assault upon those nearby. This marks Beerus's first proactive attack during the confrontation, a feat far beyond the capabilities of Vegeta, Goku, and their companions. Coupled with their previous injuries, they find themselves utterly defenseless following Beerus's onslaught. Goku has succumbed to defeat, while Vegeta and Gohan lie motionless on the ground. Piccolo and Krillin are barely clinging to life, and Gotenks has reverted to his original form. Jiang Xiaofei had hoped they could unite to unleash the power of the Super Saiyan God. Yet even in the final moments, as Beerus prepares to annihilate Earth, no one responds. All eyes are fixated on the egg-sized sphere of destructive energy pulsating at Beerus's fingertips, instilling fear in every heart. Goku's eyes reflect his unwillingness to accept defeat, but he lacks the strength to move, let alone thwart Beerus's intentions. Although Jiang Xiaofei possesses remarkable regenerative capabilities, the chasm between him and Beerus's power remains insurmountable, rendering him incapable of halting Beerus's actions. The oscillation of the destructive energy sphere intensifies, tightening the tension in every spectator's heart. "Wait, I have a way to allow you to unleash your full potential." Observing the destructive energy dancing atop Beerus's fingertip, Jiang Xiaofei steps forward, eager to try his own method to prevent Beerus from obliterating Earth. However, Beerus dismisses him, having lost all hope in the Earthlings after several skirmishes, and no longer anticipates a battle with the Dream Figure. "There is someone who can surely satisfy your desire for combat, someone who can engage you as you envision." Jiang Xiaofei, feeling anxious, shouts at Beerus, hoping for a chance. Yet, Beerus, disinterested in Jiang Xiaofei's words, desires only to swiftly eliminate this group and return to the realm of destruction for much-needed rest. Witnessing Beerus's indifference, Jiang Xiaofei is consumed by rage. His eyes clouded with crimson. "Will you not even lend an ear to my words?" Clenching his fist tightly, a surge of power wells within him once more, and he leaps skyward, aiming a punch at Beerus. Chapter 13. The shock of Beerus soaring into the sky. Jiang Xiaofei's body encounters immense friction with the surrounding air, flames igniting upon his clothing. In that moment, he resembles a rocket, hurtling toward his target. Beerus glances at him, still unperturbed. To him, no matter how much this group struggles, it is ultimately futile, for he is the god of destruction, possessing overwhelming power against them, and no matter how many times Jiang Xiaofei attempts, failure is inevitable. Raising another hand, Beerus lightly taps Jiang Xiaofei, expecting to easily knock him down, but he miscalculates. Jiang Xiaofei accelerates once more, charging toward the sphere of destructive energy in Beerus's hand. Even Beerus is caught off guard. He did not anticipate that a mere mortal would dare to confront such a force capable of obliterating an entire planet. Below, both Goku and Vegeta are taken aback, sharing Beerus's belief that Jiang Xiaofei would choose to combat him. They are well aware of Jiang Xiaofei's unique constitution, akin to that of a Saiyan, whereby continuous combat would lead to growth and strength. However, Jang Xiaofei's rate of enhancement is even more rapid. If this method could be utilized to elevate Jiang Xiaofei's power, after several exchanges, he would undoubtedly grow stronger, potentially enabling him to protect Earth. They did not expect that Jiang Xiaofei's target would be the sphere of destructive energy in Beerus's hand. Jiang Xiaofei unleashes a punch imbued with his utmost strength toward the destructive energy hovering at Beerus's fingertip. Although he has yet to master controlling his ki, his physical prowess has reached a terrifying level. Having just endured several of Beerus's brutal strikes, thereby enhancing his resilience, he initially believed he could use his strength to send the destructive energy sphere flying away from Earth, yet he overestimated his own capabilities. After his punch lands, the sphere remains undisturbed, while his hand is rendered to nothingness under its destructive force. Jiang Xiaofei watches helplessly as the destructive energy sphere looms near, its annihilating aura capable of devouring souls. With a gentle flick, Beerus sends Jiang Xiaofei crashing back to the ground. Oh, you truly believe that with such feeble means, you could protect Earth? Beerus finds their naivety laughable. Whis, get up. I am pressed for time and have no inclination to play with these foolish jesters. Beerus barks impatiently at Whis, who is still indulging in his meal. Foolish jesters, today, I shall make you understand that even jesters possess their own convictions. Jiang Xiaofei's voice resounds once more as an energy storm swirls from the depths of the pit, and his body begins to rise, surrounded by a golden aura. Beerus narrows his eyes, observing this seemingly indomitable young warrior, a flicker of unease stirring within him. This sensation is new to him. He had never felt such trepidation even when facing the combined assaults of Goku and Vegeta. Though fleeting, it cannot be denied that it once existed, and this fear emanates from the young warrior before him. Even Whis, who had been calmly savoring his meal, pauses to assess the battle-ready Earthling. With some strength restored, Goku and Vegeta gaze at the figure that has continually surprised them, feeling a surge of determination. They had thought Jiang Xiaofei would succumb to the destructive energy sphere. Yet it appears they had underestimated his resilience. They had intended to fight alongside him, but the intense pain coursing through their bodies renders them unable to do so. The truth is, after being eroded by Beerus's destructive energy, Jiang Xiaofei's internal system has been reactivated. Although his attack was proactive, it still resulted in critical points of impact, the likes of which he had never conceived before, nearly overwhelming his body under the strain of those critical hits. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaofei perseveres, emerging with even greater strength. If confronted with the destructive energy again, he now possesses the confidence to withstand it. However, this experience has illuminated the limits of his body's capacity to endure critical strikes. Limits that will continue to be tested as his power grows. Jiang Xiaofei lifts his gaze toward Beerus in the heavens, his eyes ablaze with the fire of battle. Their gazes lock. The destructive energy sphere at Beerus's fingertip vanishes, that a collective sigh of relief washes over everyone. The immediate threat to Earth has been averted, at least for the moment, as Beerus has momentarily abandoned his intention to attack. Since you are so tenacious, allow me to witness the depths of your potential, for you dare to challenge me repeatedly. In his own universe, wherever Beerus goes, he commands respect and leaves no room for defiance. Destroying a planet is a mere flick of his finger. Yet upon arriving on Earth, Beerus finds himself facing unexpected difficulties. Initially seeking the Super Saiyan God for a thrilling battle, he was instead lured by the delights of Earth-esque cuisine. In his quest to indulge his palate, Beerus began to savor the food, only to be provoked by a piece of pudding, forcing him to intervene. After effortlessly defeating Majin Buu, he was then struck on the back of the head by a powerless woman, followed by relentless provocations from a group of Saiyans. Now, he faces yet another indomitable warrior. At times, Beerus reflects on his own seemingly excessive leniency. How has he managed not to obliterate this backward cultured planet? In truth, Whis, seated nearby, has long seen through it all that Beerus's slumber stemmed from his belief that this universe was simply too dull. Having witnessed the destruction of countless planets, he yearns for a worthy opponent to engage in combat, seeking a means to pass the time. Especially during this slumber, I found myself engaged in battle even within my dreams. The prophecy of the Oracle Fish suggests that such a person indeed exists. And how could Beerus possibly contain his excitement? Time and again, Beerus has clashed with the inhabitants of Earth, not merely for the thrill of combat, but in pursuit of this prophesied individual. Otherwise, he would have obliterated the planet long ago, and Whis would not be so composed, savoring gourmet delicacies. Jiang Xiaofei harnessed the energy around him, allowing his body to ascend gracefully, enveloped in a golden aura, with the sound of sonic booms resonating in the air. Under the watchful gaze of all present, he halted at a level with Beerus. I, too, wish to witness the true might of Lord Beerus's fist, to see if it can truly render me utterly incapacitated. Chapter 14. Gaining recognition, Beerus regarded the audacious young warrior before him with calm eyes, experiencing for the first time such insolence from a human. After all, he is the god of destruction. In the entire seventh universe, he is unrivaled in strength. Even the Kaio-ken would not dare speak to him in such a manner. The former cosmic emperor, Frieza, had shown him utmost reverence. Yet now, he found himself repeatedly provoked by a mere earthling. This was an unprecedented occurrence since Beerus assumed his divine role. However, rather than anger, there was a flicker of anticipation within him. Though Earth's civilization is primitive, its denizens have continually surprised him, presenting moments that are indeed nostalgically delightful. Let us await the unfolding events. Beerus addressed Jiang Xiaofei, who shimmered with golden energy, his words imbued with confidence. Jang Xiaofei was the first to strike. Following a barrage of blows from Beerus, his resilience markedly improved, and his strength significantly amplified. Even his mastery over energy control advanced. All of this was achieved through the process of enduring punishment. And it seemed remarkably worthwhile. With a furious punch, Jiang Xiaofei struck Beerus's arm, the sound of their collision echoing like steel, yet he felt no pain. Beerus's gaze shifted slightly, for he sensed that this punch exhibited a notable enhancement compared to before. Igniting his interest in this reckless young warrior, Jiang Xiaofei's fists flew towards Beerus in a relentless assault, his speed increasing with every strike. Initially, Beerus had only needed one hand to deflect Jiang Xiaofei's attacks. But as the young warrior accelerated, Beerus was compelled to engage both hands. The onlookers, including Son Wukong and Vegeta, observed intently as Beerus employed his other hand. A glimmer of hope emerged, a hope for the survival of Earth. The intensity of their battle escalated, with Beerus transitioning from passive defense to active offense. Jiang Xiaofei, who had once held the advantage, now found himself on the back foot, as Beerus's speed surpassed his own, gradually overpowering him. Jiang Xiaofei recognized this shift. Beerus was amplifying his own power. Although Jiang Xiaofei was growing stronger through the fight, his rate of improvement could not match the pace at which Beerus escalated his strength. With a powerful kick, Beerus struck Jiang Xiaofei in the abdomen, leaving him with internal disarray. Jiang Xiaofei was sent hurtling back, crashing violently to the ground. Beerus showed no signs of mercy. He extended a finger, and above him, multiple energy orbs materialized, each pulsating with brilliant light and immense power. With a mere flick, the orbs cascaded like a radiant meteor shower towards Jiang Xiaofei's position. Boom! The energy spheres rained down upon Jiang Xiaofei, their explosive force creating a massive crater, with residual energy ripples lingering in the air. Son Wukong and Vegeta gazed at the blinding pit, their hearts heavy with concern for Jiang Xiaofei, though his body could rapidly heal. Could he withstand such overwhelming might from Beerus? Beerus's attention remained fixed on the crater, keenly sensing the energy fluctuations within, seemingly unable to detect Jiang Xiaofei's presence. It appears you are still no match for a god, and you fail to fully pique my interest. A hint of melancholy laced Beerus's voice as he spoke. Once more, Beerus raised his right hand, beginning to gather the annihilating energy destined for Earth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring an extreme critical strike point. Jiang Xiaofei, now completely unconscious, could not hear the system's notification, yet his body began to reform rapidly, at the precise moment Beerus coalesced his destructive energy. Jiang Xiaofei soared from the depths of the crater. Since Lord Beerus has yet to tire of our battle, shall we continue? Jiang Xiaofei's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Son Wukong, Vegeta, and the other Earthlings felt a surge of exhilaration. Even Beerus stared at Jiang Xiaofei in astonishment, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light. And one had anticipated Jiang Xiaofei's resurgence, and the aura emanating from him was evidently stronger. Earthling, I acknowledge your tenacity, but no matter how many times you attempt, you cannot defeat me, Beerus declared, observing Jiang Xiaofei's gradual approach. Jiang Xiaofei felt a surge of joy. For in Beerus's words, he discerned a shift in the deity's attitude. He was starting to regard him with significance. A promising development, I understand, but I must persist in this fight for Earth and my companions. Jiang Xiaofei explained to Beerus while glancing at Son Wukong and the others below. You have performed admirably. I shall grant you an opportunity. If you can endure this strike, I will spare you and your companions. And refrain from annihilating Earth, Beerus, not wishing to completely obliterate Jiang Xiaofei, took a step back. A smile graced Jiang Xiaofei's face. Really? As a god, how could I ever go back on my word? Beerus emphasized. Very well. Jiang Xiaofei readily accepted the terms that not celebrate too soon. Only if you withstand my blow will they continue to live, Beerus warned Jiang Xiaofei. Naturally, Jiang Xiaofei felt elated, for with the system on his side. While he might not conquer Beerus, it was nearly impossible for Beerus to erase him entirely. Moreover, Beerus' proposal stemmed from a desire to avoid an endless battle. Jiang Xiaofei prepared to defend himself, bracing for Beerus' attack. However, Beerus' aura remained largely unchanged, as he merely extended his hand towards Jiang Xiaofei's forehead and lightly flicked it. Jiang Xiaofei closed his eyes in haste, but upon reopening them, he found himself still beside Beerus. This time, he was taken aback. Was it truly over? Jiang Xiaofei asked uncertainly. Ahem. Beerus cleared his throat, expressing his boredom. Dealing with you all is somewhat tiresome. For today, I shall grant you mercy. Jiang Xiaofei's face lit up with joy, nearly overwhelming with gratitude towards Beerus. Though he restrained himself from embracing the deity, fearing such an action might provoke his ire, he bowed deeply to Beerus, thanking him for his leniency. With such a wealth of exquisite cuisine on Earth, I am reluctant to part with it, Beerus remarked, casting his gaze towards the delectable spread below, where Whis was indulging in the feast. Whis! Beerus could not help but let out a loud exclamation, his form vanishing from beside Jiang Xiaofei as he lunged toward the delectable food. A sensation of aching discomfort emanated from Jiang Xiaofei's body. Yet the overwhelming joy he felt compelled him to persevere. Returning to the others, he offered them a nod. Everyone understood the gesture, their faces lighting up with long-lost smiles. Their Earth had once again been safeguarded. And this time it was thanks to Jiang Xiaofei, their new ally. In that moment, Jiang Xiaofei's standing in the hearts of the group was redefined. Chapter 15. The distinctive qualities of Son Wukong at the birthday banquet. In a corner of the culinary square, Whis and Beerus sat together, savoring the puddings in their hands. Upon tasting it, a look of pure bliss instantly appeared on Beerus' face. After so long on Earth, he had finally tasted a delicious pudding. The smooth texture tantalized his taste buds, momentarily banishing the weariness from his continuous battles. Unable to resist the pudding's allure, Beerus devoured several more, finally feeling a sense of satisfaction. It is evident that you hold great fondness for Jiang Xiaofei and Son Wukong, Whis remarked, directly voicing Beerus's unspoken thoughts. Having slept for so long, encountering individuals capable of invigorating him was certainly an occasion for him to stretch his limbs. With a delectable pudding in hand, Beerus took another bite. After a prolonged absence from combat, he felt as though his body had rusted. This exercise, however, left him craving more. They are merely mortals, yet their training has elevated them to a level that surpasses most beings from advanced planets. I dare say even Frisia would struggle against them, was explained. However, Regardless of how powerful mortals become, they still pale in comparison to the rulers of this universe. Beerus glanced at Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong, who were celebrating their newfound vitality. Regrettably, he had yet to discover the so-called Super Saiyan God. Had he done so, a thrilling battle would have surely ensued. The Super Saiyans of this universe had largely been extinguished by Frieza. With the few survivors residing on this Earth, their strength, as you have witnessed, does not even approach that of the Super Saiyan God. It may simply be a legend, unattainable in reality, Whis added, though Beerus felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He could do nothing about it. Following this battle, he could not strike against Earth again. He was genuinely intrigued by the potential growth of Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong, that if they continued to develop, perhaps one day they could provide him with the exhilarating thrill of battle he so craved in his dreams. Since the Super Saiyan God does not exist, we must cultivate our own, Beerus stated, regarding the Earth's warriors with a calm demeanor as he spoke to Whis. Whis understood Beerus's intent well and looked forward to the warriors' development, which he considered a delightful prospect on the other side of the banquet. Jiang Xiaofei had become the center of attention. Originally Bulma's birthday celebration, few could have anticipated the multitude of events that unfolded that day, including a fierce battle to protect Earth. Thanks to you, we managed to safeguard our planet, Sun Wukong expressed to Jiang Xiaofei, his words filled with gratitude. Having faced numerous crises threatening Earth, Sun Wukong had believed his strength sufficient to protect it. Yet it was now evident that he had underestimated the gravity of the situation. Beerus could obliterate Earth with a mere snap of his fingers, without Jiang Xiaofei's intervention. How could he have defended his home? Feeling a bit bashful in response to Sun Wukong's gratitude, Jiang Xiaofei knew that all the glory should rightfully belong to Sun Wukong. Yet, through a twist of fate, he found himself in the Dragon Ball world, endowed with a peculiar system that altered the normal course of events. Although the outcome was favorable, Jiang Xiaofei felt as if he had overshadowed Sun Wukong. The Earth is our home, and it is our collective duty to protect it, Jiang Xiaofei asserted, making his stance clear. Sun Wukong was once again moved by Jiang Xiaofei's words, realizing that he now had someone standing by him in solidarity. Indicating that their Earth would possess even stronger defenses, Vegeta and Piccolo approached, expressing their thanks to Jiang Xiaofei, who returned their sentiments with grace. However, Jiang Xiaofei did not wish to be the focal point of the world. Thus, he needed someone to shoulder the accolades, and he suspected that burden would fall upon Mr. Satan, as this was not his first encounter with seizing others' fame and glory. Initially, Mr. Satan was reluctant to accept, particularly since Beerus had already confronted Majin Buu. After all, Beerus was a true god, and offending him could result in dire consequences. However, having endured countless rounds of applause and accolades, Mr. Satan eventually acquiesced under the persuasion of others, agreeing to be hailed as the hero who defeated the god and saved the Earth. Once Mr. Satan's role was arranged, Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta made their way toward Beerus, the deity indulging in delicacies. Since their approach, upon reaching Beerus, they all bowed deeply in unison. "We sincerely apologize, Lord Beerus. Please forgive our ignorance and rashness." Beerus ignored them, continuing to relish his food, yet inwardly he was amused, Whis nodded at Jiang Xiaofei and the others, saying, "Lord Beerus has forgiven you. Henceforth, you must train diligently. Who knows, someday Lord Beerus may whimsically decide to destroy Earth again, and you must be ready to defend it." Exchanging glances, Jiang Xiaofei and his companions found Whis's words somewhat humorous yet somewhat valid. Regardless of whether Beerus or another deity threatened to annihilate Earth in the future, they would undoubtedly rise to protect it. Thus, after this battle, they were resolved to intensify their training to face the unknown dangers ahead. Beerus shot a glare at Whis, then turned to Jiang Xiaofei and the others, who said, "I have forgiven you. You have provoked me time and again. If I were to let you off so easily, it would tarnish my image as a destroyer god. Therefore, I still intend to destroy Earth." Beerus's words left Jiang Xiaofei and the others speechless, the frustration at his temperament palpable. Were they to engage in another battle to defend Earth against Beerus? Just as doubts filled the air, Beerus extended his right index finger toward a rock formation on the sea surface, unleashing a brilliant ray of light that shattered the stone into pieces. All right, I have now destroyed a portion of the earth. I shall grant you leniency for today. Beerus's actions left everyone utterly perplexed. Yet upon reflection, he was a god, the most powerful being in the universe. If he truly wished to obliterate Earth, such theatrics would hardly be necessary. Jiang Xiaofei suddenly felt somewhat foolish. He had charged ahead without considering the consequences. Reflecting on it now, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Had Beerus not shown mercy, he might have vanished long ago. How absurd it was to think of defeating Beerus to safeguard Earth and then basking in the glory. Jiang Xiaofei cast a glance at Mr. Satan in the distance, silently praying that I have heard that Lord Beerus came seeking the Super Saiyan God, yet as Saiyans, we have never encountered him. However, I know of someone who surely knows who the Super Saiyan God is. Son Wukong blurted out. Jiang Xiaofei's face paled at Son Wukong's words. Just as the fighting had subsided, Son Wukong had reignited the flames of conflict with a single statement. Indeed, when Jiang Xiaofei looked back at Beerus, he noticed an unmistakable surge of energy emanating from the latter, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Chapter 16. The faux Super Saiyan God. Beerus's primary purpose for this journey was to locate the Super Saiyan God. However, despite spending considerable time on Earth and engaging in multiple confrontations with Jiang Xiaofei and others, he had yet to sense the presence of the Super Saiyan God. With hope dwindling, Son Wukong suddenly informed him that someone absolutely knew the whereabouts of the Super Saiyan God, reigniting the embers of his hope and unleashing an uncontrollable battle spirit, causing Jang Xiaofei to feel overwhelmed. Tell me, who is this person? Beerus inquired, scrutinizing Son Wukong. With an innocent grin, Son Wukong replied, Lord Beerus, do not be too excited. This person is not here. And to be precise, he is not even human. Bulma, quickly retrieve the Dragon Balls. We shall summon Shenron to inquire about the whereabouts of the Super Saiyan God. Goku's words left Vegeta and Bulma momentarily astonished, for it dawned upon them that Goku was indeed contemplating the Dragon Balls. They were uncertain whether Shenron possessed the knowledge of the Super Saiyan God's location. After all, even the likes of Beerus and Whis, beings of immense power, were unaware of such matters. Could a mere Earth deity truly know? However, given the circumstances, they had no choice but to press on. The Dragon Balls? Beerus mused thoughtfully. The Dragon Balls consist of 7 spheres of identical size, each containing 1 to 7 distinct stars within. When all 7 are gathered, one can summon Shenron to grant a single wish. Goku explained, Then let us summon him to ask about the Super Saiyan God's whereabouts. Beerus replied, his demeanor calm. Lord Beerus, you are truly wise, Goku said, still smiling. Beerus felt a twinge of embarrassment, but chose not to dwell on it. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofei's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and clarity. He had known before his arrival that Goku lacked emotional intelligence, and it appeared that his presence had not altered that fact. Just when they had managed to dissuade Beerus from his thoughts, Goku's few words reignited Beerus's fervor. Nonetheless, this time he decided to remain a mere observer, quietly watching the events unfold. After all, Beerus had no desire to destroy Earth. He merely sought an exhilarating battle with the Super Saiyan God. With Goten and Trunks' assistance, Bulma had successfully gathered the Dragon Balls. The 7 radiant spheres were arranged together, and, as Goku recited the incantation, the Dragon Balls emitted an even more brilliant light, darkening the sky. Layers of ominous clouds gathered, ultimately obscuring the azure heavens, preventing even the sunlight from piercing through to the great dragon emerged from the 7 spheres. Soaring into the gloomy clouds, its form crackling with electricity, the majestic dragon twisted and turned, eventually raising its head from the clouds to gaze at Goku, the one who had summoned it. Why have you summoned me? Speak your wish, Shenron declared, adopting a lofty demeanor, only to cower the next moment. It is not I who seek you, but rather Lord Beerus has a matter for you, Goku clarified. Beerus? Shenron turned its enormous head, spotting the god of destruction seated calmly beside Goku. Instantly, beads of sweat began to trickle down its brow, and it lowered its stance, respectfully addressing Beerus, Lord Beerus. Though proud, Shenron was acutely aware of Beerus's true nature and power. Should Beerus be displeased, it could be obliterated in an instant. Well, it is not a grave matter. I merely wish to inquire if you know the whereabouts of the Super Saiyan God. Beerus articulated his thoughts. Lord Beerus, please hold for a moment, Shenron replied earnestly. Moments later, it continued, I apologize, Lord Beerus, but there is no information regarding the Super Saiyan God's whereabouts in this world. What? Beerus's anger flared instantly, and Goku was equally taken aback. If even Shenron was unaware of the Super Saiyan God's location, how were they to proceed? Sensing Beerus's imminent wrath, Shenron quickly added, Please do not be angered, Lord Beerus. While I may not know the Super Saiyan God's location, I possess a method to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Then speak quickly. Beerus managed to suppress his rising fury, and Shenron exhaled in relief. Indeed, if 5 Super Saiyans unite their powers, one individual can temporarily attain the level of a Super Saiyan God. As Shenron spoke, Jiang Xiaofei realized that this was consistent with what he had observed in the original series, indicating that no unforeseen events had transpired. I asked that all. Beerus inquired. Yes, Shenron promptly replied. Does Lord Beerus require my assistance with anything else? Not at this moment. Then I shall take my leave. Shenron bowed deeply to Beerus, its colossal form dissipating into 7 dull orbs that scattered in various directions. The sky once again brightened, and Goku appeared eager. Now that Shenron had revealed the means to become a Super Saiyan God, they were determined to pursue it actively. However, they suddenly realized a grave issue. In this era, Super Saiyans had nearly become extinct, with only a few remaining on Earth, and only 4 were present among them. Goku felt a wave of frustration wash over him. With Jiang Xiaofei's guidance, they sought out Gohan's wife, Videl. Videl had shed her former fierce demeanor and was now a soon-to-be mother. All right, now that we have gathered 5 Super Saiyans, the next step is to decide who will bear this power, Vegeta stated. Vegeta and Goku exchanged glances before their eyes simultaneously fell upon Jiang Xiaofei. Wait, what are you doing? I have no Saiyan blood. Jiang Xiaofei protested. We are aware, but did not Shenron say that by uniting the powers of 5 Saiyans, one can summon the Super Saiyan God? It does not state that the power must be transferred to a Saiyan. Moreover, your physique is more unique than ours. We might struggle to endure this power, while you would have no issues. Vegeta explained to Jiang Xiaofei. Thus, after much deliberation, they concluded that only he was suitable to accept this divine power and confront Lord Beerus. Listening to Vegeta's logical reasoning, Jiang Xiaofei felt he could do it. Yet something felt off. I think Goku would be a splendid choice. Jiang Xiaofei voiced his thoughts. I wish I could, but alas, I have yet to fully recover and certainly cannot withstand such immense energy. Goku admitted, scratching his head. All right, it shall be you to bear this power, Beerus declared, pointing at Jiang Xiaofei, making the final decision for him and the others. With the matter settled, Jiang Xiaofei felt too embarrassed to refuse, fearing that a mere gesture from Beerus might lead to his demise. However, if he were to accept this power, would he not become a counterfeit Super Saiyan God? Yet upon reflection, the sensation of being a god seemed quite appealing. Thus, the 5 Super Saiyans, along with Jiang Xiaofei, joined hands and channeled their abilities toward him that a colossal surge of energy, akin to rivers converging into the sea, rushed into Jiang Xiaofei's being. He could feel every cell within him voraciously absorbing this energy. As Jiang Xiaofei collected the powers of Goku and the others, his aura transformed dramatically, that if previously he had radiated the force of a vast ocean, now he emanated the power of countless stars. Sounds of commotion erupted around him, and piercing gazes fell upon the figure enveloped in this ferocious energy, eyes glimmering with a mix of hope and trepidation. Was this the power possessed by the Super Saiyan God? A god of destruction had already emerged, and now there seemed to be another formidable divine presence. Could Earth truly withstand the tumult of 2 gods? Chapter 17. The divine battle. Beerus narrowed his eyes. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's transformation, a familiar sensation washing over him. Reminiscent of a dream he once had, a fierce battle spirit radiated from Beerus, colliding with the energy surrounding Jiang Xiaofei, creating a violent friction that produced a thunderous sound that reverberated in the air. The 2 individuals, no, 2 gods, had yet to truly engage in combat, yet the surrounding space began to distort. Is this the power of the Super Saiyan God? Jiang Xiaofei mused to himself, feeling the vibrant energy within him. In the original series, Goku had utilized this very power to hold his own against Beerus, providing the god of destruction with a modicum of enjoyment, which ultimately led to Goku's friendship with Beerus and his fortunate opportunity to train in the realm of destruction. Now Jiang Xiaofei possessed this power, and it seemed even more formidable than Goku's Super Saiyan God form, but he felt confident that he could contend with the true Super Saiyan God AS for Beerus. He would undoubtedly experience unprecedented delight. This fellow certainly knows how to put on a show. Beside him, Vegeta remarked with an air of haughty disdain, yet he could not suppress a twinge of envy within. If only his physical form were a touch more formidable, perhaps it would be he who ascended to the realm of the Super Saiyan God. Alas, there are no ifs in life. One day, we too shall reach such heights. Goku declared, his expression unmarred by despair as he observed the power radiating from Jiang Xiaofei, his spirit invigorated. Vegeta cast a glance at Goku beside him, noting his unwavering confidence. Indeed, it shall come to pass. Inspired by Goku's fervor, a gleam of self-assurance appeared on Vegeta's face. Let us engage in a contest to see who can attain that level first, Goku proposed, having grown accustomed to their friendly rivalry. A dynamic that fostered mutual growth. Agreed. The two clashed fists, sealing their pact. Jiang Xiaofei prepared his body, seeking to become more attuned to the immense power coursing through him. Lord Beerus, this power is overwhelming. Perhaps we should battle outside, Jiang Xiaofei suggested. Very well. Your wish is my command, Beerus replied, soaring first towards the edge of the earth. Jiang Xiaofei followed closely, the air crackling with sonic booms, as if heralding the divine clash to come. Watching the departing figures of Beerus and Jiang Xiaofei, Goku and Vegeta tracked Jiang Xiaofei's energy, determined not to miss this celestial confrontation. Beerus and Jiang Xiaofei soon arrived at an uninhabited expanse, devoid of any signs of life. Here, they could unleash their full powers without restraint. Let the battle commence, Beerus said, his eagerness palpable as he sought to gauge whether the so-called Super Saiyan God could truly stand as his rival. Without further ado, Jiang Xiaofei launched an attack against Beerus. It must be said that Jiang Xiaofei had undergone a remarkable transformation. Upon his arrival, he had been fleeing from a ferocious dragon. Thanks to the unique capabilities of his critical strike system, he had engaged in countless battles alongside Vegeta and Goku, experiencing significant breakthroughs after enduring several critical hits. Now, empowered by the strength of 5 Super Saiyans, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan God, ready to face the god of destruction, Beerus, in a divine duel. With a resounding sonic boom accompanying his fist, Jiang Xiaofei struck, while Beerus countered with a punch of his own. Both warriors staggered back a step, this initial foray prompting them to unleash their full potential. Free from any burdens or reservations, they immersed themselves wholeheartedly in the exhilarating clash. Their speeds intensified, each punch illuminating the sky with flashes. The sounds echoing across the vast expanse. Goku and the others, having arrived just in time, watched in awe as Jiang Xiaofei battled Beerus, marveling at the spectacle, with the powers of the Super Saiyan God coursing through him. Jiang Xiaofei's velocity and strength had reached new heights. I never imagined he could wield such power so adeptly, Vegeta remarked, gazing at the two figures locked in combat above. Indeed, his physique is remarkably unique. Unlike any opponent I have encountered, perhaps this is fate, Goku mused, pondering how long Jiang Xiaofei could withstand Beerus's might. We shall see, Vegeta replied to Goku's reflections. The two combatants in the sky remained oblivious to the spectators' assessments. Fully absorbed in the unprecedented thrill of their battle, Beerus delivered a swift chop, striking Jiang Xiaofei's back, sending him hurtling downward. Quick to adapt, Jiang Xiaofei gathered energy in his hands, launching a powerful energy wave toward Beerus. With a mere flick of his wrist, Beerus deflected the energy blast into the depths of space. In that moment, Jiang Xiaofei had already moved behind Beerus, executing a flying kick aimed at his waist. Without pausing, Jiang Xiaofei condensed his strength and delivered a powerful punch to Beerus's face. This time, it was Beerus who was sent flying, but he quickly regained his composure, a long-lost smile gracing his face as he beheld the spirited Jiang Xiaofei. "You are quite impressive. This battle has pleased me," Beerus exclaimed. Indeed, the prophecy fish was not mistaken. Lord Beerus must still be holding back. Does he think that I cannot provide him with a worthy challenge? Jiang Xiaofei's growing resemblance to Goku was evident as he eagerly anticipated Beerus unleashing more of his power. Beerus regarded Jiang Xiaofei with admiration. "If that is the case, are you ready to face the full might of a god of destruction? Come forth." Jiang Xiaofei's aura surged once more as he charged at Beerus. However, this time, the battle did not escalate as anticipated. Under the watchful eyes of Goku and the others, Jiang Xiaofei's fierce punch was effortlessly intercepted by Beerus with a single hand. Attempting to break free, Jiang Xiaofei found himself ensnared, akin to prey caught in the jaws of a lion, with no chance of escape. If this is the entirety of the Super Saiyan God's strength, I see no need for the fight to continue. Beerus's voice resonated with an air of dominance, as the essence of destruction began to radiate from him, with a flick of his wrist. Beerus tossed Jiang Xiaofei away as one would discard refuse. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the spectators, as they felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Beerus, though they had battled him before. This version of Beerus was incomparably more formidable. Now, with just a glance or a gesture, he could utterly crush them. Is this the true power of a god of destruction? Goku pondered, his heart racing. Suddenly, Whis, who had been observing like an invisible specter, interjected, "If you believe this is Lord Beerus's full strength, you are sorely mistaken. He is currently utilizing only 60% of his power." "What? Only 60%? Whis's revelation tightened everyone's nerves. Beerus's might was indisputable. Yet even as Jiang Xiaofei transformed into a Super Saiyan God, he could not compel Beerus to exert his full strength. If Beerus was only using 60% now, had he not been employing just 1 or 2% against them previously? With expressions of shock, Goku and Vegeta gazed once more at the slender figure high above, despite his seemingly frail appearance. Beerus exuded an immense reservoir of energy that belied his stature. Time and again, this seemingly weak being had expanded their horizons, quickening their heartbeats. It appeared that the outcome of this battle was a foregone conclusion. After all, Beerus was merely using 60% of his strength, while Jiang Xiaofei had likely exhausted all his capabilities. The disparity in their powers was glaring, yet as long as Beerus chose not to intervene, none would dare halt this confrontation. Observing Goku and Vegeta's despondent expressions, Whis maintained a cheerful demeanor. Do not feel disheartened. In the entire universe, no one has compelled Lord Beerus to fight at 60% of his strength. This means Jiang Xiaofei is truly one of a kind. Perhaps in the near future, you too may achieve the level of power that compels Lord Beerus to exert 60%. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were indeed able to discern that Whis was offering them words of comfort and encouragement. However, they would never relinquish their desire to grow stronger simply due to the vast power disparity between them and the god of destruction, Beerus. Yet, relying on their current environment and resources, it appeared exceedingly challenging for them to continue their ascension in strength. They perhaps required a new training environment. Everyone turned their gaze skyward once more, for at that moment, Jiang Xiaofei had returned, his aura still surging with explosive energy, his face radiant with excitement. Just moments ago, after being sent flying by Beerus, he had distinctly felt the gathering of energy within him. Although he was enduring the power of Super Saiyan God, Jiang Xiaofei's innate ability to grow stronger from taking damage continued to operate. However, at this stage, the effects of the damage seemed less pronounced. Sensing the slightly heightened aura emanating from Jiang Xiaofei, Beerus was taken aback. Indeed, this Super Saiyan was capable of unleashing potential in battle, continually growing stronger. His gaze towards Jiang Xiaofei softened considerably. Once again, Jiang Xiaofei charged towards Beerus, an unending torrent of energy erupting from within him, unleashing a flurry of punches akin to a fierce storm against Beerus. Beerus, exuding an air of assured victory, met Jiang Xiaofei's relentless assault with ease. parrying left and right. The once ferocious punches, akin to a tiger's strike, seemed to have all their power absorbed and neutralized upon contact with Beerus. Failing to create even the slightest ripple, Jiang Xiaofei felt a deep frustration. Despite possessing such formidable strength, his opponent was even mightier. Nevertheless, he did not cease his onslaught. He even incorporated his legs in an effort to inflict some damage upon Beerus. Yet, with a mere flick of his body, Beerus rendered all of Jiang Xiaofei's attacks ineffective. Suddenly, Beerus lifted one foot and aimed a kick at Jiang Xiaofei's face. Caught off guard, Jiang Xiaofei was sent soaring higher into the sky. Around him, the aura began to wane, the power of Super Son God diminishing, giving rise to a profound sense of helplessness within him. Though both were gods, an immense chasm still lay between Super Saiyan God and God of Destruction. While this encounter was merely a sparring match, Jiang Xiaofei found it difficult to accept. His adversary was the mightiest God of Destruction in the entire universe, wielding absolute power, and here he was, attempting to challenge him using the strength of Super Saiyan God. Another factor weighing on Jiang Xiaofei's mind was his belief in his system, which would enable him to grow stronger after receiving damage from his opponent. This had been the case against both Vegeta and Son Wukong. The benefits he derived from these encounters were tremendous. However, before Beerus, his system seemed to falter. Although he could still accumulate critical points, under Beerus's overwhelming might, they appeared negligible, even less than what he had gained for Vegeta and Son Wukong. Jiang Xiaofei could not ascertain the reason for this outcome. Perhaps his system was not infinitely powerful, failing to function as intended in the presence of Beerus. As Jiang Xiaofei's ascent halted, he began to plummet rapidly. The powers of Super Saiyan God dissipating entirely, and his descent quickened. Yet he refrained from utilizing his abilities to control his fall, for he wished to conduct an experiment. Whether his critical hit system could revert to normal after shedding the power of Super Saiyan God. Son Wukong, Vegeta, and even Beerus simultaneously turned their attention to the rapidly descending Jiang Xiaofei, none taking the initiative to intervene, as they could hardly believe he would fall unimpeded as Jiang Xiaofei passed by Beerus. The latter caught sight of Jiang Xiaofei's somewhat dejected expression. He realized that Jiang Xiaofei had completely lost his fighting spirit, and with the disappearance of Super Saiyan God's power, his interest had waned. With a thunderous crash, a massive crater formed on the barren ground, causing everyone to hold their breath, their eyes fixed on the site of the impact. Had they not still felt Jiang Xiaofei's presence, they might have rushed over in concern. Moments later, a figure emerged from the depths of the crater. Jiang Xiaofei gazed at Son Wukong and Vegeta from a short distance away, a graceful smile adorning his face. Yes, his system was operational once more. At the moment of his impact, he had received a notification from the system. Furthermore, having endured the power of Super Saiyan God, his physique had undergone another transformation, allowing him a deeper comprehension and application of energy. By estimation, Jiang Xiaofei had, after all he had experienced, attained a level of strength equivalent to that of Super Saiyan 3. Beerus descended from the sky to Jiang Xiaofei's side and extended his right hand. Addressing him, "Are you willing to accompany me back to the realm of the gods of destruction? There, you will find training resources and environments unattainable on Earth, and we can spar at any time." Listening to Beerus's words, the previously elated Jiang Xiaofei was momentarily taken aback. The esteemed god of destruction was extending an invitation to him. This was truly astonishing. However, Jiang Xiaofei did not rush to accept. Instead, he turned to Son Wukong and Vegeta, fully aware that his current achievements were a result of their fortuitous influence. Naturally, if he were to venture to the realm of destruction, he could not forget them. Beerus immediately grasped Jiang Xiaofei's intentions and addressed Son Wukong and Vegeta. "Hey, are you willing to join me in the realm of destruction for training, to attain even greater strength?" After hearing Beerus's words, Son Wukong and Vegeta stood rooted in place, exchanging incredulous glances, doubting whether they had misheard. Lord Beerus is asking if you wish to accompany him to the realm of destruction for training." Whis interjected. As they regained their senses, both responded in unison, "We are willing. Thank you, Lord Beerus." "Good," Beerus replied with a single word, turning his gaze back to Jiang Xiaofei. "Thank you, Lord Beerus, I too wish to train in the realm of destruction under your guidance. Jiang Xiaofei bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Beerus offered no further words, stepping back a few paces before leaping into the air, floating above the ground, calling for Whis as they made their way towards the western city. At that moment, Whis's voice rang out. Remember to pack everything up by tomorrow morning. We shall head to the realm of destruction together. With Beerus's departure, the battle between gods had come to a definitive conclusion, resulting in Jiang Xiaofei's narrow defeat despite wielding the powers of Super Saiyan God. After Beerus and Whis left, Son Wukong and Vegeta approached Jiang Xiaofei, their eyes betraying their gratitude toward him. They understood that without Jiang Xiaofei, they might never have received Beerus's invitation on Earth. They were exceptional, yet in comparison to Beerus, they were like fireflies beside the bright moon. Beerus would hardly concern himself with their thoughts and training. However, with Jiang Xiaofei present, Beerus had taken notice of them and invited them to train in the realm of destruction. What extraordinary fortune Jiang Xiaofei possessed! In the original Dragon Ball universe, Son Wukong and Vegeta did not receive an invitation from Beerus to train in the realm of destruction. Rather, it was through their own appeals to Whis and Beerus that they secured such an opportunity. Yet, for Jiang Xiaofei, these distinctions held little significance. Since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, many events had deviated from their original trajectories. Perhaps this was a fortuitous turn of fate, as Jiang Xiaofei's journey would offer him a new experience that if everything unfolded as it had in the original world, Jiang Xiaofei's presence might lack purpose. After all, the very fact that he had arrived in the Dragon Ball universe was extraordinary in itself. However, in the presence of Son Wukong and Vegeta, Jiang Xiaofei felt a tinge of remorse, as if he had inadvertently usurped their fortune and rights. Thus, when the opportunity arose to train in the realm of destruction, he insisted on bringing them along, for only then would his heart find solace. As for whether similar situations would arise in the future, he could only take each step as it came. Jiang Xiaofei was inherently an individual unbound by familial ties, and thus, his journey to the realm of destruction bore no pressure. However, Son Wukong and Vegeta were not so fortunate. When Chi-Chi learned that Son Wukong intended to journey to the realm of destruction, her heart brimmed with reluctance. Observing Chi-Chi in her current state, Jiang Xiaofei felt a deep sense of nostalgia. In her youth, Chi-Chi had been a girl who idolized heroes, dreaming of one day marrying one. Subsequently, a beautiful bond blossomed between Chi-Chi and Son Wukong, igniting sparks of love that ultimately led them to the sacred halls of matrimony. As a fervent practitioner of cultivation, Wukong, compounded by the tumult of worldly affairs, often found himself apart from Chi-Chi, which weighed heavily on her heart. At tea times, Chi-Chi wished that Son Wukong were not a hero, but rather a devoted family man. The burdens of the household rested solely upon her shoulders. The daily chores, from the mundane to the significant, were all managed by Chi-Chi alone, who even spent her days fretting for Wukong's safety. While the honor of being married to a hero was a privilege, it was often overshadowed by the relentless struggles of daily life. Yet, having made her choice, she harbored no regrets. Jiang Xiaofei's thoughts drifted to the delicate visage of his girlfriend. Once inseparable, their relationship had succumbed to the trials of distance after they failed to enroll in the same university. Initially believing that modern transportation and communication could sustain their love, an unforeseen incident during his flight cast uncertainty on his girlfriend's happiness. Shaking his head, Jiang Xiaofei pulled himself from the depths of nostalgia. They now belonged to different worlds, and it was unlikely they would intersect again in this lifetime. With his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe, he resolved to embrace his new life wholeheartedly. In contrast to Chi-Chi and Son Wukong, the relationship between Vegeta and Bulma was devoid of such mundane troubles. In a sense, Vegeta too was under the sway of his wife, yet Bulma never imposed upon him any burdensome tasks. Instead, she was a steadfast supporter of his training. In fact, Bulma had even crafted training attire for Vegeta. Aware of Vegeta's desire to surpass Wukong, the arrival of Jiang Xiaofei only heightened his sense of urgency. Although Bulma regularly offered him solace, Vegeta remained unchanged, and she ceased her entreaties, silently supporting him instead. The night was eerily quiet, Yet Jiang Xiaofei had adapted to this new life and began to develop affection for the inhabitants of this realm. The following day, he was to depart Earth for the realm of the god of destruction, a journey that promised even greater challenges ahead. But on the appointed day, as agreed with Whis, everyone was ready to embark. Chi-Chi still wore a reluctant expression, but refrained from obstructing Wukong. With Beerus and Whis present, it was clearly inappropriate to express anger at that moment. It is time to depart. During our absence, the Earth shall be in your care, Wukong said, addressing Piccolo and Gohan. Rest assured, focus on your training. We all anticipate your next advancement. Piccolo reassured him. Bulma, brimming with enthusiasm, rushed over to embrace Vegeta, presenting him with an array of delicacies for Beerus and Whis. You shall be in their care from now on, she declared. Seeing the bountiful feast, both Whis and Beerus beamed with delight. Fear not. We shall frequently visit Earth in the future, Beerus responded. I will undoubtedly prepare even more culinary delights for you. Bulma replied. With everything in place, the three, along with the god of destruction Beerus, placed their hands upon Whis. Whis' staff gently touched the ground, and in an instant, their forms vanished before the onlookers. Soaring into the boundless cosmos beyond Earth, Whis' velocity had long surpassed the speed of light, yet it did not burden Jiang Xiaofei's body significantly. Firstly, because his physical resilience was now commendably high. And secondly, due to the protective shield enveloping Whis' Jiang Xiaofei glided through the cosmos. He marveled at the countless celestial bodies racing past him, his senses overwhelmed. Previously, he had observed the sights beyond Earth through a telescope. But now he was traversing the universe himself. Although he could not fully appreciate the distinct features of each planet, the exhilaration within him was undeniable. Time flew by, and soon, a colossal planet loomed before them. Unlike Earth, this sphere lacked vitality, exuding an aura that was both foreboding and awe-inspiring. This was Jiang Xiaofei's destination, the realm of the god of destruction. Chapter 20. The Cleaning Trio, gazing upon the desolate expanse of the god of destruction's realm. Jiang Xiaofei noticed a solitary palace rising amidst the barrenness. This was the residence of the god of destruction. Are there truly no other inhabitants on this planet? Wukong inquired, curiosity piqued. Beerus cast a disdainful glance at Wukong, while Whis, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, originally, it was bustling with life. However, none could withstand Lord Beerus' temper, and they all eventually vacated. Over time, it has become just the two of us. Oh, and the prophetic fish. Whis, you are divulging too much, Beerus warned sharply. Jiang Xiaofei found humor in the situation. The common folk lived under the oppressive aura of the god of destruction, which was certainly no easy feat. Upon entering the palace, a fish within a fishbowl appeared before Jiang Xiaofei. He recognized it as the prophetic fish. As it scrutinized him, a flicker of apprehension coursed through him, fearing the fish might unveil his identity. Are you the Jang Xiaofei that Lord Beerus summoned? The prophetic fish inquired, speaking with articulate clarity. With a grin, Jiang Xiaofei confirmed, Indeed. Excellent. Since you have arrived, the responsibilities of this place shall henceforth rest upon your shoulders. The prophetic fish declared before returning to the vicinity of Beerus and Whis. Exchanging glances, Jiang Xiaofei, Wukong, and Vegeta were taken aback. Responsibilities? Hadn't they come to train? Observing their expressions of confusion, Beerus yawned. I've been away for quite some time. I'm going to take a nap. With that, Beerus vanished, leaving Jiang Xiaofei and the others to fend for themselves. Jiang Xiaofei felt utterly exasperated. After being invited, they were now treated as mere laborers. Whis, noticing their bewilderment, maintained his cheerful demeanor. Well, Lord Beerus has been asleep for quite a while. He is merely taking a quick rest for you. We shall assign you your forthcoming duties. Eagerly, the three listened, curious about the significant tasks that awaited them. Your work is quite simple. Whis began relaying his thoughts. As you can see, this entire planet has become lifeless due to the departure of others, leading to rampant overgrowth. Thus, your first task is to clear the weeds from this entire planet. Jiang Xiaofei was at a loss for words, so this truly was a job, and a rather thankless one at that. He longed to inquire whether they would be provided with food and lodging. Seeing the silence, was continued. Oh, The weeds in front of the palace required daily attention. He gestured toward a lush patch of grass not far off. Once that is completed, there will be additional tasks, such as assisting the prophetic fish in cleaning its bowl and preparing some of Earth's unique delicacies for us. Whis reminisced fondly about Earth's cuisine. One of the most crucial tasks, however, is to help Lord Beerus change his bed linens and bedding. Whis' tone shifted to one of seriousness. This is a daily requirement as well. If you find yourselves with extra time, then you may use it for training. Upon hearing Whis' instructions, Jiang Xiaofei and his companions felt their spirits plummet. They had come to train, yet it appeared that Whis viewed them as free labor. Additionally, they were burdened with the role of caretakers for Whis and Beerus. Jiang Xiaofei felt an urge to explode in frustration, yet he restrained himself, not out of good nature, but because his opponents were simply too formidable. Both Whis and Beerus were not figures Jang Xiaofei could currently contend with. Wukong and Vegeta, however, maintained a more positive outlook. They had heard that amidst these tasks, there was still an opportunity for training. Thus, under Whis' guidance, Wukong and Vegeta commenced their day's labor. Seeing their enthusiasm, Jang Xiaofei chose not to dampen their spirits and joined their ranks. Thus, the trio of caretakers in the realm of destruction officially began their duties. Their first task was to clear the rampant weeds that plagued the realm of the Destroyer God. Each individual wielded a sickle, with a back basket as heavy as a mountain. After 3 of them cut down the weeds with their sickles, they deposited them into the baskets. Vegeta observed that Son Goku was slightly faster, prompting him to quicken his own pace. Not one to be outdone, Son Goku surged ahead once more, creating a scene of spirited competition between the two. Watching this unfold, Jang Xiaofei couldn't help but shake his head. These two were truly naive. Even in such circumstances, they still felt the need to vie against each other. Though he thought this, Jang Xiaofei found himself accelerating the speed of his own sickle. Thus began an impromptu weeding competition. Whis and the oracle fish sat at a nearby stone table, each indulging in delicacies brought from Earth. Occasionally, they glanced over at Jiang Xiaofei and the others. "Did you bring these 3 here purely to make them toil?" the oracle fish inquired, popping a pudding into his mouth. To have 3 individuals of such immense potential labor like this seems a waste of talent. Whis explained, the reason for their initial labor is to refine their willpower. After all, the training that lies ahead will be exceedingly challenging, and it will also allow them to gain a deeper understanding of the Destroyer God realm. Such promising individuals must be nurtured with care. This was the outcome of discussions he had with Beerus. "I hope they won't squander your and Lord Beerus's good intentions," the oracle fish added. The area of the Destroyer God realm was vast, and the weeds were diverse. Some weeds seemed to possess a self-defense mechanism. When Jiang Xiaofei's sickle descended, they would suddenly extend sharp thorns from their stems and leaves, which would be lethal to an ordinary person. If it weren't for Jiang Xiaofei's tough skin, he might have suffered as well. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaofei realized that this weeding task was, in fact, a unique form of training, subtly enhancing his focus and discernment. With this thought in mind, he felt invigorated once more. Observing the 2 rapidly moving figures ahead, Jiang Xiaofei also began to quicken his pace, narrowing the distance between himself and Son Goku and Vegeta. Since he was to be a cleaner, he was determined to be an exceptional one. Thus, in this harmonious yet competitive atmosphere, the diligent trio spent the better part of the day eradicating the weeds from the entire Destroyer God realm. The realm was left revitalized, now imbued with laughter and joy. The oracle fish looked at Jiang Xiaofei and his companions, realizing that the Destroyer God realm would gradually become livelier in the future. Lord Beerus should truly engage with them more often. There will be ample opportunities. Whis gazed contentedly at the so-called cleaning trio, his heart filled with hope for the future. Chapter 21. Changing bed linens is a high-risk endeavor. Whis rose and approached the cleaning trio. "Not bad. You're even quicker than I anticipated. However, this is merely your first task. The subsequent tasks will require even greater effort." Whis' words caused the trio, who had been in high spirits, to freeze in their expressions. They had celebrated their success far too soon. The weeding task was merely a small undertaking for the day. A series of other tasks awaited them. What should we do first?" Whis mused, resting his chin on his hand. Deep in thought. Follow me. Under Whis' guidance, Jiang Xiaofei and the others entered a spacious room that appeared relatively tidy, devoid of thick layers of dust. However, one item dominated the room. Fish tanks filled with water. Whis pointed to the tanks and instructed Jiang Xiaofei and the others. These are the resting places of Lord Oracle fish. Each one requires careful polishing to ensure their interiors are pristine and clean. Faced with a multitude of fish tanks, Jiang Xiaofei felt a wave of dread. Although the area was smaller than the weeding task, cleaning fish tanks was far from an easy job. Be sure to wipe carefully. If you break one, Lord Oracle fish will be furious, Whis warned, distributing cloths to each of them once more. Now left alone in the room with a haphazard array of fish tanks, Jiang Xiaofei lamented. One or two resting places would suffice for others, but this Oracle fish is truly extravagant. With so many tanks for such a small creature, we must clean them for him. It's utterly excessive. Complaining is futile. We must patiently complete these trivial tasks to focus on our training. Vegeta reassured Jiang Xiaofei, leading the way in cleaning the tanks. Son Goku, too, began wiping with his cloth, cheerfully remarking, "This isn't too hard. We can finish this in no time." Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out as Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta turned to see Son Goku holding a shard of glass, with several glimmering fragments scattered at his feet. "Kakarot, how could you be so careless? Clumsy as always." Vegeta's voice rose several decibels, though he was cautious not to attract Whis and the Oracle fish's attention. Son Goku, momentarily stunned, exclaimed, "The tank was just too fragile. I barely applied any force. Quickly gather the pieces. If the Oracle fish sees this, who knows what kind of trouble we'll be in. It will be even harder to train then," Jiang Xiaofei cautioned the two. After cleaning up the shards, they approached the task ahead with heightened caution, wary of breaking another tank. If their training were to be hindered due to the fish tanks, it would truly be a loss. "Are you heartbroken that they broke your tank?" Whis, already aware of everything, asked the Oracle fish. "I accepted. After all, they're the ones you chose," the Oracle fish replied, clearly distressed. While the tanks were not limited editions, they were places he had inhabited, and thus held sentimental value at long last. After the trio's meticulous efforts, every fish tank gleamed as if brand new. Satisfied with their handiwork, they stepped out of the room and approached Whis. "Now can we train?" Jiang Xiaofei inquired. "Today there is one final task, the most important one, which is to assist Lord Beerus in changing his bed linens and blankets. Once this task is completed, you may finally train," Whis stated, revealing the last condition. "What?" the trio exclaimed in unison. Is it possible to switch to another task? Currently, there is nothing more pressing, and Lord Beerus's bed linens must remain clean and tidy. Moreover, be sure not to wake Lord Beerus while changing the linens. The consequences could be quite severe, Whis kindly warned as he led them into Lord Beerus's chamber. At that moment, Beerus lay upon a small round bed, lost in a delightful dream, drooling slightly from the corner of his mouth. "It seems Lord Beerus has encountered some delicacies in his dreams. How unbecoming of a destroyer god," Whis teased, adding, "Remember, do not wake Lord Beerus." With that, Whis left, disregarding the trio's expressions. Observing the slumbering Beerus, the three began to devise various strategies. Son Goku suggested that two of them lift Beerus while the third swiftly changed the linens. However, this plan was quickly dismissed, as the sleeping Beerus was anything but still. He rolled about on the small round bed, and lifting him would surely rouse him. They were left with no choice but to think of another approach. "I forgot to remind you of one thing," Whis' voice suddenly echoed, startling the three from their thoughts. "Those hourglasses must not be disturbed. They could explode." With that, Whis' voice faded, and he vanished. The trio resumed their observation of Beerus. However, watching the sleeping Beerus piqued their curiosity, especially for Jiang Xiaofei and Son Goku. In their minds, Beerus was slender but contained an extraordinarily terrifying energy, often maintaining a cold demeanor. Yet the sight of Beerus asleep presented an entirely different image. He breathed heavily, rolling about freely on the bed and nearly falling off several times. "Lord Beerus looks quite adorable in his sleep." Sun Wukong surveyed the peacefully slumbering Beerus and offered such an appraisal. "Let's not squander any more time. We must devise a plan to accomplish our task," Jiang Xiaofei urged. With a soft exhale, Son Wukong's breath inadvertently brushed against Beerus' skin. Although Beerus did not open his eyes, instinctively, his foot shot up, delivering a swift kick towards Son Wukong. As Son Wukong was sent flying towards the explosive hourglasses. Vegeta hurriedly took to the air and rewarded Son Wukong with another kick. Gratefully, Son Wukong thanked Vegeta as he was propelled back. The trio, now acutely aware of Beerus' extraordinary nature, approached the task of changing the sheets with utmost caution. Understanding that patience was essential, they held their breath, intently observing Beerus' every movement, hoping for an opportune moment to complete their mission. Yet Beerus' restless body offered them no respite, twisting and turning in various positions upon the bed. Just as the three remained entirely focused, the sleeping Beerus suddenly opened his eyes, causing Jiang Xiaofei and the others to shudder, sensing a murderous intent emanating from his gaze, before they could react. A massive energy sphere materialized at Beerus' lips, hurtling directly towards Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. The immense force exploded upon contact, sending the trio scattering in different directions, with their landing spots alarmingly coinciding with the three hourglasses. Boom, boom, boom! The resounding blasts inflicted further harm upon them, enveloping them in a cloud of smoke as they looked at one another, battered yet prepared to fight. Meanwhile, Beerus, having executed this display, simply returned to his slumber. Dusting off the remnants of ash from his attire, Jiang Xiaofei felt exasperated at the unpredictable nature of the sleeping Beerus, lamenting the inherent dangers of his role as a caretaker. Prior to this, he had never believed that changing sheets could be a perilous endeavor. Chapter 22. The commencement of training in the presence of the slumbering Beerus, the three remained exceedingly cautious, even suppressing their own auras. Beerus' erratic movements, devoid of any discernible pattern, left them in a state of perplexity. Completing the sheet-changing task was proving to be no simple feat. It seems we are left with no choice but to make one final attempt, Jiang Xiaofei declared, garnering the attention of both Vegeta and Son Wukong. Given Beerus' unpredictable actions, I shall have to forcibly restrain him. However, such an approach would undoubtedly provoke his wrath, endangering us all. Thus, one among us must willingly sacrifice themselves. Using their body to entangle with Beerus, preventing him from going berserk, Jiang Xiaofei articulated a strategy, a method he had gleaned from his experiences with serious dramas. Lacking any superior alternatives, Vegeta and Son Wukong acquiesced to Jiang Xiaofei's plan. And through a show of hands, both selected Jiang Xiaofei for the sacrificial role. Their rationale was that Jiang Xiaofei's unique physical condition would allow him to endure the inflicted damage with minimal consequence. Anticipating this outcome, Jiang Xiaofei resigned himself to his fate, willing to be the hero of self-sacrifice. The trio commenced their operation, with Vegeta preparing the sheets and Son Wukong grasping the blankets. Jiang Xiaofei keenly observed Beerus' movements, ready to spring into action the moment Beerus stirred, positioning himself as Beerus' soft bedding. As Beerus emitted a yawn and shifted to his right, Jiang Xiaofei seized a moment, leaping forward to preempt Beerus, making contact with the bed. Consequently, Beerus' form naturally settled atop Jiang Xiaofei. Feeling the warmth radiating from Beerus' body, Jiang Xiaofei's heart raced uncontrollably, yet he refrained from any extraneous movements. Should Beerus awaken at this juncture, he would undoubtedly be the most unfortunate of them all. Son Wukong and Vegeta watched intently, relieved that Beerus exhibited no immediate reaction. Jiang Xiaofei slowly began his next maneuver, gradually elevating his body, with Beerus following suit, lifting from the small circular bed. Once a sufficient distance was achieved from the circular bed, Vegeta swiftly tore away the old sheets and swiftly reinstated the new ones, executing the entire sequence with seamless precision, devoid of any delay. Observing Vegeta's adeptness, Jiang Xiaofei surmised that Vegeta must have frequently changed sheets at home. Gently descending, Jiang Xiaofei returned to the circular bed, now facing the most excruciating weight. He could only maintain his position, silently anticipating Beerus' next roll. Only when Beerus vacated his body could the task of changing the sheets be deemed truly accomplished. As seconds ticked away, Beerus' breathing remained steady, offering no indication of movement, which began to unnerve Jiang Xiaofei beneath him. He could feel cold sweat trickling down his back, striving to clear his mind. Jiang Xiaofei sought to attain a state of emptiness, believing it essential to retain his composure and avoid dampening the sheets with perspiration, jeopardizing all their prior efforts. After several agonizing minutes, Beerus finally stirred once more. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiaofei vacated the circular bed, while Sun Wukong draped the blanket over Beerus. Meanwhile, as Jiang Xiaofei rose, his entire body ached, feeling a level of fatigue he had never experienced even in his Super Saiyan God form. Unbeknownst to him, merely changing a sheet had drained him to such an extent. Exiting Beerus's chamber, the trio inhaled deeply, savoring the beautiful atmosphere of the God of Destruction's realm. The oppressive weight lifted, and their spirits buoyed by the newfound freedom of breath. The remaining time would be dedicated to their training. Eagerly, they approached Whis, their faces alight with anticipation, urging him, "We have completed our task. Please take us to train." "Indeed, your efficiency is commendable." During the sheet changing for Lord Beerus, did anything untoward occur? Whis inquired leisurely, seemingly unfazed by their exuberance. The trio's expressions shifted subtly at Whis's question. They were reluctant to revisit the harrowing experience they had just endured. Observing their silence, Whis chose not to press further, fully aware of the events that had transpired. His inquiry was merely to gauge their sentiments, and it appeared the outcome was satisfactory. "Now that you have accomplished these 3 tasks today, what insights have you gleaned?" Whis rephrased his question. Listening to Whis's inquiry, Jiang Xiaofei understood it to be a request for a summary of their work. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke first. "Well, today's experiences were indeed significant. The task of weeding in the God of Destruction's realm allowed us not only to encounter various types of weeds, but also to sharpen our discernment. The meticulous task of cleaning the fish tank honed our attention to detail. In contrast, changing Lord Beerus's sheets tested each of our thresholds for fear. In summary, this experience has undoubtedly transformed our mindsets." As Jiang Xiaofei concluded, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta nodded in agreement. I simply inquired, yet you managed to extract such profound insights." Whis's tone elicited an immediate frown from Jiang Xiaofei, who had anticipated praise but received a hint of mockery instead. "Enough of that. Let me now lead you to your training grounds," Whis announced, reigniting excitement within the trio. "Are we finally beginning?" The reason the 3 individuals ventured into the realm of destruction was certainly not to serve as janitors, nor to act as caretakers for Beerus, but rather to engage in rigorous training. Sun Wukong and Vegeta had already established themselves as heroes of Earth, possessing strength that surpassed that of most. However, upon encountering Beerus, they came to a profound realization. The pursuit of strength knows no bounds. One must never cease in their quest for improvement. In contrast, Jiang Xiaofei held a different perspective, equipped with a critical hit system. His optimal method of enhancement lay in seeking adversaries stronger than himself, enduring their strikes to accumulate critical hit points. For Jiang Xiaofei, training held little significance. Yet, he still looked forward to the forthcoming training regimen, for he feared the day his system might vanish. Along with the critical hit points he had accrued at that moment, he would revert to being an inconspicuous ordinary person, devoid of any exceptional traits. The benefits gained through training, evidently, would prove to be more reliable. "Arrived. This will be your training ground," Whis announced, gesturing toward the clearing ahead. Jiang Xiaofei felt somewhat speechless, for the expanse before them was merely the barren land they had left after clearing the weeds, devoid of any facilities akin to a battle room or gravity chamber. Observing the bewilderment written on the faces of the 3, Whis found the situation rather amusing, with a gentle prod of his staff. The scenery around them underwent an instantaneous transformation. A purple pathway materialized beneath their feet, and before Jiang Xiaofei lay 3 identical stone weights. "Now, pass your hands through the weights, and run around this planet twice." Eager to begin, Sun Wukong and Vegeta hoisted the weights, attempting to lift them. Yet to their surprise, the weights were not as light as they had imagined. With renewed effort, they finally managed to elevate the stones from the ground, their strides laboriously pushing them forward. Be swift, for this path will vanish. Should you fall off, you will plunge into a different dimension, and even I would be unable to rescue you," was kindly cautioned. Jiang Xiaofei, not wishing to linger, followed suit, lifting the weights and pursuing Sun Wukong. He certainly did not want to plunge into an alternate dimension, which would undoubtedly be a far more terrifying realm. Thus, the trio's training in the realm of destruction commenced. Chapter 23. The first phase of training on the seemingly endless expanse of the purple road within the realm of destruction, three figures trudged forward, each bearing stone weights that felt as heavy as planets. Behind them, the purple path steadily faded away, perfectly matching their pace. It was evident that this entire scenario was orchestrated by Whis, with the three figures being Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. At that moment, the three had entered a competitive rhythm, with Jiang Xiaofei occasionally taking the lead, followed by Vegeta, and then Sun Wukong. Sweat, akin to pearls, cascaded down their faces, each droplet absorbed by the weights, causing them to grow heavier. Their battle attire was thoroughly soaked, and pain began to resonate through their bones. Yet, not one of them faltered. Their indomitable will propelled them onward, though the end was not in sight. Each person brimmed with determination, for this was their choice, and they must persevere. The purple road was smooth and level, offering no impediments save for the stone weights in their hands. However, beyond this spatial pathway, occasional spatial storms would sweep through, presenting the most formidable challenge on their journey. While Jiang Xiaofei struggled with the weight of the stones, the spatial storms could not sweep them away. Nevertheless, they significantly hampered their progress. If the winds were favorable, they might rejoice, but fate was unkind, and each encounter with a spatial storm was met with headwinds or crosswinds. The howling winds whipped past their ears, distorting their expressions in response to the sudden onslaught of the spatial storm, forcing their steps to slow. Each lift of their feet became a cautious endeavor, fearful of losing balance and relinquishing the stones to the tempest. As the spatial storms intensified, Jiang Xiaofei struggled to maintain his equilibrium. The situation for the trio was equally dire, beset by obstacles ahead and pursuers behind. Whether they chose to abandon their advance or to continue, formidable challenges loomed. That to halt would mean facing the vanishing path and plunging into the alternate dimension. To proceed would subject them to even fiercer spatial storms, contorting their very forms. "Hold on. Once we pass this stretch, we shall be safe," Vegeta encouraged. At this moment, it's best to refrain from speaking. Conserve your strength and strive to navigate through this spatial turbulence, Jiang Xiaofei advised. Silence enveloped them as they gritted their teeth, exerting all their might against the spatial storms, trudging forward with great difficulty. The beads of sweat that had once adorned their faces vanished amidst the storm, and their drenched garments quickly dried. This slight reprieve offered them a measure of relief, and after enduring for several tense seconds, the force of the spatial storm began to wane. Their steps quickened at that moment, and the disappearing path lay firmly beneath their feet. Once they had fully escaped the clutches of the spatial storm, the trio felt as though they had been reborn, their bodies experiencing a moment of liberation. They exchanged glances, offering one another encouragement, and their pace instinctively quickened as they pressed onward along the seemingly endless road. Whis and the prophetic fish observed their performance through a screen. "Impressive. They have managed to endure for such an extended period. Do they truly intend to circle the realm of the gods twice?" The prophetic fish mused incredulously. Although capable of foreseeing certain future events, the sight before them left him momentarily astonished. Indeed, commendable. Moreover, they have yet to exert their full strength. This is merely their baseline capability. Their resilience against the spatial storms is commendable, but what is truly remarkable is the unwavering spirit reflected on their faces. There is no trace of despondency. And that is of utmost importance, was praised the trio as an angel, which had witnessed countless beings and experiences, including humans from other universes, yet he had never encountered anyone like Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. His anticipation for their future development grew ever stronger. Why not engage in a friendly competition to see who can complete a full circuit of the realm of gods first? Sun Wukong suggested enthusiastically. Kakarot, you shall not complete the circuit before me. That honor will be mine." Vegeta's competitive spirit flared, particularly when faced with Sun Wukong. Then let us race to determine who can circle the earth first. Jiang Xiaofei, typically not one to crave victory, felt invigorated by the competitive atmosphere surrounding him, fueled by the enthusiasm of his companions. With stone weights in hand, the three figures advanced steadily along the path. The purple road presented a unique landscape, yet their minds were singularly focused on one goal: to be the first to complete a circuit of the realm of gods. Thus, amidst their spirited rivalry, the trio embarked on this friendly contest. Sweat soaked their garments time and again, while the encroaching spatial storms relentlessly dried their perspiration. Now, the vanishing path and spatial storms no longer posed a threat. Their sole aim was to complete this training that at long last. After 2 days and nights of relentless effort, the three successfully accomplished their task of circling the realm of gods twice. Jiang Xiaofei finally set down the stone weight that felt as heavy as a planet. His body instantly liberated, feeling as though a single breath could lift him off the ground. Reclining on the patch of grass that had once again sprouted in the courtyard, savoring the muscle soreness coursing through his cells, the three exchanged smiles. They were thoroughly satisfied with their training experience, and none cared to debate who had been the first to complete the circuit. Well done. Congratulations on successfully completing your initial training session. Although the time taken exceeded my expectations by half, it is still a commendable effort, Whis remarked. Weiss reappeared within their line of sight, gently tapping his staff, which instantly dispelled the weariness from Jiang Xiaofei and his companions, rejuvenating them with newfound strength. The trio expressed their gratitude to Weiss, who nodded in acknowledgment. Take a brief respite, then clear this patch of weeds once more. Only then can you proceed with the first phase of your training. Listening to Weiss, the three commenced their weeding task with remarkable efficiency. Their pace vastly improved compared to their previous attempt. When they once again stood upon the purple pathway, their confidence soared. Your training objective is to complete 2 laps around the divine realm within a single day. Weiss outlined their time frame. With a clear goal set before them, the three were invigorated, lifting the stone pedestal once more as they embarked on their journey along the divine realm circuit. Chapter 24. After a week of training in the first phase, the trio finally met Weiss's expectations. Both their strength and speed had seen significant enhancements, even in their ordinary state, had Son Wukong and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyans. Their power would have increased even further. Yet, in their pursuit of greater endurance, they chose to train in their regular forms, for both the Super Saiyan and Fusion forms were fundamentally built upon their ordinary state. Only by fortifying their most basic form could they better wield the other transformations. Through the first phase of training, Jang Xiaofei greatly benefited. His progress was solely a result of his own efforts rather than relying on the system's critical points. Moreover, he discovered that his training aptitude was not inferior to that of Son Wukong or Vegeta. Otherwise, he would have lagged behind long ago. The truth proved that diligence invariably yields fruitful rewards. Now that they had met the standards for the first phase, further training would yield diminishing returns. Weiss was prepared to introduce a new training method for Jiang Xiaofei and the others. The optimal training approach was to spar with an opponent, allowing them to identify their own shortcomings throughout the process. Thus, the next phase of training would see Weiss personally stepping in to guide them. Regarding Weiss, even Son Wukong and Vegeta found his presence inscrutable, and Jiang Xiaofei felt no different. An trace of energy emanated from Weiss, yet that did not diminish his formidable prowess, judging by Son Wukong and Vegeta's estimates. Anyone who could remain in close proximity to Beerus must possess strength at least on par with him. Jang Xiaofei, however, believed that Weiss surpassed Beerus in strength, albeit with the constraints that came with being an angel. Regardless, Weiss's power undoubtedly eclipsed theirs, and having him as a sparring partner would undoubtedly expedite their growth in the God of Destruction realm. Weiss held his staff, facing Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. The first bout would see the three of them launch a joint assault against Weiss. If you manage to brush against the hem of my garment, I shall concede this battle as your victory, Weiss declared with a smile. The trio felt a surge of excitement, although they were no match for Weiss. Collectively or individually, the nature of victory had shifted. The challenge now lay not in defeating Weiss, but in their ability to collaborate and graze the hem of his garment, a feat now considerably more attainable. Nevertheless, They approached the impending battle with the utmost vigor. Given Weiss's words, it was clear this would not be a mere exercise. Sun Wukong took the lead, charging aggressively toward Weiss. His speed was undeniably remarkable, yet in Weiss's eyes, he remained perfectly discernible. Weiss stood still, allowing Sun Wukong's attacks to unfold. Yet not a single strike proved effective. All efforts ended in failure. Observing Sun Wukong's movements, Vegeta could no longer contain himself and unleashed his fury in an assault against Weiss. The synergy between Vegeta and Sun Wukong was impressive, earning them high praise even from Weiss, yet did not imply they could touch Weiss's garment. Their combined attacks were deftly sidestepped by Weiss in a manner that left Jiang Xiaofei utterly bewildered. He struggled to comprehend how Weiss evaded them. Sun Wukong and Vegeta couldn't even graze Weiss's for as he watched their struggle. Jiang Xiaofei instinctively joined the fray. Over the past few days of training and collaboration, he had developed a certain rapport with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. While it couldn't quite compare to the bond between Vegeta and Sun Wukong, he had nonetheless grown more adept. With Jiang Xiaofei's involvement, Weiss finally made some movements, parrying their attacks with apparent ease. The trio encircled Weiss once more, launching a simultaneous assault, yet they found themselves effortlessly countered. They had experimented with countless strategies, yet still fell short of grazing Weiss's hem. "All right, let's pause here," Weiss called, halting the battle. You understand why I can effortlessly evade all your attacks." The three listened intently, eager for Weiss's insights. "It is because I am far stronger than any one of you. And indeed, countless times stronger than the three of you combined." Weiss's words struck a nerve, inciting a desire in Jiang Xiaofei to retort. Yet he recognized the truth in Weiss's assertion. The laughter of Weiss subsided. He observed the trio's despondency. In truth, the power and speed you exhibited during combat were astonishing. Yet you overlooked one crucial aspect: Qi. Weiss finally adopted a serious demeanor. Your strength surged. So too did the Qi surrounding you. Yet this energy was chaotic and easily discernible, allowing me to react swiftly. If you learn to harness and refine this Qi, you may yet have a chance to graze my hem. When it came to Qi, they were no strangers. Sun Wukong's Kamehameha and Spirit Bomb were both manifestations of Qi manipulation. Weiss spoke these words with ease. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, however, were taken aback. How could Weiss know of the Spirit Bomb when Sun Wukong had never utilized it in his presence? Noticing their astonishment, Weiss remarked, "No need for surprise. If I wish to know about the occurrences surrounding you, I am fully capable of doing so without missing a detail." The two quickly regained their composure. And Weiss continued, "Mastering Qi is not a task to be accomplished in a day. However, you possess a solid foundation, and I believe it will not pose a significant challenge for you. Keep at it. I eagerly anticipate the day you graze my hem." Following Weiss's guidance, the three held their breath and closed their eyes, beginning to regulate their Qi according to his instructions. Sun Wukong, having some expertise in Qi control, initiated the process. The energy surrounding him began to coalesce inward, rendering his presence increasingly subtle. Unless one focused closely, Sun Wukong's existence would be nearly imperceptible. This was precisely the outcome Weiss desired, as Sun Wukong stood on the brink of that pivotal breakthrough. Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, also gradually found his way, with his Qi gradually condensing. Jang Xiaofei, however, was in a different situation. His Qi was the weakest. Having only recently arrived in this world, he had learned a few things about Qi through his battles with Sun Wukong. Yet, after Weiss's instruction, Jiang Xiaofei began to attempt controlling his Qi, but saw little change in his energy. He was unfamiliar with the art of Qi refinement. Observing his two companions, Jiang Xiaofei sighed, acknowledging his status as a latecomer. In this contest of talent and foundation, he ultimately lagged behind. Nevertheless, it was not impossible to overcome Jiang Xiaofei. He once more focused on adjusting his breath, striving to grasp that elusive cue. As time passed, he could not discern how long had elapsed, but finally, amidst the darkness of his mind, a glimmer of light appeared. The Qi surrounding Jiang Xiaofei began to gradually coalesce inward. Chapter 25. The two Super Blues. Weiss was acutely aware of the changes occurring within the trio. The transformations in Son Wukong and Vegeta fell well within his expectations. They had a profound understanding of Qi. However, what truly astonished Weiss was Jiang Xiaofei. Despite his initial struggles with Qi control, Jiang Xiaofei had managed to achieve such an understanding in a remarkably short time, a testament to his talent for cultivation. No, he was a prodigy. Moreover, he is the most extraordinary being that Weiss has ever encountered. As for Weiss's praise, Jiang Xiaofei remains blissfully unaware. Presently, Jiang Xiaofei is entirely absorbed in his own world, indifferent to the happenings of the outside realm. While Jiang Xiaofei continues his training, the enlightenment and cultivation of Son Wukong and Vegeta have reached their conclusion. Jiang Xiaofei is indeed formidable. Although you have employed the Kamehameha technique a few times in his presence, he is now beginning to extend his abilities outward. Vegeta cast a glance at Jiang Xiaofei and remarked to Son Wukong, "He is a true prodigy. Aside from him, when have you ever witnessed someone become so powerful in such a brief span, while still maintaining their true self?" Son Wukong has always held unwavering trust in Jiang Xiaofei. Anything that transpires around him no longer surprises him. Observing the focused Jiang Xiaofei, they chose to depart quietly. After exiting, they promptly reported their findings to Weiss, who displayed no hint of astonishment on his face, stating, "Your return took longer than I anticipated. As a consequence, today's lunch shall be your responsibility." "Hey, Weiss, that's not fair. I can only eat. I don't know how to cook." Son Wukong is utterly clueless when it comes to culinary arts. Throughout his life, he has always been the one to consume, never having cooked a meal himself, nor having any interest in doing so. "Humph. I cannot." Vegeta's forehead was visibly tense with veins. Although he had cooked before, it was only under Bulma's insistence, and only Bulma and Trunks had tasted his cooking. Yet now, he was expected to prepare a meal for an angel, a task for which his culinary skills were woefully inadequate. While it may be acceptable for Son Wukong and Vegeta to engage in combat or even dine, asking them to cook might be their only significant shortcoming. Observing the two desperately trying to evade the task, Weiss chose not to press further. Thus, they could only consume the leftover provisions brought from Earth. With a gentle sweep of Weiss's staff, a lavish lunch materialized before Son Wukong and Vegeta as they beheld the delectable dishes. Son Wukong cast aside any concern for his image and dove right in. Just as Son Wukong and Vegeta indulged heartily, a figure clad in pajamas, eyes tightly shut, materialized before them. Clearly, this was the god of destruction. Beerus. It turned out that the moment Weiss unveiled the feast, Beerus's keen sense of smell had already detected it, yet he remained deeply drowsy and unable to resist the allure of the food. Thus, he relied solely on his instincts to arrive at the scene. The rich aroma wafting from the food tantalized Beerus's senses, and suddenly, he opened his eyes, beheld the spread before him, and began to devour it without regard for decorum. Witnessing the actions of Son Wukong and Vegeta, Beerus felt a surge of irritation. How dare they indulge without summoning him? Now they have the audacity to be so brazen in my presence. Beerus's words did not deter Son Wukong and Vegeta. They had not savored such delicious fare in quite some time. Their greedy actions only served to infuriate the recently awakened Beerus further. Without a word of warning or preparation, he launched an assault on Son Wukong and Vegeta. Although they had made minor progress in their training, they were still unable to evade Beerus's attack, and were sent flying, leaving the remaining feast for Beerus to enjoy alone. Weiss, confine them in your staff-S sphere, and let them reflect on their actions until I am satisfied, Beerus declared, his face a mask of fury. Lord Beerus, that seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Weiss attempted to interject, but was interrupted by Beerus. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Let them train within. They can emerge only when they have earned the right to dine with me. Beerus's tone grew more emphatic as Beerus's attendant. Weiss acquiesced to his wishes. With a gentle wave of his staff, the two figures, having just regained their footing, vanished from sight, only to reappear within the confines of the staff-S sphere. Upon entering the interior space, the two initially shouted in protest, but Weiss and Beerus paid them no heed, instead relishing the pleasures of the feast. Son Wukong and Vegeta clearly heard Beerus's words. As long as he remained silent, they would not be allowed to leave. They could only watch as Weiss and Beerus devoured the scrumptious dishes, and with the temptation of food gone, they fell silent. At that moment, they realized that Weiss's staff contained an enormous space, and time flowed at an astonishingly accelerated rate, hundreds of times faster within. Sun Wukong initially considered using brute force to shatter the staff-S sphere. But when his fist, capable of destroying planets, struck down, he heard no sound of destruction. Instead, his arm merely sank into the spongy surface, all his strength absorbed without a trace. Observing Sun Wukong's bewilderment, Vegeta attempted a punch, only to receive the same result. It appeared that escape was futile, and to pass the time, the two began their combat training. This marked their first encounter in the realm of the god of destruction, albeit in such an unexpected manner. Kakarot, allow me to assess the results of your training here. Vegeta charged directly at Sun Wukong. I had the same intention, Sun Wukong replied, brimming with enthusiasm, with only the two of them present. A duel was most fitting. Boom! Their fists collided with tremendous force, propelling each of them backward by several steps. Humph! Kakarot, your strength has indeed increased significantly. You're not lacking either. Come, let us continue. The two battled fiercely within the confines of the staff-S sphere for several hundred exchanges. Yet still, no victor emerged. Weiss and Beerus, having grown weary of their duel, chose to selectively ignore them. After an indeterminate amount of time, Sun Wukong and Vegeta finally ceased their skirmish, gasping for breath, sweat pouring from their pores. Their expressions revealed to one another that they were still unsatisfied. Vegeta was the first to erupt with energy, his hair transforming into a golden hue, surrounding him with a golden aura of fury. Observing Vegeta's transformation, Sun Wukong chuckled, beginning his own metamorphosis. Kakarot, is this all the power you possess now? You have indeed grown stronger, but if this is your limit, then I am destined to defeat you today. Vegeta's interest was reignited. Did I ever claim this as my strongest power? I can still ascend further, Sun Wukong retorted defiantly. No. Then let us engage using our utmost strength today, Vegeta proposed. That suits me perfectly. Thus, the two ascended to an unprecedented level, a realm they had never before touched. This time, however, upon their elevation, they felt no sense of a bottleneck. It was as if their power had not fully erupted. To prepare for a full-scale battle, they ventured into the unknown. The two first returned to their original forms, then unleashed their energy once more. This time, the aura surrounding them was neither pure white nor golden, but a striking blue. Though the blue light was not overwhelmingly intense, it emanated a sense of greater power and danger. Chapter 26. Jiang Xiaofei's Unfettered Ultimate Technique. Sensing the changes in one another, Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged knowing smiles. After days of rigorous training, their Saiyan forms had undergone a new transformation, and remarkably, their changes mirrored one another. Feeling the ceaseless surge of power within, Sun Wukong experienced a sense of déjà vu. Back on Earth, he had felt this power before, though it had manifested in Jiang Xiaofei. Only Jang Xiaofei truly comprehended the magnitude of this strength. Yet, after transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, Sun Wukong had drawn close to, if not surpassed, that powered, a light blue aura enveloped Sun Wukong and Vegeta, a fierce presence radiating from them. You have actually reached this level, Vegeta exclaimed, taken aback that in truth, during their training, Vegeta had always been the most diligent, and after countless trials, he had attained his current state. I am well aware of your secret training. While you were striving, I too could not afford to rest. Sun Wukong elucidated that an exhilarating energy surged within him, propelling him forward at a swift pace toward Vegeta. Vegeta, too, mirrored this fervor, and as their two beams of azure light collided, a more resplendent spectrum erupted, illuminating the space around them and crafting a picturesque tableau. After transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, the intensity of their auras had significantly diminished, only to be felt at the moment of their clash, when the immense pressure of each other's power could truly be sensed. It seems you have a profound understanding of Whis' words, Sun Wukong remarked. Indeed, it is only when one truly comprehends that one realizes the boundless nature of a Saiyans' power. by restraining our auras. We can surprise our opponents, don't you think? Vegeta replied. Both warriors were in ecstatic state, as this was their inaugural confrontation in the Super Saiyan Blue form, allowing them to feel each other's fervent hearts. A pinnacle battle was unfolding within the staff ball, while outside, Whis and Beerus had already indulged in their feast. It was only then that they recalled that Son Wukong and Vegeta remained trapped within the staff ball. As Whis cast his gaze upon the interior of the staff ball, beams of blue light reflected upon his face. Deep within Whis' eyes, a profound blue glow flickered. Lord Beerus, come quickly and see what I've discovered. What could it possibly be? Just two individuals engaging in a mock battle within your staff ball. Beerus yawned lazily, his bleary eyes still shut. If this were merely a mock battle, then the fights Beerus had previously experienced paled in comparison. Yet upon hearing Whis' words, Beerus' curiosity was piqued, and he directed his gaze into the staff ball, where two blue figures captivated his attention. What is this? Beerus questioned in disbelief, his lethargy dissipating. Super Saiyan God? He pondered uncertainly, for the aura emanating from Vegeta and Son Wukong indeed bore resemblance to that of Jiang Xiaofei during their previous battle, albeit in a different form. It must be. However, they are not gods. They possess the power of 8God to be precise. They embody the power of a Super Saiyan God within a Super Saiyan, was clarified with precision, but a Super Saiyan with the power of Super Saiyan God. Beerus echoed, his attention unwavering from the staff ball. Release them, he commanded. With a gentle shake, Whis liberated the two blue figures from the confines of the staff ball, bringing them into the realm of destruction. The clash between Son Wukong and Vegeta abruptly ceased, their faces still alight with exhilaration as they had yet to recover from the intensity of their battle. Lord Beerus, why have you suddenly summoned us out? Son Wukong inquired, puzzled. What? Are you dissatisfied? I have stated that you will emerge when I decree it, Beerus replied seriously, fixing his gaze upon Son Wukong, enveloped in a blue aura. Indeed, it seems that during my period of rest, your training has not faltered. You appear to have made considerable progress. Under Whis' guidance, we have been diligently engaged every day, Son Wukong and Vegeta said, their auras retracting as they resumed their normal states. Beerus nodded. Do you comprehend the level you have just attained? Both Son Wukong and Vegeta shook their heads, for they had never encountered the phenomenon of Super Saiyan Blue before, nor had they even heard of it. You must have felt it as well. When you transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, the power within you erupted instantaneously, comparable to Jang Xiaofei's strength when he battled with me. In other words, you possess the power of a Super Saiyan God. However, you are still not gods. You remain human. Thus, the Super Saiyan Blue form embodies the power of a Super Saiyan God within a Super Saiyan. As Beerus spoke, the confusion on Son Wukong and Vegeta's faces dissipated, replaced by a surge of excitement. Although they had sensed the extraordinary nature of their newfound power, hearing it articulated by Beerus imbued those words with a weighty significance. So, we are Super Saiyans with the power of a Super Saiyan God. Son Wukong reflected on the sensations he experienced during his transformation. Does this mean we can now evoke excitement in Lord Beerus? Well, I suppose that can be considered accurate. Beerus, taken aback by Son Wukong's train of thought, found it unexpected that their discussion about their transformation had veered off course due to Son Wukong's comment, by the way, why are there only the two of you? Where is Jiang Xiaofei? It dawned on Beerus that he had initially brought 3 individuals back from Earth, yet only Son Wukong and Vegeta stood before him, with no sign of Jiang Xiaofei. Look, he is over there, was pointed to Jang Xiaofei, who remained still in the distance. Not long ago was guided the 3 of us, leading to our enlightenment. Vegeta and I began to master the deeper control of Ki, whereas Jiang Xiaofei's understanding of Ki was not as profound, leading to a longer delay, but he is still immersed in his contemplation of Ki. Son Wukong explained why Jiang Xiaofei sat motionless. I see. Beerus observed Jiang Xiaofei, who sat with closed eyes and without any movement, yet he felt no aura emanating from him. Why has he not moved at all? Beerus's words prompted Son Wukong and Vegeta to calm their minds and carefully sense Jiang Xiaofei's aura. Indeed, there was not a trace of energy escaping. It was as if Jiang Xiaofei did not exist within the realm of destruction. The two exchanged puzzled glances, filled with confusion regarding Jiang Xiaofei's behavior. Initially, they could sense Jiang Xiaofei's aura, but at that time he possessed immense power and speed, yet his control over Qi was quite weak. Now, however, they felt nothing. Could it be that his aura had become so weak that he could quickly retract it? Vegeta posited as a potential explanation. Son Wukong nodded in agreement, as this seemed the only reasonable rationale. No, that's not right. Beerus furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on Jiang Xiaofei, his pupils narrowing into slits. Beerus's voice trembled slightly, and both Son Wukong and Vegeta were bewildered. Even when facing Jiang Xiaofei's transformation into a Super Saiyan previously, Beerus had never shown such a lack of composure. Yet now, his expression was one of undeniable incredulity. Beerus glanced at the others, swallowing hard to moisten his throat. He once again focused on Jiang Xiaofei. That is the Ultra Instinct, Chapter 27. You are no match for me now. Although Beerus's voice was low, every word resonated with clarity in the ears of Son Wukong and Vegeta. However, they were unable to grasp the true meaning of Beerus's statement, staring blankly at Whis beside them. At that moment, Whis had shed his previous playful demeanor, his attention now entirely on Jiang Xiaofei. Son Wukong and Vegeta began to realize that the situation might be more complex than they had initially believed. Turning their gazes towards Jiang Xiaofei's location, it was indeed astonishing. He had previously shown no exposure to this technique, yet now they could perceive the shadow of Ultra Instinct within him. This human was truly remarkable. Beerus mused aloud, his eyes never leaving Jiang Xiaofei for even a second. And no wonder he had spent such a lengthy time in contemplation. It turned out he had achieved new insights and breakthroughs. Reflecting on how Lord Beerus had brought him from Earth to the realm of gods, it was indeed a wise decision, Whis added. Yet Son Wukong and Vegeta remained utterly bewildered. They understood the crux of the matter, that Jiang Xiaofei had begun to engage with Ultra Instinct, a technique that seemed to be of significant importance even to the god of destruction, Beerus. However, what exactly was this Ultra Instinct? They sensed no other changes within Jiang Xiaofei. Could you perhaps explain this to us? What is Jiang Xiaofei's current state? Son Wukong finally could not contain his curiosity and pressed Beerus and Whis for answers, eager to learn about Jiang Xiaofei's extraordinary experiences. It's really not a big deal. Whis feigned calmness. The outcome was met with disdain from Beerus, Son Goku, and Vegeta. However, Whis remained poised and unflustered. Jiang Xiaofei found himself ensnared in an extraordinary state, wherein his body acted independently of his brain's commands. Each part of his being was capable of autonomously deciding its next action. This ability or skill is referred to as the Ultra Instinct, which provided some explanations to Son Goku and Vegeta. The term Ultra Instinct certainly sounded impressive. Son Goku gazed at it with longing. This yearning was natural, yet for an ordinary person to master such a skill through conventional training methods was utterly impossible. To their astonishment, Jiang Xiaofei had inadvertently stumbled upon the threshold of Ultra Instinct. Truly, he was remarkably prodigious. Beerus felt a myriad of emotions. Son Goku and Vegeta cast envious glances at Jiang Xiaofei. The three of them had arrived in the realm of the gods of destruction together. Yet it was not Jiang Xiaofei who had trained the hardest, but rather the two of them. After much effort over time, they had finally grasped the transformation into Super Saiyan Blue, thus acquiring the powers of a Super Saiyan God. However, upon learning that Jiang Xiaofei had already entered the realm of Ultra Instinct, both felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was well known that Jiang Xiaofei had trained for significantly less time than they had, and now he had surpassed them, once again showcasing his remarkable growth. Is there a technique or mantra? I want to give it a try. Son Goku expressed a hint of trepidation, fearing that he might one day fall far behind Jiang Xiaofei. Thus, upon hearing about Ultra Instinct, his desire was ignited. I want to learn it too. Vegeta voiced his sentiments, feeling increasingly anxious as he already had to contend with Son Goku's superiority, and now a newcomer had also surpassed him. I have already informed you. It appears that ordinary individuals cannot learn this. Beerus reiterated emphatically, "I understand. But Lord Beerus, do we not look like ordinary people?" Son Goku suddenly displayed a glimmer of intelligence. Beerus scrutinized Son Goku and Vegeta, acknowledging their point. However, Ultra Instinct did not possess any specific technique or mantra, and it was entirely reliant on personal comprehension. The essence of it lay in completely emptying oneself, allowing every part of the body to learn self-activation, free from the constraints of the brain. This is so difficult. Son Goku scratched his head, striving to comprehend Beerus's words, yet some aspects eluded him. Nevertheless, he would not easily concede. He was determined to master Ultra Instinct. If Ultra Instinct could be so easily understood, the seventh universe would have already ascended, Beerus remarked, turning his attention away from Jiang Xiaofei and retreating to his chamber. As Beerus departed, Son Goku began to ponder over Whis. Has Lord Beerus mastered Ultra Instinct? Naturally. Oh, to what extent has he attained? Can he utilize perfect Ultra Instinct? Son Goku continued to inquire. There remains a considerable gap for Lord Beerus, Whis candidly revealed, causing the god of destruction to stumble in disbelief. Whis, you speak far too much, Beerus cautioned. Whis nodded at the retreating Beerus, indicating that he would no longer divulge matters concerning him to Son Goku and Vegeta. How wonderful! It turns out that Lord Beerus cannot use perfect Ultra Instinct either. Son Goku's ambition surged, deepening his fascination with Ultra Instinct. His words were always captivating, leaving even Whis and Beerus at a loss. Meanwhile, Jang Xiaofei remained immersed in his own world, with every cell in his body pulsating with vitality, rhythmically alive. Each cell functioned as an independent entity while simultaneously performing as part of a cohesive unit. Before entering this meditative state, Jang Xiaofei had initially intended to follow the paths of Son Goku and Vegeta, but he soon abandoned that notion. His accumulation of energy was simply too meager, which led him to contemplate Ultra Instinct. In the original narrative, Son Goku relied on this unique skill to repeatedly vanquish foes, becoming a legend across all universes. For some time now, Jiang Xiaofei had been devising ways to endow each of his limbs with autonomous capabilities, and he finally brushed against the threshold. Jiang Xiaofei slowly opened his eyes, radiant beams of light emanating forth, and once again, his aura enveloped the surroundings. Son Goku and Vegeta could now perceive Jiang Xiaofei's energy even in the realm of destruction. Their gazes were irresistibly drawn to him, not solely due to Jiang Xiaofei's striking appearance, but primarily because of the formidable aura he exuded, indicative of his grasp on Ultra Instinct, feeling somewhat bashful under the intense stares of Son Goku. Vegeta and Whis, Jiang Xiaofei surmised that Whis had already informed them of the changes occurring within him. After all, in the seventh universe, Whis was currently the only being capable of wielding perfect Ultra Instinct. You two have completed your training. Jiang Xiaofei was the first to speak, addressing Son Goku and Vegeta. You were the slowest, Vegeta retorted. Apologies, I held you back. Jiang Xiaofei sheepishly scratched his unwashed hair, offering his apologies to Son Goku and Vegeta. No need for apologies. Since you have delayed us for so long, let us assess your training results. Must we evaluate right after training? Can I have a moment to rest? Jiang Xiaofei was reluctant to engage, as it seemed rather exhausting. Less chatter, and make your move, Vegeta urged, his patience waning with Jiang Xiaofei's awakening. Son Goku, too, was eager to engage. Observing Vegeta, who was already brimming with energy, Jiang Xiaofei raised his hands in surrender. Fine, let me show you what I've got. But he deliberately paused for a few seconds. Right now, you're probably no match for me. Chapter 28, Vegeta, the living target. Jiang Xiaofei's brazen words ignited a fire within Vegeta, causing his blood to surge. Such arrogance. Have you forgotten how I dominated you back on Earth? It has only been a short while, and you dare to speak to me like this, Vegeta retaliated fiercely. You mentioned Earth, but we are in the realm of destruction now, Jiang Xiaofei countered, adding, and I am no longer the same as I once was. The exchange felt less like friendly banter between allies and more akin to a clash between adversaries. With enmity palpable in their brief exchanges, Whis observed with narrowed eyes, noting Jiang Xiaofei's newfound arrogance. Surely, He did not believe that merely having learned Ultra Instinct made him invincible. Jiang Xiaofei, your words are somewhat excessive. Son Goku interjected, offering a gentle warning. Yes, that's so. I don't feel so if we're to fight. Let us begin. What is the point of all this chatter? Let action speak louder than words in truth. Jiang Xiaofei felt a twinge of anxiety. He was reluctant to speak too much for fear of revealing his limitations. The reason he uttered such audacious words was to provoke Vegeta into exerting his full fighting potential. Allowing Jiang Xiaofei to gauge his own current capabilities, he had initially considered directly informing Vegeta and Son Goku, but worried they would not fully unleash their combat abilities, prompting him to resort to verbal provocation. As anticipated, under Jiang Xiaofei's taunts, Vegeta's frustration erupted. Without hesitation, his aura began to fluctuate, a faint blue energy radiating from him, transforming even his hair and brows to a cerulean hue as the power of Super Saiyan God surged through him. Now it was Jiang Xiaofei's turn to be astonished, for in his recollection, only Son Goku had attained the super blue form through training in the realm of destruction, while Vegeta still lacked that caliber. Yet, it appeared that was no longer the case. Nonetheless, Jiang Xiaofei felt undaunted by the transformed Vegeta, as he believed he could triumph over the Super Saiyan God. Although his recent training had not yielded a critical point, the insights he gained were far more solid and stable than any mere critical hit. What? Are you not going to make a move? Are you scared? Vegeta challenged, gazing at Jiang Xiaofei, who remained motionless. It seems you still do not comprehend the essence of Ultra Instinct. It appears that mastering it in this lifetime is a distant dream for you. Jiang Xiaofei suffered yet another verbal blow. Vegeta could no longer contain himself. His fist, enveloped in a blue aura, surged directly towards Jiang Xiaofei with lethal intent. At this moment, Vegeta had completely cast aside any notions of camaraderie. He had been thoroughly provoked by Jiang Xiaofei. As the super blue Vegeta charged at him, Jiang Xiaofei shut his eyes tightly. Attuning himself to the surroundings, he could distinctly sense Sun Wukong's aura, as well as Vegeta's, but what struck him most was the palpable intent to kill emanating from Vegeta. A satisfied smile crept onto Jiang Xiaofei's lips. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Faced with Vegeta's brutally serious punch, Jiang Xiaofei offered no defense and was struck squarely in the face. The force of the blow sent him hurtling backwards, where he tumbled several times upon hitting the ground before finally coming to a stop. Why don't you fight back? Do you look down on me? Vegeta seethed with anger, feeling even more provoked by having sent Jiang Xiaofei flying, and no need to rush. I fear that if I strike, you won't have a chance to retaliate. Jiang Xiaofei taunted, sensing that Vegeta was still not fully enraged. He sought to inflict further verbal wounds, as he had received a pitifully small amount of critical points from the system, indicating that his strength was nearing Vegeta's. Thus, he felt compelled to provoke him further, hoping for greater rewards. Jiang Xiaofei, Vegeta's murderous intent surged, his once blue pupils now filled with a blood-red hue. Right here, Jiang Xiaofei responded, a faint white aura beginning to emanate from him, which fixed his gaze on Jiang Xiaofei. Recognizing the mastery of Zizai Ji Gong, this time, Vegeta was destined for defeat. How is this possible? Sun Wukong exclaimed incredulously. Vegeta had just broken through a significant barrier, his foundation far surpassing Jiang Xiaofei's. How could he so easily be outmatched? You do not comprehend the capabilities of Zizai Ji Gong. Just watch, and you'll understand. Was advised, even you in your current state may not be Jiang Xiaofei's opponent. Sun Wukong held great trust in Whis' words, yet he struggled to accept this reality, eagerly anticipating the clash between the two, especially keen to observe the Zizai Ji Gong that Whis had so often emphasized. In the midst of their conversation, Vegeta's attack had reached Jiang Xiaofei, still fueled by that potent force. However, this time Jiang Xiaofei moved, evading Vegeta's assault with an astonishing grace. The grounded Vegeta stared in disbelief at Jiang Xiaofei. Feeling a flicker of doubt, he had not clearly perceived how Jiang Xiaofei had evaded his punch. With his current abilities, he could not analyze Jiang Xiaofei's movements, either through sight or sensing energy. Sun Wukong exclaimed as well, sharing Vegeta's astonishment. He had not expected Jiang Xiaofei to grow to such an extent. Jiang Xiaofei did not pause. He relied entirely on his instinct to engage in combat. Launching a counterattack against Vegeta before the latter could recover from his shock, Jiang Xiaofei's fist landed squarely in Vegeta's abdomen. Feeling the force behind Jiang Xiaofei's blow, Vegeta sensed as if his very stomach were about to be pierced. Vegeta spiraled into a frenzy. Completely under Jiang Xiaofei's influence, he had believed that transforming into Super Blue would grant him a monumental boost in power, allowing him to battle Jiang Xiaofei as before. Only to realize how naive he had been. No, this world was simply too mad, especially Jiang Xiaofei, who was an extraordinary anomaly. To have cultivated to such a level in such a short time was something he could only envy. Yet, it would be utterly impossible for him to concede so easily. Vegeta hurled a barrage of energy blasts, but lamentably, none struck Jiang Xiaofei. Directly at Vegeta's strength was formidable, yet he could not decipher Jiang Xiaofei's movements and was left to passively endure, indicating that Jiang Xiaofei had already secured an invincible position. However, Vegeta was in dire need of an outlet for his frustrations, and that outlet was none other than Jiang Xiaofei before him. Jiang Xiaofei had already obtained what he desired. Continuing down this path would only further erode Vegeta's confidence, a sight Jiang Xiaofei wished to avoid. Thus, he deliberately slowed his movements, allowing Vegeta to land a hit. Vegeta seemed to glimpse hope, though he sensed something was amiss. Nevertheless, he persisted. Observing Vegeta's unwillingness to surrender, Jiang Xiaofei contemplated ending the conflict swiftly, but hesitated, fearing that Vegeta's fragile psyche might not recover. Instead, he chose to play along with Vegeta's performance. Enough. The victor has been determined. Continuing this fight serves no purpose, Whis interjected, halting the clash between Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta. The two ceased their combat, though Vegeta could not find joy in the outcome. Speak. Why provoke Vegeta? Whis directed his gaze towards Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei scratched his head, offering an innocent grin. Hee. I merely wish to ascertain the extent of my own strength, which is why I provoke Vegeta into unleashing his full power against me. He cast an apologetic glance towards Vegeta. My apologies, Vegeta. Vegeta's heart shattered. He had become a living target for Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei, you truly overstep your bounds, Vegeta exclaimed with an angry tone, glaring at the apologetic Jiang Xiaofei. He was proud and possessed a sharp intellect, unlike the often oblivious Kakarot. Yet this time he felt thoroughly outclassed, and his inner turmoil was palpable. My sincerest apologies, Vegeta. I truly acted inappropriately this time. I assure you it won't happen again. If you have any requests, I will certainly fulfill them. Jiang Xiaofei lowered himself, valuing Vegeta's partnership greatly. Who needs your help? Vegeta retorted, arms crossed, turning his head away to preserve his final shred of dignity and stubbornness. Yet deep within, he felt a twinge of guilt. Although Jiang Xiaofei instigated the provocation, if he had not harbored jealousy, he would not have been so easily incited. He envied Jiang Xiaofei's mastery of Zizai Ji Gong, particularly during battle, where he could truly appreciate its power. Hey, Vegeta, can't you be more magnanimous? Jiang Xiaofei had already humbled himself and apologized. Given that this was to evaluate Jiang Xiaofei's training results, it would be better for Vegeta to forgive him. Sun Wukong chimed in on Jiang Xiaofei's behalf. Sun Wukong. Partnership meant mutual achievement. Since Jiang Xiaofei sought to gauge his own progress, it was acceptable for Vegeta to incur a slight loss. Moreover, Jiang Xiaofei, should you wish to assess your training results next time, simply inform us, and we will cooperate fully. Please refrain from uttering hurtful words in the future. Sun Wukong warned Jiang Xiaofei. It won't happen again. Jiang Xiaofei promptly raised his finger, assuring both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. He then handed them 2 warm cups of tea. Well done. After the farce concluded, was finally spoke that Tio masters Zizai Ji Gong to this extent in such a short time is indeed remarkable. All thanks to your guidance, Whis. Jiang Xiaofei humbly replied. Indeed. However, it appears that your comprehension pales in comparison to his, which shifted his gaze toward Vegeta and Sun Wukong, reigniting the tension that had just begun to dissipate. Jiang Xiaofei silently cursed Whis for bringing up such a sensitive topic. Vegeta let out a cold snort, and Sun Wukong bore an awkward smile. Compared to Jiang Xiaofei, they indeed fell short, had they not elevated their powers to Super Blue. They might have questioned if the God of Destruction's realm was even suitable for their training. All right, there's plenty of time ahead. Jiang Xiaofei had merely grazed the threshold of Zizai Ji Gong, a feat tinged with luck. You both should take your time to comprehend it. One day you will surely master Zizai Ji Gong. Whis ceased his provocations. The God of Destruction's realm returned to tranquility, and the lives of Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and their companions resumed their former rhythms. 3 individuals engage in their cultivation, exchanging insights and techniques. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exhibit a remarkable mastery over the Super Saiyan Blue transformation, while Jiang Xiaofei experiences gradual progress in his Ultra Instinct technique. Occasionally, he shares his personal reflections with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, facilitating their journey towards mastering Ultra Instinct themselves. In the 7th universe, on a planet at the edge of the Milky Way, lies Earth. Here, day and night alternate, creating a distinct separation between the mortal realm and the ethereal domain. The living reside in the mortal realm, relishing their daily sustenance and the beauty of nature, while those who have perished descend into hell. Some souls undergo reincarnation, while others are doomed to remain trapped in the inferno. Frieza, once the tyrannical emperor of the universe, leads his Frieza force in a reign of terror, plundering planetary resources for his own amusement. He had previously invaded planet Vegeta, commanding a legion of Saiyans to serve him, all the while harboring a deep disdain for them. Ultimately, Frieza's nefarious deeds led to his downfall, resulting in his demise and subsequent imprisonment in the depths of hell. In hell, a towering tree stands resolutely, from which dangles a long white thread, its end forming a cocoon-like cell. Inside this cell, a familiar visage emerges. Frieza, the former cosmic ruler. Now he endures excruciating torment, his soul besieged by relentless suffering. Devoid of battles and destruction, his formidable abilities are rendered useless, forcing him to witness the unfolding events around him, further deepening his disdain for the tedium of his hellish existence. Beneath Frieza, a vibrant sea of flowers flourishes, inhabited by benevolent flower fairies. With their ever-joyful smiles, they dissipate some of the world's coldness and malevolence. Accompanied by adorable animal companions, each fairy wields a different musical instrument, harmonizing to the rhythm of their dance amidst the floral expanse, reveling in their merriment. Frieza, perched upon the branches, becomes the target of the flower fairies' attention. They invite him to their musical gatherings, circling around him in an effort to purify his wicked heart through joy. However, Frieza, confronted with their innocent faces and the cacophony of music, feels an overwhelming impulse to annihilate them. Yet, bound by his restrained limbs and power, he can only endure the torment of each passing second. This encapsulates the daily existence of Frieza, the cosmic emperor, in hell. A life filled with laughter and joy interspersed with the agony of a soul yearning to resist but feeling utterly powerless. Despite enduring profound suffering, Frieza has never relinquished hope for rebirth. For every additional minute he spends in this realm, his hatred for the Saiyans who ended his life intensifies, strengthening his resolve for vengeance. This is the very reason he persists in this purgatory, in the vast expanse of the universe. A spaceship drifts aimlessly. Once they were a force that struck fear into the hearts of other planets, leaving no trace in their wake. They relished the sight of others begging for mercy. But now, their glory has faded, and the vast universe no longer accommodates their presence. Each attempt to attack other planets results in failure, transforming this once invincible army into mere pariahs. They have lost their leader and the right to dominate the cosmos. Perhaps we should find a way to revive Frieza. Only he can lead us to reclaim our supremacy over the universe. Proposed a lowly soldier aboard the ship. They long for the days of chaos they once unleashed across the cosmos. However, they were acutely aware of Frieza's volatile nature. A single misstep could lead to their own demise at his hands. Yet, they were weary of their current life of hiding and evasion. In their quest to rise again, they resolved to seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect the cosmic Emperor Frieza. Chapter 30. The resurrection of Frisia, currently. The leader of the Frisia force is named Sorb, a former advisor from the Third Star region. Following the deaths of Frisia and King Cold, he took command of the entire Frisia force. However, lacking formidable subordinates, his attempts at planetary invasion have been met with difficulties, prompting the idea of resurrecting Frisia. Thus began their quest for the 7 Dragon Balls to bring Frisia back to life. Upon arriving on Earth, Sorb and his most powerful subordinate, Tagoma, employed advanced technology to pinpoint the location of the Dragon Balls. Curiously, all 7 Dragon Balls were indicated to be in the same place, implying that someone had already gathered them, which saved them considerable trouble. After all, Saiyans still inhabited Earth, and lingering too long could attract unwanted attention, potentially leading to fierce battles and delaying their resurrection plan. Guided by the Dragon Ball radar, Sorb and Tagoma swiftly located the 3 individuals in possession of the Dragon Balls, hoping to leverage the wish granted by the Dragon Balls to become the infamous Pilaf Gang. The trio, though lacking in power, brimmed with ambition. Despite facing setbacks, they had never given up, and their survival thus far spoke volumes of their fortune. "Hey, hand over your Dragon Balls," Sorb commanded the Pilaf Gang with authority. "Who are you to act so brazenly before me?" "King Pilaf," Pilaf retorted, stepping forward defiantly. Sorb exchanged glances with Tagoma, who stepped up and attacked Pilaf with a single punch, causing his body to deform slightly as he flew backward. Crashing into a boulder, Lord Pilaf, the other 2 members hurried to support him. "Quickly surrender the Dragon Balls, or the next punch won't be so gentle," Tagoma threatened. Ultimately, the trio succumbed, obediently presenting the 7 Dragon Balls. "Very well. Summon the Eternal Dragon, and you shall be allowed to leave unscathed," Sorb declared. Yielding to Sorb and Tagoma's might, Pilaf placed the Dragon Balls on the ground and recited the incantation, "Come forth. Eternal Dragon, grant my wish." Instantaneously, dark clouds gathered overhead as a colossal dragon spiraled into existence before Sorb and Tagoma got on Earth. Figures like Piccolo and Krillin sensed the dragon's emergence, but chose to disregard it. Their indifference would once again plunge the planet into peril. "Dragon, please resurrect Lord Frisia." Sorb articulated his wish. The dragon did not act immediately, but paused in contemplation. "Is there a problem?" Sorb inquired. Before his death, Frisia's body was disintegrated into numerous fragments, leaving him without a complete physical form. Even if he were to be resurrected, his soul would have nowhere to anchor, rendering him unlike a normal being. This presented a complex dilemma, but Sorb insisted, "We possess advanced technological devices. You may proceed with Lord Frisia's resurrection. Your wish shall be fulfilled," proclaimed the dragon as several familiar fragments fell from the sky, pieces of Frisia's dismembered body. The 2 members beside Pilaf watched in indignation as Sorb's wish was granted. "Are we really going to stand by and allow them to use the Dragon Balls we toiled to recover?" One muttered, filled with resentment. "Keep your voice down. If they hear us, we might lose our lives. As long as we have our lives, we can find another way," Pilaf reassured them. "One day, we will realize our dreams." "2 wishes remain. Speak them now," urged the dragon. Sorb fell in a deep thought, contemplating whether to resurrect Frisia's father as well. Meanwhile, Pilaf's companions, unable to contain their frustration, blurted out, "I want $1 million and a delicious ice cream." 2 gifts descended from the sky, landing beside them. After fulfilling their wish, the dragon once again disassembled into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering them across the globe. Sorb and Tagoma were momentarily taken aback, but had no time to dwell on it. They collected the fragments of Frisia's body and placed them into the latest technological apparatus. With the spacecraft in tow, they soared beyond the confines of Earth. Inside the vessel, cutting-edge technological apparatuses were whirring into action, while every individual harbored a sense of trepidation, eagerly anticipating the resurrection of Frisia. Suddenly, an explosive sound reverberated through the air as the technological devices shattered into fragments, blue liquid splattering everywhere, and a figure emerged from the wreckage. This figure, of modest height and lacking in physical robustness, possessed an eye-catching, brightly colored purple bald head, with uniquely shaped horns flanking either side. The identity of this figure was none other than the cosmic overlord. "Frisia, welcome back, King Frisia." Saul bowed his head, being the first to speak. Frieza, stretching his stiffened body, emitted a voice reminiscent of machinery. He extended his elongated arm, fingertips brushing against his semi-mechanical skin, feeling a long-lost sensation as he sensed the vigorous beating of his heart within. Frieza burst into laughter. Haha, this feeling is simply marvelous. However, his expression soon turned icy. Now then, the filthy earthling shall brace themselves for my vengeance. An aura of malevolent, killing intent radiated from Frieza, causing those behind him to break into a cold sweat. Trembling with fear at the slightest misstep or movement that might draw his ire, resulting in their demise. Yet, there were always those unafraid of death. Taguma stepped forward, placing himself before Frieza. Esteemed King Frieza, I believe we should not be so hasty in seeking revenge on those Saiyans from Earth. Conquering the universe should be our foremost priority. Taguma's voice was soft, but resolute. Salb, overhearing Taguma's words, helplessly closed his eyes. Frieza turned to Taguma, dispensing with any unnecessary words, and raised his right hand, launching an attack aimed at Taguma's limbs. Under Frieza's assault, Taguma was unable to withstand the blow, collapsing to the ground in agony. Are you attempting to instruct me? Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. Was it not because you encountered insurmountable opponents that you sought my revival? Frieza's voice held a sinister edge. Now that I have returned, all shall heed my command, Ditto, and to express my gratitude for your role in my resurrection, you shall be rewarded by crawling before me. Chapter 31. The Destroyer of the Sixth Universe. Frieza twisted his somewhat rusty neck, contemplating the forthcoming act of vengeance. This time, I trust no one will object. Frieza's frigid voice resonated, prompting all present to bow their heads, trembling in fear. Rather than being hailed as the Cosmic Emperor, it would be more fitting to regard him as a cosmic demon, that we support King Frieza's quest for vengeance. Though there's a minor complication, which, of course, is hardly a challenge for you. King Frieza? Salb stammered. Oh, do enlighten me. Frieza granted Salb a chance to speak, his right hand rotating incessantly. You see, King Frieza, much has transpired since you were defeated by the Saiyans. Even that fiend Majin Buu was vanquished by those detestable Saiyans. Salb had already prostrated himself before Frieza. Such a revelation. Frieza mused, why dear father once cautioned me against provoking two entities in the universe. The Destroyer Beerus and Majin Buu. Think that even Majin Buu fell to those Saiyans. How utterly fascinating. Frieza's tone revealed neither anger nor excitement, leaving Salb feeling increasingly unnerved. It seems I must dedicate time to rigorous training. I can only imagine how much more enjoyable vengeance will be after a period of serious training. King Frieza shall undoubtedly succeed in his quest for vengeance. King Frieza is invincible. Salb's voice quivered. Though it is evident that your words are rife with insincerity, I find them rather delightful, Frieza remarked, gazing down at the prostrate Salb. From the moment of my birth, I have been a prodigy, requiring no training to overshadow the stellar elites of the universe. Even the warlike Saiyans tremble beneath my feet. Yet, I did not anticipate being bested by two earthbound Saiyans. Enduring countless torments in that earthly realm, I am unwilling to accept this. Frieza's voice brimmed with fury. Thus, now that I have been resurrected, I shall bestow a measure of amusement upon those Saiyans on Earth. However, I must first engage in some training to make the proceedings even more entertaining. Based on my estimations, a genius such as myself need only train diligently for 4 months to acquire an even greater power. Even should those two Saiyans join forces, they shall not stand a chance against me. Frieza gazed out at the blue planet beyond the spacecraft. Let them enjoy their time for now. I eagerly anticipate what awaits in 4 months. Salb, it is time for us to depart. Yes, King Frieza. Salb, his body trembling, rose from his prostration to issue the command for the spacecraft to leave in the vastness of the seventh universe. Every corner held the potential for intriguing events. And amidst these, a beam of light sped through. Should Beerus and Whis catch sight of this light, they would undoubtedly be astonished, for within it were two familiar figures, the destroyer of the sixth universe. Cabba and the angel, Vados. Hey Vados, how much longer will it take? I'm already tired. Cabba languidly complained, we shall arrive shortly. Lord Cabba, Vados replied with elegance. Hee, soon I will have gathered all the treasures, and just thinking about it brings me joy. Campa began to envision his future bliss. Indeed, Lord Campa, is it truly appropriate for us to intrude upon the seventh universe like this? Vados inquired. Campa's mood shifted slightly. Vados, could you refrain from dampening the atmosphere? We are merely passing through. We are not here to rob or steal. Lord Campa, you are inadvertently confessing. Vados pierced through Campa's self-satisfied demeanor. Vados, do clarify where your loyalties lie. Campa's voice unmistakably carried irritation. Very well, Lord Campa, Vados replied, her tone remaining as calm as ever. Unperturbed by Campa's rising anger, we have arrived. Lord Campa. At Vados' words, Campa emerged from behind her, resembling a pudgy version of Beerus, his form round and corpulent. Hee, we've finally made it. Campa gazed at the planet before him, radiating a peculiar glow. Vados, Lord Campa, would it not be better for you to take action yourself? Vados teased mischievously. Vados, Campa's voice grew more forceful, feeling that Vados was being excessively playful. All right. With a gentle jab of Vados' staff, the planet before them suddenly emitted a brilliant light from within. The glow gradually receded, vanishing into the vast cosmos. And the entire planet was reduced to cosmic dust with that single, light prod from Vados. Sigh. Another mistake, Campa lamented, disappointment evident in his expression, for the planet did not yield the treasures he had anticipated. Do not fret, Lord Campa. There are still many targets to pursue that we can tackle them one by one, and eventually we shall gather them all, Vados consoled. Let us proceed to the next destination. Campa regained his confidence. For as a destroyer, he was accustomed to such minor setbacks. Just as the two prepared to depart, two more figures appeared at the sight of the vanished planet. Hey, you two, having destroyed my planet, do you think you can just leave without consequence? Campa and Vados turned towards the voice, recognizing the familiar silhouettes of the destroyer Beerus and the angel Whis from the seventh universe. Sister, it has been a while, Whis greeted Vados. Hello, Whis. Humph. You skinny monkey, I advise you not to stir up trouble. Campa glared at Beerus, his demeanor suggestive of impending conflict. Stirring up trouble. You should be aware whose territory this is. Arriving here and acting so brazenly, destroying my planet without my consent. Who's truly causing trouble? You fat pig. Beerus shot back defiantly that I was merely passing by and accidentally sneezed, leading to the destruction of this lifeless planet. Is that truly something to be so petty about? Xiangpa bore a stubborn expression. Yes, oh, what if I am stingy? This matter cannot be resolved without the exquisite cuisine of a single planet. Beerus extended a finger toward Xiangpa and said, Humph, I advise you not to go too far. It seems you are itching for a fight. Xiangpa began to roar in response. If it's a fight you want, then so be it. Do you think I fear you? Beerus retorted, equally furious. The two gods of destruction radiated an intense aura, causing the cosmic dust around them to dissolve into nothingness, embodying a fierce determination to not relent until one of them was vanquished. However, just as they were about to clash, Whis and Beerus intervened, urging, might I suggest, esteemed gods of destruction, that you refrain from throwing childish tantrums. Engaging in battle here would harm the lives around you. Although they were gods of destruction and cared little for the lives of planets, senseless slaughter would ultimately lead to karmic retribution. Humph. Beerus, let us depart. Xiangpa, cannot to waste more time, had more pressing matters to attend to. Sister Beerus, Lord Xiangpa, since you are here, why not come and visit us? Whis extended an invitation. We have other matters to attend to. Xiangpa hastily covered his mouth, realizing he had misspoken. Beerus narrowed his eyes. Did you not say you were merely passing through? Why should it concern you? The two deities were on the brink of conflict once more. We have prepared delectable delicacies. Why not indulge in them before you leave? Whis continued, delicacies. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa's eyes sparkled with interest. Since Whis is so enthusiastic, I shall reluctantly accept the invitation. Come along, Beerus. Humph, shameless, Beerus remarked, observing Xiangpa's behavior with a critical eye. Chapter 32. The heartfelt flutters of Beerus under the guidance of Beerus and Whis. Xiangpa and Vados arrived in the realm of the gods of destruction. With a gentle tap of his staff, Whis summoned a lavish spread of culinary delights upon the previously barren table. The tantalizing aromas wafted from the dishes, igniting an irresistible urge to taste. Unable to contain himself, Xiangpa lunged at the array of food, shoving a morsel into his mouth. Delicious. This is truly exquisite. I have never tasted anything so delightful in my life. What is this? Xiangpa looked at Whis, his mouth smeared with cream, eagerly inquiring, "That I won't tell you. To snatch my food without my permission is truly brazen." Beerus interjected, not allowing Whis to reveal the answer to Xiangpa. In that moment, both gods of destruction displayed a shared trait. They showed no mercy when it came to the feast before them. Observing their behavior, one could easily mistake them for brothers, united in their fervor for culinary delights. You stingy one. How can you react this way over a mere morsel? Xiangpa retorted defiantly. Whis, he has already consumed much of my food. Gather the remaining delicacies, Beerus commanded, casting glances toward Xiangpa. Hearing Beerus's order, Xiangpa's movements quickened, his cheeks stuffed with various foods he had never encountered before. Xiangpa attempted to speak, but could only produce muffled sounds due to his full mouth. "Yes, Lord Beerus," Whis complied, and the magnificent spread vanished, leaving only refuse scattered around the table. Once Xiangpa managed to swallow his food, he exclaimed, "Hey, don't be so stingy. Food should be shared. Besides, we are brothers." He approached Beerus, draping an arm over his shoulder, his tone somewhat sycophantic. Your earlier actions displeased me. In matters of food, brotherhood means nothing." Beerus shrugged off Xiangpa's arm, wearing a haughty expression that I apologize for my previous behavior. "Could you please unveil the food now?" Xiangpa attempted to placate Beerus, motivated by the allure of the feast. "You wish to indulge in the delicacies? What brings you to the 7th universe?" Beerus inquired, revealing his intentions that I already told you. I was merely passing through," Xiangpa stammered, his expression betraying him. "Since you refuse to speak the truth, then so be it." "Whis, show them out," Beerus commanded, dismissing them. Xiangpa felt reluctant, his gaze lingering on Whis and Beerus, yet he held on to his principles and slowly retreated from the table laden with food. For the sake of future plans, and to witness Beerus's astonishment, he stifled the temptation of the feast. Guests have arrived. Jiang Xiaofei's voice echoed as he, along with Son Wukong and Vegeta, emerged from their training, eager to request some food from Beerus and Whis for a well-deserved rest. "Hello." The three greeted the two unfamiliar yet familiar figures with enthusiasm. Why were they both strange and familiar? Because Xiangpa and Beerus bore striking similarities, and Beerus and Whis were dressed alike. Clearly, they could be gods of destruction and angels from another universe. However, Jiang Xiaofei recognized them as the god of destruction Xiangpa and angel Beerus from the 6th universe. "Hello," Beerus responded warmly, her gaze fixed on the three warriors. Whis set the food back on the table for everyone to share. Beerus picked up a strawberry and took small bites, her eyes continually glancing at Jiang Xiaofei, the sunny warrior who captivated her. Her face radiated youthful bliss, and her heart raced. Jiang Xiaofei met Beerus's gaze, nodding politely with a gentlemanly smile. Receiving his response heightened Beerus's fluttering heart, prompting her to quickly turn away to avoid his gaze. "Lord Xiangpa, do I deserve punishment?" Beerus asked, her expression shy. Xiangpa was perplexed. It was his first encounter with this side of Beerus. "What is the matter, Beerus?" "I have fallen in love with a mortal." Beerus's voice was light, her sparkling eyes directed at Jiang Xiaofei in the distance. Xiangpa exclaimed in shock. "Beerus, you are an angel. How can you fall in love with a mortal? Surely, this is a jest." Beerus gestured for silence, revealing her alluring side. "Lord Xiangpa, please don't raise your voice. It would make one shy." Her voice took on a coy tone, sending shivers down Xiangpa's spine. "You are an angel, and he is a mortal. How can an angel love a mortal?" Xiangpa lowered his voice, admonishing Beerus. "Although I know it shouldn't be this way, do you not sense an inexplicable allure about him?" Beerus's tone turned soft and affectionate, akin to a gentle bird. "Beerus, you must come to your senses," Xiangpa urged, feeling anxious. "If you continue down this irrational path, Don't blame me for taking action. I doubt Beerus would mind if I eliminated a mortal. Battles perceived the threat in Xiangpa's words, and the atmosphere around them grew tense. And why, Lord Xiangpa, you must control your emotions. Should you dare harm him, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Faced with Battles' resolve, Xiangpa trembled. He was acutely aware of her strength. Despite being a god of destruction, he felt like a mere younger sibling in her presence. Moreover, from Battles' demeanor, Xiangpa feared her potential retaliation would only bring misfortune upon himself. With tears welling in his eyes, Xiangpa gazed at Battles. Battles, do you no longer love me? Battles softened her demeanor, a warm smile gracing her face. How could I not love you? Lord Xiangpa, you are my dear brother. Bardos was utterly entranced, for he was indeed my beloved. Gazing at the radiant young warrior in the distance, Bardos was lost in a reverie. Alas, Bardos, you have caused me great sorrow. Zampa, unable to tolerate Bardos's infatuation, muttered curses under his breath as he voraciously devoured the delectable feast before him. He sought to alleviate his inner turmoil and express his dissatisfaction with Bardos and Jiang Xiaofei through this indulgence. Chapter 33. The God of Destruction's Afterthought. As Zampa savored the exquisite cuisine, he cast a scrutinizing glance at Jang Xiaofei, who was not far off. He could not comprehend how such an unremarkable man could captivate Bardos's attention and earn her affection. In the sixth universe, many prodigies existed, yet Bardos paid them no heed, not even a glance. However, only a short time after entering the seventh universe, Bardos found herself enamored with a mere mortal from another realm, a situation that Zampa, as a god of destruction, found difficult to accept. As the saying goes, the one close to the water gets the moon first, yet no one had ever garnered Bardos's affections. And now she played a supporting role to another. This left him feeling both disgruntled and furious. He had to devise a way to make this oblivious man understand that someone of Bardos's caliber was far beyond his reach. Due to Bardos's influence, Zampa had become inexplicably entangled with Jiang Xiaofei, despite the latter having merely offered Bardos a gentlemanly smile from the very beginning. Hey Beerus, how is it that there are 3 humans in your realm of destruction, and they appear to hail from planets that hardly seem of a higher status? I am quite curious as to how these 3 individuals from such lowly planets are able to stand here unscathed. Given your nature, shouldn't you have sent them away? Zampa's voice was not loud. It reached the ears of Jang Xiaofei and his companions. This was Zampa's deliberate intent. He too was intrigued by the presence of these seemingly ordinary individuals. Oh, those 3. I simply found myself bored and invited them over for company. Besides, it allows me to witness some entertaining battles from time to time, Beerus replied casually. Entertaining battles? Zampa was left bewildered, as fellow gods of destruction. Their powers may vary slightly, but they wielded absolute authority within their respective universes. The battles that could pique their interest were exceedingly rare, so Zampa found it hard to believe that the fights of these 3 ordinary-looking individuals could captivate Beerus's attention, thus sparking his own curiosity. Hey, humans, why don't the 3 of you have a sparring match? I would like to see how you have managed to capture Lord Beerus's interest. Zampa began to direct his focus toward Jiang Xiaofei and the others. Lord Zampa, what are you doing? Bardos admonished him softly. Mind your own business. Zampa dismissed Bardos's concern, unwilling to engage with the smitten angel. Zampa! Beerus's gaze turned icy. Meanwhile, Jang Xiaofei and his companions stared at Zampa, feeling as though they were being treated like monkeys, forced to perform before the god of destruction and the angel. Naturally, they were unwilling to comply, standing firm with their eyes fixed on Beerus and Whis. I mean no harm, just pure curiosity. Zampa sported a mischievous grin. Humph, you had best speak truthfully, or you may find yourself unable to enjoy such delectable food again, Beerus warned, his eyes locked on Zampa. Beerus, what do you mean? Because of my earlier words, do you intend to strip me of my culinary delights? I refuse to accept that, Zampa retorted, resembling a mischievous child at that moment. Humph, what good is your refusal? The delicacies are in my possession. I hold the power here. Moreover, all these dishes are sourced from their planet. Given your attitude, how could you possibly continue to savor such exquisite cuisine? Beerus provided a rational explanation. Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta nodded in agreement, acknowledging Beerus's reasoning. Their planet? Zampa muttered. How can that be? What is the name of their planet? Our planet is called Earth. Jiang Xiaofei stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Zampa, boldly declaring the name of his homeworld with a hint of pride. Bardos observed Jiang Xiaofei, finding him irresistibly charming. He remained unfazed even in the presence of a god of destruction. Earth? Zampa echoed. Bardos, quickly check if our universe contains a planet by that name. Zampa's face brightened with excitement as he disregarded Jiang Xiaofei. The sixth universe and the Earth universe could be considered twin universes, with many planets bearing similarities that if such a delectable planet existed in the seventh universe, it was only logical that the sixth universe would have its own version. Yes, Lord Zampa, Bardos gently waved her staff, and the formation of the sixth universe rapidly flashed through the orb atop her staff. Moments later, she had surveyed the stars of the entire universe. Regrettably, Lord Zampa, our universe does not possess a planet named Earth. Bardos stated with a hint of disappointment. How can that be? The Earth universe is one. How could our sixth universe lack it? Zampa refused to believe it, yet Bardos would never deceive him. After all, Bardos had openly expressed her feelings for a human from Earth. Indeed, Lord Zampa, initially our universe did have an Earth, but during one of your sky travels, you accidentally sneezed, causing a collision with Earth, which reduced it to cosmic dust. Bardos explained to Zampa. Very well. That is simply an unfortunate circumstance, Zampa replied. Though internally he felt conflicted, the absence of Earth in the sixth universe meant he would not be able to savor the delicacies. Yet it also implied that Jiang Xiaofei from the sixth universe would not exist, a conclusion he found somewhat satisfactory. However, what he did not realize was that Jiang Xiaofei was one of a kind. In the entire Dragon Ball world, there was only one Jiang Xiaofei. It seems you were rather fortunate. You were not swept away by Beerus's sneeze. Zampa teased Jang Xiaofei and his companions upon hearing Zampa's words. A hint of despondency crept onto the faces of Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. In the vast universe, they were merely ordinary individuals seeking to live vibrant lives. Yet, their extraordinary existence appeared laughable in the face of overwhelming power, where even a single sneeze could obliterate their planet and lives. Simultaneously, Jiang Xiaofei and his companions were perplexed. They were clearly insignificant characters, so why did Zampa exhibit such aggression in his words? Zampa, you have gone too far. Beerus's dissatisfaction with Zampa's behavior began to surface. If Zampa's ire had been directed at him, he could have understood, but Zampa had consistently targeted the three humans, which understandably angered Beerus. Lord Zampa is simply being petty. Bardos voiced her opinion. Indeed, Lord Zampa is truly a child at heart. Wish join in the fray. You all. Why are you ganging up on me? Zampa felt unjustly treated. Believing that for the sake of a few humans, they were treating him this way. Was there some hidden secret about them? Think what you will. Besides, if there truly is a hidden secret, why would I divulge it to you? An outsider? Beerus dismissed Zampa's musings. Humph, I don't wish to know, but I have my suspicions, Zampa declared with a smug expression. Oh, you think you can figure it out with your intellect? I find that hard to believe. Beerus eyed the overly confident Zampa with skepticism. Haha, it's quite simple. The reason you two are so protective of them is that he is the god of destruction's replacement. Zampa pointed at Jiang Xiaofei. Convinced of his own brilliance, as for Bardos, Zampa scoffed indignantly. Chapter 34. The astonished Zampa. Lord Zampa. Bardos reproached him. Zampa refrained from continuing his remarks. Here, he could spar with Beerus, but he absolutely could not provoke Bardos, for she was his supervisor and had the authority to reprimand him. Most importantly, he was no match for Bardos. If a confrontation ensued, he would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. Although Zampa had become a bit carried away today, he had not lost his sense of reason. Haha, you truly are exceptionally clever. Beerus extended his thumb towards Cabba, expressing his sentiments. See, I told you it was impossible to fool me. Apart from being a substitute god of destruction, who else could possibly remain here? Cabba felt a surge of pride, but soon noticed something amiss, as everyone's gaze upon him resembled that of looking at a fool. It was then that Cabba finally grasped this realization. Jiang Xiaofei found himself at a loss regarding Kampa's brilliant deduction. The notion of a substitute god of destruction for Universe 6 was perplexing. Though you may appear somewhat dim-witted, your words have indeed served as a reminder. Beerus conveyed his inner gratitude towards Kampa as the god of destruction of Universe 7. He had lived long enough and recognized it was time to find a successor. Jiang Xiaofei was indeed a commendable candidate. Beerus cast an approving glance at Jiang Xiaofei. So he is not merely a substitute god of destruction. Kampa finally understood. Not until now, but from this moment forth he shall be, Beerus declared, making a unilateral decision without consulting Jiang Xiaofei's personal views. Jiang Xiaofei wished to voice his thoughts, yet the mere look from Beerus made him realize that this was not the moment for dissent. This was also Beerus's way of safeguarding his own interests. Very well, quite impressive. Kampa felt a twinge of indignation, sensing he was the one being played, but at that moment, whom could he vent his frustrations upon? Beside them, Vados observed Beerus's words and looked at Jiang Xiaofei with even greater intensity. He had become the substitute god of destruction, and it seemed their relationship had grown closer. Lord Kampa, it would be wise for you to refrain from embarrassing yourself here. Perhaps you should focus on enjoying your delicacies. If we were to engage in an intellectual contest, you might find yourself at a considerable disadvantage. Vados teased Kampa. Vados, you've changed. You weren't always like this. What has happened? Kampa lamented, feeling a sense of frustration. This time, he could only concede. Yet, when Kampa considered yielding, he found himself emboldened once more. To prove his intelligence, he devised a plan he found particularly satisfying. Since you assert he is a substitute god of destruction, his strength must be formidable. How about I test him on your behalf? What do you think? Kampa proposed, once again filled with self-satisfaction. Beerus remained silent for a few moments, glancing at Jiang Xiaofei, seemingly torn in his decision. Fear not, I will hold back. I won't unleash my full power right away, as that could very well end his life. That I am well aware of my limits. Kampa urged once more. Humph. With me present. Do you really think you could take his life? Beerus countered resolutely. Since you are so eager, let us proceed with a sparring match. Beerus ultimately acquiesced to Kampa's suggestion. The reason Beerus had momentarily hesitated was to capture Kampa's attention. He too wished to ascertain the current level of Jiang Xiaofei's abilities and whether he truly met the criteria for a substitute god of destruction. What a wise decision. Kampa expressed his agreement with Beerus and turned to Jiang Xiaofei. Come, let us engage in a friendly spar. Thus, the protagonist Jiang Xiaofei found himself orchestrated by the two gods of destruction, unable to resist even a fraction. They arrived at a spacious area, distancing themselves from one another. Lord Kampa, do mind your restraint. I shall be watching closely. Vados cautioned Kampa, then turned to Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei, if you find yourself struggling, do not hesitate to voice it. I will assist you at once. Thank you, Jiang Xiaofei expressed his gratitude to Vados, who beamed with joy. It is my duty. Hey, enough already. We are here to battle. Do you understand? Stop chattering. Kampa could no longer endure the situation and unleashed his power. Launching an attack towards Jiang Xiaofei, in response to Kampa's assault. Jiang Xiaofei immediately reacted, yet the disparity between their strengths was glaringly apparent. Boom! Their fists collided, and Jiang Xiaofei was sent hurtling backward, stabilizing himself only after several dozen meters. Not bad. You managed to withstand my punch without collapsing. You should take pride in that. However, your comfort ends here, Kampa remarked with a hint of annoyance. Lord Kampa, perhaps you struck a bit too hard. Vados reiterated her concern. Kampa was thoroughly vexed. My dear Vados, this is a sparring match. Applying a bit of force is entirely acceptable. If you continue to interrupt, this battle may very well cease to exist. Is that so? Then let us not fight. Vados' unexpected suggestion drove Kampa into a frenzy. Looking at Jiang Xiaofei, he felt somewhat perplexed by Vados' actions, even questioning whether the angel had developed feelings for him. Otherwise, why would she defend him so ardently? However, Jiang Xiaofei dared not voice such thoughts. Misunderstanding her intentions could very well lead to his complete disappearance from Universe 7. Teasing an angel with romantic implications was indeed a reckless endeavor. Our battle is far from over. This time, It was Jiang Xiaofei who took the initiative to strike. His aura subsided, and he entered a state of transcendence, acutely aware of every movement of his body. In an instant, Jiang Xiaofei vanished, only to reappear before Cabba. Cabba, taken aback by Jiang Xiaofei's actions, could hardly believe that a human could reach such a level. Bang! Cabba took a flying kick from Jiang Xiaofei head-on. Stumbling back several meters, the ultra instinct. Cabba was still in shock, glancing towards Beerus and Whis, momentarily forgetting he was still in combat. Observing Cabba's astonished expression, Beerus silently nodded, internally reveling in the moment. Jiang Xiaofei reappeared, prompting Cabba to react swiftly. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows and sustaining injuries that I yield. Cabba exclaimed as he flew backward, retreating from the battle, feeling it had lost its excitement. He had intended to crush Jiang Xiaofei with overwhelming force, making him recognize his place, all while warning him against harboring any ill intentions. However, it became clear that his aspirations could not come to fruition, as he could not easily overpower Jiang Xiaofei. This human was undoubtedly extraordinary. Haha! Beerus could no longer contain himself, laughing heartily. So, how about it? He certainly qualifies as a substitute god of destruction now, wouldn't you say? Chapter 35. The Super Dragon Balls gazing at the captivating figure. Vados was equally astonished. She had already held Jiang Xiaofei in high regard, but witnessing him battle Cabba using the still immature Ultra Instinct filled her heart with joy. Further affirming her discerning eye, Jiang Xiaofei's aura weakened, the state of Ultra Instinct dissipating. Through this encounter with Cabba, he had learned much, and after enduring Cabba's onslaught, he received favorable feedback from the system, significantly advancing his own power. If he were to spar with Cabba again, he had confidence in his ability to endure even longer. However, Jiang Xiaofei was acutely aware that he still fell short of being a match for a god of destruction. Cabba had not utilized Ultra Instinct during their combat. His cessation of fighting stemmed purely from whim. Beerus, you have truly stumbled upon a treasure, Cabba remarked to Beerus, harboring a twinge of envy within. Ah! Thankfully, Beerus feigned humility, yet inside he was elated. This time he had certainly saved face before Cabba. Humph. Do not become too complacent that I believe there are individuals of similar caliber within my universe. I simply have yet to discover them. Cabba offered an excuse to salvage some pride. That's so. I genuinely look forward to that day. At that time, we can invite that warrior over and savor Earth's delicacies together, Beerus proclaimed, deliberately emphasizing the delights of Earth cuisine. Cabba, discerning Beerus's underlying message, remained composed, occasionally displaying his intelligence. Beerus, do you dare to compete with me in an intergalactic contest? The thoughts paused for a moment, only for new ideas to blossom within a competition among the cosmos. Please elaborate. Beerus also displayed a hint of interest, for his wakeful state was exceedingly dull. If he could seek some amusement, he would naturally welcome it. It's quite simple, said Cabba. You gather some warriors from Universe 7, and I shall enlist some from Universe 6. Let them engage in a contest of valor, to see which side emerges victorious. That sounds promising, yet it still seems to lack a certain thrill. Beerus concurred. Ha ha, I share that sentiment. Thus, to enhance the enjoyment of the competition, let us stipulate that the victorious side shall gain dominion over the Earth of Universe 7. What do you think? Cabba's ulterior motive was laid bare, yet he maintained an unperturbed facade. Oh, I see. But do you not feel that, in doing so, Universe 7 seems to incur a loss? The astute Beerus was quick to detect the loophole in Cabba's words. Is that so? Cabba feigned ignorance. Ha! Are you not the fool? Earth is inherently ours in Universe 7. Why wager it? And moreover, you seem to lack any genuine offer in return. What do you from Universe 6 intend to exchange? Beerus was forthright. Cabba, having set his sights on the Earth of Universe 7, found himself without any planets of worth to offer. If we were to lose this contest, I shall reveal to you my true purpose for visiting your universe. Tisich, I'm truly uninterested. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Cabba. No, you will be. If I disclose my intent, you will undoubtedly be intrigued. Cabba exuded confidence. Oh, is that so? Your unwavering assurance piques my curiosity. However, unless you divulge your purpose. I shall categorically refuse to consent to this competition. Beerus held his principles firmly. To acquiesce so readily would render him foolish, akin to the likes of Campa. Whis, fetch me some instant noodles. Having spoken at length, my hunger has returned. Beerus turned to Whis with an air of nonchalance. Very well, Lord Beerus. Whis produced a bucket of instant noodles from his staff. Beerus poured boiling water into it, covered it, and after a 5-minute wait, the fragrant aroma wafting from the noodles made every onlooker yearn for a taste. Campa, eyeing the noodles on the table, felt an overwhelming urge to seize them, yet he managed to restrain himself from losing all semblance of reason. As Beerus lifted the lid, an intense fragrance enveloped the room. Campa's gaze fixated on the noodles in Beerus's hand, as Beerus deftly speared some noodles with a fork and placed them in his mouth. He inhaled sharply, the delightful taste igniting a symphony of bliss on his palate. I can't bear it any longer. Whis, do you have another bucket? Campa gazed longingly at Whis, his eyes brimming with sincerity and earnestness. Whis feigned difficulty. You wish for instant noodles? Beerus asked knowingly. Campa nodded fervently. Very well, but only if you disclose your purpose. Then I shall allow you to savor the taste of these noodles. Beerus revealed the motive behind his terms. Excellent. Campa, unable to resist the allure of the culinary delight, acquiesced. Bados, having seen through the entire exchange, merely shook her head gently. Both Campa and Beerus were destroyers, and while they were brothers, Campa ultimately fell short of Beerus in terms of intellect. The reason I ventured into Universe 7 was to seek the Super Dragon Balls. Campa finally articulated his intent. Now, can I have my noodles? The Super Dragon Balls? Beerus pondered. Whis granted him a bucket of noodles. Upon receiving the noodles from Whis, Campa mimicked Beerus's earlier actions, allowing them to steep for 5 minutes before indulging. Are you referring to the Super Dragon Balls created by the Dragon God Zalama? Beerus inquired once more. Campa nodded in affirmation while savoring the noodles, an exhilarating sensation rushing to his taste buds, his face alight with joy, seemingly erasing all previous frustrations. Such delectable fare originates from a planet called Earth. Does it not? Campa inquired, his mouth full of noodles. Indeed. Beerus beamed with pride. That if you are interested, we can continue our competition, but both sides must wager something. My stake is Earth, and yours shall be the Super Dragon Balls you have collected. Beerus, do you think me a fool? If my Dragon Balls were painstakingly acquired, would it not be unjust to simply hand them over? Humph. If I were to gather the Super Dragon Balls, I could easily wish for the creation of an Earth. Why would I come here to seize yours? Campa's expression reflected his displeasure. Oh, I see. In that case, there is no need for a competition at all. Moreover, I suspect your Super Dragon Balls are still incomplete. Are they not? And, judging by your demeanor, there should be Super Dragon Balls present in my Universe 7 as well. Thus, I must bid you farewell to AS for the Super Dragon Balls of Universe 7. I fear you shall not acquire them. Beerus exuded confidence, having Campa firmly in his grasp. Observing Beerus's smug demeanor, Campa felt an urge to strike him. From the outset, he had been ensnared in a trap. Chapter 36. An Angel's Secret Affection. Campa suddenly felt like a jester. Since arriving in Universe 7, he had not found the Super Dragon Balls and instead encountered Beerus and Whis, though he had savored culinary delights previously unknown to him. Such delicacies did not exist in Universe 6. This meant that once he departed, he would no longer have access to such exquisite fare. He had initially anticipated a wager against Beerus, a cosmic confrontation. Yet he had been outmaneuvered once more. His painstakingly developed plans had been laid bare by Beerus. Most crucially, Bados had become infatuated with a mortal during her visit to the realm of destruction. While she acknowledged the mortal's strength and potential, how could Bados harbor feelings for a mere mortal? Campa found himself puzzled. For him, it was indeed a dismal day, yet having reached this juncture, he must make concessions or compromises to further his own schemes. Beerus, you cunning scoundrel. Campa seethed, having been deceived time and again. Campa, how can you say that? It is clearly your own foolishness. How can you blame me for outsmarting you? Besides, everything I said is the unvarnished truth. Beerus observed Campa with keen interest. For millennia, it was the first time Beerus had witnessed Campa at such a disadvantage. In truth, he owed a debt of gratitude to Jiang Xiaofei, and the others. Oomph, I care not. This contest must proceed. The Earth is mine, and so too are the Super Dragon Balls. Cabba was somewhat exasperated, so it appears you have acquiesced to my proposal, wagering the Super Dragon Balls in your possession. Beerus's heart soared with delight. Acquiring the Super Dragon Balls from Cabba would undoubtedly be a joyous occasion. Humph, do not celebrate too soon. Victory is not yet assured. Do you think you alone possess a human skilled in the Ultra Instinct? Cabba cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Xiaofei, a glimmer of menace in his eyes. Ha ha. So, there exists a human in Universe 6 who has mastered Ultra Instinct. This makes our upcoming battle all the more intriguing. Beerus had unshakable confidence in Jiang Xiaofei, Son Wukong, and Vegeta. Even if Universe 6 truly had a human adept in Ultra Instinct, could they possibly possess a prodigy like Jiang Xiaofei? The odds of that were nearly non-existent. As long as Jiang Xiaofei entered the fray, Universe 7's victory was all but guaranteed, for Beerus had recognized Jiang Xiaofei's exceptional nature. Let us wait and see. Cabba wore a sly grin. Indeed, it is worthy of anticipation. With the assistance of Whis and Bados, the two destroyers simply outlined the number of participants and the venue for the upcoming contest between their two universes. After much deliberation, Cabba announced his intention to return to the 6th universe to seek candidates for the upcoming competition. Bardos, we must depart, he called out to Bardos. So soon? Bardos replied with reluctance, feeling as though she had just arrived and had yet to engage in conversation with Jiang Xiaofei. Are we really leaving in such haste? What other choice do we have? Are we to linger here for the new year? Remember, we have only just agreed to compete. Cabba felt exasperated by the angel's reluctance. He was well aware of Bardos's sentiments. Why don't you leave first, Lord Cabba? I would like to stay a while longer, as it has been many years since I last saw my brother Weiss. Leaving in such a rush leaves me with a heavy heart. Bardos expressed her desire to remain, along with her reasoning. Cabba scrutinized Bardos, attempting to discern her true feelings. Bardos, do not provoke my ire further, and do not forget your responsibilities. If I leave, and you remain here, you would be neglecting your duties, and I doubt Lord Zeno would overlook such carelessness. Cabba felt a headache coming on and was compelled to invoke Zeno's name to rein in Bardos. Upon hearing Zeno's name, Bardos's expression dimmed. While she could disregard Cabba's thoughts, Zeno was an authority she had to take seriously. Glancing at Weiss and Jiang Xiaofei, Bardos felt a pang of sadness, yet ultimately chose to depart. For if Zeno were to learn of these matters, it would not only spell trouble for her, but also for Jiang Xiaofei, given Zeno's unpredictable nature. Watching Bardos reluctantly return to his side, Cabba sighed deeply. Indeed, women in love often seem to possess a singular focus. Fortunately, he had some abilities of his own. After securing some earth delicacies from Weiss, Cabba finally left this place that had caused him sorrow. Guided by Bardos, once Cabba and Bardos had departed, Beerus turned to Jiang Xiaofei and Son Goku. Vegeta, you both heard the conversation just now. This competition is not merely a simple sparring match, but one that concerns the fate of Earth. If you fail to achieve victory, you may find it impossible to continue residing in the Earth universe. The future of Earth lies entirely in your hands, Beerus stated with grave seriousness. Deep down, he felt a twinge of pain. If Jiang Xiaofei were to accidentally lose, he would have to beseech Cabba for a taste of Earth's culinary delights in the future. He could only imagine the scorn and disdain he would receive from Cabba. And even the thought of it made Beerus feel as though the sky were falling. He shook his head to dispel such dreadful thoughts. Such a scenario could not be allowed to occur. Isn't this a bit too casual? Jiang Xiaofei addressed Beerus to tea. Oh, simply cast Earth aside seems rather excessive. It appears you have yet to grasp your position that in the 7th universe, I, Beerus, am the absolute deity. Every celestial body belongs to me, including Earth. If you desire freedom for Earth, then you must strive to win this competition, Beerus replied without hesitation. Jiang Xiaofei refrained from further comment, merely glancing at Son Goku and Vegeta. Son Goku appeared exceedingly excited as he anticipated the opportunity to spar with powerful beings from other universes, a rare battle that sent adrenaline coursing through him. Vegeta, while seemingly more composed, still harbored a glint of longing in his gaze. Alas, Jiang Xiaofei sighed softly. His two companions were indeed battle enthusiasts, willing to do anything for the sake of combat and self-improvement. Do not fret about Earth. You ought to be more concerned about yourself. Beerus advised Jiang Xiaofei, who found himself puzzled. Had he done something wrong? What is it, Lord Beerus? Jiang Xiaofei asked, feeling somewhat apprehensive. There was no doubt that Beerus's statement suggested something significant was amiss. Have you not noticed? Beerus inquired, somewhat surprised. Noticed what? Angel Bardos has a crush on you. How can you not see it? She has been exceedingly obvious about it. Beerus expressed his admiration for Jiang Xiaofei's obliviousness. What? No way. She is an angel. How could she possibly have feelings for an inconspicuous mortal like me? Surely, Lord Beerus must be mistaken. Jiang Xiaofei protested. If you doubt it, you may inquire with Weiss, Beerus replied, uninterested in further elaboration. Weiss merely nodded in silence, as if to affirm Beerus's claim. Otherwise, do you think Cabba would target you for no reason? Jiang Xiaofei contemplated the situation and realized it indeed seemed plausible, leaving him with a tumult of emotions. What could it possibly feel like to be admired by an angel? Chapter 37. The Frisia Force, Earth's Crisis. Though Jiang Xiaofei had not spent much time in the Dragon Ball world, he possessed a foundational understanding of its lore. The god of destruction was the ruler of the entire universe, holding a higher status than the Kaio-ken, and possessed strength that far exceeded theirs. Angels served solely to assist the gods of destruction, yet their own power surpassed that of the gods. Above the angels existed even more formidable beings. Now, to learn that an angel harbored feelings for him left Jiang Xiaofei utterly astonished. However, these circumstances were beyond his control. While he acknowledged that Bardos was indeed beautiful, both in form and appearance, and aligned with his aesthetic preferences, the disparity between them remained vast. Furthermore, Jang Xiaofei was in a relationship, albeit one that was likely to remain unfulfilled. The notion of him quickly transferring his affections was utterly implausible. The only fortunate aspect was that Bardos had not yet directly confessed her feelings, indicating there was still room for maneuver. Perhaps by the time Bardos returned to the sixth universe, she might forget him entirely. You lucky fellow, Beerus remarked wistfully. The surprises Jiang Xiaofei brought him were numerous, and now even an angel could not resist his allure. Lord Beerus, please do not jest. I am merely a mortal. How could Bardos possibly have feelings for someone like me? Even if it were true, it might just be a fleeting curiosity that she would soon forget. Jiang Xiaofei scratched his head in confusion. Listening to Jiang Xiaofei's words, Beerus nodded in silent agreement. What you say holds a certain truth. For someone like Bardos, it would indeed be impossible for an ordinary person like you to remain by her side. Indeed, you possess a basic understanding, Beerus affirmed. Now, focus on your training, prepare diligently for the upcoming battle, and ensure that Cabba and the sixth universe understand that our seventh universe is not to be trifled with. Beerus's excitement was palpable, while the selection of other participants would be determined by him and Weiss. Son Goku was already eagerly immersed in intense training, eagerly anticipating the day of the competition. The Vegeta's sentiments were similar, and the two trained rigorously in the god of destruction's realm. Jiang Xiaofei, too, was not idle. He further refined his mastery of ki, becoming proficient in the Kamehameha wave and even making headway with the spirit bomb. Unfortunately, the Kaio-ken technique eluded him. It seemed that due to the system's influence, he could not perceive any increase in power while employing the technique, and no amount of experimentation yielded results. Ultimately, Jang Xiaofei had to abandon the notion of using Kaio-ken to achieve a sudden boost in strength. They occasionally challenged Beerus, and in terms of individual power, he remained the strongest. However, when the three of them combined their efforts, even Beerus was compelled to exert himself fully. After each battle, they felt that the day they would surpass Beerus was drawing nearer. Inspired by the trio's determination, Beerus seemed to engage in quiet training himself, fearing that one among them might surpass him in strength, particularly Jiang Xiaofei, who seemed to possess the potential to truly eclipse him. Yet, Beerus hoped that day would arrive slowly. Although Beerus's training could not compare to that of Son Goku and Vegeta, his progress was also rapid. He had previously struggled to master the Ultra Instinct technique, but now he had grasped its essence. With diligent practice, he would soon achieve complete mastery. Observing Beerus's growth, Weiss felt a surge of joy within him. With each enhancement, Beerus's power escalates, allowing him to prolong his existence. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the once slumbering and gluttonous Lord Beerus, who also reveled in the destruction of planets, seems to have genuinely discovered a pursuit worth his dedication. Observing Jiang Xiaofei, Son Wukong, and Vegeta, Weiss finds himself increasingly fond of them. They possess a unique charm that captivates him. It is through their acquaintance that Weiss not only savors delicacies previously unknown to him, but also helps Beerus find companions, whose presence imbues Beerus's life with newfound significance. However, Beerus would never concede to such a notion. As time progresses, and through continuous sparring, the bonds among the four deepen considerably. Beerus has come to regard these three as potential successors to his title of God of Destruction. As for the future, the true identity of the God of Destruction remains a matter of fate. In the sixth universe, the God of Destruction, Cabba, has returned. Observing the still infatuated Vados, Cabba's mood improves somewhat. "Vados, are you still pining for that boy?" Cabba inquires relentlessly. "Lord Cabba, perhaps you should focus on your own matters. If we lose this upcoming match, your Super Dragon Balls will be forfeit." Vados attempts to divert the conversation. "I am well aware, yet I remain curious. How could you develop feelings for a mortal? Do you think we might find a man identical to Jiang Xiaofei in our sixth universe?" Cabba's words further provoke Vados. A glimmer of hope sparks in Vados' eyes. Indeed, there exists such a possibility, though she fears that even if she were to encounter him, she might never replicate the feeling she had upon first meeting Jiang Xiaofei. "Lord Cabba, you ought to recruit some formidable individuals swiftly. Otherwise, you are destined to lose." "Humph. Let's await the outcome," Cabba retorts, dismissing the matter, while it appears he was merely under the illusion earlier, as Vados remains lost in her unrequited affection. In the vast expanse of the seventh universe, a multitude of fearsome figures stands around a planet on the outskirts of the galaxy, exuding an aura far more intimidating than before, as if they were professionals in debt collection. Inside a spaceship, Sorbet gazes at the distant azure planet, a malicious smile creeping across his face. "My lord, ahead lies Earth, the place where your target is likely honing his skills. Haha. At long last, this day has arrived. After 4 months of arduous training, I feel I have reached my peak strength, confident enough to dispatch Majin Buu with a single blow. Next, it is your turn, detestable Saiyans." Frieza stands atop the vessel, fixated on the blue planet, igniting within him a desire to obliterate it. The moment the spaceship lands, Frieza unleashes his formidable aura, causing his subordinates to tremble in fear that Frieza's objective is to lure the Saiyans on Earth. Should those 2 Saiyans who previously defeated him still be present, it would be even better. While training, Piccolo senses an unusual aura brimming with murderous intent. Without hesitation, he follows the source of the energy. Upon arrival, he encounters a crowd of both familiar and unfamiliar faces. Frieza's army. Chapter 38. The death of Piccolo. Upon spotting the figure seated upon the throne, sweat beads down Piccolo's face. The presence is overwhelmingly oppressive. Particularly those eyes. Piccolo cannot bear to meet their gaze. Frieza. His heart races. In his memory, Frieza had been slain, yet the being before him unmistakably embodies Frieza himself. As Piccolo arrives, others soon follow. Gohan, Krillin, Tin, and even Master Roshi, all drawn by the energy. Upon witnessing their foe, shock grips their hearts, for they had all witnessed Frieza's demise. "Oh ho ho, you all arrived rather swiftly." Frieza cackles ominously. "Where is Son Goku? Has he sensed my energy and been scared into hiding?" Frieza wears a self-satisfied expression. "Humph. Frieza, are you overly confident? Do you not recall how you met your end?" Despite the overwhelming shock, Piccolo strives to maintain his courage. "You are a Namekian, a friend of Son Goku." Since he's absent, I shall use you as my target." Frieza speaks without a hint of restraint as the cosmic overlord. Frieza's time in hell was stifling, and upon his return, he endured 4 months of rigorous training, finally ready for revenge. However, discovering that his main adversaries are not present only fuels his rage. To commemorate my arrival, let us commence with a fireworks display. Frieza declares, extending a finger as a purple sphere radiating destructive power forms. Then he points towards a nearby city. Stop! Piccolo cries out in protest, but it is too late. The sphere streaks forth, creating a blinding light as it descends upon the city. Boom! The city erupts in an immense explosion, the blinding glow reflecting upon the faces of all present. Frieza! Piccolo and Gohan shout in fury, their apprehension of Frieza intensifying. Clearly, Frieza's recent assault was far more potent than before, and they recognize that he has returned even stronger. Oh ho ho! What a beautiful sight! It has been ages since I beheld such a captivating view. Frieza remarks malevolently, gazing upon the city engulfed in light. The fireworks display ends here. Now, let my true vengeance commence. Since Goku is absent, I shall take you few as my targets. Fear not. Once I have dealt with you, I shall spare Earth, allowing Goku a place to exact his revenge. I trust it will not be long before he comes to join you. Frieza! Gohan steps forward, ready to strike, but Piccolo halts him. Wait, I shall confront him first. You all focus on contacting Goku. Piccolo instructs. Gohan nods and dials Bulma's number, for only she can reach Whis and expedite the return of Jiang Xiaofei and the others. Slowly, Piccolo elevates himself from the ground. Frieza, you will regret coming to Earth for revenge. You dare provoke Lord Frieza. You overestimate your abilities. Tagoma interjects, stepping forward. Who are you? Piccolo questions. Tagoma, brimming with arrogance, declares, I am Tagoma, a loyal subordinate of Lord Frieza. As a Namekian, allow me to demonstrate the terror of Lord Frieza. Tagoma charges at Piccolo, who also heightens his energy to counter Tagoma's assault. Bam! The clash of their bodies produces a deafening sound. In that brief encounter, Piccolo feels the extent of Tagoma's strength. Piccolo accelerates his speed and augments his power further. Heh! Do not waste your efforts. You are no match for me. Tagoma taunts mockingly. You talk too much. Piccolo retaliates with another punch, but this time, Tagoma deflects it effortlessly that Piccolo's fist becomes ensnared in Tagoma's grasp, and Tagoma slowly raises his other hand, poised to strike down upon Piccolo's arm. Ah! Piccolo screams in agony, swiftly retreating to Gohan's side. Witnessing the severed arm held by Tagoma, the others grow increasingly restless. If Frieza's subordinates are this formidable, how powerful must Frieza himself be? Especially Krillin, now bald, finds himself haunted by memories of past encounters with Frieza, sweat pouring down his face as fear paralyzes him, robbing him of the courage to face Frieza. Despite the excruciating pain, Piccolo employs his regenerative abilities. Growing a new arm. Tagoma, you took too long to deal with a mere lackey. The voice of Frieza echoed as he addressed Tagoma. I apologize, Lord Frieza. I shall resolve this battle immediately. Tagoma expressed his regret. It appeared he needed to hasten his pace. Before Tagoma could finish his statement, a piercing scream erupted, surpassing even that of Piccolo moments prior. Tagoma was seen hurtling backward, clutching his lower body, his form trembling uncontrollably upon the ground. After 4 months of grueling training, his body had become harder than steel, and even facing Piccolo's attacks barely registered pain. However, it seemed his lower body had not been adequately conditioned. The onlookers beheld the youth who had attacked Tagoma. Gotenks. Hey, are you really intent on annihilating Earth? Have you consulted with me, the invincible Gotenks? As soon as he finished speaking, Gotenks radiated a brilliant light and transformed into 2 diminutive forms that Frieza's eyes scanned the 2 small figures that had just appeared before him. And his expression began to contort. From those 2 children, Frieza recognized the silhouettes of Son Goku and Trunks. His purpose for coming to Earth was to seek these 2 individuals, and now he found them embodied in the forms of children. Saiyans? Ha! How intriguing! My revenge draws ever closer. Goten Trunks, Bulma called him to her side. Truly useless, wasting my time for so long. Frieza seemed to have lost some of his patience, a glimmer sparked at his fingertips. And a beam shot forth towards Gohan. Gohan! Piccolo shouted, shoving Gohan aside, exposing himself to Frieza's beam, and in the next moment, his body was pierced by the light, and Piccolo could no longer sustain himself, collapsing to the ground. His breath growing faint. Piccolo! Uncle Piccolo! Chapter 39. The Wrathful Gohan. The trio returns, oh ho ho. With such meager power, you dare to boast before me. You are truly ignorant of your own insignificance. Frieza sneered at the fallen Piccolo, whose essence was dwindling. Krillin, unable to move, was paralyzed by fear, unable to escape Frieza's clutches. Gohan cradled Piccolo, his heart ablaze with anguish. Yet, Gohan was no longer the fearless warrior he once was. His immense potential had long since been depleted. Confronted by the formidable Frieza, Gohan understood that he was no match. Even as Piccolo lay gravely injured for his sake, he could not immediately seek vengeance because, in Frieza's presence, he felt like a mere weakling. Gohan, be strong. At the brink of death, Piccolo still worried for Gohan. Do not attempt to challenge Frieza. You cannot defeat him. Find a way to bring your father back. Only with Son Goku's return can you survive. And Earth can be saved. After uttering these words, Piccolo's faint essence could no longer endure, and he ultimately closed his eyes in Gohan's embrace. No. Uncle Piccolo, wake up, don't sleep. Gohan's heart-wrenching cries resonated with despair. But Piccolo could not hear Gohan's pleas. What a profoundly moving scene. Fear not, I shall not allow him to depart alone. You will reunite soon, though it will be in hell. At the thought of hell, Frieza's expression twisted, recalling a past he wished to forget. Gohan gently laid Piccolo down, straightened his back, and fixed his fiery gaze upon Frieza on the throne, as if his glare could slay. Such a delightful expression. In this moment, do you wish to kill me and avenge your Uncle Piccolo? Come, I am right here. Come and kill me. Frieza was audacious, seemingly emboldened by his perceived superiority. Look at your companions behind you. They are already paralyzed with fear. How pitiable. A flicker of disappointment crossed Frieza's eyes, as if part of the thrill of revenge had dissipated. Listening to Frieza's mockery, Krillin and Tien Shinhan found themselves without rebuttal. Their confidence shattered in the face of Frieza, powerless to save Piccolo as he perished before their eyes. Frieza, today, I shall avenge my Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's desperate roar reverberated, shaking the very souls of those present. Krillin and Tien Shinhan could feel Gohan's fury, reminiscent of the last time he had been this enraged when his father was defeated by Cell. Oh, the flames are igniting. Indeed, it seems your Uncle Piccolo has fully unleashed your potential. Shall I kill a few more to heighten your excitement? Frieza remained unfazed by Gohan's wrath. Frieza, I will kill you. As Gohan was consumed by rage, he exuded the raw essence of a savage Saiyan. His powers surging. Super Saiyan. Haha, how interesting. Let me see how far you can go. Frieza did not impede Gohan's transformation, but observed with keen interest, seemingly awaiting Gohan's ultimate outburst, in the realm of the gods of destruction. The battle between Jiang Xiaofei and Son Goku continued at this juncture. Son Goku, in his Super Saiyan Blue form, could output power steadily, enhanced further by the Kaio-ken technique. Nearby, Vegeta and Whis were also scrutinizing their combat. Whis sensed a call for his attention and took out his staff. That a brilliant light emanated from the staff's orb, revealing Bulma's image. Bulma appeared anxious, her expression slightly dazed. The scene within the staff transformed. And through the orb, Vegeta glimpsed the fallen Piccolo, the sweating Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Gohan, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan out of sheer rage. Finally, the scene in the staff froze on the figure seated upon the throne. Frieza. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, uttering that name. Jiang Xiaofei. Son Goku, cease your fighting. Earth is in peril. Vegeta addressed the two combatants. Jiang Xiaofei and Son Goku halted, their gazes drawn to the staff's orb, and upon seeing the fallen Piccolo and the furious Gohan, Goku's anger began to boil. Whis, hurry and take us back to Earth. Goku expressed urgency, unsure of Frieza's next move. Returning to Earth will take half an hour from here. Your instant transmission would be much more practical. Whis stated. Indeed, Goku, overwhelmed by fury, took several deep breaths to calm himself. He placed his hand on his forehead, striving to sense the energy on Earth. After multiple attempts, Goku finally discerned Gohan's surging energy. Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta placed their hands on Goku's shoulders, and in an instant, they vanished, reappearing on Earth. The moment Goku arrived, the exhausted Gohan had nearly collapsed, and Goku caught him at the sight of his father. Gohan felt an overwhelming urge to cry, "Dad, I'm sorry." "Dad, do not blame yourself. You have done remarkably well. Leave the rest to us," Goku reassured, patting Gohan's shoulder. Approaching Piccolo, Goku utilized instant transmission once more to relocate him, and upon returning, he turned his gaze towards the expectant Frieza. "Haha, Son Goku, you have finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, you might have found all of them beyond your reach." Frieza glared at the one he despised most, gritting his teeth. "Hey, Frieza, if you seek vengeance, come for me. Why torment them?" Goku appeared considerably calmer, showing no signs of breaking down over Piccolo's death. "Torment? I wouldn't say that. It merely serves to pass the time. They merely add some amusement to my revenge. Nothing more." In Frieza's eyes, everyone present was insignificant. He eagerly anticipated his clash with Son Goku. "Do, is that not Prince Vegeta? As my former servant, you dare not pay your respects upon seeing me." Frieza's tone dripped with sarcasm, leaving his intentions shrouded in mystery. "Humph, Frieza, you would do well to depart obediently, or you shall surely regret it." Vegeta maintains his pride. "Ha, I never expected you would dare speak to me like this now. It seems you have forgotten the past." Frieza, while speaking, began to move his fingers once more, and this time, his target was none other than Jiang Xiaofei, who stood beside Vegeta. Chapter 40. Frieza's little tricks. A sphere of destructive energy glimmered at Frieza's fingertips, launching towards Jang Xiaofei with great speed. Yet throughout it all, Frieza's gaze never once fell upon Jiang Xiaofei. His complete attention was consumed by Vegeta and Son Goku. In Frieza's mind, among all the Earthlings present, only Son Goku and Vegeta posed any real threat to him, while the others were mere ants and cannon fodder. Observing Frieza's actions, Vegeta did not intervene, yet a sense of delight swelled within him. He had never anticipated that Frieza's first target would be Jiang Xiaofei. After all, among the three of them, Son Goku had previously defeated Frieza, and Vegeta had betrayed him. Jiang Xiaofei, on the other hand, held no grudge against Frieza, and they had never crossed paths. However, obstinate Frieza chose to strike at Jiang Xiaofei first. Besides a smile on his face, Vegeta made no further movements. He did not believe that Frieza's simple attack could bring about Jiang Xiaofei's demise. Was Frieza's strike truly stronger than that of a god of destruction? That was simply impossible. Witnessing that neither Vegeta nor Son Goku showed any intent to intervene, Frieza found the situation even more amusing. Turning his gaze slightly towards Jiang Xiaofei, an astonishing scene unfolded before Frieza's eyes. The strike that had easily pierced through Piccolo now collided with Jiang Xiaofei's body, causing him to be propelled backward with great force. However, the powerful sphere of light did not penetrate Jiang Xiaofei's form. After sliding several dozen meters across the ground, Jiang Xiaofei stabilized himself. He felt a slight pain in the area of his heart. But that was all. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained a critical hit point. Once grounded, Jiang Xiaofei looked up at Frieza in the sky, and with a sudden burst of speed, he soared upward, appearing before Frieza in the next moment. Without uttering a word, Jiang Xiaofei launched his attack, each punch imbued with tremendous force, striking Frieza's face, followed by a flying kick that sent Frieza hurtling from his throne. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Frieza's minions in awe of this unbelievable spectacle, feeling as though they were trapped in a dream. Vegeta found the situation rather amusing. Someone like Frieza was bound to stumble one day. And how ironic it was that he chose to provoke the strongest of them all. Frieza was undeniably a genius, yet even he had to concede in the face of a prodigy like Jiang Xiaofei. Why provoke me, of all people? Jiang Xiaofei mused, gazing at Frieza not far away. After enduring Jiang Xiaofei's rapid assault, Frieza began to take this adversary seriously. Otherwise, he risked suffering the consequences. It appears my revenge is about to become even more interesting. Frieza's aura intensified as he prepared to repay Jiang Xiaofei with a grand gesture. Whoosh! A figure intercepted Frieza's line of sight, surrounded by a golden aura that caused the air around to crackle. Frieza, your opponent is me. The newcomer was none other than Son Goku. Upon seeing Son Goku's sudden appearance, Frieza burst into laughter. Son Goku, have you finally been unable to contain yourself? I thought you would wait until I had disposed of them all before making your move. Enough with the banter, Frieza. Now that you've been resurrected, why not try to behave like a decent being? Why must you seek trouble? Son Goku's tone was cold, revealing his struggle to restrain his fury. Oh ho ho. I seem to have heard a grand joke, Son Goku. During my absence, you haven't gone and become foolish from training, have you? You expect a cosmic emperor to behave like a decent person? Is your mind made of mush? Frieza feigned interest. Humph. In the past, you had no choice, but now, you remain obstinately unaware. Do not blame me for denying you the opportunity. The energy surrounding Son Goku surged. Excellent. I am eager to see how much you have improved during this period. Frieza was completely ignited, for only Son Goku was the opponent he truly cared about. To force Son Goku into submission and then eliminate him would be a magnificent feat. Jiang Xiaofei, just watch. Son Goku turned to Jiang Xiaofei and said. Jiang Xiaofei nodded, took a deep breath, and returned to the ground, standing shoulder to shoulder with Vegeta. Who do you think will win this battle? Jiang Xiaofei asked, feigning ignorance. That goes without saying. It will undoubtedly be us, Vegeta replied, brimming with confidence. Although Frieza has returned and grown even stronger, our training in the realm of the gods of destruction is beyond Frieza's imagination and cannot possibly reach such heights. Vegeta offered an explanation, yet it dripped with blind confidence. That makes sense. Jiang Xiaofei shared this sentiment, for he understood that even if Frieza transformed into his golden form, he could not possibly rival Super Saiyan Blue Goku, especially with the two of them standing by. It was an assured victory. Unfortunately, Frieza had yet to grasp this reality. With a loud roar, Frieza, enveloped in purple energy, began to transform. The two glaring horns atop his head vanished, and his form grew taller and more robust. His purple, rounded head shimmered under the sunlight, radiating a malevolent aura. Son Goku, less engaged in a thrilling battle, Frieza initiated the attack, launching a pale fist directly towards Son Goku's face. Son Goku, with clenched fists, dodged while simultaneously counterattacking. Bang! Frieza miscalculated and failed to intercept Son Goku's punch. Frieza's face contorted in rage as he quickened his strikes. Yet Son Goku continued to evade with ease. It seems you have indeed made considerable progress. But do you think that alone will defeat me? Naive. Frieza regarded Son Goku from a position of superiority. Then allow me to assist you in getting started. With that, Frieza conjured a luminous sphere within his palm, swiftly targeting Krillin on the ground. Krillin, paralyzed with fear, could do nothing but scream as the sphere approached. Krillin. Son Goku swiftly turned, utilizing instant transmission to arrive before Krillin. Deflecting Frieza's sphere away, the sphere collided with a nearby mountain, exploding into fragments. Both Krillin and Son Goku exhaled deeply, thankful to be alive. Frieza, you claim to be the Cosmic Emperor, yet you resort to such petty antics. Is it amusing to you? Son Goku's anger flared, taken aback by Frieza's despicable actions. Oh ho ho! Son Goku, you utterly fail to pique my interest. I can only resort to such tactics to awaken your potential. Frieza offered himself a flimsy excuse. Moreover, I am a Cosmic Emperor, born to rule the universe. I naturally disregard trivial matters. If they perish at the hands of the great Frieza, isn't that a stroke of luck for them? Despicable! Son Goku was incensed by Frieza's words, increasing his attacks, denying Frieza any chance to strike at those below. Now this feels right. You have been suppressing your strength. How can I fully enjoy this? Let us accelerate the pace. Chapter 41. Golden Frieza observing Frieza's series of antics. Vegeta on the ground shook his head in disbelief. This Frieza truly has a knack for courting death. Jiang Xiaofei couldn't help but exclaim. In the past, while watching Dragon Ball, he found Frieza despicable and unscrupulous in his pursuit of goals. Now, having entered the Dragon Ball world, especially after acquiring immense power, Frieza's actions simply embodied self-destruction. Since he is so intent on courting death, let him perish here today. As Vegeta spoke, his gaze remained fixated on the figures of Frieza and Son Goku. In the past, he had lived under Frieza's dominion, but as time passed, particularly after encountering Son Goku, he realized that Frieza was not as formidable as he once believed. Moreover, Son Goku had previously triumphed over Frieza. Although Frieza had grown significantly stronger since then, who among them had not become more powerful? For Vegeta, he felt entirely capable of overwhelming Frieza, yet he chose to refrain from intervening in the battle between Son Goku and Frieza, opting instead to observe and guard against Frieza's underhanded tactics. In the heavens above, two figures moved with remarkable speed, their combat resonating throughout the vicinity, as the clash between Son Goku and Frieza escalated in intensity. To the untrained eye, the movements in the sky were nearly imperceptible. Only the flashes of lightning illuminating the bright sky revealed the friction of their collision. With a thunderous crash, Son Goku, having miscalculated, was unable to anticipate Frieza's maneuver, resulting in his body careening downwards towards the ground. Centered around Son Goku, the earth beneath him had formed a massive crater, fissures radiating outward from the impact. "Waste!" Vegeta exclaimed as he beheld Son Goku beneath him. In truth, Vegeta held great expectations for Son Goku. Yet witnessing him falter against Frieza was a bitter pill to swallow. The term waste escaped his lips as a reflexive reaction. Beside him, Jiang Xiaofei could only shake his head, though he had long grown accustomed to Vegeta's disparaging remarks about Son Goku. It was evident that Vegeta cared deeply for his companion, a sentiment that could not be denied. Rising from the ground, Son Goku gazed up at the shimmering Frieza in the sky. "Oh, impressive, Frieza. I never anticipated your strength had ascended to such heights. Clearly you have been training," receiving Son Goku's caustic praise. Every cell in Frieza's being seemed to bristle with indignation that he was a prodigy, a genius who could grow stronger without effort. Yet after encountering Son Goku, everything had changed, even to the point of facing death. Gritting his teeth, Frieza ultimately suppressed his fury. "You are quite remarkable as well. I can sense that you have yet to unleash your full power. Be cautious. If you do not give it your all, it might be quite unfortunate if I were to end your life. Then I shall accompany you to the end," Son Goku declared, launching himself on the ground towards Frieza's position. "How fortunate," Frieza replied, feigning a gentlemanly demeanor. Hearing such words from Frieza's lips left Jiang Xiaofei feeling uneasy. After exchanging pleasantries, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. He vanished from Jiang Xiaofei's side, reappearing between Son Goku and Frieza. And without further ado, he launched an attack at Frieza. Frieza swiftly reacted, adeptly countering Vegeta's sudden assault. Meanwhile, Son Goku stood by, momentarily stunned, feeling a sense of joy snatched away by Vegeta's intervention. "Hey, Vegeta, this is my battle with Frieza. Please do not meddle, all right?" Son Goku implored, refraining from engaging but attempting to dissuade Vegeta from interfering. Vegeta and Frieza momentarily disengaged, and Vegeta turned to Son Goku, stating, "You are far too indecisive. Two combatants are engaged in a battle. Yet you indulge in mutual flattery while he seeks to annihilate Earth." Vegeta's words appeared to awaken Son Goku, as the mirth in his eyes vanished, replaced by an austere intensity. "I understand," Frieza interjected with mockery. "Ah, the once proud Saiyan prince, my slave, who would have thought you would take on the role of a teacher today? Frieza, even if Kakarot cannot defeat you, you shall not leave here alive," Vegeta proclaimed with conviction, returning to the ground. "How delightful. This truly is something to anticipate," Frieza remarked with malevolence, observing Vegeta's descent. "Enough, the warm-up is concluded. Let's immerse ourselves in battle," Frieza declared, immediately launching another attack towards the ground. This time targeting Gohan. In a flash, Son Goku teleported to shield Gohan, thwarting Frieza's nefarious scheme. "Frieza, how despicable! Did you not vow to refrain from underhanded tactics?" Son Goku exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. "Ha! Son Goku, I never imagined your strength would increase so dramatically, yet your naivety remains unchanged. I am here for revenge, and I will engage in whatever manner I find amusing. Besides, to you, I am the embodiment of evil. Is it truly appropriate to discuss honor with a demon?" Frieza's demeanor incited a burning desire within Jiang Xiaofei to strike him. Yet he restrained himself. Frieza's provocations ignited Son Goku's fury, his energy surging once more. An endless well of power emanating from him. Splendid, Witnessing Son Goku's escalating energy, Frisia's eyes sparkled with excitement as his icy blood began to simmer. The blue aura enveloping Son Goku radiated an aura of comfort. Yet none could deny its potency. In that moment, Son Goku appeared far more formidable than the previously wild Saiyan warrior. Son Goku, is this your latest transformation? Frisia inquired, feeling the energy emanating from Son Goku. Indeed, this is the Super Saiyan Blue form, a Super Saiyan endowed with the power of a Super Saiyan god. Son Goku explained that a Super Saiyan with the power of a Super Saiyan god sounds quite impressive. Frisia echoed, do not hold back. Reveal your full strength, so we may settle this once and for all. If you fail to do so, you may find yourself without further opportunities. How curious that you are even colder and more impatient than I. Very well, I shall indulge your request, Frisia replied, a glint of amusement in his eyes. With a resounding roar, Frisia's form, infused with a blend of purple and white, began to swell, an overwhelming force surging forth as the air around him erupted, disintegrating several of his minions into nothingness before they could even register their fate. This scene caused Jiang Xiaofei, who had been observing the battle, to recoil in horror. Frisia was utterly merciless, even to his own subordinates, displaying a level of ruthlessness that surpassed all expectations. Ultimately, a golden sheen enveloped Frisia's skin, granting him an aura befitting a true sovereign. As the onlookers beheld Frisia's transformation, an unsettling sense of dread crept into their hearts, sensing an unparalleled power emanating from his new form. Son Goku, this is my ultimate state. Golden Frisia, Golden Frisia. Son Goku responded with intrigue. It seems you have indeed devoted considerable effort to your training. Naturally, in pursuit of vengeance, I underwent 4 months of grueling training following my resurrection, growing stronger each day. With every increment of strength I gain, my hatred for you deepens. Son Goku, are you prepared for the consequences? Frisia's cunning smile revealed his intentions that, so your newfound power is a result of my influence. Son Goku remarked, unfazed by Frisia's tone. Indeed, all of this is thanks to you. Express my gratitude. It is only fitting that I eliminate you. Frisia's words were devoid of emotion. Golden energy erupted around him, thinning the surrounding air. Then let us see if you possess the ability to back your words, Son Goku declared, launching himself at Frisia. The blue aura surrounding Son Goku's attacks rendered them visually striking, while Frisia's golden energy exuded a malevolence that amplified his wicked presence. When the cerulean hue collided with the golden yellow, it instantly ignited a cascade of air vibrations, even giving rise to a uniquely spectacular display akin to fireworks. In mere moments, the two combatants had exchanged blows in hundreds of rounds, yet neither side could claim the upper hand. All those on the ground gazed in awe at this unprecedented battle. When Klin and Sun Wukong witnessed Wukong transform into his super blue form, they were taken aback, realizing that Wukong had made significant strides forward while they seemed to remain stagnant. Furthermore, the fact that Frisia had reached such formidable heights in just 4 months was beyond their reach. Clearly, in this confrontation, they could only play the role of spectators, offering no substantial assistance, and even requiring protection from Wukong and Vegeta. In truth, they appear to have become burdensome. After yet another series of hundreds of exchanges, the figures of Sun Wukong and Frisia finally crystallized in the spectator's sight. Not bad. Frisia's voice resonated, accompanied by a sense of exhilaration. This was the first time since his resurrection that he felt such a refreshing sensation, and it was brought about by none other than Sun Wukong, in fact, even in the absence of battle, Frisia had already contemplated the formidable challenge of overcoming Wukong. While Wukong might not possess Frisia's innate genius, his perseverance and diligence undoubtedly surpassed Frisia's. You're not too shabby yourself. A worthy opponent for me to exert my full strength against. Wukong responded to Frisia's compliment, adding that had Frisia not come seeking revenge or destruction of Earth, they might have been allies. However, that possibility was now utterly out of the question. Persuading Frisia to abandon his malevolence was akin to scaling the heavens. After a brief moment of catching their breath, Wukong and Frisia resumed their fierce clash, unleashing an innumerable array of energy blasts radiating from their forms. Astonishingly, they seemed to share a mutual admiration in their combat. Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta stood side by side, observing the duel, with Jiang teasing, "How dull!" Vegeta appeared disinterested, yet his gaze never strayed from Wukong and Frisia's battle. Jiang, well aware of Vegeta's contradictory nature, chose not to expose him. He had grown accustomed to Vegeta's tsundere demeanor. Klin and Sun Wufan had joined Vegeta and Jiang, their astonished expressions having long made them forget the peril that surrounded them. "Vegeta, is it possible for you to reach such a level of training as Wukong?" Klin inquired uncertainly. "What do you mean? Do you think I could possibly fall short of Kakarot?" Vegeta retorted, clearly irked, perceiving it as an affront. No, I'm merely curious about this state," Klin hastily clarified, shaking his head in a flurry. It better be that way." Vegeta's tone returned to normal as he resumed his focus on the skybound battlefield. Jiang found the situation amusing. Despite Vegeta now being a father, his old habits had not dissipated in the slightest. Suddenly, a blinding light shot towards them, prompting Vegeta to act swiftly, extending his fist with all his might to deflect the oncoming energy sphere in another direction. "Frieza!" Vegeta's anger flared, deeply irritated by these petty antics. "Frieza!" Wukong shouted, his eyes ablaze with fury. Frieza waved his hands dismissively, wearing a nonchalant expression. "I harbor no ill will. I merely feared you might find it dull. So I'd aim to invigorate you. So, should I thank you for your kindness?" Wukong shot a menacing glare at the provocateur Frieza. "That's unnecessary. After all, you've already brought me immense joy." Just like that," Frieza replied with a smug demeanor. "Frieza, let me remind you one last time. If you dare to strike at them again, do not blame me for being ungracious." Wukong issued a final warning to Frieza that, even now, you still show me courtesy? That simply won't do. We are sworn enemies. How can you be courteous to me? "It seems I must provoke you even more," Frieza declared, the energy sphere at his fingertips pulsating ominously. "Frieza!" Wukong yelled once more, propelling himself towards Frieza. However, Frieza appeared to be anticipating Wukong's approach, before Wukong could reach him. He hurled the energy sphere, targeting the individuals on the ground below. Observing the descending sphere, Wukong immediately employed instant transmission to intercept it. With both hands bracing against the sphere's onslaught, he exerted pressure inward, gradually compressing the sphere in his grasp. "Not bad, but what if I throw another sphere? How will you handle that?" Frieza taunted, creating yet another energy sphere and launching it into the crowd. "Frieza!" Wukong could only shout in despair. As he was still occupied with the sphere in his hands, Vegeta sprang into action first, adopting a form akin to Wukong's, manifesting his own Super Blue. Vegeta charged forth to meet the energy sphere. Withstanding the immense pressure. "Oh, so you still possess fighting spirit. Then I shall continue." This time, a torrent of energy spheres fell like a rain of small meteors from the sky. Jang Xiaofei leapt into action, targeting the remaining energy spheres with powerful strikes, each punch sending them hurtling into space. Wukong and Vegeta likewise dealt with the spheres in their possession. Once all the energy spheres were neutralized, the three of them turned their gaze towards Frieza, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. After ensuring the safety of those on the ground, Jang Xiaofei could no longer suppress his temper. "What are we waiting for? Let's all strike together and teach him a lesson," Jiang exclaimed, his aura transforming dramatically, even surpassing that of Wukong and Vegeta. He was the first to launch an attack against Frieza, followed closely by Wukong and Vegeta. Thus commenced the 3-on-1 battle. Chapter 43. Defeating you into submission. Frieza, who had been smiling gleefully, suddenly turned tense in the face of the trio's onslaught. The situation had clearly spiraled beyond his control, as he sensed that the power emanating from the three was not inferior to his own, especially Jiang Xiaofei, whose aura surged with a distinct energy that set him apart from Wukong and Vegeta. Exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, Frieza was taken aback. He had never imagined that such formidable humans could appear simultaneously on this small planet Earth. He felt he had once again miscalculated. "No, this is impossible." Frieza struggled to accept the reality before him. Why are you all attacking together?" Jiang Xiaofei interjected. Are you still unaware? You have repeatedly sought to trouble us, treating it as mere amusement. He paused to gauge Frisia's reaction. Did you not desire an exhilarating battle? Then how about a 1 versus 3, or rather, 3-on-1? Wouldn't that be even more thrilling? Just the thought is exhilarating. Jiang glanced at Wukong and Vegeta beside him. No more idle chatter, comrades. Let us commence. The three figures surged forward, having lost all patience with Frisia. Indeed, it was Frisia's treachery that compelled them to act decisively. Allowing such a villain to continue living could potentially harm innocent Earthlings or even lead to their demise. Thus, they resolved to end this swiftly, and the quickest way was undoubtedly through their combined efforts. A harmonious collaboration that Frisia could never withstand. In truth, despite their pride, Wukong and Vegeta would have previously preferred to battle alone against strong opponents. However, in the realm of the God of Destruction, they had gradually adapted to fighting side by side. In their encounters with Whis, none of them had been a match for him and had been thoroughly crushed. Yet, when they learned to strike in unison and cooperate, their endurance against Whis had noticeably increased. If this continues, they seem to have grown accustomed to the cooperative combat of the three. Of course, when facing Whis, they confront a deity, and no matter how formidable Frisia may be, he remains but a man, albeit a unique one, yet still human at his core. As such, he can never hope to be compared to a god or angel like Whis. The three stood in different directions, encircling Frisia perfectly. For the first time in his life, Frisia contemplated retreat. He cast his gaze toward the humans below him, whose combat power was pathetically low in that moment. He truly wished to descend and capture them all as leverage against the trio. Frisia understood well that should a battle ensue, escaping would become infinitely more troublesome, though not entertain any petty tricks. Breaking through our encirclement is nearly impossible, and if you intend to use them as bargaining chips, it will likely hasten your demise, warned Jiang Xiaofei, who saw through Frisia's thoughts instantly. It seems I have no choice but to charge and head first. If that is the case, then let it come. Frisia's demeanor returned to its former state, as if he had resigned himself to fate and was prepared to take the plunge. He once again maximized his golden form. Bracing to withstand the onslaught of the boom, Jiang Xiaofei launched a direct punch at Frisia's face, sending him hurtling away, his trajectory leading him straight toward Son Wukong. In Son Wukong's hands, a sphere radiating blue and white light took shape and was propelled directly at Frisia. The luminous orb engulfed Frisia's body, eliciting a series of anguished cries that sent shivers down one's spine. Vegeta was not idle either. As the power of the light sphere dissipated, he flew in and unleashed a flurry of punches, rendering Frisia utterly defenseless. The trio's assault ceased, revealing bruises forming on Frisia's golden skin, his arms hanging limply by his sides. Observing the battle unfolding above, Krillin and Gohan could only marvel. When did these three learn to coordinate so harmoniously? Krillin stammered in disbelief. I do not know. I have never seen Dad and Vegeta work together like this. Team must be thanks to Jang Xiaofei, speculated Gohan, with Krillin nodding in agreement. Ever since Jiang Xiaofei's arrival, their lives seemed to have shifted, particularly the relationship between Son Wukong and Vegeta, which now appeared much closer. One could only wonder if Frisia could withstand this onslaught. Krillin remarked, gazing at the three confident figures and the one who appeared somewhat disheveled. Let us continue to observe. This battle has escalated beyond our capacity to intervene, Son Wukong lamented. Krillin silently nodded in acknowledgement. The gap between him and Son Wukong had widened considerably. In the beginning, Krillin had diligently trained, striving to keep pace with Son Wukong. Yet gradually, he realized that the distance between them had not diminished, but rather expanded, particularly after marrying Android 18, leading Krillin to feel as though he and Son Wukong belonged to entirely different worlds. In hindsight, Krillin's assessment had proven accurate. But I am Frisia. I'm the Emperor of the universe. How could I stumble in the same place twice? Frisia's face contorted with rage, his voice a thunderous roar. He teetered on the brink of collapse, his rationality slipping away. For revenge, I have endured torment in hell. For revenge, I sacrificed my prime time, laboriously training for 4 months that I cannot possibly lose like this. Frieza summoned his energy once more, the golden aura surging anew. You shall all perish, die. He conjured spheres of light upon his fingertips. Jiang Xiaofei unleashed a punch that struck Frieza squarely in the abdomen, causing the nascent spheres to shatter instantly in my presence. You dare to resort to such petty tricks? It seems you truly underestimate us, or perhaps you overestimate yourself. Jiang Xiaofei taunted coldly, having grown accustomed to this manner of speaking. He found that it imbued him with a sense of omnipotence. The trio launched another round of assaults upon Frieza. This time, he offered a slight resistance, only to invite an even more ferocious barrage. His body could withstand the energy blasts, yet he found it increasingly difficult to endure Jiang Xiaofei's fists, which indicated that a single blow from Jiang Xiaofei could potentially obliterate half a planet. The attacks ceased once more, and Frieza's neck could no longer support the weight of his head, which fell in defeat. His limbs remained drooped. How could this be? I am Golden Frieza. It seems you remain unconvinced. Jiang Xiaofei remarked with a gleeful expression. This is for the best. This way, you will truly understand that your quest for revenge has led you to the wrong place. Son Wukong added. Humph, you deserve this. Vegeta succinctly stated. Frieza did not respond, appearing lost in thought. Hey Frieza, are you ready to concede? Jiang Xiaofei inquired. The only reply was a pair of defiant eyes, filled with a tempest of rage yet tinged with a hint of powerlessness. Ah, such commendable courage, but do not forget the current predicament. I believe that after a few more rounds, you will find yourself back in hell. Spit. I shall never tread the same path again. Just wait. Frieza summoned the last vestiges of strength within him, preparing to unleash the wrath of the cosmic Emperor Frieza. Jiang Xiaofei regarded the unyielding Golden Frieza and stated, since you refuse to yield, I shall beat you into submission. With that, Jiang Xiaofei charged once more toward Frieza's resolute visage. Chapter 44. The feigned surrender. Frieza hastily raised his feeble hands, hoping to block Jiang Xiaofei's violent punch. Boom! The unstoppable fist shattered Frieza's defenses, continuing its relentless trajectory toward Frieza's grotesquely contorted face. With a scream, Frieza's features were once again distorted, the searing pain rendering him nearly numb to sensation, while the sound of bones fracturing echoed from his neck. The onlookers, witnessing this display of terrifying violence, instinctively touched their own faces. What would it feel like if such a punch were to collide with their own visage? Indeed, Son Wukong remarked as he observed Jiang Xiaofei strike. Astonished that you retained such power while battling us. Humph. Are you implying that we are inferior to Frieza? Vegeta interjected, sharing his thoughts. How could that be? I only exhibit such strength when facing an enemy. I cannot bring myself to unleash it upon you, Jiang Xiaofei explained, though his words fell on deaf ears. Once this battle concludes, we shall have our duel, using your current strength, Son Wukong and Vegeta declared in unison. Their conversation resonated clearly in Frieza's ears. That it was evident that the trio had completely disregarded him, a humiliation that weighed heavily on his pride as the Emperor of the universe. Though his strength paled in comparison to the three before him, the indignation was a burden he found unbearable. You wretched lot, this is nothing short of extreme tyranny. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he bellowed defiantly. The golden aura surged anew, fueling Frieza's fury. He was unwilling to concede. Ever since Vegeta and Jiang Xiaofei had joined the fray, it had devolved into a one-sided massacre. His golden form had yet to be fully realized before he was thoroughly beaten down. Extreme tyranny? Frieza, you must understand that it is you who sought to destroy our cherished Earth. We are merely defending our rightful home, and yet you accuse us of oppression, Jiang Xiaofei retorted, denying Frieza any chance of turning the tables. This time, you will either submit completely or return to hell. Should you dare resurrect, I will confront you each time. Jiang Xiaofei's words were aggressive, yet exuded an air of unwavering confidence. How about we settle this with a one-on-one fight? Frieza was acutely aware that Jiang Xiaofei would not let him off easily. Thus, he could only address the two Saiyans, Son Wukong and Vegeta, in hopes of igniting the competitive spirit inherent in their Saiyan bloodline. "Frieza, do not squander your breath," he uttered, his words lacking conviction and persuasive power. Jiang Xiaofei promptly interrupted the exchange between Frieza and Sun Wukong. "Since the three of us stand here, it is to decisively resolve the trouble you pose. Attempting to assail us with mere words will likely prove futile." Observing that Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained immobile, Frieza realized he had once again failed. He lowered his head, assuming a posture of defeat. The golden aura surrounding him fading as if he had surrendered. "I concede." Frieza's voice, though soft, resonated clearly with everyone present. As the self-proclaimed emperor of the universe, Frieza's pride was unparalleled. Yet now, under the pressure of three individuals, he was yielding. This was an unprecedented occurrence. It was unmistakably genuine. In response to Frieza's declaration, Jiang Xiaofei maintained a skeptical demeanor, well aware of Frieza's cunning nature. "This fellow is undoubtedly feigning surrender," he thought, necessitating that he remain vigilant. Following Frieza's words, the expressions of those around him relaxed, with some even revealing long-lost smiles. In such circumstances, vigilance was at its lowest, and the likelihood of Frieza launching a surprise attack on any individual was high. "Hey, Frieza, you had better be truthful. Do not attempt any tricks." Sun Wukong warned him, "I've already been thoroughly beaten by you. What tricks could I possibly employ?" Frieza lowered his posture even further, striving to gain their trust. "Very well, I shall tentatively believe you. However, if you dare to make any other moves, you will remain here permanently." The blue aura surrounding Sun Wukong dissipated as he inched closer to Frieza. Witnessing this, Jiang Xiaofei shook his head. Sun Wukong was still too naive. Thinking to redeem a devil with mere words was utterly insufficient. If the devil was not thoroughly subdued, his counterattack would indeed be formidable. "Kakarot," Vegeta called out to Sun Wukong. "Are you still so naive? This villain's tricks are well known. How can you trust him so easily?" With Vegeta's warning, Sun Wukong halted, his eyes brimming with caution, fearful that Frieza might launch a sudden assault. Yet, Frieza remained with his head bowed, making no further movements. The three exchanged glances. Could it be that Frieza had genuinely submitted? Even Jiang Xiaofei entertained such a notion, but he quickly shook his head, his vigilance unwavering. Having been beaten down to this state, how could I harbor any thoughts of rebellion? Frieza's gaze revealed an unprecedented sincerity as he looked at Sun Wukong. "I have no desire to return to that repugnant hell. I would rather live. Rest assured, I shall never return to Earth. I shall seek refuge on other planets." Convinced Sun Wukong, Frieza made a solemn promise. Sun Wukong took a deep breath. "Then leave. Take your subordinates with you." He stepped aside, allowing Frieza passage. "Just ensure I never lay eyes on you again." Frieza nodded gently, moving slowly toward the path Sun Wukong had cleared. All eyes were fixed on Frieza, as everyone harbored concerns about a potential sudden attack. Maintaining a state of vigilance, while only Sun Wukong appeared somewhat oblivious. Once Frieza had exited the encirclement, he slowly lifted his head, turning toward Jiang Xiaofei and the others. "Thank you for granting me this opportunity." Frieza bowed deeply, a faint smile blooming on his face, which seemed to express his satisfaction at the success of his own schemes. Suddenly, Frieza's aura shifted dramatically, his golden energy enveloping him as he charged toward Krillin below. "To express my gratitude, let us leave together, Frieza!" Sun Wukong shouted, his body erupting with azure energy as he instantly teleported to shield Krillin. Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta simultaneously launched their attacks toward Frieza. Chapter 45. The misfortune of Frieza. Just as everyone anticipated Frieza's attack to falter, he abruptly pivoted, aiming toward Bulma in the distance that a purple sphere of destruction materialized in his hand, hurtling directly towards Sun Wukong. Jiang Xiaofei and the others gritted their teeth. Despite their utmost preparations against Frieza, he had outsmarted them all. With no capable allies near Bulma, it seemed Frieza was about to seize her. The next moment, everything on Earth appeared to freeze, the movements of all present slowing to a crawl. Time itself seemed to stretch infinitely, Frieza's actions slower than a snail's. Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong could only watch as events unfolded. powerless to intervene. Frisia, you are truly lacking in manners. Whis descended from the heavens, his staff shimmering with light. Behind Whis stood none other than the god of destruction. Upon seeing Beerus, Frisia's expression exaggeratedly shifted. Beads of sweat surfacing from within that he had not anticipated that such an inconspicuous planet would attract both the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis. Moreover, Frisia could distinctly sense that the deceleration of time was intricately linked to Whis, as only they remained unaffected in this realm. Whis and Beerus positioned themselves before Bulma, and time resumed its normal pace. However, Frisia's forward momentum abruptly halted. "Lord Beerus, what brings you here?" Frisia inquired, his demeanor one of utmost trepidation, fearing any misstep could result in his swift demise. Years prior, his father had warned him against provoking two figures in the seventh universe, Majin Buu and Lord Beerus. Now, facing Beerus, Frisia felt an overwhelming strength, yet could not discern its full magnitude. "Frisia, you are truly despicable. To assault a defenseless woman. Had I not arrived, would Lady Bulma have fallen victim to your malice?" Beerus's tone was dark, his anger palpable at Frisia's recent actions. "Lord Beerus, it is not as you presume. I merely sought the protection of this lovely lady." Frisia hastily defended himself. "Humph, I care not for your intentions. Now that I am here, do not dare lay a hand on Bulma. You may do as you wish with everything else, but should you threaten Bulma, do not expect my mercy." Beerus's resolve was unwavering, leaving Frisia astonished, unable to comprehend how Bulma had garnered such protection. "Is it true, Lord Beerus, you truly will not involve yourself in this battle?" Frisia questioned, incredulous as Beerus's demeanor seemed to align more closely with Sun Wukong's side. "Humph, do you doubt my words? Do you wish for me to obliterate you right now?" Beerus retorted, his displeasure evident at Frisia's inquiry. "No, I believe in Lord Beerus's words." Frisia bowed deeply to Beerus, then turned to address Sun Wukong and Jiang Xiaofei. "My apologies, everyone. I was merely playing a small jest." Frisia's demeanor was unabashedly brazen. "Frisia, we shall not trust a word you say. Your repeated betrayals have left us with no choice but to ensure your demise here today." Sun Wukong was thoroughly provoked by Frisia's antics. "I have long asserted that there is no need to grant such a person any chances, for he will never appreciate them." Vegeta appeared equally exasperated. "In that case, let us take action together and make him understand that he has truly crossed our limits this time." After uttering these words, Jang Xiaofei rushed forward, delivering a flurry of punches to Frisia before he even had a chance to react. Although Frisia had transformed into his golden form, he was still unable to withstand the onslaught of Jiang Xiaofei's ferocity. Each blow inflicted upon him brought forth unparalleled agony. With another swift kick, Jiang Xiaofei sent Frisia hurtling towards the spot where Son Goku was seated. Transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, Son Goku quickly gathered the Kamehameha wave. As Frisia approached him, the dazzling white sphere surged toward him, engulfing his golden form. Frisia's screams echoed as the golden hue faded away, the Kamehameha nearly obliterating him entirely. "I concede. This time, I am genuinely impressed. Could you perhaps grant me another chance?" Frisia pleaded, yet no one paid him any heed. Following the Kamehameha, Frisia, now floating in the sky, crashed heavily to the ground, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted and too fearful to make any sudden movements. "Hey, Frisia, did you think this was the end?" Vegeta recalled the unpleasant memories of when Frisia had annihilated planet Vegeta, and the architect of those memories was none other than Frisia himself. Enraged, Vegeta charged again at the barely conscious Frisia, each punch eliciting cries of pain from him, and one intervened. To them, Frisia was deserving of every bit of this vengeance. Frisia had successfully incited a profound hatred within everyone present. Ultimately, all that remained was Frisia's labored breathing. He could barely muster any sound. Frisia had never envisioned such a fate for himself. Initially, he had come with grand intentions of revenge, to obliterate Earth. Yet now, despite his newfound strength, his adversaries provided him with little opportunity to showcase it. And the combat prowess displayed by Jiang Xiaofei and his companions surpassed his expectations. Though he was a genius capable of rapid advancement in just 4 months, his opponents were also evolving. and their growth far exceeded his predictions. With a face ashen as death, Frieza gazed at Vegeta, once his subordinate, and a flicker of bitterness crossed his eyes. "You all have forced my hand. Then let us descend into hell together." An evil glint appeared in his expression. Frieza summoned all his strength, channeling it into his arms, and struck deep into the Earth's core. Chapter 46. This woman is not to be provoked. Two torrents of immense energy collided within the Earth, generating a cataclysmic force that shattered the planet into fragments. Waves of destructive energy erupted from the Earth's interior, and Jiang Xiaofei's attempt to intervene was already too late. Despite their meticulous calculations, they had not anticipated Frieza's resolute decision to sacrifice himself, choosing to perish alongside everyone else. It seemed that while Frieza was cunning, he also possessed a sense of pride. At this moment, Jang Xiaofei was filled with regret. Having been privy to the script, he should have been aware of the general plot and outcome, yet he failed to prevent the unfolding disaster. Initially cautious in facing Frieza, Jiang Xiaofei had succumbed to a thrill during their battle, relishing the opportunity to humiliate the proud Frieza, and in his fervor, he had forgotten the intensity of Frieza's potential retaliation. However, it was now too late. As the Earth vanished in an instant, Jiang Xiaofei's gaze shifted toward Whis and Beerus. From here on, their only hope lay in their ability to manipulate time. Moments later, the Earth was reduced to cosmic dust, and Frieza's aura dissipated entirely. On Earth, only one patch of land remained intact, the very ground beneath Whis and Beerus. Untouched by the forces of destruction, the Bulma's pupils had long since dilated, her mind reeling at the sight before her. The Earth, just like that, it's gone. She struggled to comprehend the reality of the situation. Moments ago, the Earth had been whole, only to vanish into the vastness of the universe in an instant. Trunks, Dad, Mom. Thoughts of her family flooded her mind. They were still on Earth, yet now they were nowhere to be found. Overcome with despair, she slumped to the remaining ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. Jiang Xiaofei, Son Goku, and Vegeta were equally tormented, grappling with profound guilt. The catastrophic outcome was deeply intertwined with their actions. This is truly cruel. Whis mused, observing the devastation. Whis, is there any way to remedy this? Son Goku inquired urgently. Well, I can rewind time by 3 minutes, but will you be able to seize the opportunity? Whis replied candidly. Rest assured. This time, we will not hesitate and allow Frieza any chance to exploit our indecision, Son Goku declared, his eyes igniting with fervor against Frieza. Very well. Prepare yourselves, Whis said, and with a few gentle taps of his staff, the surrounding scenery transformed instantly, restoring the land beneath their feet and reviving mountains and rivers. One paused to admire the beauty of the moment. After 3 minutes of time reversal, Jiang Xiaofei, Son Goku, and Vegeta fixed their unwavering gazes upon the culprit, Frieza. The moment Frieza reappeared, they launched a coordinated assault, determined not to afford him a single opportunity for retaliation or explanation. After a relentless barrage of attacks, Frieza found himself completely devoid of the power to counter. He vividly recalled the recent events, having expended his last reserves of strength to obliterate the Earth and perish alongside its inhabitants. Now, confronted with a restored planet, he understood precisely who was behind this miraculous turn of events. Thus, as Jiang Xiaofei and his comrades unleashed their fury upon him, Frieza refrained from exhibiting any resistance. He knew he had lost this battle. Although Beerus and Whis claimed neutrality, their actions clearly favored Son Goku and Vegeta. Otherwise, how could Beerus, who delighted in destroying planets, permit the Earth to exist once more? I concede, Frieza, though reluctant to utter the words, felt an unmistakable sense of helplessness. Do you believe we would still trust you? Frieza, you must perish here today. Only then can we find peace. Jang Xiaofei's voice trembled with rage. Kamehameha, a colossal energy sphere materialized in Jiang Xiaofei's hands, radiating a brilliant white glow, imbued with tremendous power. Frieza gazed at the energy sphere with a dazed expression. By his estimation, he had no chance of surviving such formidable force. Slowly, he closed his eyes, seemingly awaiting the arrival of his fate. Visions of dancing flower fairies and their melodies flooded Frisia's mind, twisting his expression in a blend of agony and resignation. The immense energy surged from Jiang Xiaofei's hands, hurtling toward Frisia, as everyone anticipated the moment of his demise. Yet just as the energy sphere was about to collide with Frisia, Beerus intervened, extending a single hand and deftly redirecting the menacing energy into the distant void of space. At that moment, every eye widened in astonishment, fixated on Beerus, who had just saved Frisia. Lord Beerus? They were all bewildered, unable to comprehend his intentions. Even Jang Xiaofei found himself at a loss, uncertain of how the narrative would unfold. Frisia, too, was perplexed, unable to fathom why Beerus would come to his rescue. Enough. This farce must come to an end. Beerus's voice resonated in everyone's ears. To him, it was merely a comedic spectacle, and thus, it should conclude at the appropriate juncture. Furthermore, Beerus sensed Frisia's despair. While this did not guarantee Frisia's redemption, it at least offered a glimmer of hope. No. Frisia is utterly incorrigible. If he were to destroy Earth again, who would be left to save it? As Jang Xiaofei's voice resonated, he remained unyielding towards Frisia. Do you not comprehend what I am saying? Observing the resolute Jiang Xiaofei, Beerus felt a flicker of irritation. What is all this? If there is something to discuss, then say it plainly. Why must it always be so tense? Was approached to mediate the situation. You see, the competition with the sixth universe is about to commence, and we are in need of additional participants. Frisia is indeed a suitable candidate. Thus, we intend to include him in the contest between the two universes. After Whis' explanation, no one dared to counter. Frisia returned to his previous position alongside Beerus. While Bulma glared at him, her eyes aflame with anger, a sharp sound echoed through the air as Frisia clutched one side of his face, staring incredulously at the woman before him. This woman. She actually slapped me. Chapter 47. The bodyguard maniac 18 Jang Xiaofei observed this scene with a sense of déjà vu. Had not Beerus himself been struck by Bulma once before? Truly, Bulma was an extraordinary force, always targeting those formidable adversaries, a true professional in delivering slaps. Frisia, seething with rage, felt the energy within him surge uncontrollably. His face twisted in fury, for he had always been a paragon of genius. Never before having anyone dare to strike him. If it were someone like Beerus, he might have endured it. But now, it was merely a defenseless woman before him. You! I shall kill you! Frisia's murderous intent bore down on Bulma. Bulma swiftly recoiled, in the distance. Vegeta witnessed the unfolding drama and hurried to shield Bulma, adopting a combat stance. You have harmed the Earth and my family. I shall teach you a lesson, if you have the courage. Kill me now! Bulma, hidden behind Vegeta, refused to back down. Meanwhile, Beerus felt a headache coming on. The god of destruction. He found himself entangled in such trivial matters. Enough, you should calm yourself. Beerus lightly patted Frisia's shoulder, his divine pressure weighing down on Frisia, suppressing his violent aura. Frisia involuntarily shivered, the fury dissipating without a trace, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Without uttering a word, Frisia, under Beerus's influence, ultimately subdued himself. He feared not death, but the consequences of provoking Beerus were far more terrifying. Frisia, it would be wise for you to behave yourself during this period. Do not assume that our need for you grants you the liberty to act recklessly. Should you dare to disregard the rules and agreements, do not blame me for being ruthless. Beerus issued a stern warning, cautioning him against any indiscretions. Lord Beerus is correct. I shall remain compliant during this time. Frisia replied, his demeanor surprisingly subdued, leaving everyone somewhat unsettled. Yet, the question lingered in everyone's minds. Would Frisia genuinely turn over a new leaf? Had it not been for Whis and Beerus's presence, would their Earth have faced annihilation? Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong exchanged glances, each understanding the other's thoughts. All right, from this moment on, set aside your personal grievances. It is time to focus on our efforts for the seventh universe, and to protect the Earth. Beerus's words calmed everyone. Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta comprehended the weight of Beerus's message. Soon, The competition with the sixth universe would begin, a contest that would determine the fate of the Earth and the Super Dragon Balls. They needed to give their all, for failure was not an option. Otherwise, they would face Beerus's wrath. Super Dragon Balls? Frieza murmured. If I were to possess such power, could I surpass even the gods of destruction? Yet this thought remained locked away in his mind, voicing it could lead to his demise. Furthermore, the participants in this competition must be the strongest in the universe. I already have one of the universe's foremost warriors here. The rest will be gathered by Son Wukong and Jiang Xiaofei. Beerus, wishing not to expend excessive energy on such matters, delegated the task. Upon hearing the strongest warrior, Jiang Xiaofei immediately understood who Beerus referred to. However, he was acutely aware of that individual's true capabilities, that it was merely a tactic to provoke Son Wukong. In reality, he was an ordinary person. Naturally, Jiang Xiaofei had no intention of exposing this, as it would spoil the fun. After Beerus concluded, he paid little heed to the assembly, departing with Bulma under Whis' guidance to embark on his culinary adventure. Watching his wife being taken away, Vegeta felt a surge of frustration, yearning to confront that man. However, he ultimately restrained himself. Although he could transform into Super Saiyan Blue, he was still no match for that individual. Clenching his fists, Vegeta vowed that one day he would deliver a resounding slap to him. Just as Bulma had, Jiang Xiaofei and Son Wukong approached Vegeta, and together they focused their attention on Frieza Ditto. What is it, Son Wukong? Do you wish to fight here? Frieza sneered, adopting a mocking tone. Frieza, it would be prudent for you to behave yourself during this time. Even if you are feigning compliance, maintain the facade. Otherwise, you may find no refuge in the entire seventh universe. Son Wukong warned Frieza in a tone laden with caution. Thank you for the reminder. I have no intention of doing anything foolish. It appears I shall be troubling you all during this period. Frieza replied with a disdainful expression. Jiang Xiaofei felt an urge to deliver a few more blows to Frieza. Yet he restrained himself. Engaging in battle now would be a provocation to Beerus, and he was not yet brazen enough to reach that point. Frieza, for the time being, I shall let you off the hook. But do not forget that our score is far from settled. Vegeta would never forget how his home was devastated by this very individual, nor the slave-like treatment he endured. Ha! Vegeta, it seems we have a misunderstanding. Frieza's laughter was jarring. Vegeta chose to ignore Frieza, walking away with Jiang Xiaofei and the others towards home. You lot, wait for me, Frieza called out, deliberately provoking them, as he found satisfaction in annoying them since he could not engage in combat. At Bulma's home, the atmosphere grew lively once more as all the strong fighters on Earth gathered. After receiving treatment from the Supreme Kai, Piccolo had fully recovered. Observing the joyous scene before him, Frieza could not help but reflect on hell. Yet now, he felt a sensation distinctly different from that infernal realm. In a corner of the yard, Android 18 was playing with her child. When Krillin approached, a charming smile illuminated her face, banishing the clouds from Krillin's heart. Was everything smooth sailing this time? Android 18's gentle voice inquired. I wasn't much help. Krillin awkwardly scratched his bald head. That's all right. Just do your best. Android 18 reassured him. Krillin felt an indescribable warmth. His wife was so gentle. It left him a bit taken aback that he did not conceal anything from Android 18, recounting the events that had transpired. Android 18's expression turned grave as she gazed at the purple-headed figure in the distance, a surge of anger igniting within her. Slowly, she advanced towards Frieza, delivering a flying kick that sent the unprepared villain soaring. Are you the one who bullied my husband? Chapter 48. Earthwomen are not to be provoked as Frieza was sent flying. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Jiang Xiaofei found it hard to believe. He knew the bond between Android 18 and Krillin was profound, and that Android 18 was indeed stronger than Krillin. Yet there remained a significant gap between her and Frieza. Nevertheless, the evidence stood before them, compelling him to accept it. As Frieza was propelled through the air, an uncontainable fury surged within him. I am the Emperor of the universe. After his resurrection, his power saw a tremendous enhancement. In his golden form, he was more than capable of contending with the Super Saiyan Blue. However, upon arriving on Earth, it seemed that fortune was no longer on his side. Initially, he was besieged in succession by Jiang Xiaofei, Son Wukong, and Vegeta, only to later receive a warning from Beerus that to add insult to injury. He was now being pummeled by a woman from Earth. Frieza believed he had sufficiently mastered the art of humility, yet the thought of being consistently bullied by Earth women ignited the smoldering rage within him. "I will kill you," with his fury reaching a boiling point. Frieza transformed back into his golden form and launched an attack aimed at Android 18, who remained resolute, prepared to avenge her husband. Faced with Frieza's onslaught, 18 unleashed her full potential, recognizing that her opponent was no mere adversary, but a being capable of annihilating the planet. Just as their confrontation seemed imminent, Whis appeared in a flash that it's time for a break. But no disturbances allowed. Whis effortlessly thwarted their attacks, rendering both 18 and Frieza momentarily immobile. "Frieza, you have wronged this lady's husband. It is only fitting you offer your apologies," was continued. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had misheard. Apologize? Was this some cosmic jest? Jiang Xiaofei and Son Wukong approached, standing beside 18. Frieza scanned his surroundings, sighed deeply, realizing that a wise man does not fall into needless conflict. "I apologize. It was my mistake, and I seek your forgiveness, dear lady." Frieza transformed into a picture of politeness, resembling a gentleman. Yet, 18 remained silent, her gaze fixed on Frieza, her heart still brimming with anger, but constrained by Whis' presence. "All right then, let us continue to indulge in the delights of our feast and enjoy our joyful moments." Whis' voice resonated once more. Krillin, holding his child, joined 18, and she finally felt at ease. The three of them departed in search of a pleasant place to relish their time together. Jang Xiaofei observed 18's family, a mix of emotions swirling within him. In the Dragon Ball universe, beautiful women were scarce, and 18 and Bulma undoubtedly stood out. However, both were already taken, leaving Jiang Xiaofei pondering the suitability of such pairings. Especially with 18 and Krillin, how could they have possibly come together? Was it merely because 18 had a fondness for bald heads? Jiang Xiaofei shook his head. Perhaps it was a matter of self-sacrifice. "Frieza, the transgressions you have committed on Earth are indeed numerous. Thus, it is only natural for you to be met with disdain. However, should you dare to act out of line again, do not expect us to be lenient." Jiang Xiaofei warned, eyeing the mercurial Frieza. "Mr. Jiang Xiaofei, I understand. To avoid disrupting your enjoyment, I shall seek out a quieter locale," Frieza replied, striding away. Passing by a food stall, he seized a morsel, curious to discover what culinary delights could keep Beerus and Whis, the notorious gourmands, so enthralled. Watching Frieza depart, Jiang Xiaofei felt a surge of reflection. Do you think there will come a day when Frieza truly repents and turns over a new leaf? Perhaps. He has changed considerably already. Son Wukong responded with naivety. "Humph, Kakarot, you remain excessively naive. Convincing a notorious cosmic tyrant to abandon his wicked ways is no simple feat," Vegeta scoffed. "And yet, isn't that just what you are?" Son Wukong jested at Vegeta. "Kakarot, are you seeking another beating?" Vegeta's temper flared at the provocation. "You must first prove you can defeat me," Son Wukong retorted, their impending battle looming. Yet caught between them, Jiang Xiaofei found himself exasperated. How could they still be such fervent warriors after all this time? "You two, settle down." The voices of two women echoed in their ears, instantly extinguishing the fire of their battle spirit. Son Wukong and Vegeta stood down, as if under a spell, not daring to resist. They looked up to see Bulma and Chi-Chi approaching. Chi-Chi marched up to Son Wukong and, in front of everyone, yanked his ear. "Why are you so fond of fighting? Can't you learn from Gohan and be more family-oriented?" At that moment, Chi-Chi resembled a disgruntled wife. The weight of household burdens rested heavily on her shoulders, causing her to shed her former spoiled demeanor. Coupled with Son Wukong's eternally innocent and carefree nature, he often appeared foolish, leaving Chi-Chi perpetually worried. Bulma, while less harsh, began to admonish Vegeta, leaving the proud Saiyan prince without a word of retort. Observing the two couples, Jiang Xiaofei politely excused himself, not wishing to meddle in their affairs. Not far away, Frieza, captivated by Earth's culinary offerings, observed the dynamics between Son Wukong and Vegeta with disdain. Humph. As a proud warrior, to be so subservient before women. Clearly, you are far from my level as a cosmic emperor. Frieza mused, taking a bite of roasted meat, a look of bliss spreading across his face. Thankful for his continued existence, he savored the exquisite flavors he never thought possible in the universe. Previously, he had never imagined such delectable delights existed among the stars. Jiang Xiaofei approached Frieza, and they exchanged glances that you not find those two particularly lacking in fortitude? Jiang Xiaofei remarked, gesturing towards Son Wukong and Vegeta. I would never think such a thing. Frieza concealed his true feelings. Is that so? Regardless of your thoughts, there is one truth you must acknowledge. Jiang Xiaofei paused that Frieza's interest peaked as he regarded the man before him. Earth's women are not to be trifled with. Otherwise, even if you're a destroyer, you cannot escape the fate of being slapped. Jiang Xiaofei spoke enigmatically. Frieza contemplated his own experiences, seemingly grasping the plight of Son Wukong and Vegeta, then glanced toward Beerus in the distance. Chapter 49. The Ultimate Warrior. Manaka. This Earth truly is an intriguing place, Frieza could not help but exclaim. Despite its low level of civilization, it boasted individuals like Son Wukong and Vegeta, although they were not native to Earth. Their emotional connection to the planet was unmistakable. Moreover, the presence of women, though seemingly ordinary, rendered the two universe-defying Super Saiyans devoid of any combat prowess in their presence. The most astonishing aspect remained Earth's cuisine. A veritable marvel of the universe. Few things had ever stirred Frieza's heart like Earth's food, which even Beerus and Whis praised. Frieza shook his head once more, grateful he had not obliterated Earth after all. It seemed he had much to discover about this wondrous planet. Do you not find this planet filled with the extraordinary? Jiang Xiaofei seemed to perceive Frieza's thoughts, inquiring. Just a planet with a low level of civilization. What could possibly be extraordinary about it? Frieza feigned indifference. Regardless of your opinions, I believe that once you truly come to understand this planet, you may indeed find yourself enamored with it. Jiang Xiaofei spoke with sincerity. Since Frieza had shown interest, Jiang Xiaofei decided to go along with it. Is that so? Then let us await the outcome. Frieza's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Sometimes, hope can invigorate the spirit, finally escaping the clutches of Chi-Chi and Bulma. Son Wukong and Vegeta joined Jiang Xiaofei. What are you discussing? You seem quite merry, Vegeta remarked, concerned that Jiang Xiaofei might fall under Frieza's influence. Oh, nothing much, just discussing the splendid mountains and rivers of Earth. A magnificent tapestry, Jiang Xiaofei replied. Jiang Xiaofei gazed at the deep blue sea in the distance and spoke. Is that so? Vegeta expressed a hint of skepticism, yet he still placed his trust in Jiang Xiaofei. Of course, do you really think I would converse with Frieza about how to wreak havoc? Jiang Xiaofei jested in return. If you're not afraid of being dealt with by Beerus and Whis, feel free to give it a try. Son Wukong interjected this moment. Even with their full strength, neither Son Wukong nor Vegeta dared to claim they could defeat Jiang Xiaofei. This fellow was nothing short of a prodigy. And coupled with his unique constitution, he truly was a headache, especially after mastering a portion of the Ultra Instinct technique. Jiang Xiaofei had swiftly surpassed them in a short span of time. Why don't you give it a shot? Jiang Xiaofei clenched his fist and waved at the two. Who do you look down upon? One day, I will surpass you. Son Wukong retorted with indignation, issuing a bold statement. I eagerly await that day. Jiang Xiaofei replied with a smile. Observing the three of them, Frieza felt an unexpected urge to draw closer. As the Emperor of the Universe, he had always maintained an aloof demeanor towards everyone, never considering treating anyone as an equal. Yet, witnessing the camaraderie among these three, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Alas, joyful moments are often fleeting. The celebration of their survival came to an end, and life returned to tranquility. Time flew by, and a date for the inter-universe competition approached. For the participants, Beerus had already earmarked one individual. According to Beerus, the person he found was the strongest warrior of Universe 7, second only to Beerus himself. Upon hearing this news, Son Wukong immediately displayed an expression of excitement. He always yearned to witness the prowess of the strong and engage in friendly exchanges. Even Vegeta felt a surge of enthusiasm. Frieza, however, remained indifferent. Having traversed much of the universe in the past, he had never heard of such a figure. Not even his father had warned him to be cautious of a third entity aside from the god of destruction and Majin Buu, which led to a flicker of doubt within Frieza. Could it be a sudden emergence of a super strong individual during his years in hell? After all, the universe is vast and full of wonders. Gaining Beerus' approval is certainly no trivial matter, and this so-called strongest warrior seemed to align well with Beerus' tastes. Jiang Xiaofei, however, was well aware that this so-called strongest warrior was merely a puppet devised by Beerus to spur Son Wukong and Vegeta. For now, it seemed he would have to be included as well.as for the strength of this supposed strongest warrior. Jiang Xiaofei knew it all too well. Beerus had simply plucked someone from a random planet to impersonate the strongest warrior. Igniting everyone's enthusiasm and boosting morale. Of course, Jiang Xiaofei would never expose Monaka. Doing so would be a blow to Beerus' dignity, and even if Beerus did not retaliate immediately, what might happen after this competition? Jiang Xiaofei was uncertain whether Beerus would seek revenge. Whis descended upon Earth once more, this time to escort Jiang Xiaofei, Son Wukong, and the others to participate in the competition. Additionally, this time, not only participants were allowed, but family members could accompany them as well. So, Son Wukong's family, Vegeta's family, and Krillin were all on the invitation list. Once everyone had gathered, Son Wukong and Vegeta emerged from the time chamber. Both eager for a final breakthrough, as their opponents were from Universe 6, and the fate of Earth hung in the balance. They dared not slacken their efforts. However, there were always those who faltered, such as Majin Buu and Frieza. After the previous battle with Beerus, Majin Buu had fallen into a state of depression, indulging in gluttony, yet unable to alleviate his inner turmoil. Ultimately, under Satan's persuasion, Majin Buu fell asleep. Once Majin Buu slumbered, awakening him would rely solely on his own will. Outsiders had no means to rouse him. As for Frieza, he had left without a trace, leaving behind only a comical expression. This was clearly a case of standing them up. It seemed that a rift still existed between Frieza and the others. This was a battle to defend Earth. What right did he have to participate? Just moments ago, he had sought to annihilate the planet. Fortunately, they had enough personnel. Otherwise, it would have been quite the headache. While everyone could understand Frieza's actions, one had to wonder how Beerus would react upon learning of this. After all, Frieza was someone Beerus had personally saved. Leaving at this juncture, did he not regard Beerus with respect? Chapter 50. Slapping Zuno with Whis' assistance. Jiang Xiaofei and the others embarked on their journey to the God of Destruction's realm. The travel time from Earth to the God of Destruction's realm took approximately 30 minutes at Whis' speed. Past this brief half hour, everyone adopted a new pastime. Barbecuing, to be able to relish the joy of grilling while traversing the universe, was indeed a splendid affair. One worthy of boasting about. Why is it taking so long? The voice of Beerus echoed from the God of Destruction's palace, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Two figures appear at the grand entrance of the palace. Due to the lighting, they could only discern a tall and a short silhouette. Beads of sweat began to form on everyone's brows as they braced themselves for the immense pressure. Only Jiang Xiaofei remained composed. However, when Beerus and Monaka fully emerged, the anticipated oppressive aura failed to materialize. Monaka stood before them, his skin a shade of red and his expression blank, appearing somewhat malnourished. This person looks rather ordinary. Vegeta remarked disparagingly from the side. Don't underestimate him. Have you forgotten how he suffered the last time we stood before such a strong individual? Son Wukong, unusually cautious, felt that Monaka might be concealing his true strength. If he could elude everyone's perception, did that not suggest he was indeed a super strong warrior? Son Wukong leaped beside Monaka, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Are you Monaka? I heard from Lord Beerus that you are the strongest in the universe. It's a pleasure to meet you. Son Wukong extended his right hand, awaiting Monaka's handshake. However, Monaka's expression remained unchanged, and after a prolonged wait, he received no response, leaving Son Wukong awkwardly scratching his head. Beerus interposed himself. Standing between Sun Wukong and Manaka, he is not adept at conversation, so refrain from asking too many questions. The competition is what truly matters. Beerus admonished Sun Wukong in a warning tone, seemingly trying to conceal something. However, for someone like Sun Wukong, a simple-minded being, he was oblivious to Beerus's intentions and could only respond affirmatively. Yet Sun Wukong's upper body had already leaned past Beerus, gazing at Manaka, behind him, in response. Beerus delivered a swift kick, sending Sun Wukong tumbling aside. "That I already warned you. Why persist in this? Are you seeking punishment?" "Ouch, Lord Beerus, your kick is too harsh. If you injure me, how will I participate in this competition?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, rubbing his backside. "Humph. Ignoring my advice deserves a beating. How about the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls you were supposed to investigate?" Beerus swiftly shifted the topic, looking towards Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta. Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta exchanged glances, then turned their attention to Bulma beside them, their thoughts drifting back to recent events. Upon learning about the Super Dragon Balls, they began devising strategies to locate the last one. Under the guidance of Gak, Bulma and the trio arrived at the planet where Zuno resided. It was said that Zuno was an all-knowing figure, with inquiries directed at him scheduled years in advance. If they were not well connected, it could have taken them that long as well. However, to consult Zuno, one had to make a contribution as a condition for an equal exchange. That Zuno's request was rather simple: a mere kiss. To set an example, Gak took the lead. He gently placed a kiss on Zuno's face and was then permitted to pose a question. Initially, Gak's curiosity revolved around certain matters concerning Bulma, yet upon observing the fierce and intimidating Vegeta beside him, he swiftly abandoned that line of inquiry. Clearly, risking his life merely to uncover some of Bulma's secrets was not worthwhile. Thus, Gak inquired about Bulma's age. That Zuno's response was indeed commendable, as he articulated Bulma's age down to the very second. However, at that moment, Bulma's expression was far from pleasant. With a resounding bang, Gak collapsed to the ground. Vegeta exhibited no reaction throughout the ordeal. Witnessing Bulma's furious demeanor, both Zuno and his attendant felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that Bulma might unleash her wrath upon them. "Ladies, it is now your turn." Zuno's voice broke the tension, forcing himself to regain composure. Jang Xiaofei stepped forward but was halted by Bulma's grip. A smile graced Bulma's face as she approached Zuno step by step. "Why, dear Zuno, might there be other means to exchange information apart from this?" she inquired. "Woman, there are none." Zuno pronounced each word deliberately. "Rest assured, I have no interest in someone over 50, with a less than stellar physique and certain sagging attributes. Oh, do not let your imagination run wild," Zuno clarified. Listening to Zuno's words, Bulma's smile intensified, though it bore an unsettling quality. A chill suddenly swept over Zuno's large frame. Bulma raised her right hand high and swiftly struck Zuno's face. A crisp sound resonated as a vivid red imprint of her fingers appeared on Zuno's ample cheek. The attendant, who had just contemplated expressing his anger, immediately wilted upon witnessing Bulma's expression. Even Vegeta and Jiang Xiaofei were left bewildered. When had Bulma become so violent? Ever since she struck the god of destruction, it seemed she had spiraled out of control. Jiang Xiaofei glanced at Vegeta, pondering whether his future days would also be dictated by Bulma's whims. The thought sparked a flicker of anticipation within him. Vegeta, unaware of Jiang Xiaofei's musings, nonetheless sensed the mirth in his demeanor. As for Bulma, Vegeta contemplated intervening, considering they seemed to be in need of Zuno's assistance. Treating him this way could not bode well. However, upon witnessing Bulma's behavior, Vegeta hesitated, not wishing to become the second Zuno. That Bulma's indignation towards Zuno was entirely understandable. After all, the desire to remain youthful and beautiful is universal, particularly among women. Who wouldn't wish to be forever young and lovely? Yet Zuno appeared to have offended her on both counts. Therefore, Zuno's punishment was well deserved. Why, dear Zuno, did you ever anticipate being slapped by a woman over 50? Bulma inquired, her face adorned with a smile as she regarded the dazed Zuno, who was clutching his cheek. Chapter 51. The true power of Manaka. Observing the incongruous smile on Bulma's face, Zuno had no choice but to acquiesce. While he possessed extensive knowledge of the universe, The intricacies of a woman's heart remained elusive to him. Coupled with his own insufficient strength, there was no need for him to retaliate. It was evident that the two men behind Bulma were not to be trifled with. Zuno, feeling somewhat aggrieved, shook his head and, "Why, dear Ms. Bulma, feel free to ask any questions. I will certainly answer honestly." Witnessing Zuno's capitulation, Bulma's smile transformed into one of genuine sincerity. It appeared that Zuno was indeed quite amiable to converse with. "In that case, I do have a few questions awaiting your enlightenment, Zuno," she stated, inquiring about the Super Dragon Balls, to which Zuno responded in detail. "Thank you, Zuno. We shall absolutely keep today's events confidential and will not disclose a single word to outsiders." Bulma assured him that, "I am most grateful to this lovely and graceful lady," Zuno flattered. Subsequently, Jiang Xiaofei and Bulma, among others, departed under Zuno's warm send-off. Henceforth, whenever Zuno encountered women akin to Bulma, he would weigh his options carefully, fearing the tragic repetition of events, as his dignity would truly be irretrievable. Returning to the present, after listening to Bulma's account, Beerus nodded gently, having gained a deeper understanding of the Super Dragon Balls. "Now, it is time for us to set off with a 5-star, Beerus announced to the group, leading the way toward the cube, followed closely by Imanaka. As Manaka passed by Goku, he lifted his gaze, his white eyes with black pupils fixated intently on Goku. Goku, lowering his head, regarded this so-called strongest warrior in the universe, Beerus' secret weapon. With increasing eagerness, Goku's right hand seemed to move of its own accord, fingers flexing a few times before coalescing into a fist the size of a sandbag. The fist shot forward, aimed squarely at Manaka as he walked past. With a whoosh, Beerus sensed something amiss and turned swiftly. But it was already too late. Goku's powerful punch landed squarely on Manaka's face. Manaka's body remained motionless, yet his face contorted severely. His nose and mouth were crushed by the force of the blow. Witnessing this scene, Jang Xiaofei burst into laughter, though he felt sympathy for Manaka, the actor in this precarious situation. Manaka, filled with trepidation, knew that Beerus had personally sought him out for this performance, yet the role posed a life-threatening risk. He wished to withdraw, but with Beerus present, any attempt at defiance would surely lead to dire consequences. "Mommy, I want to go home," Manaka silently lamented within. To maintain his facade, he had to exert every effort to control his body, ensuring not a hint of his distress was revealed. However, the intense heat radiating from his face ultimately caused him to shed a tear. Beerus rushed to Goku and Manaka's side, delivering a punch to the back of Goku's head. "I told you not to engage in private combat. Why did you still strike?" Beerus exclaimed, irked, fearing that Manaka might not withstand the pressure and reveal the truth. After being chastised by Beerus, Goku merely rubbed the back of his head, lamenting, "I thought he would be able to dodge my sudden attack. Who knew he had no defenses whatsoever?" Goku glanced at Manaka, offering an apologetic smile. Manaka responded with silence, leaving Goku feeling perplexed by a seemingly inscrutable opponent. In truth, Manaka wished to avoid facing Goku again. Although Goku had not exuded an overwhelming aura, Manaka feared that Goku might impulsively deliver another punch, which could shatter his carefully maintained disguise. Watching Manaka walk away, Goku felt a sense of confusion and approached Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta. This Manaka is truly hard to decipher. He seems to be an extraordinary powerhouse. I am genuinely intrigued. Jiang Xiaofei could not help but chuckle, while Vegeta shot Goku an exasperated glance. "Goku, you think Manaka is immensely powerful. I maintain that he is just an ordinary person," Jiang Xiaofei stated bluntly. "What? How could that be? Just look at his calm demeanor. How could an ordinary person achieve such composure?" Goku retorted, unable to believe Jiang Xiaofei's assertion. "Consider Krillin. He was nearly paralyzed with fear in the face of Frieza. Now look at Manaka. Do you still believe he is an ordinary person?" Goku continued. From a distance, Krillin's face darkened as he overheard, while Android 18 glanced over at Goku. "Goku, why are you dragging me into this?" Krillin protested. "I apologize, Krillin. I was merely making a comparison," Goku replied sheepishly, though he remained resolute in his candidness. "I believe you are targeting me," Krillin scoffed. Meanwhile, Android 18 gently comforted her husband, offering solace in his moment of frustration, and "I truly did not mean any offense." Sun Wukong felt a hint of helplessness. Haha. Jiang Xiaofei laughed heartily. All right, it is time for us to set off. Since you believe that Manaka is an exceptionally powerful being, then so be it. Jiang Xiaofei also took the opportunity to remind everyone that whether Sun Wukong believed it or not depended on his own judgment. However, Jiang Xiaofei could discern that Vegeta was aware of Manaka's true strength. It appeared that when it came to intellect, Sun Wukong still could not quite keep pace with Vegeta. The group boarded Whis' cube, preparing to journey towards the nameless star, relishing delicious roasted meat along the way, savoring the fleeting moments of leisure. The three of them took the initiative to sit beside Manaka. Yet, throughout the trip, Manaka remained utterly silent, not even taking a bite of the delectable roast. Beside Manaka sat Beerus, who, while thoroughly enjoying the taste of the roast, had to keep a vigilant eye on Jiang Xiaofei and his companions, particularly Sun Wukong, fearing that any slip-up would lead to embarrassment. After a considerable journey, they finally arrived at the nameless star. Adjacent to it were 6 Dragon Balls, each comparable in size to a planet, radiating a brilliant red, star-like glow. Jiang Xiaofei, upon gazing at such colossal Dragon Balls, felt an overwhelming sense of awe. They happened to pass directly above the Super Dragon Balls. In the presence of those 6 magnificent orbs, they felt insignificantly small. Given that the Dragon Balls on Earth possessed such extraordinary powers, one could only wonder how remarkable the Super Dragon Balls must be. Jiang Xiaofei was well aware that these Super Dragon Balls had the capability to even recreate Earth. Chapter 52. The aesthetic of the god of destruction above the nameless star, a robust and spirited deity, was admiring his masterpiece. Directly beneath him lay the arena for the upcoming competition, and he was none other than Cabba, the god of destruction of Universe 6. Beerus. We need to make some adjustments here, Cabba commanded, pointing to a corner of the arena as Cabba's attendant. Vados would dutifully follow his wishes to modify the arena. The arena underwent subtle alterations, and Cabba's smile grew even more pronounced. Not bad. And over there, place 2 massive portraits on either side of the arena, engraved with my likeness and that of Beerus. Make sure I appear handsome. And as for Beerus, I have no preference. Cabba expressed his desires once more. Of course, Lord Cabba, Vados replied, gently tapping her staff, causing 2 enormous portraits to materialize above the arena, depicting the figures precisely as Cabba had requested. Simply perfect. Observing his handiwork, Cabba felt an even greater sense of satisfaction. He thought to himself that when Beerus beheld everything he had arranged, it would surely astonish him. With this thought, Cabba wore a smug expression. Cabba, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Beerus's voice rang out as he spotted Cabba from a distance. Cabba immediately turned, and the 2 gods of destruction exchanged glances once more. Beerus, my early arrival naturally signifies that I have matters to attend to. Look, Cabba proudly gestured towards the arena on the nameless star and boasted, what do you think? This is my meticulously prepared arena. Are you not astonished? Oh, so you prepared this, huh? It's just our as passable for use. Beerus glanced at the arena below, seemingly unimpressed. What? Passable? This is my carefully designed arena, and you dare to call it passable? Cabba's pride was immediately deflated, replaced by a surge of anger. Vados, Cabba called out loudly. Vados, momentarily distracted, was searching for the handsome warrior within Whis' cube. Lord Cabba, what is it? She replied with a gentle tone. What's wrong? Beerus claims this arena is only passable. What should we do about it? Cabba directed his frustration towards Vados at that moment. Jang Xiaofei and the others, under Whis' guidance, also arrived, observing the arrangements on the nameless star. Bulma and the others began to voice their opinions. Wow, this arena's setup is so tacky, especially those rigid benches. How can they expect the audience to sit on those? Hearing this, Cabba felt an intense rage boiling within him. While Vados remained unfazed, her gaze fixed on Jiang Xiaofei. Looking at Jiang Xiaofei, she always felt a refreshing breeze, particularly captivated by his exquisite features and the innocence of his smile, which was utterly irresistible. Exactly. How can anyone sit on such hard benches? Whis, Beerus was also grateful to Bulma for providing him with an opportunity to find fault, just as he had intended. Very well, Lord Beerus. Whis gently waved his staff, causing the hard square benches to vanish, replaced by 4 enormous round cushions, complete with plush sofas and dining tables for enjoying delectable food and drinks. That's more like it. This is the proper way to enjoy the competition. Bulma's voice rang out once more. Meanwhile, Kampa's expression had turned a deep shade of anger as he glanced at Vados. However, Vados' attention remained elsewhere, her bright eyes glued to Jiang Xiaofei. This scene only fueled Kampa's fury. Vados, focus! Why didn't you design it like this from the start? Kampa began to reprimand Vados. Unfazed by Kampa's admonition, Vados slightly reined in her gaze. Lord Kampa, if we were to create something beyond your comprehension, it would only lead to greater confusion. Haha, Vados makes a valid point. With your taste, you wouldn't understand these matters at all. Beerus felt quite pleased, observing Kampa's glowering expression, his mood brightening even more. My taste is lacking, but does that mean yours is superior? Beerus, if it weren't for Whis by your side, you would probably just sleep all day. Kampa refused to concede defeat. What a pity. Whis will always be by my side, Beerus remarked, casting a glance at Whis. Indeed, Lord Beerus, I shall accompany you until the next god of destruction appears, Whis replied without hesitation. You two are merely engaging in a war of words. Just wait, Beerus. Once the competition begins, you may not be laughing anymore. Vados, let us go. Kampa, realizing he was no match for Beerus in a battle of wits, decided not to waste any more time. He had already recognized that he was no match for Beerus in terms of verbal sparring. To make matters worse, even his dear attendant, Vados, seemed to side with the outsider against him. Vados, hearing Kampa's words, withdrew her gaze from Jang Xiaofei and gladly followed Kampa back to the ranks of Universe 6. You all heard that, right? Kampa intends to showcase the strength of Universe 6 on the battlefield, so you all need to stay sharp and not bring me shame, Beerus addressed Jang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others. Of course, with Monaka here, we will surely achieve victory, Sun Wukong replied thoughtlessly. Bang! Beerus once again struck Sun Wukong on the back of his head. Always relying on Monaka. Why don't you just step up yourself and take them all on at once? You'll be the first to enter the arena, Beerus huffed as he stormed away, with Monaka trailing closely behind. Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong felt a mix of helplessness and excitement, not expecting to be the first to take the stage in such a manner. Do well when you get up there. With your strength, defeating 5 opponents shouldn't be a problem. Of course, that is provided you don't go overboard. Jiang Xiaofei expressed his confidence in Sun Wukong. He had some understanding of the strength of the opponents from Universe 6. Aside from Hit, the others were hardly a match for Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong had a penchant for reckless behavior, which often led to unexpected situations during matches. Kakarot, you were quite fortunate. Perform well, and don't give me any openings, Vegeta said, clasping his hands together as he left with Jiang Xiaofei. You all. Sun Wukong felt utterly speechless, deciding that he would speak less in the future. Just wait and see my spectacular performance. Chapter 53. The Universe's Best fails the written exam, as everyone took their positions. The competition between the two universes commenced, with the first round being a written examination primarily designed to assess the participants' understanding of fundamental rules and their cognitive abilities. Under the guidance of Vados, Jiang Xiaofei and his companions made their way to the examination venue. Vados led the way, with Jiang Xiaofei following closely behind. Vados felt her heart race. Was he not pursuing her? She contemplated glancing back at Jiang Xiaofei, but ultimately restrained her impulse, reminding herself that she was an angel and must appear elusive. Upon arriving at the examination hall, they found the contestant from the 6th universe already seated and awaiting their arrival. Sun Wukong and Vegeta gazed at the 5 competitors from the 6th universe, their hearts swelling with excitement, for these were their adversaries. However, upon recognizing 2 of them, their enthusiasm surged even higher. Frieza, I can't believe the 6th universe has a Frieza too, Sun Wukong exclaimed, though he received no response from the other party. Gabe stepped forward from the 6th universe's team and approached Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Are you the Saiyans from the 7th universe? Gabe inquired. Indeed, And you're a Scion from the 6th universe? Vegeta replied, curiosity piqued by Gabe's appearance. Gabe was notably shorter than Son Wukong and Vegeta, and his composure seemed slightly lacking. Which planet do you reside on? Vegeta continued to ask. We live on planet Sadala. Gabe answered honestly. Planet Sadala. Vegeta's excitement became palpable, stirring a deep yearning for his homeland. Yes, that's correct. And you? Gabe reciprocated with curiosity. We initially resided on planet Sadala as well, but due to the Saiyans' bloodthirsty and combative nature, it ultimately led to the planet's demise. We were forced to relocate to other planets, only to be destroyed by individuals like your companion over there. Vegeta pointed at the figure resembling Frieza in the distance. Saiyans are not inherently bloodthirsty. How could they seize other people's planets? Moreover, Mr. Frost has an excellent reputation on our planet. Gabe expressed his confusion. Is that so? One can only hope. Perhaps this illustrates the similarities and differences between our two universes. Vegeta offered an explanation that if the opportunity arises, I hope to visit your planet. Vegeta flashed a smile filled with anticipation. You're always welcome. Gabe returned with a friendly grin. All right, everyone, you may conclude your greetings. Our written examination is about to commence. Please return to your designated seats. Battos's gentle voice resonated. After everyone settled back into their seats, Batos, seated at the proctor's desk, waved her staff lightly, causing a test paper to appear before each participant. This is the content of your written examination today. Please approach it with utmost seriousness. Failing to achieve at least 50 points will result in immediate elimination. Batos warned everyone, gazing at the test paper on the desk. Jiang Xiaofei's heart brimmed with joy in his previous life. While not a top student, he had experienced the rigors of college entrance exams and had successfully enrolled in a university. He found these questions to be quite manageable and resolved to be the fastest participant. Without hesitation, Jang Xiaofei picked up his pen and began to write with flair on the test paper. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's graceful movements, Batos began to imagine, noting how elegantly and handsomely he wrote. Finished, Jiang Xiaofei declared, promptly walking towards Batos with his paper in hand. All eyes immediately turned to him, and a collective thought echoed in their minds. This man was exceptionally swift. A.S. Batos watched Jiang Xiaofei approach. She felt an inexplicable joy, her heart fluttering once more. Jiang Xiaofei glanced at the others who were still fervently scribbling. He held no concern about the outcome of this competition. Even Son Wukong, who was anxiously scratching his head, would surely pass. Manaka, proclaimed by Beerus as the universe's strongest warrior, looked at the test paper in his hands and then surveyed the larger, more imposing figures around him. Feeling an intense urge to flee, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. This battle was not meant for him, and he had no business being here. Most critically, the god of destruction had summoned him for a mere act, without any mention of compensation. Were it not for Beerus's overwhelming power, he would have resisted long ago. Furthermore, he had not received even a minimal amount for lost wages or injury compensation. The last time he was injured by Son Wukong, Beerus had not offered even a word of consolation. These thoughts swirled in Manaka's mind. His internal turmoil grew, and he felt increasingly aggrieved. He did not want to fight these monstrous beings. He wanted to escape. All right, the written examination is concluded. Batos gently swayed her staff, causing the test papers to naturally return to her. The results were instantaneously revealed. First, let us congratulate the 5 contestants from the 6th universe for successfully passing the written examination and advancing to the next round. Batos announced after glancing at the papers. Now, what are the 7th universe's results? She piqued everyone's curiosity. Mr. Jang Xiaofei. Full marks, Batos exclaimed with excitement. Although this was merely a standard written examination, achieving full marks was no easy feat. Yet Jiang Xiaofei had accomplished it. Son Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances with Jiang Xiaofei, nodding in approval. Not bad. Haha, just standard procedure, Jiang Xiaofei humbly replied. Son Wukong, passing. Vegeta, passing. Piccolo, passing. Manaka. Batos's voice suddenly halted, and the audience held their breath in anticipation. Manaka, 10 points. Everyone was left in disbelief. How could he fail such a simple test? This was unexpected. He was supposed to be the strongest in our universe. How could he only score 10 points? Are you sure there hasn't been a mistake? Sun Wukong expressed his skepticism towards Battles. Mr. Sun Wukong, please do not doubt a professional grader. It is absolutely impossible for there to be an error. As Monaka's paper was mostly blank except for this one question, Battles provided an irrefutable explanation. Sun Wukong felt deflated, and Jiang Xiaofei turned to look at Monaka from a distance. Monaka's face bore an expression of regret. My apologies, everyone. These questions were simply beyond my capabilities. I will have to rely on you all in the upcoming matches. Don't worry, Monaka. I will fight alongside you. Sun Wukong reassured Monaka. Jiang Xiaofei, observing Monaka's apologetic smile, seemed to grasp something. You did this on purpose. It's not that the questions were too difficult. You were simply afraid of taking the stage and getting a beating. Chapter 54. Is this the weakest Sun Wukong? 10 points. This is hilarious. One elimination already. How delightful. The god of destruction from the 6th universe, Cabba, could not help but burst into laughter upon witnessing Monaka's dismal score. Beerus, I heard he is your strongest warrior from the 7th universe. I never imagined he would fail such a simple written test. Your universe's intelligence truly raises concerns. Cabba chuckled, clutching his stomach in mirth. Beerus, on the other hand, was seething with frustration when he sought out warriors. He had chosen Monaka quite casually, without any intellectual assessment. Now, he found himself in a predicament. Although he knew Monaka's abilities were lacking, he never anticipated that he would be eliminated in such a straightforward written examination. I merely did not wish for him to bully you. If you were to participate, none of your 6th universe members would stand a chance against him. What would be the point of the competition then? Beerus forcibly justified his choice. Well, I never realized your audacity could be so profound. Even now, you can concoct such excuses. I am truly in awe. Cabba was evidently unconvinced by Beerus's fabricated reasoning. Enough of this chatter. Even if we're down to 4, we are still unafraid of your 5. You will lose, so don't cry when the time comes, Beerus retorted defiantly. Though 1 against 4 posed a challenge, it was not impossible. All right, let us see how long you can keep up this charade. Xiangpa, reluctant to continue the conversation, harbored a nagging sense of impending loss. In a bid to enliven the competition, I shall send forth our weakest fighter. You must ensure you catch him. Under no circumstances should you let our weakest member outmaneuver 5 of yours. Beerus, growing increasingly animated despite his awareness of his own bluster, proclaimed, You. Very well. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Beware the possibility of being humbled afterward. Xiangpa, in a fit of exasperation, retorted, We shall see. Beerus turned his gaze toward Xiangpa, and from the eyes of the 2 gods of destruction, a spark of electricity erupted, intensifying the atmosphere of the tournament across the entire arena. Both Beerus and Xiangpa simultaneously unleashed their energy blasts, striking the gong of the arena, signaling the official commencement of the match on the arena floor. Sun Wukong had already taken his position. Upon witnessing the entrance of his opponent from the 6th universe, he felt a surge of excitement. At last, he would have the opportunity to gauge the strength of adversaries from other universes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the confrontation between the 6th and 7th universes. I am your referee and commentator for this thrilling contest. The referee's voice resonated. Prepare yourselves. The match begins. Hey, I hear you are the weakest on your side. Are you looking down on me? Boda Mo declared, exuding an air of arrogance. Defeat me, and you may face the others. However, if you cannot best me, do not even think about taking on anyone else. Sun Wukong observed the stout, rotund figure of Boda Mo, who resembled a large, round bear. I hope you do not fall to me too quickly. Boda Mo, somewhat provoked, appeared even more rotund. His feet sprang like coils as he bounced around the arena, while Sun Wukong stood quietly. Observing Boda Mo's movements, Boda Mo accelerated his jumps, covering a broader range, transforming the entire arena into his personal bouncing ground. Subsequently, he charged directly at Sun Wukong. Due to Sun Wukong's underestimation and his inability to decipher Boda Mo's combat style, he found himself swiftly retreating toward the edge of the arena as Boda Mo launched a series of relentless attacks. With his feet widely spread, Sun Wukong was nearly pushed out of bounds. Shaking his body a few times, he managed to stabilize himself and avoid elimination. "Hey, weakling! If that is all you can muster, I advise you to surrender promptly and not waste my time," Boda Mo boasted arrogantly. I was merely warming up. You have yet to ignite my full potential." Sun Wukong shot back. In the audience, Xiangpa observed Boda Mo's performance and resumed his mockery of Beerus. "Beerus, if your universe's fighters possess such limited strength, you should concede quickly to avoid a humiliating defeat." He laughed heartily. "Xiangpa, you ought to manage your own affairs. If you cannot even best our weakest, now that would be truly disgraceful." Beerus's eyes gleamed with fervor. "Sun Wukong, what are you playing at? Be careful, or I shall annihilate you," Beerus bellowed at the arena. Nearby, Jiang Xiaofei felt a wave of embarrassment, pondering the unpredictable whims of the god of destruction. Sun Wukong glanced toward Beerus' direction and then back at Boda Mo. "In that case, let us increase the pace, just as I intended." Boda Mo struck first, unleashing a bluish energy blast from his hands, hurtling towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong deftly maneuvered, evading the energy blast with ease. "Now I feel ignited." As Sun Wukong spoke, the air around him became charged with vitality. "Now I shall get serious." He shifted from defense to offense, launching himself at Boda Mo. His fist, capable of shattering mountains, landed heavily upon Boda Mo's abdomen. However, to his surprise, Boda Mo did not falter or even shift his stance. Instead, he looked down at Sun Wukong with a smirk of derision, unwilling to back down. Sun Wukong intensified his strikes, yet each impact felt akin to hitting a sponge or rubber as his power dissipated upon contact. "Your attacks cannot harm me, even if I stand here and let you hit me. I could exhaust you," Boda Mo proclaimed with unwavering confidence in his physique. "Oh dear, this is truly vexing," Sun Wukong remarked, pausing to scratch his head. "However, attempting to confound me with such feeble tactics is utterly futile." With that declaration, Sun Wukong's aura surged once more, an unending stream of power converging into his fist. With no extraneous movements, he struck Boda Mo's lower abdomen once more. This time, the force was not entirely absorbed. The impact reverberated through Boda Mo's internal organs. Blood trickled from the corner of Boda Mo's mouth as he gazed at Sun Wukong in disbelief. "No, this cannot be." At last, Boda Mo's body toppled backward. "There is nothing impossible about this. When I strike with a force that your body cannot withstand, how can you hope to completely neutralize it?" Sun Wukong boldly replied. Xiangpa, who had been elated moments ago, now found his enthusiasm dampened as he watched the proceedings, the egg in his hand suddenly losing its appeal. "Beerus, you dare to call this your weakest?" Xiangpa shouted at Beerus, gesturing towards Sun Wukong in frustration. Chapter 55. Gentlemen, Frisia. In response to Xiangpa's outburst, Beerus regarded him with a contemptuous gaze, as if he were observing a fool. "He is indeed the weakest. In terms of intellect, among them, Sun Wukong could be considered quite dim-witted. Would you not agree that he is the weakest?" Jiang Xiaofei, upon hearing Beerus's words, was at a loss for words, as it outright dismissed Sun Wukong's intelligence. "Oh my, did he just imply that my father is somewhat dim-witted?" Sun Wukong's innocent voice rang out. Beside him, Chi-Chi's temper flared, and had it not been for Bulma and Android 18's restraining hands, she might have charged at Beerus to deliver 2 resounding slaps. "Do not act impulsively. Lord Beerus is merely trying to provoke Xiangpa. Nothing more." Whis, noticing Chi-Chi's agitation, attempted to placate her. "Lord Beerus is quite fond of Sun Wukong. This is merely jest." However, as it was Lord Beerus who spoke, he must take responsibility. With a gentle wave of his staff, a multitude of exquisite treasures manifested before Chi-Chi. Upon seeing the dazzling array of gems, Chi-Chi's expression brightened. "I shall let this transgression slide for now." As she spoke, Chi-Chi hurriedly gathered the jewels. Bulma and Android 18 exchanged glances, realizing that for Chi-Chi, wealth held undeniable allure. "Beerus, do not become too smug. We have not yet lost," Xiangpa declared, dismissing further banter. Boda Mo, "Rise quickly. In response to Xiangpa's roar, Bodo Mo, racked with pain, struggled to regain his footing, trembling as he stood. Oh, not bad at all, Sun Wukong praised, observing Bodo Mo's efforts. In the next moment, Sun Wukong struck once more, sending Bodo Mo crashing to the ground again. After several repetitions, the once proud Bodo Mo was engulfed in despair, caught between Xiangpa's furious shouts and Sun Wukong's relentless assaults. He truly wished to vanish into the earth. Hey, are you still standing? My fists are itching for more. Sun Wukong eagerly anticipated Bodo Mo's resurgence. However, this remark utterly provoked Bodo Mo, sending a wave of blood surging through him, causing him to faint. Upon witnessing Bodo Mo's collapse, the referee promptly declared Sun Wukong the victor. Xiangpa, now beside himself with rage, tugged at his hair in frustration as he gazed at Sun Wukong's innocent smile, feeling an overwhelming urge to personally intervene and teach him a lesson. What do you say, Xiangpa? Is it not time to concede? Beerus retorted. Humph. What are you gloating about? It was merely a single victory, just an appetizer. The main course is yet to come. Xiangpa feigned indifference. Indeed. After all, you still have 4 more fighters. Beerus gazed intently at the solemn Kampa. With a swift motion of his hand, struck a gong to announce the commencement of the second match. Son Goku observed the contestants stepping onto the stage. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, for this adversary bore an uncanny resemblance to Frieza. Hello, Your Excellency Goku. I am Frost, and I would like to extend my sincerest apologies for my teammate Berdamo's arrogance earlier. Frost's voice echoed, momentarily startling Son Goku. No problem. Goku's mind was utterly blank. This was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Was Frieza not supposed to be exceedingly malevolent and haughty? Why then was this individual so exceedingly courteous? Frost turned towards the audience, bowing at a perfect 90 degrees, expressing gratitude to the gentlemen and ladies for taking the time to witness this match. This is merely a friendly contest, and I shall adhere to the principle of friendship first. Competition second, ensuring no one is harmed. This truly Frieza? Bulma pondered, beginning to doubt her own ears and judgment. The 6th universe is a twin universe, yet it possesses its own unique distinctions, perhaps in the 6th universe. Frieza is indeed a gentleman, Chi-Chi chimed in. Listening to the ladies' converse, Jiang Xiaofei's head was shaking like a rattle. What do you think of this Frieza? Jiang Xiaofei inquired, glancing at Vegeta. Humph. Regardless of his demeanor, he shall lose this match today, Vegeta declared, arms crossed, maintaining his composure. That's true, Jiang Xiaofei thought, though in the original Dragon Ball universe, he had indeed been defeated by Vegeta. Do not underestimate this Frieza. He is certainly not as simple as he appears. He might be just like our Frieza from the 7th universe. Jiang Xiaofei cautioned once more. His words reached the ears of the ever-observant Beerus, leaving him increasingly astonished. This man is not only handsome, but possesses such keen intuition. He is utterly captivating. Of course, this was merely Beerus's inner thoughts, while he maintained a regal demeanor befitting an angel. Competitor Frost has previously led peacekeeping forces, assisting numerous planets in fending off foreign invasions, and has dedicated himself to post-disaster reconstruction, earning the Universe Peace Prize 3 times, the referee announced, seemingly to contradict Jiang Xiaofei. Wow, he is truly exceptional, far superior to our universe's Frieza. Bulma disregarded Jiang Xiaofei's comments entirely. Jiang Xiaofei chose not to elaborate further. As someone who had experienced it firsthand, he simply observed in silence that I never expected you to be a champion of universal peace. My apologies, Son Goku expressed his own contrition as he stood upon the arena. No need for that. Now, Mr. Goku, shall we commence our match? Frost replied. With the referee's signal, Frost initiated the first strike, swiftly advancing towards Son Goku. Before Goku could react, Frost was already before him, yet instead of engaging in a direct clash, Frost ensnared Goku's head between his feet, executed a rapid spin, and sent Goku crashing into the ground before distancing himself once more. Ouch! Pain surged through Goku's entire body. Rising from the ground, he looked at Frost. Not bad. Apologies. Due to our size difference, I resorted to such tactics, Frost replied with utmost politeness, leaving Goku uncertain on how to proceed in this battle. And no worries. However, I sense you had yet to unleash your full power. Are you merely testing me? Goku inquired. Your insight is quite sharp indeed, Frost acknowledged without contesting Goku's observation. In that case, you should transform into your final form quickly. Only then can we truly enjoy this battle. Goku stated straightforwardly. Having battled Frieza before, Goku was well aware of the transformations Frieza could undergo, and it was evident that Frost before him was holding back. If that is the case, I shall oblige your request. Your Excellency Goku. Chapter 56. The carefree son Goku. Frost leaped away, creating distance between himself and Goku, then ascended into the air. Ah! A series of roars erupted from Frost as he began to undergo a transformation. Below, Goku watched Frost's metamorphosis with keen anticipation. Ultimately, Frost emerged before Goku in his new form, his head elongated into a point, and his face resembling that of a sea monkey. Your Excellency, Goku. You must be cautious from here on, Frost warned, gazing down at Goku. Bring it on. Goku assumed a combat stance, his aura fluctuating. He was evidently intrigued, though it did not ignite the fervor for transformation within him. Frost's speed had noticeably increased compared to before his transformation, and his strength had skyrocketed. Each collision with Goku was markedly forceful. Nevertheless, in this form, Frost still could not penetrate Goku's defenses, nor could he find any openings. What is Kakarot doing? Wasn't he reminded before the match to finish off his opponent swiftly? Vegeta thought anxiously as he observed Goku's battle. Kakarot, show your true potential, Vegeta shouted at Goku, unable to contain himself. Goku glanced at Vegeta in the audience, yet Frost seized the opportunity created by Goku's distraction and struck him down to the ground. Well done, Frost, Cabba exclaimed, his gaze momentarily darting towards Beerus. The pent-up frustration within him finally found an outlet. Goku, what are you doing? This is a tournament. Stop holding back and finish the fight, Beerus commanded Goku, unable to remain calm at Cabba's smug demeanor. Lying on the ground, Goku had yet to regain his composure when the shouts urged him on. With a flip, Goku stood upright once more. My apologies, Your Excellency Goku. My previous attack was too forceful, and I couldn't pull back in time. Frost expressed a hint of guilt, and worries. That level of force won't harm me. Goku replied nonchalantly. However, you are quite cautious. Goku continued after a brief pause. What do you mean by that, Your Excellency? Frost maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. Well, after these exchanges, I have a strong sense that you are still holding back. You must possess an even higher form hidden away, perhaps for later use. Goku narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Frost. Haha, Your Excellency Goku. You truly are a combat genius. Your intuition is remarkably accurate. Indeed, I possess a more powerful form. Yet I shall not employ it lightly. Frost's gaze became hazy, as if lost in reminiscence. I once utilized my strongest form, but in that state, I could not control the raging power within. On one occasion, I accidentally killed an innocent. From that moment on, I vowed never to use that form unless absolutely necessary. I never knew such a thing had transpired. But rest assured, you can unleash that power without any concerns. I will bear no responsibility, Goku replied, filled with regret yet brimming with excitement. Your Excellency Goku, it is truly wonderful to meet you. Frost smiled genuinely. I shall not disappoint your expectations. With that, Frost's aura shifted once more. Waves of energy cascading around him as he transformed anew. Upon completing his transformation, Frost's appearance mirrored that of Frieza from the 7th universe. This is my ultimate form. From now on, Your Excellency Goku. You must be cautious, Frost intentionally warned. Feeling the surge of Frost's power, Goku's blood began to boil. This was the sensation he had been yearning for. Ah, with a mighty roar, Sun Wukong summoned forth a golden wave of energy that surged around him, transforming his raven locks into a shimmering gold in an instant. That moment, every inhabitant of the 6th universe, including the god of destruction, Cabba, gaped in astonishment. The Saiyans possessed the ability to transform. Hey, Cabba, can you Saiyans also undergo such transformations? Cabba inquired, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. Cabba lowered his head, apologetically confessing, "I'm sorry, Lord Campa, but we are not yet capable of that." A flicker of melancholy crossed Cabba's eyes as he gazed upon the golden figure on the arena, tinged with envy. Humph. Campa's mood soured to its nadir. Is it finally time to get serious? Vegeta observed the transformed son Wukong, his eyes widening with anticipation. To him, Wukong's transformation signified the imminent conclusion of their battle. "I never expected Lord Wukong could also transform," Frost exclaimed in disbelief. "Haha, just a fortunate coincidence. Come, let us engage in a thrilling battle." Son Wukong issued a challenge boldly. Frost, shedding any pretense, charged at son Wukong. With a tightly clenched right fist aimed at Wukong's face, he struck. However, due to Frost's diminutive stature and short arms, his assault was effortlessly thwarted by Wukong's arm. Unwilling to concede, Frost attempted a left-handed strike. Yet it too was easily repelled by Wukong. The two warriors moved with astonishing speed, the sound of their collisions resonating throughout the arena. Son Wukong delivered a swift side kick to Frost's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward until he steadied himself at the edge of the arena. "Is this truly your strongest power?" Son Wukong's gaze held a hint of disappointment. "If this is all you've got, I suggest you concede." Wukong's voice echoed with the suggestion of surrender. Frost trembled slightly, lifting his head to meet Wukong's gaze, forcing a strained smile. "Thank you for your concern, Lord Wukong, but I have compelling reasons to continue. For the sake of universal peace, I must secure victory today. Therefore, our battle must persist. That I respect your ideals, but continuing this fight will yield no favorable outcome," Son Wukong urged. Yet Frost disregarded his counsel, charging toward Wukong once more. Observing Frost's desperate determination, Wukong calmly raised his right hand, adeptly blocking Frost's incoming punch. "Give up. You cannot defeat me," Wukong stated, his voice serene. Suddenly, Wukong felt darkness enveloping him, his legs faltering beneath him as he swayed unsteadily. What an opportunity! Chapter 57. The True Face of Frost. Seizing the moment without hesitation, Frost executed a side kick, sending the dazed son Wukong crashing off the stage as Wukong lay on the ground. The golden aura dissipated, returning to his original form. Yet he found himself unable to move. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Initially, Wukong had held the advantage, but a grievous error allowed Frost to capitalize, ultimately leading to Wukong's defeat. "Bravo! Well done, Frost. Maintain this momentum and show them the strength of our sixth universe," Campa exclaimed, excitement rekindled as he provocatively eyed Beerus. Meanwhile, Beerus seethed with fury, his teeth clenched, yearning to confront Campa. Yet he restrained himself, recognizing that engaging in a petty squabble would serve no purpose. "Let us extend our congratulations to the sixth universe. Mr. Frost is the victor of this match," announced the referee, declaring the outcome. Wukong, Chi-Chi, concerned for her husband, leaped from the stands to his side. "Wukong, are you all right?" "Alas, I was careless and inadvertently stepped out of bounds." Wukong, roused by Chi-Chi's voice, scratched his head with a smile. Gazing fondly at his worried wife, "I'm truly fine. Thank goodness." Chi-Chi sighed in relief. "Let us return." Wukong took Chi-Chi's hand, leading her back to the stands. "Humph, I warned you not to be reckless. How does it feel to suffer setback this time?" Vegeta scoffed at Wukong. "You faltered at a crucial moment." "Vegeta, must you berate me like this? I never anticipated such an outcome." Wukong protested, seeking to redeem his dignity, though he knew the blame lay squarely with him. "Oomph, fool. Watch how I handle him," Vegeta volunteered, eager to face Frost himself. "Wukong, when your palm collided with Frost's fist, did you not feel as though a bee had stung you, leaving you in a daze? Your legs unsteady?" Jiang Xiaofei calmly inquired as he observed Wukong. "Huh, how did you know?" Wukong gazed at Jiang Xiaofei in surprise. That fellow employs a venomous stinger. It must be concealed within his body. Jiang Xiaofei revealed, presenting a plausible explanation that lent credence to their suspicions. "What? How could that be? Weapons are prohibited. Moreover, a person as forthright as Frost would surely disdain such underhanded tactics." Wukong continued to defend Frost. "Alas, you are far too naive." Jiang Xiaofei shook his head, observing Frost's smiling visage in the arena, convinced of his villainy, albeit cleverly concealed. Then what shall we do? Shall we inform Lord Beerus? Wukong felt his mind racing. No, to expose such a scoundrel, we must catch him at his most arrogant. This match will serve as a trial for Piccolo to confirm our suspicions. The group acquiesced to Jiang Xiaofei's suggestion. With Beerus offering no objections, the gong sounded, and Piccolo descended gracefully onto the arena stage. Greetings, I am Frost. May I inquire your name? Frost remained politely cordial. Piccolo came the succinct reply, I extend my apologies on behalf of my companion. Lord Wukong, had we managed our powers better, we might have fought longer. Frost feigned remorse, but Piccolo was unmoved by his act. Let the match begin. The referee's voice had barely faded when Frost conjured a multitude of flickering crimson energy blasts in his hands. These potent orbs brimmed with unimaginable destructive force, hurtling toward the green-skinned Piccolo. Since his entrance, Piccolo had kept one hand poised at his forehead, a nascent golden energy sphere shimmering at his fingertips. Though it remained unformed, he was compelled to evade Frost's barrage of energy blasts. However, Piccolo's movements proved too slow, failing to dodge Frost's attack, and his legs were struck by the blasts. Piccolo, you are no match for me. You should concede while you still can. Frost's voice rang out, attempting to persuade Piccolo. The outcome remains undecided. Piccolo's golden energy sphere blazed brighter, evoking a sense of danger in Frost. Swiftly, Frost maneuvered, landing a punch to Piccolo's abdomen. Instantly, a wave of weakness surged through Piccolo's limbs, causing the golden sphere to dissipate as his body went limp. Frost executed a flying kick, eliminating Piccolo from the match. Frost, well done. Cabba erupted with excitement once more. 2 consecutive victories had finally allowed him to bask in glory. Frost, however, bowed deeply to the crowd, acknowledging their recognition. Beerus kept his eyes shut, unwilling to involve himself, as if this match were of no concern to him. Did Piccolo feel the same sensation as Sun Wukong? Jiang Xiaofei inquired of the returning Piccolo. Piccolo nodded slightly. His abdomen had felt as if stung by a mosquito, followed by a loss of strength and blurred consciousness. Now, I trust you all believe my words. The group silently nodded in agreement. Shall we expose him? Vic proposed. How utterly uninteresting. We must ensure he faces a defeat so complete it leaves him in utter despair. He must understand that in the face of absolute power, any vile tactics are futile. Jiang Xiaofei articulated his thoughts. Excellent. In the next match, I shall make him comprehend the true meaning of despair. Vegeta concurred with Jiang Xiaofei's suggestion, and no one else opposed. Go for it. However, do exercise caution during the battle. You must not fall victim to the poison needles in his possession, Jang Xiaofei reminded once more. His petty tricks are far from sufficient. Vegeta was brimming with confidence, his gaze fixed on the smirking Frost atop the arena. This fellow appears quite revolting. It evokes an overwhelming urge to deliver a thorough beating. Haha. There will be ample opportunities that I suddenly find myself preferring our universe's Frisia. At least he embodies a straightforward form of villainy, whereas this character is merely a scheming, duplicitous scoundrel. Jang Xiaofei cast a glance at Frost. Reaching a conclusion that I end the upcoming match, Vegeta shall face Frost. Chapter 58. The dominant Vegeta with a powerful leap. Vegeta gracefully landed upon the arena. My apologies for the injuries inflicted upon your 2 companions. Frost maintained his gentlemanly facade. Cease your pretense. Your filthy tactics have been laid bare before us. Vegeta's hands pressed firmly together, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. What are you insinuating, my good sir? I cannot comprehend your words. Frost remained composed, though the genial smile on his face began to fade. I must admit, in terms of intellect and guile, you indeed surpass our universe's Frisia. Yet, individuals like you are even more detestable. Simply seeing you makes one want to vomit. Vegeta revealed his disdain and fury. Frost took a deep breath. Is there some misunderstanding, my lord? In the presence of so many witnesses, how could I possibly harbor any nefarious schemes? At this juncture, your calm demeanor is quite telling. It suggests you have engaged in such activities more than once. That so-called 3-time Universal Peace Prize was likely obtained through unscrupulous means. I dare say. Vegeta stated bluntly. Frost, do not presume you can deceive everyone. Concealed within your arms, do you not fear we will expose you, leaving you with no place to hide? I believe both Compa and Beerus will be particularly eager to see that happen. Frost narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the accuser. Vegeta, ha. You are indeed quite astute. Indeed, I have employed certain methods, but all for the ultimate victory, to provide a beautiful home for those displaced children. I must secure Compa's support. For only through triumph can those unfortunate souls hope for a brighter future. Frost spoke passionately, even tears shimmering in his eyes. Humph. Do not attempt such sordid manipulations in my presence. They are utterly futile. Vegeta remained unaffected, his aura intensifying. The presence of this wretched, petty individual had truly riled him. Lord Vegeta, you truly possess a heart of stone. Frost withdrew his feigned empathy, his words laced with coldness. Indeed, everything has been a performance. Yet I believe Lord Vegeta stands here with the intent to defeat me outright. Discarding his disguise, Frost revealed an air of superiority, his malevolence and treachery evident in this moment. Humph. You need not feign provocation. Indeed, I stand here, resolute in my intent to vanquish you, to demonstrate that all schemes and tricks are as grotesque as a mere clown in the face of absolute strength. That Vegeta's powerful voice resonated. Filled with undeniable conviction, oh ho ho, it seems you are quite confident in your abilities. I hope your strength matches your bravado in the ensuing battle. The Frost's eyes narrowed further, the chill deepening, as he formed a crimson energy sphere in his hand, hurling it directly at Vegeta. How despicably shameless! Observing the approaching energy sphere, Vegeta cursed vehemently, yet his eyes bore no trace of fear. Instead, they shone with determination as he regarded the crimson sphere and the nearby Frost. You have thoroughly provoked my wrath. With Vegeta's furious roar, the atmosphere around him shifted dramatically. As the energy surged, Vegeta's entire being transformed, his hair turning a brilliant gold, surrounded by cascading waves of energy that crackled with white lightning. When the crimson energy sphere collided with the golden aura enveloping Vegeta, it erupted in a dazzling display of light. This spectacle was truly breathtaking, captivating every onlooker as they fixated on the point of collision. Ultimately, the crimson energy was consumed beneath the golden waves, merely amplifying the might of Vegeta's aura. Vegeta soared into the air, his body rapidly advancing towards Frost. In response to Vegeta's assault, Frost's movements quickened, launching energy spheres from his hands, all aimed at the oncoming Vegeta. However, every energy sphere was effortlessly blocked by Vegeta's golden shield of energy, fading into nothingness. Vegeta closed the distance, arriving at Frost's side, and without any flourish, delivered a powerful punch directly to Frost's abdomen. Frost's pupils dilated in shock as he felt the surging force entering his body, his slender tail involuntarily straightening. Humph. This time, you must understand the vast chasm that exists between us. Vegeta's voice echoed in Frost's mind. Yet Vegeta's assault did not cease. One punch after another struck the same point on Frost's body. The Frost figure began to cave in, the intense pain instilling a profound sense of humiliation. Boom! Helpless to retaliate, Frost was sent flying by Vegeta's onslaught. Vegeta refrained from pursuing further, awaiting Frost's next move. As Frost stabilized himself, he retched uncontrollably, the pain in his abdomen radiating throughout his entire body. His reason slipping away, his expression resembling that of a ferocious beast. Vegeta, I will kill you! Frost condensed a beam of light with a single finger, directing it at Vegeta. After transforming, Vegeta's strength and speed had surged tremendously. Though the beam was swift, he easily dodged it. Frost felt a flicker of despair within, yet surrender was not an option he would entertain. Humph. If you fail to employ your secret weapon, you may very well find yourself eliminated. Vegeta charged at Frost once more, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. This time, Frost completely lost his grasp on reason, the feral beast within him launching a mindless counterattack. The agony coursing through his body no longer restrained him. Disregarding all else, Frost surged towards Vegeta after regaining his balance. From Frost's arm emerged a slender, nearly imperceptible sharp object, its tip glinting ominously, exuding a chilling aura. Vegeta had long anticipated this moment, ever vigilant against Frost's treacherous tactics. As Frost's fist approached, Vegeta extended his powerful right hand, seizing the murderous arm with an iron grip, but with another fierce roar, Vegeta's aura surged once more, the arm he held twisting grotesquely within his grasp. Is this your final struggle, weakling? Chapter 59. The glorious moment of Vegeta in the audience. Everyone was captivated by the scene before them, particularly the sharp object perched upon Frost's arm, which did not escape anyone's notice. Campa's eyes narrowed into slits. He could accept defeat in a fair fight, but a victory achieved through such despicable means was something he could never condone. He cast a glance at the ever-silent Beerus, inwardly convinced that Beerus was fully aware of Frost's underhanded tactics in the arena, yet chose not to intervene. Campa even suspected that Beerus believed Frost was acting under his encouragement, and he felt compelled to clarify this matter. "Hey, Beerus, I had no knowledge of Frost's vile methods. Otherwise, I would never have allowed such a scoundrel to enter the arena." Campa's confidence visibly waned, as he was aware that he had been negligent. Beerus waved his hand dismissively, remaining silent. Witnessing Beerus's gesture only fueled Campa's anger, yet he refrained from directing it at Beerus. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, declaring, "Such a scoundrel should no longer roam the universe." The other contestants from Universe 6 sat rigidly, fearful that Campa's wrath might extend to them. "Lord Campa, there's still Vegeta in the arena. It would be unfortunate if he got caught in the crossfire." Battles interjected, attempting to provide Campa with a way out. "You're the reason this happened." Campa retorted petulantly, sounding like a child as his voice took on a mischievous tone. "Lord Campa, saying that will surely hurt someone's feelings." Battles feigned innocence. "If it weren't for you bringing such a scoundrel, I wouldn't be in this embarrassing position," Campa lamented. "But when you ordered me to find someone, you didn't specify their character. You merely told me that as long as they could fight, that was sufficient. No other considerations," Battles defended, laying bare Campa's oversight. Campa found himself at a loss for words. "Then there's no other choice. To atone for my blunder, I must ensure he disappears." Campa once again raised his right hand. "All right, let us continue watching the match. We shall set this matter aside for now and allow them to determine a true victor." Finally, Beerus spoke, refraining from commenting on Campa's actions. Upon hearing Beerus's voice, Campa understood that he would not be held accountable for the incident. "Humph. For now, I will let this scoundrel off the hook, but after the match, he shall see what I am capable of," Campa declared indignantly. In the arena, Frost struggled desperately, yet he could not extricate himself from Vegeta's powerful grip. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta raised his right foot and delivered a fierce strike to Frost's abdomen. A relentless barrage of attacks left Frost completely senseless, and like a piece of refuse, Vegeta discarded him from the stage. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The referee barely had time to react before he witnessed Frost lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Vegeta did not rush to have the referee declare the outcome. For if Frost chose to resist further, he wanted to ensure Frost understood that their disparity could not be bridged by mere trickery. Lying on the ground, Frost reminisced about his self-staged glory days in Universe 6 and recalled the treasures promised by Campa, leading him to erupt in maniacal laughter. "Vegeta, we have time ahead. We will meet again. And at that moment, I shall reclaim everything I lost today." With great effort, Frost managed to stand and stagger off the stage. And no one paid heed to the thoughts of a defeated individual. Even if that individual was a scoundrel, few cared to dwell on him. However, Jiang Xiaofei was one of the rare exceptions. "The winner of this match is contestant Vegeta from Universe 7, the referee proclaimed, signaling the dissolution of the glory Frost had brought to Universe 6 into mere vapor. In the next match, contestant Vegeta from Universe 7 faced contestant Cabba from Universe 6, observing the golden aura emanating from Vegeta on the stage. Cabba's gaze was tinged with envy. Both were Saiyans capable of transformation, yet Cabba lacked the means to wield such power and remained oblivious to how Vegeta and his peers achieved it. As Cabba approached the stage, he bowed deeply to Vegeta. "I sincerely apologize for my previous thoughts." Looking at Cabba, Vegeta felt an inexplicable sense of kinship, perhaps due to their shared Saiyan heritage, or perhaps because he saw a reflection of his former self in Cabba. It's nothing. Such scum will ultimately deceive themselves. Discerning the truth is never an easy task, Vegeta reassured him. Thank you, Cabba responded, offering a relieved smile as he assumed a combat stance. However, deep down, Cabba knew he was no match for Vegeta, especially since he could not transform. In the face of a transformed Vegeta, his defeat would undoubtedly be swifter than that of Frost. In a secluded corner outside the arena, Frost's silhouette emerged, his gaze scanning the crowd. Seemingly unnoticed by anyone engrossed in the match, Frost's eyes then fell upon a mound of gold and jewels not far off, beside which rested a cube capable of traversing the cosmos. Campa's treasure. With a swift leap, Frost stealthily approached the cube, his eyes brimming with hope. Hey, you'd best leave quietly and refrain from any underhanded antics. Jiang Xiaofei's voice reached Frost's ears, turning in the direction of the voice. Frost beheld a handsome visage. Ho ho ho. Friend, you'd better vanish quickly and not disturb me. This treasure rightly belongs to me. With it, I shall continue to reign supreme across the cosmos, Frost sneered, unable to mask his avarice. Trash is trash. I've seen enough to feel nauseated. Jang Xiaofei had no desire to engage with someone like Frost. With a sudden movement, he vanished from sight and delivered a single, powerful punch that struck Frost. Frost was caught completely off guard, unable to mount any effective defense. This blow was even more forceful than those he had endured from Vegeta. I haven't yet settled the score for the harm you inflicted on my friends. Jiang Xiaofei whispered in Frost's ear. Chapter 60. The sharp-tongued Vegeta, Frost's face twisted in agony, filled with regret. Why had he not simply enjoyed his time in Universe 6? Why participate in this match and ruin the reputation he had painstakingly built? The most troubling aspect was the monstrous opponents he encountered. Why were they so fearsome? Just when he had resolved to withdraw and avoid provoking these beasts, he was struck down. Moreover, this individual seemed even more formidable than Vegeta. This spectacle did not escape Batos's notice. She observed that this man possessed not only immense strength, but also remarkable intellect. An exceptional match indeed. Batos remained hidden, quietly observing the unfolding events. Your Excellency, we can discuss this. If you spare me, I will comply with any request. Frost ultimately capitulated, realizing that surrendering was likely his only chance for survival against an unbeatable foe. Discuss? Very well. Jiang Xiaofei was not intent on delivering Frost to his demise. After all, this was the battleground for two major universes, with both gods of destruction and angels present. If a life were truly lost, it would reflect poorly on him. In that case, you shall surrender all the wealth you have plundered over the years. Jiang Xiaofei's voice echoed ominously in Frost's mind. This man is greedy. Frost's immediate thought was that this should be manageable. Batos, too, looked on in disbelief. Could such a handsome man truly be swayed by wealth? Yet it made sense. Virtuous men earn wealth through just means, and Frost's treasures were undoubtedly ill-gotten gains. Extortion, indeed, is quite justified. Without the slightest hesitation, Frost produced a fraction of his wealth, his visage contorted in profound discomfort. A pain that eclipsed even the sting of the blow he had just endured. It's all here. I'm aware that this is but a fade. However, given your commendable obedience, I shall let you off the hook this time. Jiang Xiaofei expressed his satisfaction with Frost's actions. That I am immensely grateful, Your Excellency. Frost exhaled a sigh of relief, finally able to extricate himself from his predicament. Too courteous, truly too courteous, Jiang Xiaofei reciprocated with a beaming smile. Ah, you there behind the stone. How long do you intend to hide? My business here is concluded. It is now your turn. Jiang Xiaofei called out to the figure concealed behind a stone slightly taller than a human. Frost whirled around, fixating on the boulder Jiang Xiaofei had indicated. Bardos stumbled slightly, believing her presence had been detected, as she contemplated whether to reveal herself. Just then, another familiar silhouette emerged from behind a different stone. It was Hit, the assassin from Universe 6. That Hit's gaze was icy and serene. He glanced briefly at Frost before turning his attention to Jiang Xiaofei. Do not regard me with such a stare. I am merely passing by. Purely coincidental, Jiang Xiaofei declared. Already lifting himself into the air to glance at the ground below, he nearly plummeted from the sky upon spotting Bardos behind another boulder. Bardos looked up, her smile radiant, and made a shushing gesture towards Jiang Xiaofei. Maintaining a facade of composure, Jiang Xiaofei soared toward the audience of Universe 7, the frost-regarded Hit, baring his fangs once more. Hit, release me, should you encounter trouble in the future. I will undoubtedly assist you with all my might. However, Hit paid no heed to Frost, instead focusing on the cube before him. Was it not your intention to take it away, since you desire to remove it? Let it remain here. Without further ado, Hit materialized behind Frost and delivered a swift strike. A wave of dizziness surged through the back of Frost's head, and he promptly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. It appears I need not intervene, Bardos remarked, returning to her side next to Cabba. Casting a glance towards Jiang Xiaofei across the arena that on the stage, Vegeta had returned to his normal form. Yet even so, Cabba remained no match for him. During their exchanges, Cabba could distinctly sense the immense energy coursing within his opponent's body. Every blow he attempted was effortlessly countered by Vegeta. Disappointment gradually etched itself on Cabba's face. He realized that despite being fellow Saiyans, their strengths were leagues apart. To exhibit such dismay after merely facing a minor setback, you are unworthy of the noble Saiyan bloodline. Vegeta's words struck directly at Cabba's core. We Saiyans grow stronger through battle, becoming increasingly resilient. You, a feeble wretch, do not deserve to bear the name Saiyan, and no, that is not true. Cabba feebly protested, escalating the intensity of his attacks, yet they remained inconsequential to Vegeta. Such flaccid punches, how could Cabba select you to compete? Is this not a disgrace to the Saiyan race? Vegeta showed no regard for Cabba's feelings, his words laced with scorn. I it that in your Universe 6. All Saiyans are as pitiful as you, utterly incapable. Vegeta's verbal assault intensified, his aura surging with renewed ferocity, sending Cabba sprawling backward. And no, we are not worthless. Cabba was on the brink of collapse, deeply wounded by Vegeta's taunts. Compounded by the vast disparity in their powers, he had come to this arena to bring glory to the Saiyans. Yet he found himself up against a Saiyan from Universe 7, whose power astonished him. Especially Vegeta's transformation. Not worthless? Is that all you can declare? Based on your demonstrated prowess, you are even inferior to refuse. Your very existence brings shame to the Saiyan legacy, tarnishing our noble blood. Vegeta's words were harsh. Utterly disregarding Cabba's fragile psyche, that Cabba's eyes reddened. Yet an unprecedented fury surged within him, his pupils blazing with a desire to obliterate Vegeta. You madman, today I shall show you whether or not I am worthless. A previously unseen aura enveloped Cabba that moment. Every cell in his being was infused with an unparalleled force, his blood racing as he unleashed tremendous power. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta felt a swell of delight within. Chapter 61. The first Super Saiyan of Universe 6 in the audience, Jiang Xiaofei and Son Wukong exchanged wry smiles at Vegeta's antics. This fellow had taken on the role of a mentor on the arena, deliberately provoking the Saiyans of Universe 6 to ascertain whether they possessed the ability to transform. Vegeta's closest companion, Son Wukong, could easily discern Vegeta's intentions. Indeed, it appears that way. Who would have thought Vegeta could exhibit such behavior? Jiang Xiaofei mused, reflecting on how, as the proud prince of all Saiyans, this was the first time Vegeta had earnestly endeavored to teach someone. Hey, what do you mean by that? Our Vegeta is exceedingly gentle. You know, Bulma retorted, displeased by Jiang Xiaofei's remarks. While raising her right hand, Jiang Xiaofei dared not counter, fearing Bulma's slap might be his demise. I wonder if Cabba will succeed. Let us hope he does not squander Vegeta's goodwill. In truth, Son Wukong, too, anticipated Cabba's growth, that he will. Even if he falters initially, as long as he grasps the key, he will undoubtedly prevail. Did he not also come through that phase? Jiang Xiaofei remarked to Son Wukong. That reasoning holds merit. Let's await the outcome. Son Wukong believed that effort would eventually yield rewards. I told you so. Our Saiyans from Universe 6 can indeed transform. Huh. It seems the forthcoming battles will become increasingly intriguing. Compa rubbed his hands together, captivated by Cabba's progress. Having entirely forgotten the earlier incident involving Frost on the arena, Cabba's energy continued to escalate, the immense power pushing his body to its limits. Yet, the surge of energy seemed inexhaustible, relentlessly striving for higher heights. Vegeta stood proudly, showing no intention of intervening. In truth, he too was eager to witness Cabba's transformation in Vegeta's heart. Encountering Cabba stirred a sense of inexplicable familiarity, especially upon hearing of the planet salad from Universe 6, which touched him deeply. However, the Saiyans in Universe 6 were a relatively mild-mannered breed, lacking the knowledge to harness their physical capabilities. Vegeta aimed to provoke Cabba, testing whether, in a fit of rage, Cabba could transform into a Super Saiyan like them. Evidently, this provocation yielded substantial results, as Cabba was now clearly progressing towards becoming a Super Saiyan, his eyes brimming with anticipation for a miracle. However, at the critical moment, Cabba's transformation faltered, the shackles of his limitations unbroken, reverting him to his original form. In Cabba's gaze lingered a hint of despondency, yet more prominently was a sense of euphoric joy. Despite the failure, he seemed to have carved out a remarkable path, one that the Saiyans of Universe 6 had never dared to explore. As Cabba looked once more at Vegeta, the animosity and fury that had previously clouded his eyes dissipated, replaced by an understanding of Vegeta's well-intentioned guidance. Cabba bowed deeply to Vegeta, expressing his apologies and gratitude. "Humph, do not grow too complacent. You have yet to succeed. To triumph over me remains an impossible feat." Vegeta stood with his arms crossed over his chest, wearing an expression of haughty pride. Cabba, however, paid him no mind, for he understood that the person before him was the quintessential example of a sharp tongue but a tender heart. To achieve transformation, one must experience boundless rage. No one can assist you in this endeavor. Relying on anyone but oneself proves utterly futile. After hearing Vegeta's words, Cabba slowly closed his eyes, savoring the sensation of his first transformation. A suffocating aura emanated once more from Cabba, as the cells within him stirred to life, an unending stream of power coursing through his veins, infusing his entire being. Accompanied by Cabba's roar, the air around him began to clash violently, even producing flashes of white lightning. The activity of his cells surged again, and Cabba's hair underwent a transformation as he approached the barrier of his initial change. Cabba did not relent. Instead, he maintained his fury, allowing the power within him to swell even further. Boom! It was as if something had shattered. The aura radiating from Cabba had transformed him entirely. Everyone gazed at Cabba in awe, their hearts swelling with inexplicable excitement. Silently chanting the words Super Saiyan, Vegeta smirked knowingly. After several attempts, Cabba had finally succeeded in his transformation. Overflowing with joy at the sight of Vegeta, Cabba exclaimed, "Master, I did it!" Vegeta did not deny it. In his eyes, having such a disciple was indeed commendable. "Humph! Do not let your pride blind you. To maintain this state in battle for an extended period, you still have a long way to go," Vegeta declared with a booming voice, transforming into a Super Saiyan himself. Now, this was true mastery. Observing Vegeta's display, Bulma thought to herself that he looked exceptionally dashing. Isn't it clear that Vegeta enjoys showing off? A voice chimed in, causing Bulma to furrow her brow as she glanced at Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong. Jiang Xiaofei sensed a chill and promptly fell silent, internally muttering that good men do not quarrel with women. Surely he could at least express his thoughts in silence. "I knew it. Our universe's Saiyans can transform too. It has finally come to fruition," exclaimed Xiangpa, his eyes gleaming with pride. "But we must thank Vegeta from Universe 7 for this." Bados interjected. Xiangpa shot a glance at Beerus, snorting dismissively. "Why should our Universe 6 Saiyans express gratitude to them?" "Wow." Under the wise guidance of contestant Vegeta, contestant Cabba has also learned to transform, the referee announced. "In my experience, Cabba appears to be the first Super Saiyan from Universe 6. What an esteemed position. Let me extend my congratulations to contestant Gaby and also express gratitude on his behalf to contestant Vegeta for his guidance. Upon hearing the referee's words, Xiangpa was furious. Who is this fool of a referee? Battles had never failed to meet Xiangpa's expectations. After all, he had personally selected this referee. Xiangpa, feeling somewhat dejected, sat back down to continue savoring his delicacies. Now, let the match resume. With the referee's command, Gaby, transformed into a Super Saiyan, assumed a fighting stance. Once more, he was eager to discern just how far his strength measured against Vegeta's after his transformation. Chapter 62. Hitmaster Vegeta, please guide me, Gaby declared, unleashing his full power as he charged toward Vegeta. Humph. You've just learned to transform, and already you wish to soar to great heights. How naive, Vegeta remarked, swiftly moving in response to Gaby's advance. In truth, Vegeta was equally curious to gauge Gaby's newfound strength. Though both were Saiyans, the distinct differences in their personalities across the two universes made one wonder if this would impact Gaby's transformation into a Super Saiyan. As their explosive fists collided, the entire arena was engulfed in a golden radiance, with white lightning crackling as waves of energy surged forth in the blink of an eye. They had exchanged hundreds of blows. Naturally, Vegeta had opted to defend passively, refraining from taking the offensive. Otherwise, Gaby would not have endured for so long. Sensing that the time was right, Vegeta had gathered enough understanding of Gaby's condition post-transformation and deemed the battle unnecessary to continue. Thus, he leaped into the air, creating distance between them. Not bad. To maintain this form for such a duration on your first transformation as a Super Saiyan speaks to your training aptitude, Vegeta acknowledged. Pride evident in his gaze as he looked at Gaby from a distance. Although they had not formally established a master-disciple bond, Gaby had chosen Vegeta as his mentor, and Vegeta held this disciple in high regard. Compared to my master, I still have a long way to go. Gaby felt elated by Vegeta's praise. Humph, at least you possess some self-awareness. You have merely scratched the surface of Super Saiyan power. The road ahead is still long. Remember, our growth as Saiyans is boundless. Vegeta's voice carried a hint of sternness, akin to admonishing his pupil. Yes, master, I will train diligently and strive to catch up to you. Gaby motivated himself. No, you must aim to surpass me. Vegeta corrected him that Gaby was taken aback, his confidence faltering. What? You cannot even achieve that, Vegeta challenged. You must remember, we Saiyans are born proud and must continually strive to surpass ourselves. Vegeta instilled this philosophy in Gaby once more. Yes, I will definitely surpass Master Vegeta. Gaby clenched his fists, viewing this as a monumental challenge. Humph. That's the spirit, but I will not allow you to surpass me. A rare smile graced Vegeta's lips. In that moment, Gaby finally understood that his master was endeavoring to ignite his confidence and potential. Having become a Super Saiyan, he was destined to journey further. Who would have thought Vegeta would take on the role of a mentor so gracefully? Jiang Xiaofei observed, feeling quite pleased as he watched the scene unfold on the arena. Truly a rare sight. Sun Wukong added, scratching his head as he gazed at his rival. Hey, are you two still going to fight? Xiangpa remarked languidly, his tone laced with boredom. This display of master-disciple camaraderie was rather dull to him. Yet, no one paid Xiangpa any mind, which only added to his frustration. Even as a god of destruction, he found himself in such a position. Since you have mastered the technique to transform into a Super Saiyan, this battle should come to a close, Vegeta stated solemnly as he regarded Gaby. Master, this time I will not concede easily, Gaby replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Yes, that's so, but this time it's not up to you, Vegeta proclaimed, not preparing to relent. Before concluding, he decided to let Gaby experience the power of a Saiyan once more. Vegeta roared, unleashing a wave of energy that surged forth yet again. But this time the aura felt different. The energy radiating from Vegeta was far more powerful, yet gentler than before. An energy storm swept across the arena, overwhelming Gaby, who found himself unable to maintain his stance, instinctively raising his arms to shield his eyes. When Gaby lowered his arms and looked toward Vegeta once more, he beheld a figure enveloped in azure flames, standing tall. Beneath this blue silhouette, Gaby felt his own insignificance. Even the onlookers gasped in awe, especially those from Universe 6, who had not anticipated that a Saiyan could transform consecutively. Hit opened his tightly shut eyes, observing the blue figure. It seems these Saiyans merely need to shout to grow stronger. Xianpa mused, as if uncovering a pattern. Is this truly the nature of a Saiyan's transformation? Gaby's eyes brimmed with envy and desire. You have lost, Vegeta's voice echoed, shaking Gaby from his stupor as he realized he had stepped out of the ring. Thank you, Master, Gaby smiled gently, bowing once more to Vegeta. Preparing to turn away, remember that the power of the Saiyans is boundless. With diligent effort, you too can attain such heights. Vegeta spoke once more. Gabe turned back to face Vegeta, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination, a manifestation of his fighting spirit. I hope that when we meet again, you can bring me even greater surprises. Vegeta released his transformation and gazed at Gabe. I certainly will. Gabe clenched his fist, an indomitable spirit rising within him. TSK, Vegeta truly steals the spotlight. Moreover, he has gained a little admirer. Jiang Xiaofei felt a sense of joy for both Vegeta and Gabe. Indeed, they are both remarkable. Son Wukong chimed in cheerfully. I end this match. The contestant from Universe 7, Vegeta, emerges victorious. The referee delivered the final verdict. In the stands of Universe 6. Cabba tugged at his 2 ears. Now standing upright, feeling increasingly anxious. After 2 matches, Universe 6 had faced defeat. Witnessing Vegeta's Ultra Blue form left Cabba astounded. Cabba was quite proud, especially in front of Beerus, and could hardly tolerate Beerus's smug expression. Hit, you are next to enter, Cabba commanded, as Hit, who had been meditating, slowly opened his eyes. His figure vanished, only to reappear on the arena. The moment Hit stepped onto the stage, an invisible pressure enveloped the arena. Casting a shadow over all, Vegeta, on the opposite side, felt a tightening in his chest as he regarded Hit. This guy is definitely a master, stronger than anyone before. Son Wukong quickly assessed. Yes, this is their trump card. Jiang Xiaofei pondered, perplexed. The usual order should have been Vegeta, then Gabe, and finally Hit. However, after Vegeta defeated Frost, the order seemed to shift again. Could it be that in this Dragon Ball universe, Vegeta is stronger than Hit? Jiang Xiaofei shook his head, swiftly dismissing this thought. I end this match. Hit from Universe 6 faces Vegeta from Universe 7. The gong sounded, and the battle commenced once more. Chapter 63. Vegeta, without a fighting chance. Before Hit, Vegeta dared not be the slightest bit careless. Without hesitation, he transformed into Ultra Blue. He had to be fully prepared against an opponent like Hit, although the two had yet to engage formally. Vegeta sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Hit that Vegeta's eyes never left Hit, his body remaining in a state of high alert. Battles between the strong are always like this. One moment's inattention could lead to defeat. Now observing Hit's stance, with both hands clenched and forearms slightly bent, he presented a formidable combat posture. Such a simple action, yet revealed no flaws to anyone. This was one reason why Vegeta felt such trepidation towards Hit. This guy is indeed formidable. Watching Hit in the arena, Jiang Xiaofei offered a brief assessment. Yes, his defense is impeccable. Son Wukong squinted, adopting a serious demeanor. It seems Vegeta is in danger this time. Jiang Xiaofei stated the truth directly, earning a disapproving glance from Bulma nearby. Yet her hands instinctively tightened. Though Bulma was not a fighter, she could sense the atmosphere in the arena. Vegeta was clearly more serious and meticulous than before. Both were hesitant to strike, waiting for the other to make a move. It seemed that the one who acted first was more likely to expose a flaw. Son Wukong added that you're right. But looking at their performances, Vegeta seems to be slightly at a disadvantage. Jiang Xiaofei continued that, in terms of psychological fortitude, Vegeta clearly falls short compared to Hit. Although Vegeta is a resilient warrior, he appears weaker in the face of a killer like Hit. Do you really have so little faith in Vegeta? Bulma stood up, defending Vegeta. It's not a lack of faith. It's just that against an opponent like Hit, achieving victory is exceedingly difficult. Jiang Xiaofei clarified once again. Whoosh! Bang! Vegeta could no longer contain himself, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he charged a Hit. If a regular person faced this strike from Vegeta, they would undoubtedly panic. Yet standing before Vegeta was Hit. From Hit's expression, there was no hint of change. Even as Vegeta's fist approached, it failed to elicit any response from Hit. Just from this, it was evident that as a killer, he was truly top-notch in everyone's eyes. There was no way Hit could evade this time. He would inevitably take a heavy hit from Vegeta. However, in the next instant, everyone was left agape. Even Jiang Xiaofei, who knew the script, widened his eyes in disbelief that Vegeta's attack was ineffective. Instead, Hit's right fist lightly touched the tip of Vegeta's nose, the immense force sending the bewildered Saiyan flying. Hit's hand returned to its original position. Throughout, Hit had performed such a simple motion, yet it left everyone in utter astonishment. I couldn't even see how he struck. Son Wukong was astonished by Hit's movements, trying to discern the details of Hit's technique with his own eyes. It is practically impossible to see this guy's movements clearly. Jiang Xiaofei concluded that to withstand his attacks, one must learn to predict, anticipating his next move in an instant. That moment will be crucial. Predicting an opponent's actions, Son Wukong suddenly understood. However, while this concept is simple to state, executing it is an entirely different matter. After all, the opponent is the top assassin of Universe 6. If one could react and counter his moves within a brief moment, that title would surely be undeserved. Lying on the arena floor, Vegeta looked incredulously at Hit, feeling a sharp pain radiating from his upper lip and the tip of his nose. Yet Vegeta still could not believe that he had been sent flying by Hit's single blow. As he had not even seen how Hit had struck, Vegeta rose from the arena, regarding Hit with increased caution, making adjustments in his combat approach. Charging in once more, he aimed for greater speed, hoping to surpass Hit's swiftness. Yet despair struck again. Just as Vegeta was about to make contact with Hit, he felt another blow to his forehead, sending him flying once more. Yield. You are not my match. Hit's cold voice echoed in Vegeta's ears, as if mocking him. Vegeta gritted his teeth, knowing it was utterly impossible for him to concede as the proud prince of the Saiyans. Observing Vegeta's refusal to give in, Hit lowered his raised hands, even slipping them into his pockets. Witnessing this scene, Vegeta seemed on the brink of losing his composure. Hit's actions clearly indicated he held Vegeta in contempt. With a roar, Vegeta's aura surged once more, charging in recklessly. Another flurry of attacks ensued, yet the relentless punches seemed to have no effect. Despite Vegeta's speed, Hit effortlessly evaded them. Hit struck again, landing what appeared to be a simple punch, directly hitting Vegeta. Vegeta quickly executed several flips, distancing himself from Hit once more as Hit's attack landed. Vegeta sensed a fleeting pause in his own body, though he could not comprehend the cause. This is a technique called time skip, allowing him to freeze time for 0.1 seconds. It was within this brief moment that Hit executed his precise counterattack. Observing the one-sided battle on the arena, the Galactic King spoke up. Son Wukong naturally heard him clearly, and the expressions of all present were far from favorable. The ability to halt time, even if only for a mere 0.1 seconds, could indeed allow an assassin to turn the tide of battle. It seems you were right. To thwart him, one must anticipate his actions 0.1 seconds in advance, thus harboring a glimmer of hope for victory. Son Wukong remarked to Jiang Xiaofei. Let us hope so. However, it appears that Vegeta has run out of such opportunities, Jiang Xiaofei said while gazing at the situation on the stage. Under the relentless assault from Hit, Vegeta was already gasping for breath. Yet he still could not catch Hit's movements. It is time to end this. The Hit's form suddenly vanished, and when he reappeared, his fist struck Vegeta's abdomen with tremendous force, sending him crashing onto the arena, his body trembling uncontrollably until he succumbed to unconsciousness. Hey, referee, isn't it against the rules to kill in the arena? Hit reminded the referee, who was still in a state of shock. Chapter 64. Son Wukong vs. Hit. Upon hearing Hit's icy voice, the referee finally regained his composure and raised the microphone high. In this match, the contestant from Universe 6, Hit, is the victor. Haha. Hit truly lives up to his reputation as the foremost assassin of our Universe 6. What of the Super Saiyan? What of transformation? They remain no match for Hit, Cabba said with a smug expression. Glancing at Beerus, as for the battle between Vegeta and Hit, Beerus felt a wave of anxiety. Yet there was little he could do. Faced with Cabba's derision, Beerus chose to ignore him. Although slightly disappointed by Beerus's indifference, Cabba gazed at Hit, feeling assured that the Earth of Universe 7 was already within his grasp. Haha, Beerus, why not concede? Just hand over Earth to me. That way, you won't have to endure further humiliation. Cabba hurled another verbal jab. Humph, do you truly believe he is invincible? Beerus could no longer contain himself. Narrowing his eyes as he stared at Cabba. At present, it seems so. Cabba's spirits soared once more. Finally, an opportunity to retaliate against Beerus. You don't honestly think anyone can break its time skip, do you? It's quite a tall order. Isn't it, Sun Wukong? Go ahead and prove it. Beerus commanded Sun Wukong while observing Cabba. Sun Wukong's face lit up with excitement. Battling strong opponents was his greatest passion. After witnessing the clash between Hit and Vegeta, he could hardly contain his eagerness. Alas, but he has already been eliminated. Why should he take the stage again? Beerus, do not disrupt the rules. Cabba felt a twinge of anxiety as he watched Sun Wukong. He even questioned whether Sun Wukong could genuinely break Hit's time skip. That was your universe's prior breach of the rules. Thus, he is permitted to continue fighting. Beerus explained. Humph. If you have the skill, show me. Cabba glanced between Hit and Sun Wukong, truly doubting the odds. Sun Wukong's fists collided a few times before he leaped into the arena, wearing a cheerful expression as he faced Hit. Vegeta struggled to rise. Passing by Sun Wukong, "Do you have any good advice?" Sun Wukong inquired. None, Vegeta replied tersely, his mood deflated, and then returned to the audience. Truly indifferent, Sun Wukong sighed. Officially facing Hit in the audience, Jiang Xiaofei offered a few words of comfort to Vegeta, though their effect was minimal. You are quite formidable. This was Sun Wukong's assessment of Hit in response. Hit maintained his icy demeanor, fists clenched before his chest, ready for battle. Then let us engage in a thrilling fight. Sun Wukong was already itching for action. With Sun Wukong's resounding shout, the surrounding energy began to coalesce towards him, enveloping him in a pale blue glow. Yet another Super Saiyan Blue. However, this still did not elicit any reaction from Hit. Sun Wukong made the first move, unleashing a torrent of ferocious punches aimed at Hit. Undoubtedly, Sun Wukong experienced what Vegeta had endured. As their strikes were about to collide, Sun Wukong was once again sent flying by Hit's time skip. Nevertheless, he did not halt his advance, launching himself at Hit once more. It must be said that when it comes to sheer resilience, Sun Wukong was indeed somewhat superior to Vegeta. However, the members of Universe 7, witnessing this rather frustrating battle, had all but lost hope. Beerus, it seems the outcome you predicted may not come to pass. Cabba appeared to sense the dawn of victory. Until the final moment, do not jump to conclusions. Beerus replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed intently upon Sun Wukong. Oh, still holding out for a miracle, are we? Cabba turned back, glaring at Hit on the arena, rage evident in his expression. Hit, swiftly eliminate this bothersome Saiyan for me. Hit glanced up at Cabba, then back at Sun Wukong. It seems our game is about to conclude. Is that so? I feel as though we have only just begun, Sun Wukong exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm, as if struck by a sudden inspiration. Thus, enduring the pain coursing through his body, Sun Wukong charged a Hit once more to onlookers. Sun Wukong's latest assault appeared no different from the previous, and Hit continued to handle it with ease, especially as a victorious expression spread across Cabba's face. However, in the next moment, all fell silent once more on the arena. Sun Wukong utilized his elbow to block Hit's punch, his other fist crashing forcefully into Hit's abdomen. This blow caused Hit to wince in pain. The faces of all present were filled with disbelief. Even Hit looked astonished, while Cabba, who had anticipated victory, broke into a sweat. How is this possible? How did he manage that? Two questions echoed in the minds of all. So what do you think? I told you the battle had only just begun. Now you believe me, don't you? Sun Wukong rejoiced at having thwarted Hit's attack. Indeed, you are more formidable than I had imagined, but surely this is mere coincidence. Hit remained skeptical of what had transpired, determined to try again. Thus, Hit deliberately distanced himself from Sun Wukong, this time choosing to initiate the attack, launching his time skip once more. Yet the outcome was entirely consistent with the previous attempt. Sun Wukong once again blocked Hit's assault and executed a counterattack. Hit's body was sent careening backward, yet instead of feeling disheartened, he was invigorated with a surge of combat fervor. In Universe 6, he had never encountered anyone capable of countering his time skip, but today he had, awakening the dormant ambition within him to grow stronger. You are impressive, but defeating me will still prove to be quite the challenge. After enduring several blows, Hit conceded that Sun Wukong was indeed a worthy opponent Hit, emulating Sun Wukong and Vegeta, let out a mighty roar. Everyone expected Hit to transform, yet after the roar subsided, there was no significant change. Thus, the two clashed once more, each exchanging blows back and forth. Yet, the spectators remained vigilant. As the battle wore on, it seemed Sun Wukong began to falter. Bang! Another resounding punch. This time, Sun Wukong failed to withstand Hit's onslaught. I didn't expect you to still be holding back. Steadying himself, Sun Wukong looked at Hit with eager anticipation. No, I have merely grown stronger while battling you. Chapter 65. Tenfold Kaio-ken. Hit's voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly with everyone. Growth? Sun Wukong appeared puzzled. Yes, that is precisely what I mean. Unlike you Saiyans, who can perpetually enhance yourselves through battle, even harnessing rage to achieve transformations, I possess the ability to grow in a short span of time. Hit elucidated. Oh, is this truly the Hit I know? He is speaking so much at once. In the 6th universe, Cabba granted himself an extension, yet his words and demeanor exuded a sense of pride. It sounded rather promising. Sun Wukong raised his thumb in approval. This is the kind of battle I seek. With renewed vigor, Sun Wukong surged forth, the blue flames surrounding him invigorating his spirit as he unleashed a powerful strike towards Hit. Hit, however, dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. He needed to maintain a heightened state of vigilance against Sun Wukong, not merely out of instinct as an assassin, but predominantly due to his overwhelming curiosity towards Sun Wukong. While Hit certainly had the capacity to grow, Sun Wukong was undoubtedly a prodigy of combat, adept at swiftly identifying his opponent's weaknesses or devising countermeasures. Boom! As their fists collided, a massive shockwave sent the referee tumbling to the ground, rippling through the protective barrier overhead. It seems your growth continues unabated. In the instant of their clash, Sun Wukong could sense the terrifying pressure emanating from Hit, which was still expanding. Indeed. Thus I declare, victory is beyond your reach. Hit responded assertively. Oh, is that so? This only heightens my anticipation. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged blows hundreds of times. Bang! Another resounding impact sent Sun Wukong flying once more. What just happened? I distinctly felt time freeze. In the audience, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Hit upon the stage. Is this the result of that fellow's growth? Vegeta's clenched fists betrayed his yearning to grow even stronger. Though he was formidable, it appeared that both fighters on the stage surpassed him in strength, and the presence of Jiang Xiaofei beside him was an unbearable affront to his pride. Humph. One day, you shall all be no match for me. Jang Xiaofei seemed to grasp Vegeta's sentiments, merely pressing his fingers to his brow while continuing to observe the match. It seems your time skip ability has indeed extended. Sun Wukong appeared utterly unfazed. Indeed, throughout this process of growth, I have enhanced my time skip from 0.1 seconds to 0.2 seconds. Should I reach 0.5 seconds, you would stand no chance against me, regardless of your might. Hit's expression remained calm, yet the fierce battle intent in his eyes could not be concealed. Before encountering you, I had never contemplated this matter. In my universe, I had no need to defeat my enemies in such a manner. Yet you are different. Though I cannot employ lethal techniques, I must resort to this approach against you if I hope to achieve victory. I find myself looking forward to your reaching 0.5 seconds. However, it seems my body is nearing its limits, Sun Wukong mused, feeling the multiple wounds inflicted by Hit's time-skip prowess. Since you are exerting yourself so diligently, I too must put on a display. Sun Wukong loosened his body into a relaxed state. Originally, this was a strategy devised by my companions and me to confront Lord Beerus, yet has never been realized until now. It appears I shall have to seek your guidance today. As Sun Wukong spoke, he glanced at Jiang Xiaofei before turning his attention back to Hit. Ha! With a mighty shout, a red aura began to manifest around Sun Wukong. Enveloping him in a fiery glow, the crimson flames blazed brightly, illuminating the faces of all present, while Sun Wukong's power surged to new heights. What is this? The Kaio-ken. Those familiar with Sun Wukong recognized his intent. Though they found it utterly astonishing, the Super Saiyan blue form already possessed the power of a Super Saiyan god, an unparalleled strength in its own right. Yet now, Sun Wukong was audaciously combining it with the Kaio-ken. What a reckless act! As the energy radiating from Sun Wukong enveloped him, Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. This bastard has been secretly training this ability behind my back. Surely you must have known. Vegeta turned to Jiang Xiaofei. Jang Xiaofei awkwardly scratched his head, his actions speaking volumes. Humph! Two imbeciles. You sigh. Jiang Xiaofei felt wronged but was at a loss for words. Hit, take advantage of his transformation and finish him off. Do not dawdle. Cabba of the Sixth Universe felt a sense of urgency as the power emanating from Sun Wukong instilled a hint of dread within him. Hit glanced at Cabba, then at Sun Wukong, raising his fist high as if preparing to strike. Yes, act swiftly, Cabba urged once more. Yet in the next moment, Hit retracted his movement, waiting silently for Sun Wukong to harness the Kaio-ken. Witnessing Hit's defiance of orders, Cabba felt an impulse to obliterate him 0.1 times. 2 times, Krillin had begun to silently count the multiples of the Kaio-ken that Sun Wukong was activating to know. It's 10 times Kaio-ken. The red glow surrounding Sun Wukong's blue aura surged, enveloping the arena in a display of tremendous power. This guy, he truly succeeded. A collective sigh of relief swept over the audience for Sun Wukong. Take the long last, Hit. I hope you will not disappoint me. Hit prepared for battle, eager to witness just how formidable Sun Wukong was beneath the tenfold Kaio-ken. However, as Hit assumed his stance, he suddenly sensed a powerful energy fluctuation behind him. Before he could initiate his time skip, he was struck from behind by Sun Wukong. The blue flames, intertwined with red light, sliced through the air like a sword, and no matter how Hit attempted to evade, he would inevitably be struck. In that moment, Hit's time skip lost its effectiveness. Is this the suppression of power? Hit murmured. Hey, Hit, unleash your full strength. I cannot maintain this form for long. I hope we can engage in a thrilling battle. Sun Wukong stated bluntly, gazing at the pure warrior before him, a blend of red and blue energy. Hit felt a newfound desire to truly engage in combat. Chapter 66. Instant Kill Ha. Faced with Sun Wukong's relentless assault, Hit let out another roar, his purple energy surging, amplifying his power once more. The 0.2 second time skip is of no use against you now, but I can continue to grow. Hit stood resolute, brimming with fighting spirit. I look forward to your growth. Enveloped in red and blue energy, Sun Wukong's battle fervor surged. It was unexpected that Hit could endure for so long against Sun Wukong, and it appeared he could continue to grow, which was not a favorable development for Sun Wukong. Krillin felt a pang of concern. He had initially believed Sun Wukong would be victorious with the Kaio-ken's enhancement, yet now it seemed everything remained uncertain. The most worrisome aspect was the potential side effects of Sun Wukong's Kaio-ken. He might not be able to sustain it for long. Jang Xiaofei voiced a crucial concern. Should Sun Wukong falter? You will be our sole hope. Can you feel the immense pressure bearing down on you? Vegeta quipped. Pressure? Nonsense. Even if Sun Wukong cannot defeat Hit, the latter's remaining stamina will likely be limited, so winning against him shouldn't pose much of a problem. Jiang Xiaofei spoke nonchalantly, further showcasing his strength. There is some truth to that, yet there remains another contender yet to enter the fray. Vegeta glanced at the towering figure of the iron-skinned giant from the 6th universe. That one, he might not even be stronger than you. What do you mean by that? The proud Vegeta was not pleased. Haha, it's nothing. Focus on a match. Humph. One day I will surpass all of you. On the arena, the divine clash of red and blue energies against the mysterious purple energy resulted in a fierce confrontation, the sturdy platform becoming increasingly battered due to the intensity of the battle. What a thrill! Son Wukong, already pushing his body beyond its limits, once again distanced himself from HIT. It seems this battle is nearing its conclusion. The voice of Son Wukong carried a trace of regret, and Hit nodded lightly in acknowledgment. Though you held the upper hand this time, I am confident that in our next encounter, I shall undoubtedly triumph over you, Son Wukong declared as he leaped down from the arena. I shall not concede so easily, Hit remarked, watching Son Wukong's retreating figure. Haha, I've already begun to anticipate our next battle. Son Wukong waved his hand and returned to the audience, but a sudden surge of intense pain coursed through his body. A remnant of the Kaio-ken's after effects to haha. A moment of victory in battle, but my body is destined for the crematorium, Jiang Xiaofei quipped, observing Son Wukong's disheveled appearance. Still spouting such idle words. You shall be next. Son Wukong retorted, Alas, it seems there is no way around this. If you cannot prevail, I must address these troubles myself. When did you become so self-absorbed? Vegeta scoffed. This is not narcissism. It is confidence, Jiang Xiaofei proclaimed with pride. Just wait and see how I shall dominate the arena. Without waiting for a response, Jang Xiaofei's figure vanished from the crowd's sight and ascended to the stage. Do you think he could defeat it? It should be manageable. It appears we must redouble our training efforts. More and more individuals have surpassed us. Son Wukong reflected, gazing at the two formidable figures upon the stage. Hit, observing Jiang Xiaofei's calm demeanor, felt an unexpected stir of emotion. The aura emanating from Jang Xiaofei was evidently weaker than that of Son Wukong, yet his countenance radiated an air of composure. The 6th universe's Hit faces off against the 7th universe's Jiang Xiaofei. The match begins with a referee's command. The two combatants instantly entered a state of battle. Hit, make sure to teach him a harsh lesson. Cabba's voice rang out once more. Seeing Jiang Xiaofei always incited a peculiar irritation within Cabba. Lord Cabba, you are being rather excessive. The nearby Beerus expressed his discontent with Cabba's behavior. This is a competition. I must assert my position. Furthermore, put away your foolish infatuation, should he cry after being defeated by Hit. You must not express anger. Cabba, exhibiting unwavering confidence in Hit. Have you forgotten what Beerus stated? Jiang Xiaofei is indeed a candidate for the God of Destruction. Beerus harbored unwavering trust in Jiang Xiaofei. What does it matter if he is a candidate for the God of Destruction? He is still insignificant before Hit. Cabba turned away, dismissing any conversation with the love-struck woman. Are you not a Saiyan? From Jiang Xiaofei, there was no trace of the familiar aura shared by Son Wukong and Vegeta. Indeed, I am merely an ordinary person from Earth. Today, I fight for Earth and the 7th universe. Jiang Xiaofei declared, assuming a combat stance. Learning from Son Wukong's experience, Hit would not underestimate any opponent, and he always sensed an elusive quality about Jiang Xiaofei. Without hesitation, Hit launched himself at Jiang Xiaofei. Activating his instant transmission technique, his fist aimed directly at Jiang Xiaofei's face. Bang! Hit's expression shifted as, at the moment his fist was about to connect with Jiang Xiaofei's visage, Jiang Xiaofei stepped back and used his elbow to deflect the attack. How is this possible? You can move freely. Hit found it hard to believe. Son Wukong could predict his movements, which was within the realm of normalcy, but Jang Xiaofei before him could move freely within his own time. There is nothing impossible. Once you learn to entrust your body to instinct in battle, perhaps you will understand this point. Jang Xiaofei considered it inconsequential. As he spoke, a white aura began to emanate from him. Ethereal and dreamlike, instilling a sense of the sacred, revealing an aura that seemed to touch upon the divine realm. Witnessing Jang Xiaofei's transformation, Hit, as a killer, was unexpectedly struck by a sense of helplessness. When facing Sun Wukong, he could still manage, but against Jiang Xiaofei, all his efforts appeared futile. Unwilling to concede, Hit charged at Jang Xiaofei once more, this time with unyielding determination. He sensed that if he continued down this path, he was destined for defeat. Jiang Xiaofei closed his eyes, surrendering to his body's instincts. His aura clearly captured every shift in his surroundings, Hit's every move resonating within his very cells. Jiang Xiaofei unleashed a swift punch, and the air seemed to tear asunder. Boom! Hit was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the barrier, his consciousness gradually fading. Chapter 67. Cabba's target, the perfected Ultra Instinct. I never anticipated that in such a short span this fellow would have grown to such heights. Cabba suddenly stood, gazing at the still, upright figure on the stage, his words laced with a hint of solemnity. Upon witnessing Jiang Xiaofei utilize the perfected Ultra Instinct, Cabba understood that victory was no longer within their grasp. Yet the thought of allowing Jiang Xiaofei to walk away unscathed filled him with indignation. Losing in the competition is one thing, but this grievance must be addressed. Hey, Beerus, are you not violating the rules? Cabba leveled his ire at the god of destruction of the seventh universe. Cabba, are you planning to stir up trouble again? Beerus had endured Cabba's antics for far too long, and this only fueled Cabba's resolve. Stir up trouble. I believe you are the one causing a ruckus. Cabba seethed. That fellow, he is clearly brushed against the level of a god of destruction. Why allow him to compete? Cabba pointed furiously at Jiang Xiaofei on the stage. Everyone, including the gods, was taken aback by Cabba's proclamation. What? This individual has grown to such an extent. Vegeta clenched his fists, his inner discontent reigniting. He is merely brushed against it, not truly become a god of destruction. Beerus interjected. However, he is a candidate for the god of destruction. Allowing such a person to compete disrupts the balance of the match. Cabba refused to relent. Disrupting the balance of the match? Cabba, I believe you are nitpicking, truly searching for trouble. Beerus's gaze turned icy as he approached Cabba. Cabba, undeterred, soared into the sky, the two gods of destruction clashing once more in a most unconventional exchange above the nameless planet. Cabba, you proposed this match. Now that you see defeat approaching, you wish to play tricks on me. Beerus directly called out Cabba. Lose. Do you think I fear you? We still have one contestant yet to appear. On what grounds do you assume we are defeated? I am merely opposing the unfairness of the match. At this moment, Cabba could not afford to admit defeat, since you are not afraid of losing. Let your final contestant take the stage. Why come here to stir trouble? While the two gods of destruction engaged in verbal sparring, their limbs were not idle, and a fierce battle raged above the nameless planet. Were it not for the barriers set by Whis and Beerus, all present, including the Kaio-ken, would have been in peril. Destructive energy ravaged the surroundings, casting the tranquil, nameless planet under the overwhelming power of the two mighty gods of destruction. Standing on the stage, Jiang Xiaofei watched the clash between the two deities, feeling somewhat perplexed, yet he sensed that Cabba's action seemed specifically aimed at him. My lords, continuing this conflict will yield no resolution. Whis and Beerus stepped forward to intervene. Stand aside. Today, I shall make this lean monkey understand what it means to bask in the sun. Cabba's fury remained unabated. You, bloated pig, dare to brazenly shout before me? You should assess your own strength, Beerus retorted fiercely. Enough, my lords. If this continues, who knows when we will reach a conclusion. Let us decide this in the simplest manner possible. Bardos put forth a rather reasonable suggestion. Both gods of destruction turned their gazes toward Bardos. Why not resolve this through a game of rock, paper, scissors? It truly is a method that is both peaceful and swift. Bardos couldn't help but boast. Indeed, I am an angel who embodies both beauty and wisdom. Very well. If I lose, this contest will signify the victory of your seventh universe. However, if I prevail, I shall engage that fellow in battle. I am quite eager to ascertain the true capabilities of your god of destruction successor. Cabba expressed his thoughts. After a brief silence, Beerus conceded. All right, just ensure you don't end up weeping. Me weep? Spare me the banter. Let us commence. Cabba, already impatient, was keen to teach Jiang Xiaofei a lesson. Rock, paper, scissors. Ha! I win, Beerus. Now watch as I thoroughly dominate him. Cabba erupted into laughter, vanishing and reappearing atop the arena. Hey, Bardos, reinforce the barrier. Do not allow this fellow to escape. Cabba instructed Bardos. Bardos furrowed her brows, concerned for Jiang Xiaofei. Yet upon gazing at his face, she discerned no hint of panic. Lord Cabba, as a god of destruction, isn't it a tad inappropriate to lay hands on someone from another universe? Bardos, we had just agreed upon this. Your current stance is quite embarrassing for me. Cabba retorted, somewhat speechless. Hasn't Lord Cabba's dignity long been tarnished? Bardos continued, that it matters not. I willingly accept the challenge from Lord Cabba. Though I do hope you will show me some mercy. Jiang Xiaofei expressed his thoughts. In truth, Jiang Xiaofei was well aware that he still fell short compared to the gods of destruction. But with the system at his disposal, perhaps he could turn the tide. Should he acquire the critical points from the god of destruction, it would undoubtedly lead to significant enhancement. The audience of the seventh universe erupted in excitement. Has Jiang Xiaofei lost his mind? He actually intends to challenge a god of destruction. Oh dear, this fellow is truly fearless. Humph, such individuals are not unique. Whis, be ready to intervene at any moment. Although Beerus held a degree of confidence in Jang Xiaofei, he still heeded Whis' advice. Fear not, Lord Beerus. Jiang Xiaofei is not as fragile as we presume. You all heard it. He proposed this himself. Rest assured, I shall treat you well. Cabba's mood brightened instantly, thinking, since you have come to me, do not blame me for being ungracious. Very well. In that case, I hope you all will know when to stop. Bardos no longer attempted to dissuade them. She departed the arena, remaining vigilant from the audience as she prepared to assist Jiang Xiaofei should he find himself in peril. Lord Cabba, there is something I find somewhat perplexing. Jiang Xiaofei addressed Cabba. What is it? Cabba inquired, looking at Jiang Xiaofei. Just that I can't shake the feeling that since you laid eyes on me, you have been targeting me, both intentionally and unintentionally. Jiang Xiaofei voiced his concerns that, target you. Perhaps you overestimate your significance at that moment. Cabba certainly could not admit to such a thing. As a god of destruction, how could he possibly target someone of your stature? Referee announced the commencement of the match without delay. Cabba swiftly shifted the topic, thinking to himself, what if I target you? Today, I should make you realize that I, Cabba, am not to be trifled with. Chapter 68. Jiang Xiaofei's battle against Cabba. The match commenced. With the referee's command, Cabba's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear before Jiang Xiaofei moments later. Boom! A clean and decisive punch struck Jiang Xiaofei's abdomen. With no defense whatsoever, Jiang Xiaofei was sent flying amidst Cabba's exclamations. This Cabba lacks honor, Sun Wukong remarked innocently, observing the scene in the arena. What did you say? Be careful lest I obliterate you. Cabba angrily pointed at Sun Wukong. Hey, Cabba, you'd best strike fairly and eschew any underhanded tactics, Beerus admonished. Lord Cabba, your actions truly tarnish the dignity of the gods of destruction. Bardos's gentle voice resonated, under the scrutiny and criticism of everyone present. Cabba felt as though he was the one being targeted, and by all the sense of grievance swelled within Cabba, fostering an even greater ire directed at Jiang Xiaofei. I am a god of destruction. How could I resort to such despicable means? This is all you're doing. Today, I shall ensure you comprehend the unassailable authority of a god of destruction. Enraged, Cabba exuded the aura of destruction, causing the very space around him to tremble and the arena to begin disintegrating due to this pure essence of annihilation. Stabilizing himself, Jiang Xiaofei cast a wary glance at Cabba, feeling a tumult within. Ding! An untimely voice echoed in Jiang Xiaofei's mind. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a divine critical point. You have obtained destructive power. Jiang Xiaofei was somewhat puzzled. Previously, after being struck by formidable power, he had gained critical points, but now he had acquired some form of power. Was the system undergoing a sort of evolution or enhancement? However, there was no time for contemplation. As he was facing the god of destruction from the sixth universe, Jiang Xiaofei took a deep breath, and a divine white aura began to swirl around him, manifesting the essence of the ultimate instinct technique. The white aura intertwined with Kampa's destructive energy, igniting a dazzling display of light upon the arena. With his mind emptied, Jiang Xiaofei entered a state of transcendence, surrendering his body entirely to instinct. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's transformation, Kampa narrowed his eyes. Jiang Xiaofei had previously utilized this power to defeat Hit, and now he aimed to apply it against him. Umph. Merely relying on this technique. You think you can defeat me? That is utterly impossible, Jiang Xiaofei, with eyes shining like radiant white light, regarded Kampa, responding through his actions. The velocity he displayed left the onlookers astounded, as the power he now exhibited surpassed that which he had shown in his battle against Hit. A gale of sacred white energy surged forth, prompting Kampa to immediately meet it head-on, that a fist capable of effortlessly obliterating a planet collided directly with Jiang Xiaofei. Boom! The two fists clashed, unleashing a violent shockwave. The two energies displayed signs of annihilation during this confrontation. The immense force rendered the arena incapable of bearing the impact, with most areas already reduced to dust. The referee, witnessing the spectacle, trembled in fear from the overwhelming force. In the instant of contact, both figures, one white and one purple, rapidly retreated, creating distance once more. This collision remained exploratory in nature. Feeling the pain emanating from his fist, Kampa was filled with disbelief. When he first clashed with Jiang Xiaofei, he had not experienced such sensations. Yet now, even as a god of destruction, facing Jiang Xiaofei in the state of ultimate instinct, he had no choice but to give his all. Jiang Xiaofei, equally astonished, realized that after acquiring the power of destruction, he had attempted to integrate this force into his battle. However, in comparison to the pure destructive energy of a god of destruction, it seemed he still fell short. A thunderous roar erupted as Kampa's aura surged once more, the barrier shattering completely under this destructive power. The dispersed energy surged toward the audience of both universes, prompting Whis and Bardos to hastily employ their staffs to erect even sturdier defensive barriers around them. The power of destruction spread across the nameless planet, further ravaging the already damaged terrain under the weight of this immense divine force. Lord Kampa, your temper is truly excessive. The staff in Bardos' hands swayed slightly, causing a luminous barrier to gradually rise at the edge of the arena, neutralizing the overwhelming power radiating from Elephant God Zampa, once again enveloping the space above the stage in a protective shield. Sensing the destructive force emanating from Zampa, Jiang Xiaofei exhibited no sign of retreat. Instead, a hint of exhilaration flickered within him, a faint urgency pulsed from every cell in his body, yearning to collide once more with this formidable energy. Following the instinctual responses of his body, the white aura surrounding Jiang Xiaofei surged higher. In the next moment, two figures, moving at an astonishing speed, collided once more. Their rapid movements traversed the arena, eluding the naked eye of an ordinary person, who could merely hear the intense sounds of battle and see the flashes of lightning generated by their clashes. Who would have thought he had grown to such an extent by capturing the essence of their struggle? Sun Wukong could sense the fierce engagement between the two figures, thus, he couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Xiaofei's remarkable growth. The boy who once sought a mentor had long since surpassed both you and me. Vegeta was compelled to acknowledge that he and Kakarot were no longer Jiang Xiaofei's equals. Now, this is intriguing. If he can grow stronger, so can we. Sun Wukong's face bore no signs of despair or hesitation, only a fervent desire and pursuit of power. Indeed, as a proud Saiyan, we shall only strive forward. One day, we shall surely surpass him. Vegeta emanated an unyielding aura, as he had always been a man who refused to concede defeat. Bang, bang, bang. The arena reverberated with increasingly fierce and terrifying sounds of collision, the two figures appearing in every corner of the luminous barrier. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xiaofei and Zampa had engaged in tens of thousands of clashes, each encounter unleashing enough power to obliterate the world. The white and purple auras diverged once more, their distinct layers clashing violently atop the arena, still brimming with residual power. Zampa felt somewhat disheartened. During his battle with Jiang Xiaofei, He clearly sensed that Jiang Xiaofei was like an unyielding wolf, meticulously observing his every subtle move. What was even more troubling was that the power erupting from Jiang Xiaofei's white form showed no signs of waning with the passage of time. On the contrary, it seemed to grow stronger, making it increasingly challenging for Xiaopa to withstand. Chapter 69. A way out for the god of destruction. Xiaopa's pupils widened, the destructive energy swirling in his purple irises as he attempted to see through the warrior of the seventh universe before him. Yet the more he sought to decipher, the more he sensed an unfathomable force. When did the seventh universe acquire such a formidable individual? Was he perhaps cultivated by Beerus himself? Xiaopa pondered with suspicion. Could he truly be the next god of destruction? Only a god of destruction could contend with another god of destruction. Thus, Xiaopa's doubts were not without merit. I do not care what abilities you possess today. You must lose this battle. Xiaopa's cold voice echoed in Jang Xiaofei's mind, a command that brooked no dissent. In response, Jang Xiaofei's aura surged even higher. Throughout their confrontation, his physical prowess had become increasingly formidable, now rivaling that of a god of destruction. Therefore, the power Xiaopa unleashed could not harm him. Moreover, as the battle unfolded, Jiang Xiaofei clearly felt that the critical hits he received from Xiaopa were diminishing, indicating that the gap between them was steadily narrowing, while he himself continued to grow stronger. Conversely, Xiaopa increasingly found himself outmatched. With each encounter, Jiang Xiaofei was breaking through his limits, achieving a remarkable reversal. Observing the rising white aura surrounding Jiang Xiaofei, Xiaopa too refused to yield, once again summoning all the power of a god of destruction within him. For him, this was no mere arena battle. It was a fight to uphold his dignity. He, the god of destruction of the sixth universe, would today employ his strength to defend his honor. Whoosh, whoosh, Jiang Xiaofei and Xiaopa moved in unison, their afterimages dissolving in the wake of their immense energies. The terrifying sounds of their collisions reverberated once more throughout the space, the sparks ignited by their clashes illuminating the darkened world, reflecting on every face. These two truly knew no fatigue, Beerus remarked lazily. For Beerus, the outcome was no longer of consequence. He had witnessed Jiang Xiaofei's power, which could fully replace him as the god of destruction of the seventh universe. Furthermore, aside from Jiang Xiaofei, there were two other promising talents. As Beerus glanced toward Son Wukong and Vegeta not far away, that he felt fortunate that he had not destroyed Earth at the first opportunity. Otherwise, the opponents he faced might have been even more formidable. Contemplating this, Beerus shook his head, pondering how, as a god of destruction, such thoughts could arise. Watching the thrilling battle atop the arena, Son Wukong's enthusiasm was ignited, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to train. Kakarot, mind the occasion, Vegeta admonished Son Wukong, though he too desired to train swiftly. However, as the Prince of Saiyans, he had to maintain his image. Vegeta's gaze shifted once again to the two rapidly moving figures atop the arena. Enveloped in destructive energy, Xiaopa's mood began to sour. Confronted by the seemingly indomitable Jiang Xiaofei, Xiaopa genuinely wished to obliterate him with a single strike, yet he found himself incapable of doing so. Jiang Xiaofei's strength had far surpassed Xiaopa's expectations. Even when employing the full extent of his god of destruction power, the damage inflicted upon Jiang Xiaofei grew progressively minimal. You clearly do not shout, cannot transform, yet you can unleash such astonishing combat prowess. It truly surprises me. Xiaopa had to concede that Jiang Xiaofei was indeed powerful. Compared to Lord Xiaopa, I still fall slightly short, Jiang Xiaofei humbly replied. Are you mocking me? Xiaopa could not tolerate a single word from Jiang Xiaofei at this moment. The power of destruction flowed chaotically, launching indiscriminate attacks, and the sole referee barely clinging to life atop the arena could no longer endure. Had it not been for Whis and Bardos intervening, he would have long since met his demise. The referee, having stepped away from the arena, shuddered at the sight of Xiaopa's furious figure, the tip of Xiaopa's right index finger. A purple sphere formed from pure destructive energy spun rapidly, the divine aura around it swiftly converging toward the purple orb. If you can withstand this attack, I will acknowledge that you are stronger than I. Even as Ampa spoke, he cast a glance toward Bardos. What on earth? Even at this juncture, Lord Zampa is still contemplating such matters. Bardos felt a slight flush on her delicate face, fully aware of Zampa's intentions. Zampa, have you gone completely mad? At this rate, the entire nameless star will be destroyed by your hand. As she gazed at the pulsating purple sphere atop Zampa's fingertip, Beerus could not help but shout out. Ah, how could that be? If he can withstand it, then this planet will suffer no harm. Zampa's face twisted into a sinister smile. At this moment, he was the true god of destruction. Beerus chose not to press further, but instead looked toward Whis and Bardos. The three gods nodding in unison, prepared to counter that terrifying destructive energy. Sensing the destructive energy at Zampa's fingertip, an intense yearning surged within Jiang Xiaofei's body. The white aura erupted once more. Its emitted waves of energy subtly surpassing Zampa's destructive force. The blazing white aura swept across the entire arena, permeating the luminous barrier, causing the once arrogant destructive energy to wither in an instant. Even the purple orb atop Zampa's fingertip lost some of its vibrancy. This scene unfolded before the watchful eyes of a god of destruction and two angels, who were closely monitoring the situation. Beerus was visibly stirred. Jang Xiaofei's power had far exceeded his expectations. However, if Jang Xiaofei continued down this path, it would plunge Zampa into an abyss of madness. This would undoubtedly lead to a catastrophic destruction. One could scarcely imagine the extent of an uncontrollable god of destruction's might. Thus, Beerus cast a gaze imbued with profound significance towards Jiang Xiaofei. Perceiving the subtle hint from Beerus, Jiang Xiaofei comprehended intuitively that this battle could not persist any longer. Otherwise, the god of destruction, Kampa, would indeed be driven to the brink of collapse. Should Kampa's wrath remain unrelieved, it would ultimately be the beings of Universe 6 who would suffer the consequences. The sheer terror of an irrational god of destruction is beyond imagination. And this outcome was certainly not what they wished to witness. The power that originally transcended destruction, under Jiang Xiaofei's precise control, was instantly subdued, becoming merely subordinate to the destructive force. Kampa could naturally sense the shift in Jiang Xiaofei's aura, mistakenly believing it to be the result of Jiang Xiaofei's forced enhancement, unstable and precarious. The destructive energy at his fingertips had quietly taken shape, gently pointed towards Jiang Xiaofei. Let me see the extent of your abilities. Oh, supplementary god of destruction. As Jiang Xiaofei felt the silent yet potent destructive energy of the violet orb, a twinge of regret flickered within him in his attempt to provide a way out for the god of destruction. He was at risk of annihilation. Chapter 70. The arrival of the Omni King Jiang Xiaofei sensed that the cost of this endeavor was rather steep. Yet when he attempted to resist, he discovered that he was utterly powerless to mobilize any of his strength. He could only watch helplessly as the violet orb consumed him, engulfing him entirely. In the audience sections of Universe 6 and Universe 7 all stood in unison, their faces illuminated by the radiance emanating from the violet orb. Filled with terror, Bulma and Chi-Chi gasped, their mouths forming a perfect, while Goku and Vegeta worried whether Jiang Xiaofei could withstand this onslaught. In stark contrast, Beerus, Whis, and Bardos appeared remarkably composed. To them, Jiang Xiaofei facing Kampa's full-force strike was hardly a matter of concern. In truth, they had already deliberated that Kampa's attack was merely a test for Jiang Xiaofei. If he could survive Kampa's pure and overwhelming destructive force, it would prove that Jiang Xiaofei indeed possessed power comparable to that of a god of destruction, perhaps even surpassing some. Should misfortune befall Jiang Xiaofei, it would simply indicate that he still lacked refinement. At that time, using time reversal to turn back 3 minutes, they would still be able to rescue him. This was the root of their unshakable confidence. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xiaofei, the violet orb, imbued with pure destructive energy, had thoroughly consumed him. Under the immense energy, his body seemed to be on the verge of disintegration. Jiang Xiaofei exerted every ounce of strength he could muster. Yet he was still unable to resist the overwhelming, tearing force that a scream erupted from his lips, sending shivers down the spines of all present, while Kampa watched with an unmistakable grin as events unfolded. The more Jiang Xiaofei screamed, the greater Cabba's delight. Haha, this is the consequence of your defiance against a deity. In Cabba's eyes, the violet orb ultimately vanished from this realm. Taking Jiang Xiaofei's cries with it, Cabba's expression abruptly shifted to one of seriousness, his aura gradually calming as he sensed the fluctuations around him. Tsk, I told you. Why must a mere human be so obstinate? Why endure this blow? Alas, what a pity. Cabba's voice resonated with regret. Yet internally, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Beads of sweat had already formed on Goku and Vegeta's brows, their expressions a mixture of horror and disbelief. Jiang Xiaofei's presence was gone. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes fixed on the still-standing Cabba, who was panting heavily on the stage. They wished to confront the god who had harmed their companion. Yet the disparity in power was insurmountable. For the first time, they felt that a god of destruction could be so utterly monstrous, more detestable than Lord Beerus. Bulma's voice rang out, though she could not match Cabba in strength. Her heart could not bear such behavior. Hearing Bulma's words, Beerus stumbled slightly. If you're going to insult someone, do it without dragging me into it. However, Beerus paid no heed to Bulma, his gaze still fixated on the spot where Jiang Xiaofei had vanished. The aura of destruction was palpable, yet none could locate Jiang Xiaofei's trace. It seems it was still a bit premature for him. Beerus sighed softly, speaking to himself. Whis, it's up to you now. Understood, Lord Beerus. At this moment, the only means to save Jiang Xiaofei lay in the reversal of time. Observing Whis's actions, Cabba immediately grasped his intent. He leaped forward, positioning himself before Whis and Beerus. What do you intend to do? Are you not aware that reversing time violates the cosmic rules? Cabba's voice boomed, attempting to thwart Whis's actions. Cabba, surely you've had your fun. If there is nothing more, you may take your leave. Beerus's tone turned icy. His discontent towards this brother was palpable. Humph. My presence is not for you to dictate. Besides, did our match not just conclude? And it appears I emerged victorious. Thus the Earth of Universe 7 is now mine. Cabba completely disregarded Beerus's warning, continuing to act as he pleased. The thought of Earth's delectable cuisine made him salivate uncontrollably. On what grounds do you claim victory? Beerus's agitation grew, his words becoming more heated. Had I not signaled Jiang Xiaofei to relent, it's likely you would have been the one to vanish. What do you mean? Cabba seemed to ponder something, yet hesitated to pursue the thought. What do I mean? Can you not sense the aura Jiang Xiaofei emitted just before the final blow? So what? It was fleeting and beyond his control. Fleeting? How dare you speak such words? As a god of destruction, you are undoubtedly the most shameless of them all. Beerus was visibly enraged, I tell you. It was I. To preserve your dignity as a god of destruction, I signaled Jiang Xiaofei to withdraw his strength. Beerus's voice nearly erupted in a roar as he uttered these words. No. That's impossible. Beerus's declaration struck with such force that Cabba's previously soaring joy plummeted in an instant. Alas, I never anticipated that Lord Cabba would be such a petty god of destruction. My heart is shattered, Bardosh chimed in softly to Cabba. Cabba gazed at the other gods, an overwhelming sense of despair welling up within him. No, this cannot be the narrative. I'm the victor. Whis, what are you waiting for? Act swiftly, Beerus urged Whis, disregarding Cabba entirely. Immediately, at once, Whis lifted his staff, preparing to utilize the ability to reverse time. Wow, what a lively scene. What are you all up to? A voice, juvenile and innocent, resonated in everyone's minds. A figure then materialized before their eyes. Beerus and Cabba's expressions shifted drastically, all previous discontent vanishing, replaced by a palpable fear of power. The Omni King? The two gods of destruction exclaimed in unison, uttering the name that filled them with dread. The other Kaio-kens trembled, their legs quaking even more than under the pressure exerted by the two gods of destruction just moments before. Beads of sweat had already formed a veritable sea. And without hesitation, the two gods of destruction lowered themselves dramatically, like arrows released from a bow. Prostrating before this figure, we welcome the arrival of the Omni King. Chapter 71. The Tournament of the 12 Universes. Whis and Bardosh dared not slacken in their reverence. Promptly approaching the Omni King, Bowing slightly, "We greet you, Lord Omni King." A childish voice echoed, devoid of any emotion. Observing the other gods, none remained standing. All had prostrated themselves, welcoming the arrival of their esteemed Omni King. Meanwhile, those present were left in a state of bewilderment. Wow, who is this newly arrived child? How is it that he commands such respect from both Lord Beerus and Lord Cabba? The voice of Sun Wukong resonated, reaching the eardrums of Beerus. Instantly, Beerus became agitated, his pupils dilating and his tail perking up. In a flash, he vanished from his original position and appeared before Sun Wukong, anxiously covering his mouth. "If you wish to survive, keep quiet." Beerus firmly grasped Sun Wukong and brought him before the Omni King, forcefully pressing Sun Wukong's head to the ground. "This child has been disrespectful, offending the esteemed Omni King. I implore your judgment." Beerus adopted a lowly posture, his words laced with humility, fearful of inciting the wrath of the Omni King. "It has nothing to worry about." The Omni King displayed indifference towards the matter, prompting a sigh of relief from Beerus. "I knew it." Sun Wukong stood up nonchalantly, grinning at the Omni King. The two guards beside the Omni King immediately hovered into position, ready to extinguish Sun Wukong in an instant. "You too." The voice of the Omni King halted the two figures, compelling them to return to his side as guardians once more. Hee. Sun Wukong wore a silly grin. "Who are you?" the Omni King inquired, gazing at Sun Wukong. "I am Sun Wukong, hailing from Earth in the 7th universe. It is a planet brimming with delectable delights." Sun Wukong spoke with enthusiasm. What brings you here?" Hearing the Omni King's question, Beerus and Cabba lowered their heads further. Their dignity as gods of destruction evaporated in that moment. "Of course. We are here for competition." Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled as he reminisced about the exhilarating matches that had just transpired. A hint of yearning in his heart. A competition? Indeed. Beerus and Cabba have gathered warriors from their respective universes to engage in a contest here. Sun Wukong naively elaborated, assuming the Omni King might not comprehend. "Oh, I see." The Omni King circled around Sun Wukong, turning his gaze towards Beerus and Cabba. That moment, the two gods of destruction were engulfed in despair, bewildered as to why Sun Wukong had appeared. "You two are conducting activities here in private. As gods of destruction, are you fulfilling your responsibilities?" The Omni King's voice remained unchanged, still childlike, yet instilled a sense of trepidation in Beerus and Cabba. "Yes." Bang! The brothers forcefully bowed their heads to the ground, observing the disgraceful display of the two gods of destruction, was continued to embellish the tale. Compared to destruction, Lord Beerus is far more passionate about slumber and gourmet cuisine. Was cast a sidelong glance at the nearby Vados. Lord Cabba is also quite neglectful of his health, indulging in excessive feasting, causing his physique to deteriorate. Vados assumed a pitiful demeanor. The declarations of the angelic siblings left the two kneeling gods of destruction in utter shock. "Is that so?" The Omni King appeared to be lost in thought, while Beerus and Cabba awaited the verdict with a sense of time dragging on. "Then perhaps we should consider replacing a god of destruction?" The heads of Beerus and Cabba perked up simultaneously, exchanging glances that reflected their mutual despair. The Omni King slowly raised his hand, and Beerus and Cabba offered no resistance, seemingly awaiting their fate. The atmosphere grew tense, and the other deities dared not interject. Whis and Vados maintained their usual composure, seemingly unperturbed by Beerus and Cabba's plight. The Omni King's palm rose above his head. The previously tranquil space suddenly surged with energy. Crack! A vast rift in time and space materialized above the assembly, filled with chaotic energy capable of obliterating almost any substance. As Sun Wukong beheld the sudden rupture, he attempted to step forward, only to realize he could not move his body at all. Thus, amidst the grave atmosphere, the deities awaited the final decree of the Omni King. Thud! Ouch! The somber ambience was shattered by an untimely sound, drawing the attention of the deities to its source. But a familiar figure stealthily emerged. Jiang Xiaofei. He's still alive? The revelation seemed even more unbelievable than the arrival of the Omni King. Gazing upon that familiar and handsome visage, a radiant smile blossomed on Vados' face, The Omni King's hand gradually lowered, the rift in time and space vanished, and the surrounding pressure dissipated. Beerus and Cabba opened their tightly shut eyes, exchanging bewildered glances. Utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. I have thought of something even more entertaining. Beerus and Cabba swallowed hard, awaiting the Omni King's next directive. Since you all enjoy competition so much, how about we arrange a contest among the 12 universes? With all participants competing together, that would surely be far more interesting than, Beerus and Cabba were at a loss for words. Really? That sounds absolutely fantastic, Son Wukong exclaimed, breaking their awkward silence as he approached the Omni King. When can we compete? I'm already quite eager. Soon. Ha! Thank you so much, Omni King. Son Wukong seized the Omni King's hand and shook it vigorously. Beerus couldn't help but shout in alarm. He believed Son Wukong's current behavior was tantamount to courting disaster. Moreover, it could endanger their entire 7th universe. The 2 guards beside the Omni King were also poised for confrontation. It's all right, the Omni King reassured everyone. Be sure to find your team members. I look forward to your performance. Upon concluding his statement, the Omni King extended his hands, and the 2 guards politely took hold of his small hands. Then, let us proceed. They bid farewell to the Omni King with a deep bow. Whoosh, the Omni King's figure vanished. Along with the immense psychological dread, Son Wukong, Beerus, in a fit of rage, bellowed, even contemplating the direct elimination of Son Wukong. Do you realize what you just did? You nearly jeopardized our entire universe. It can't be that serious. Can it? Son Wukong scratched his head. Utterly bewildered, Beerus took several deep breaths, striving to calm himself and disregarding the single-celled organism. Cabba also felt a headache approaching, sensing that the ensuing events would be troublesome. Just as Cabba was mulling over the situation, he suddenly recalled something significant. Furrowing his brow, "I never expected you could survive." Cabba directed his gaze toward the not-so-distant Jiang Xiaofei. Chapter 72. The 7th Super Dragon Ball. Upon hearing Cabba's words, the deities finally liberated themselves from the psychological burden of the Omni King's departure. Surprised? I am as well, Jang Xiaofei admitted, equally uncertain about the events that had transpired. Weren't you supposed to perish under my destructive power? Why are you here? Cabba remained aggressive, though the previous fury had waned. He still felt displeased upon seeing Jiang Xiaofei alive. Jiang Xiaofei felt it prudent to remain silent. Clearly, his previous gesture of goodwill towards Cabba had gone unacknowledged. Thus, he turned his gaze to Beerus and Whis, his eyes reflecting a hint of resentment. Beerus naturally understood, as he had orchestrated Jiang Xiaofei's actions. Had it not been for Beerus's intervention, Jiang Xiaofei might not have retreated. All right, don't you understand yet? Beerus needed to rouse Cabba. Understand what? Are you implying he held back his strength? Cabba dismissed the notion. It seems you still do not believe it. If he had not held back, why would Jiang Xiaofei now stand before you? Cabba was about to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. This is quite simple. Vados interjected, casting a glance at Jiang Xiaofei. It is rather straightforward. When you two clashed with your final powers, a rift in time was created. Due to the overwhelming and violent energy, time was torn apart, and Jiang Xiaofei was likely absorbed into the temporal fissure. Vados' voice resonated in everyone's minds, appearing quite plausible. That is why we could not sense Jiang Xiaofei's presence. The crowd nodded in silence. Shouldn't he be eternally trapped within the rift of time and space? Why has he suddenly reappeared? Such questions lingered in Xiangpa's mind. Have you forgotten the arrival of the Omni King? Bardos was exasperated by having such a destructive god as a brother. When the Omni King declared his intent to annihilate you, he acted personally to tear apart the fabric of time and space. Indeed, it was to rescue him from the rift that Bardos's words enlightened Xiangpa, filling him with astonishment at the sheer power of the Omni King. To effortlessly obliterate an entire universe, rescuing an individual from the depths of time should pose no challenge for him. The crowd nodded once more. The Omni King was omnipotent, and nothing that occurred in his presence seemed strange. After hearing Bardos's explanation, even Jang Xiaofei found it entirely reasonable. Upon embracing the power of destruction, he had indeed been drawn into the time rift. Had his physical form not been sufficiently robust, survival in that endless void would have been impossible. Humph. Even if you have triumphed this time, do not celebrate prematurely. In the forthcoming tournament of the 12 universes, we shall assuredly claim victory, Xiangpa. Dismissing his earlier concerns, cast a glance at Jiang Xiaofei and Beerus, speaking resolutely. Alas, competing against someone like you is utterly dull. Beerus seemed utterly disinterested. What do you mean by that? Xiangpa was provoked by Beerus's words. What do you think it means? After a single match, how many issues did you raise? Clearly, you cannot bear to lose, even resorting to lethal force against our contestants as a god of destruction. Beerus's words struck at Xiangpa's core, leaving him feeling profoundly embarrassed. Upon reflection, Xiangpa realized that it was indeed true. Initially, everything was proceeding smoothly. It was merely a simple competition. However, once Jang Xiaofei became involved, an unexplainable fire ignited within him. Was it jealousy? Or was it due to appearance? Xiangpa shook his head. As the god of destruction of the sixth universe, what was there to argue with a mere mortal? Although Xiangpa now understood, it was utterly impossible for him to apologize. That was merely my inability to control my own power. It was an oversight. Do you understand? Xiangpa insisted. As a god of destruction, being unable to manage one's own power is indeed a dereliction of duty. Bardas interjected sharply. Bardas, you. Never mind, I shall say no more. Ultimately, Xiangpa surrendered his resistance, his gaze once again turning towards Jiang Xiaofei. Very well. We shall not hold this against you any longer. I hope you can reflect sincerely. Furthermore, our victory in this contest means that the 6 Super Dragon Balls belong to us. Beerus spoke again, directly demanding, lest Xiangpa continue to act unruly. Here, they are all yours, Xiangpa, though somewhat impatient, declared, but today this event shall never be forgotten. Jang Xiaofei, when the time comes, we shall spar once more. In response to Xiangpa's invitation, Jiang Xiaofei could only offer a wry smile. If you can manage your temper and prepare to take a beating, we Jiang Xiaofei would certainly be most willing. Which chimed in, Humph, Bardas, let us depart. Xiangpa, expressing his displeasure, entered the 6th universe's cube, casting a glance at the several underperforming contestants before resolutely deciding to refine them upon his return. Until we meet again, Bardas slightly bowed and entered the cube, her staff tapping lightly as she took the 6th universe's group away. Phew! At last it is over. Jiang Xiaofei exhaled deeply. For reasons unknown, facing Xiangpa always made him feel somewhat bullied, yet he was clearly stronger than him now. No, I must change this mindset. When we meet next, I must decisively subdue him. Hey, Jiang Xiaofei, what are you mumbling about over there? Beerus inquired, looking at Jiang Xiaofei. It's nothing. I was just pondering with these 6 Super Dragon Balls. Where could the 7th one be? That's simple. Leave it to us. Sun Wukong appeared confident, turning to Bulma. It's your turn to perform. Sigh. What are these expressions? Fine, I'm already searching. Bulma replied to Sun Wukong as the Dragon Ball radar at her hand began to blink. Why is there no response? Why does it only display these 6 Dragon Balls? Bulma questioned, filled with confusion. Have you tried zooming in to see if you can find anything? Jiang Xiaofei suggested from the side. Zooming in still shows the same, Bulma began to say, but upon magnifying it, 7 flickering points of light appear before her. Yet there are clearly only 6 Dragon Balls here, Bulma remarked, gazing at the 6 glowing Super Dragon Balls. Is there a possibility that this nameless star itself is the 7th Super Dragon Ball? Jiang Xiaofei prompted. Chapter 73. Jiang Xiaofei's wish. Jiang Xiaofei's words struck like a bolt of enlightenment. The bewildered Bulma instantly understood, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Jiang Xiaofei and the others. Yes, the position of the nameless star precisely matches that indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. This means that the nameless star is indeed the 7th Super Dragon Ball. An undeniable thrill filled the entire cube. Whis, Beerus's voice rang out. Understood, Lord Beerus. Without further explanation, Whis could comprehend Beerus's intent. Everyone, stand ready. Whis reminded, as the cube flew away from the nameless star at distance. Within the cube, gazing out, the 6 Super Dragon Balls shimmering with golden light reflected in everyone's eyes. bathed in the glow of the 6 Super Dragon Balls. The 7th Dragon Ball, obscured by cosmic dust, became distinctly visible. Whis, within the cube, gently waved his staff. The crowd then witnessed spiraling tornadoes forming on the uneven surface of the nameless star in an instant. The rapidly rotating tornadoes swept across the entire nameless star, their immense force causing fissures to appear on the once sturdy surface. The nameless star became even more battered. As the tornadoes continued, the cracks deepened, golden light streaming through them, stimulating everyone's visual senses. Ultimately, to everyone's astonishment, the nameless star revealed its true form, its heavy outer layer dissolving into cosmic dust, drifting through the vastness of space. The brilliance of this new revelation rivaled that of the other 6 Super Dragon Balls, adding warmth to the dark expanse of the universe. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a 4-star ball. The Super Dragon Balls have finally been gathered. Gazing at the magnificent scene before him, Sun Wukong felt a surge of longing. This is truly a masterwork of unparalleled craftsmanship. Each Dragon Ball could rival a planet. Just what kind of being is the Dragon God Salama? Vegeta marveled at the golden glowing Super Dragon Balls. The 7 Dragon Balls on Earth seem utterly trivial in comparison. Anyone who has seen the Dragon Balls would share this sentiment. The impact of 7 Dragon Balls, each comparable to a planet, is simply overwhelming. Haha! If Xiangpa knew that the nameless star was the 7th Super Dragon Ball, he would surely regret it. Looking at the 7 Super Dragon Balls before him, Beerus was also filled with exuberance. Well, Lord Beerus, it is time to make a wish. Was reminded, oh, right, what sort of wish should I make? Beerus pondered, facing a dilemma that I believe this wish should be made by Jiang Xiaofei. After all, he nearly risked his life for this tournament. Beerus directed his gaze towards Jiang Xiaofei, speaking with calm composure to me. Jiang Xiaofei pointed at himself, incredulous, but I don't know the language of the gods. To make a wish to the dragon, one must summon the dragon using the language of the gods and articulate their desire in the same tongue, neither of which Jiang Xiaofei could fulfill. No worries, Whis can handle that. Well, then fine. Jiang Xiaofei readily agreed. To be honest, he was quite eager to experience the thrill of having his wish granted. Yes, speak. What is your wish? In pursuit of acquiring even greater power or indulging in a plethora of delectable cuisines? Offering a wife should pose no challenge. Jiang Xiaofei found himself deep in contemplation. Then, let us grant the 6th universe a planet identical to that of the 7th universe. Jiang Xiaofei ultimately reached a decision. Everyone stared at Jiang Xiaofei in disbelief. As no one anticipated he would make such a wish, Beerus revealed a knowing smile. Is this truly your desire? Indeed, Jiang Xiaofei affirmed. Very well, Whis. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis stood atop a cube and began to chant in the divine tongue. In an instant, from the 7 Super Dragon Balls, a blinding radiance emanated, causing most to instinctively shield their eyes. Only those as formidable as Jiang Xiaofei could swiftly adapt, their gaze fixed upon the Super Dragon Balls. A colossal dragon emerged from within the 7 Super Dragon Balls, its gaping maw capable of devouring the sun and stars, instilling a sense of dread. Its immense form could envelop the entirety of the universe. The dragon soared into the heavens, rendering countless galaxies mere flickering embers in its presence. Confronted with such a magnificent being, the psychological impact was overwhelming. Have you truly made up your mind? Was confirmed with Jiang Xiaofei once more. Jiang Xiaofei nodded nonchalantly. Was turned back to the dragon, continuing his incantation. Moments later, 2 beams of crimson light shot forth from the dragon's sun-sized scarlet eyes. The dragon vanished, and the 7 Super Dragon Balls retracted their golden glow, dimming as they streaked toward the 2 universes. Phew, it's done. It's time for us to return. Beerus felt relieved. Although he did not participate in the match, as one of the organizers, he had been closely monitoring the proceedings. Now that everything had settled, it could be considered a success. Upon the arena, Beerus observed the growth and progress of Jiang Xiaofei and the others. Particularly, Jiang Xiaofei's wish astonished Beerus. He had never anticipated such a desire from him. Do you regret it now? Beerus inquired once more. What good would regret do? The wish has already been made. Besides, I have no regrets. Jiang Xiaofei's tone was resolute. You are quite commendable. As a destroyer, Beerus had never praised anyone before. Yet he did so for Jiang Xiaofei. Oh my, how rare indeed. I never expected Lord Beerus to be so complimentary, Whis jested from the side. Get back to your duties. Of course, Lord Beerus. In truth, granting the sixth universe a planet was not solely for Xiangpa to savor the delicacies. It was also a matter of personal sentiment for Jiang Xiaofei. Regardless of the reason, your magnanimity far surpasses that of Xiangpa. As a destroyer, it is utterly beneath you. Should he discover your wish, he would surely feel ashamed, Beerus pointedly remarked about Xiangpa. If he dares to treat you with such disrespect again, you are entirely justified in letting him know he is but a fool. Haha, Lord Beerus, you truly are formidable. In the sixth universe, Xiangpa and Bardos traversed the vastness of space when suddenly, the orb atop Bardos' staff illuminated, revealing a cerulean planet within her line of sight. Chapter 74. The power of the destroyer. Bardos' lively eyes flickered as the cerulean planet continued to exude a unique aura. Lord Xiangpa, look quickly, Bardos exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement, distracted by his earlier gloom. Xiangpa turned his gaze toward the orb atop Bardos' staff. The cerulean planet jolted Xiangpa's senses. What is this? Xiangpa rubbed his eyes, fearing it was an illusion, yet the planet remained resplendent. Earth? Indeed. Lord Xiangpa, this is the Earth of our sixth universe. Bardos declared, her melodious voice enough to pull Xiangpa from his despondency. I guess it true. Ha! At last, I can indulge in the culinary delights of our own universe. As Xiangpa spoke, saliva pooled in his mouth. Finally, Lord Xiangpa need not clash with Beerus over Earth's delicacies. Bardos pointedly reminded him. But wait, didn't our Earth already vanish? Xiangpa questioned, perplexed. Observing her naive brother's bewilderment, Bardos felt speechless. Does Xiangpa still not comprehend? Surely Beerus and the others gathered the 7 Super Dragon Balls, restoring the Earth of the 6th universe to a civilization level akin to that of the 7th universe. Huh. Could he truly be so benevolent? Though Xiangpa voiced skepticism, a warm current surged within him, a smile gracing his lips. This fellow truly loves meddling in affairs that aren't his own. Alas, it seems Lord Xiangpa and Lord Beerus are both destroyers. Yet you are worlds apart in other respects. Bardos could not help but jest. Bardos, you need to recognize your own position, Xiangpa retorted, momentarily flustered by her words, pondering the lack of noble sentiments expected of a destroyer. Alas, Lord Xiangpa, with your perpetual demeanor toward me, there will come a day when you shall lose me. Bardos feigned a pitiful expression. Humph. Bardos, you wish to depart, do you? Seeking your little lover? Bardos's teasing remarks caused Xiangpa's joy over Earth to evaporate in an instant. Lord Xiangpa, how could you say such a thing? There is no little lover. Bardos vehemently denied, her alluring yet bashful demeanor captivating nonetheless. Humph. Should I encounter him again, he shall understand why flowers bloom so vividly. Xiangpa declared indignantly. Lord Xiangpa remains as petty as ever, lacking in generosity. Bardos maintained an indifferent expression, for she believed that when Xiangpa next met Jiang Xiaofei, it would be he who would suffer the consequences. In the 7th universe, Earth, with Whis' assistance, Jiang Xiaofei and the others successfully returned to Earth to celebrate their victory against the 6th universe. A grand feast was underway that I never expected you to survive under the mightiest attack of a destroyer. Truly remarkable, Son Goku remarked while relishing barbecue, his gaze fixed on Jiang Xiaofei. Humph. This fellow is not to be underestimated. Achieving such formidable power in such a short time is no ordinary feat. Vegeta cast envious and curious glances. Jang Xiaofei certainly couldn't disclose to them about his system. It was merely luck. Jiang Xiaofei replied dismissively. Humph, still attempting to deceive me. Your unique physique has surpassed that of a Saiyan. If it were mere luck, you would have ascended to godhood long ago. Vegeta pointed at Son Goku. I am curious. What level of power do you currently possess? Son Goku was unconcerned with whether Jang Xiaofei was genuinely lucky. He was solely interested in Jiang Xiaofei's current strength. That is indeed difficult to say. I should be stronger than both of you. Jiang Xiaofei paused for a few seconds, intentionally teasing. Ha! you seek to incite envy. Do you? Son Goku understood he was no match for Jiang Xiaofei now, yet he was not about to let himself be easily dismissed. Humph, such audacity. Your wings have certainly grown strong. Vegeta was equally unwilling to concede. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. I only intend to motivate you forward. Jiang Xiaofei replied with a playful grin. However, his words were entirely truthful. He had indeed surpassed Son Goku and Vegeta by a considerable margin. Hey, Jiang Xiaofei, come here for a moment. Not far off, Beerus, indulging in pudding, commanded Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei bid farewell to Son Goku and Vegeta, obediently approaching Beerus. Speak, what benefits did you gain from your battle with Champa? Beerus idly played with his pudding, his tone unassuming. Benefits? The benefit lies in witnessing the wrath of a god of destruction unleashed in a single, formidable strike, remarked Jiang Xiaofei, seemingly unconcerned. Continue your fabrications from your very being. I sense a divine aura, one that unmistakably belongs to a god of destruction. Beerus, uninterested in idle chatter, directly admonished him. Hee, nothing escapes the keen perception of Lord Beerus. Jiang Xiaofei replied with a cheeky grin. Then why do you persist in playing these petty tricks before me? Do you wish to be obliterated? Beerus's words dripped with threat. Hee, you wouldn't dare. Jiang Xiaofei displayed his rogue demeanor. Begone, quickly tell me how you achieve this. Beerus, intrigued, pressed on. The fact that Jiang Xiaofei, a mere human, could possess the essence of a god of destruction piqued his curiosity. Well, the truth is quite simple. Jiang Xiaofei began earnestly in the final moments of my battle with Cabba. A tremendous force of destruction emanated from that purple orb. This power disregarded all and surged through my hands, tearing and crushing everything within me. That was undoubtedly the closest I ever came to death. Reflecting on that moment, a chill of inexplicable fear gripped Jiang Xiaofei. Subsequently, under that overwhelming force, I lost consciousness, and upon awakening, I found myself within a rift in space-time. In my attempts to escape that rift, I inadvertently discovered that I could wield the power of a god of destruction. Jiang Xiaofei paused, leaving Beerus astonished. Is that all? Indeed, Jiang Xiaofei affirmed. Beerus contemplated, realizing that Jiang Xiaofei had turned misfortune into fortune, gaining the power of a god of destruction in his final moments. You are now quite deserving of being considered a qualified substitute god of destruction, Beerus noted, as Jiang Xiaofei felt a sense of relief. His acquisition of such power was entirely due to the system, yet he could not divulge this, resorting instead to this tenuous reasoning. Now, let me witness the extent of your powers as a substitute god of destruction. Chapter 75. The Battle with Beerus. This seems rather inappropriate. I have only just teetered on the brink of life and death. My strength has yet to recover. Upon hearing of the impending duel with Beerus, Jiang Xiaofei felt overwhelmed that it was not due to a lack of prowess, but rather his inherent aversion to conflict, especially against a god of destruction. If victorious, he risked incurring the wrath of the god, potentially endangering the entire universe. If defeated, he would be left with an unsettling sense of inadequacy. After all, he had recently faced a god of destruction, and Cabba was a vivid reminder of that peril. Though he believed Beerus to be of better character than Cabba, the unpredictability of battle left much to chance. Do not feign ignorance before me. Can't you see that you haven't fully recovered? If necessary, consume a senza bean. Beerus's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly intrigued by Jiang Xiaofei's current capabilities. Should Jiang Xiaofei indeed possess the power of a god of destruction, he would undoubtedly rank as the foremost being within the seventh universe. Second only to him and Whis, if he were to encounter Cabba or other gods of destruction again, he would have ample grounds for boasting. More importantly, the emergence of another wielding such power would grant Beerus endless joy in battle. Since his encounter with the so-called Super Saiyan god, Beerus had yet to meet a worthy opponent. With Jiang Xiaofei's growth reaching such heights, it would be a shame to squander this opportunity for combat. However, even if I were fully restored, with my meager skills, I would still be no match for you. Jiang Xiaofei genuinely feared conflict, particularly the prospect of being beaten. Stop making excuses. I witnessed your battle with Kampa clearly. There is no way you could possibly deceive me. Beerus declared solemnly that if you refuse to fight me, I shall indeed destroy the earth. Lord Beerus, would you truly go that far? Jiang Xiaofei retorted, unflinching. Enough of your prattle. Let us commence the battle. Beerus ceased the verbal sparring, seizing Jiang Xiaofei by the collar and launching into the sky. Whis, keep up. Though Whis lamented the interruption of his meal, he followed suit. Likewise, Goku and Vegeta soared into the skies, unwilling to miss such an exhilarating confrontation. Beyond the Earth, in the boundless cosmos, the trio sped through countless star systems at speeds surpassing light. Under Whis' guidance, they swiftly arrived at the realm of the gods of destruction. Here shall be our battleground, Beerus announced. Here? Jiang Xiaofei queried, somewhat perplexed, for this was the domain of destruction. Indeed, in other locations I would be hindered by the presence of other life forms, but here I can unleash my full strength. Such a battle is far more exhilarating than that truly wise. Lord Beerus? Jiang Xiaofei questioned. Why do you have so much to say? Beerus's hands trembled with anticipation, and, seeing Jiang Xiaofei's incessant chatter, he teleported and delivered a powerful punch to Jiang Xiaofei's abdomen. Caught off guard, Jiang Xiaofei was sent flying. Thunderous booms resonated as he crashed into the ground, shattering rocks upon impact. The intense pain made even the resilient Jiang Xiaofei grit his teeth. The eye in his mind. The system chimed with a notification. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired destructive power. Jiang Xiaofei felt the distinct power of a god of destruction surge within him, even purer than that which he had felt from Kampa. Oh dear, Lord Beerus, you too resort to ambushes, much like Kampa. Goku couldn't help but comment on the scene. Humph! Do not forget, they are brothers and share certain traits, Vegeta chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. You too. Be silent. Otherwise you shall face the consequences. Beerus exuded a unique aura of destruction, more potent than during his battle with the Super Saiyan God. A massive wave of destructive energy enveloped him, making it clear that he truly embodied a god of destruction, capable of annihilating planets with a mere gesture. Once stabilized, Jiang Xiaofei gazed at Beerus from a distance, feeling his own aura intensify. Having reached this point, the battle was inevitable. Regardless of the outcome, he must confront this challenge. Eager to discover the extent of his newfound power, Beerus was undoubtedly the perfect adversary for this test. Within Jiang Xiaofei, a formidable energy surged at the cellular level, distinct from that which he had wielded against Kampa. To Goku and Vegeta, Jiang Xiaofei now appeared even more enigmatic that a pure white aura surrounded him, intermingled with hints of purple. The white aura exuded a sense of peace and weightiness, while the sparse purple hints conveyed destruction and vastness. Instilling a sense of awe, observing Jiang Xiaofei's transformation, Beerus narrowed his eyes. You have indeed grasped a portion of the power of a god of destruction. The ability to apply it to such an extent in such a short time further attests to your extraordinary nature. Just how powerful can you become? Let me test your limits. That is precisely what I desire. With each surge of combat enthusiasm, Jiang Xiaofei transformed, adopting an air of arrogance, his innate dominance palpable. Yet he now faced Beerus, the god of destruction of the seventh universe. The two figures moved simultaneously, creating a whirlwind of energy in their wake. Let the serene realm of destruction descend into genuine chaos, with fists infused with purple lightning. Beerus launched a devastating assault towards Jiang Xiaofei. Unyielding, Jiang Xiaofei countered with a fist enveloped in a mesmerizing blend of white and purple energy. Boom! The two fists collided, unleashing a cataclysmic energy storm that radiated outward from their points of impact, engulfing all living beings in its wake. Even the shattered stones, remnants of Jiang Xiaofei's earlier strike, were subjected to the onslaught and reduced to mere dust. The very fabric of the destruction realm began to show signs of obliteration amidst this extreme confrontation. Chapter 76. Beerus's Ultra Instinct Whis' staff twirled rapidly, containing the rampant destructive energy emanating from the two combatants within reasonable bounds. Wow! That energy is colossal, Sun Wukong exclaimed, awestruck by the clash before him. Indeed, this individual's strength has surpassed my own. I must continue my training. Vegeta, arms crossed and eyes ablaze with determination, proclaimed, "This is the true essence of a god of destruction," which regarded Jiang Xiaofei with admiration. Astonished by his rapid advancement, to reach a level of combat against Beerus in such a short span of time was no mere feat of talent. With sense that a profound secret lay hidden within Jiang Xiaofei, one that even his angelic perception could not penetrate. Not bad. To withstand my destructive blow suggests you have grasped the fundamentals of godly power, Beerus remarked, his eyes glistening with fiery ambition, clearly impressed by Jiang Xiaofei's displayed abilities. Before Lord Beerus, I am but a novice, Jiang Xiaofei humbly replied, though his actions and fervent gaze spoke volumes of his burning passion. As both combatants retracted their fists and swiftly retreated, the violent energy dissipated into nothingness. Jiang Xiaofei's white aura surged once more, the purple energy within it glowing even brighter. This brief encounter had bestowed upon him a fraction of the god of destruction's power. Observing this transformation, Beerus allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, filled with respect for such a warrior, to express his acknowledgment. Beerus amplified his own godly aura, the purple energy beginning to disturb the very space around him. With white lightning crackling into existence, the two overwhelming forces clashed again, erupting into an even more brilliant display of energy, while the ground beneath them crumbled under the immense pressure with a fierce roar. Jiang Xiaofei suddenly appeared before Beerus, delivering a punch teeming with power. Beerus extended a single finger, meeting Jiang Xiaofei's ferocious strike head-on. Their collision did not yield a more destructive force. Rather, it was imbued with a lingering intensity. Jiang Xiaofei's eyes narrowed as he sensed the destructive power emanating from Beerus's fingertip. Clearly, Beerus had fully engaged, ready to dismantle the might of a punch capable of shattering stars. "Do you see? This is the true power of destruction," Beerus declared calmly, yet filled with a sense of profound honor. At last, I have witnessed it. I must say, Lord Beerus, you surpass your brother in strength. Jiang Xiaofei responded, his spirits soaring as he felt invigorated by Beerus's display. After his initial punch failed to produce the desired effect, Jiang Xiaofei extended his other hand, launching another brutal strike, only to be effortlessly countered by Beerus's solitary finger once more. Beerus maintained his composure, but internally he was astonished. The power transmitted from Jiang Xiaofei's fist grew increasingly formidable, instilling within him a sense of impending challenge. With a series of relentless blows, Jiang Xiaofei unleashed a torrent of fierce winds that whipped past them, each impact generating immense pressure throughout the space, with flashes of lightning appearing and vanishing in the aftermath. Jiang Xiaofei grew more emboldened with each exchange, while Beerus lost his previous calm demeanor. Under the augmentation of his godly power, he was compelled to utilize his palm to mitigate the impacts of Jiang Xiaofei's punches. But the moment Beerus began to shift, Jiang Xiaofei seized the opportunity, swiftly raising his right foot to deliver a crushing kick to Beerus's abdomen. Before Beerus's hand could connect with Jiang Xiaofei's fist, his body bent forward, and he was propelled backward. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered. Jiang Xiaofei relentlessly pursued, unleashing a devastating combination of punches aimed at Beerus's abdomen and face. Under the onslaught, Beerus's expression turned somewhat grotesque. "Haha! Spectacular! I never imagined even Lord Beerus could find himself in such a predicament." Sun Wukong's voice echoed mischievously in Beerus's mind. "Humph! It seems the god of destruction is not insurmountable after all," Vegeta observed, his heart swelling with ambition to become even stronger. Surely, one day he too would reach such heights, if not surpass them. I recall the last time Lord Beerus was so beleaguered was under my tutelage. It's been tens of thousands of years, and to witness Lord Beerus in this state again is quite nostalgic, Whis remarked, unable to resist teasing the unfolding scene. Clearly, witnessing the once mighty god of destruction, the pinnacle of the seventh universe, facing adversity was a spectacle to behold. After enduring countless blows from Jiang Xiaofei, Beerus began to react. As Jiang Xiaofei's fist surged forward once more, Beerus retaliated with a hastened punch imbued with destructive power. In that instant, Jiang Xiaofei felt a shattering sensation ripple through his bones. Without the system's restorative abilities, he might have been pierced through. Did you not find it exhilarating? Allow me to enhance your experience. A relentless barrage of attacks rained down upon Jiang Xiaofei, the destructive energy sweeping through him. As if intent on erasing his very existence, Jiang Xiaofei soared into the air, executing flips to swiftly distance himself from Beerus. Noticing that Beerus had not pursued him, Jiang Xiaofei exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet upon meeting Beerus's gaze, he felt his consciousness plummet into an abyss of darkness. Those eyes, glowing with an eerie purple light, concealed within them white lightning that annihilated all in their path. Beerus did not rush to strike. Merely standing there, he commanded the space around him to revert to the universe's primordial state. Whis, reinforce this layer of space. I am about to unleash my full power. Beerus's voice brooked no dissent. Understood, Lord Beerus. Whis, fully aware of Beerus's intentions, waved his staff, conjuring layers of radiant shields that enveloped the entire destruction realm, isolating it from the universe. That I must commend you. You are quite impressive for having pushed me to this extent. You are worthy of standing tall among the entirety of the seventh universe. However, to truly overcome me, you must exert even greater effort. Beerus did not glance at Jiang Xiaofei, yet Jiang Xiaofei felt as if innumerable eyes were fixed upon him. Now, behold my Ultra Instinct. Chapter 77. The clash of Ultra Instinct with that, the destructive aura surrounding Beerus swiftly retracted, the purple light gradually dimming into nothingness. The atmospheric fluctuations began to wane, particularly the aura of godly destruction that was now concealed. Beerus pressed his hands against the golden collar around his neck, exerting force as deafening roars emanated from it. The golden radiance erupted, compelling Jiang Xiaofei and the others to involuntarily shut their eyes. Veins bulged on Beerus's slender arms, visibly showcasing the flowing power of destruction within him. A thunderous roar escaped from Beerus's mouth as he clenched the golden collar, straining to pull it outward. Yet, despite his might, the collar showed no signs of yielding. Observing the scene before him, Whis could not help but feel a surge of tension. For Beerus, the collar around his neck held immense significance. Since Whis had been in his company, he had never witnessed what kind of power Beerus possessed without it. An agonized roar erupted from Beerus's throat, filled with wrath so immense that it caused the very fabric of space to tremble. The ground beneath him transformed into a vast pit. Beerus floated, undeterred. The contained purple aura of destruction surged rapidly around him, and in that instant, the collar began to exhibit some deformation. Nearby, Jiang Xiaofei controlled his breath, silently observing Beerus. Throughout this process, Beerus's expression was one of profound fury, as breaking free from such constraints was no simple task. Break for me, Beerus bellowed once more. The divine energy from his hands surged into the collar. Crack! A sharp metallic sound echoed as the golden collar ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming force of the god of destruction. Under Beerus's brute strength, it shattered into two pieces the moment the collar broke. An invisible energy storm swept across the entire space. Crashing towards Beerus, from beneath his feet, a chilling white aura began to rise, enveloping his entire being in an eerie shroud. That moment, Beerus appeared almost enigmatic. With a gentle exhale, he released a breath that mixed the purple energy with the ominous white, creating a murky amalgamation. What a reminiscence-inducing sensation. Beerus slowly opened his clear eyes, a wave of coldness washing over Jiang Xiaofei, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Wow, this is truly spectacular. I never imagined Lord Beerus harbored such power. It's astonishing that he never revealed his true trump card during our battles. Observing Beerus before him, Sun Wukong felt a surge of fervor, finally grasping his own insignificance in the face of Beerus's might. What kind of power is this? Vegeta's pupils widened in exaggerated disbelief, fixated on Beerus. This is Lord Beerus's Ultra Instinct form. Whis's gaze shimmered with excitement, a blend of concern and anticipation. The Ultra Instinct form? I never expected Lord Beerus to possess it too. This time, Jiang Xiaofei may be in for a rough ride. Sun Wukong remarked, Glancing at the furrowed brow of Jiang Xiaofei, the center of the energy storm, Jiang Xiaofei could distinctly sense the intense energy fluctuations emanating from Beerus. This was no mere destructive energy. It was intertwined with an indescribable force, resonating with the aura he emitted, yet pulsating more violently. Thus far, you are the second individual to witness me wielding such power. Beerus's voice resonated calmly, devoid of emotional fluctuation. Yet his gaze sparkled with reminiscence that, that's so? Then I must consider myself fortunate. Jiang Xiaofei's competitive spirit ignited, facing such a formidable opponent for the first time that he understood that battling Beerus posed no threat to his life, making this confrontation all the more intriguing. Now, let us commence. As Beerus spoke, he slowly raised a hand, and behind him, 6 purple orbs of light swiftly took form, exuding the destructive power emanating from Beerus himself. However, the outer layers of these orbs were adorned with white patterns, rendering them even more dazzling. The spheres radiated an overwhelming and magnificent power, evoking a sensation of being torn apart at a mere glance. Had Jiang Xiaofei not mastered the Ultra Instinct form, coupled with the destructive energy coursing within him, he would have likely succumbed to the brilliance of these 6 luminous orbs. Jiang Xiaofei dared not show any signs of complacency. Observing the rapidly spinning orbs, he let forth a surge of energy, forming a colossal wall of power. With a gentle gesture forward, Beerus directed the 6 formed orbs, now accompanied by a tempest, charging towards Jiang Xiaofei. As they passed, 6 rifts in space manifested before the onlookers, revealing an endless abyss within. Feel the essence of the god of destruction's ultra instinct. Beerus's voice echoed once more, convinced that Jiang Xiaofei stood no chance against the onslaught of the 6 spheres. Do not fall so easily. I have yet to enjoy myself. Jiang Xiaofei paid no heed to Beerus's words, fully focused on the swirling orbs adorned with white patterns. The orbs continued their relentless rotation, slicing through space. Even the barriers set by Whis began to show signs of collapsing under this force, while everything else around had long reverted to the universe's primal state. In an instant, the orbs reached the energy wall Jiang Xiaofei had erected, and upon collision, unleashed an infinite tempest of energy. Where they met, white and purple lightning crackled. Bang! The sound of explosive energy filled the air, leaving Jiang Xiaofei's hair disheveled as he summoned every ounce of power within him to mitigate the assault of the 6 luminous orbs. However, contrary to his desires, the spheres did not weaken against Jiang Xiaofei's resistance. Instead, they grew more ferocious, accelerating as if propelled by secondary force, their energy density and speed surpassing that which they possessed behind Beerus. Faced with these extraordinary orbs, Jiang Xiaofei felt a suffocating sensation. If he could not devise an effective countermeasure soon, this battle would conclude in such a manner. Chapter 78. Standing alongside the mightiest god of destruction, the 6 purple orbs adorned with white patterns radiated an even more brilliant light, the intense impact leaving Jiang Xiaofei in a daze. His consciousness was blurred under the immense energy strain. Had it not been for the barrier he erected, he would have long been reduced to cosmic dust under the might of the 6 orbs. Within Jiang Xiaofei's body, every cell reacted to the energy's fluctuations, becoming fervently agitated. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the destructive power augmented by the Ultra Instinct. The system's voice resounded once more, jolting Jiang Xiaofei back to awareness just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness. The previously insurmountable pressure lightened significantly, a refreshing sensation coursing through him from within his cells. Buzz! The white energy surrounding Jiang Xiaofei surged, his mastery of the Ultra Instinct becoming more proficient. Every joint in his body was rapidly infused with destructive power. This destructive energy was sourced from the 6 orbs pulsating with world-ending force before him. The once rapidly expanding purple orbs began to exhibit new changes as they violently collided with the white energy wall. Disrupted by Jiang Xiaofei's emanating aura, the previously spinning purple orbs gradually slowed, while the surrounding tempestuous energy began to wane. This diminishing energy did not vanish. Rather, it entered Jiang Xiaofei's body, coursing through his veins, and dispersing into each cell. With this infusion of destruction and freedom, Jiang Xiaofei's cellular activity surged to an alarming level. The aura radiating from him now rivaled that of Beerus. Controlling the white energy wall before him, he initiated a counterattack against the 6 orbs. The orbs' rotation ceased, and the power they emitted was completely absorbed by Jiang Xiaofei. Even so, the energy entities brimming with destructive force remained immensely potent. However, Jang Xiaofei was no longer daunted. The white energy wall dismantled. Encircling the 6 purple orbs, amidst the clash of powers, the vast energy was ultimately absorbed by the entirety of the God of Destruction's realm. Witnessing this spectacle, Beerus's eyes shimmered with swirling purple light. Profound and majestic? I never anticipated this fellow could continue to grow stronger. That was an attack from a God of Destruction in the Ultra Instinct form. Reflecting on Jiang Xiaofei's actions, Sun Wukong found himself increasingly perplexed by the current situation. Beerus's assault had only just commenced, yet Jiang's ability to withstand such an attack was a testament to his formidable strength. Vegeta also voiced his opinions, his gaze brimming with anticipation for the impending battle. Indeed, as a candidate for the God of Destruction, Jiang Xiaofei exhibited a power that rivaled that of most of his peers. However, Whis' cryptic remarks ignited the curiosity of both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Under the reign of the Omni King, there existed 12 universes, each governed by a God of Destruction, who held sway over the operational rules and were the sovereigns of their respective realms. Yet, the strength of these 12 deities was not uniform. A hierarchy prevailed among them. Among these 12, which God of Destruction reigned supreme? This query piqued Sun Wukong's interest, for Whis possessed knowledge far more nuanced than his own. Vegeta bore a similar thirst for knowledge. Whis glanced at Beerus, contemplating for a few seconds. How should I put it? Each God of Destruction possesses unique abilities, yet they share a common power. Destruction. Among the 12, the mightiest God of Destruction is undoubtedly the one before you. A smile of pride graced his face. Wow. I never imagined that Lord Beerus would be the strongest among the 12 gods of destruction. Sun Wukong's gaze towards Beerus was filled with eager anticipation, and Vegeta mirrored this sentiment. Naturally in the past, never mind, Whis' hesitation left Sun Wukong and Vegeta feeling somewhat exasperated. Hey, Whis, speaking like that will cost you friends, Sun Wukong exclaimed directly. As an angel, I have never required friends. All right. Let us focus on their battle. Jiang Xiaofei's abilities are truly intriguing. Whis observed Jiang Xiaofei with great interest. We were already aware of that. Sun Wukong replied candidly, showing no concern. When I first encountered him, he was merely a small, weak dragon being chased, but after this period of training, his abilities have surpassed both mine and Vegeta's. Sun Wukong couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Xiaofei's rapid progress. Oh, is that so? As a human, he has become so formidable in such a short time. Has he employed a time-accelerated training method? Even so, he is undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies, which regarded Jiang Xiaofei with keen interest. One day, I shall surpass him once more, Vegeta declared defiantly, whether out of jealousy or admiration remained unclear. Amidst their exchange, Jiang Xiaofei and Beerus had already engaged in tens of thousands of exchanges, with both having their moments of dominance. The air between them crackled with an intensity capable of obliterating any substance. The swirling energy waves propelled them into a state of extreme exhilaration. Boom! Another clash of ultimate power erupted as lightning surged, extinguishing all radiance. The suddenly manifested energy storm obliterated all matter in the vicinity. Jiang Xiaofei soared into the air, performing several backflips before stabilizing his body. His gaze fixed intently on Beerus. Beerus slowly raised his right hand, and countless glowing orbs materialized behind him, hurtling toward Jiang Xiaofei in an instant. Jiang Xiaofei dared not show any signs of slackening. He concentrated his energy, unleashing a cascade of white energy that surged forth towards the myriad of glowing orbs. Their collision generated a tempest of energy akin to a magnificent display of fireworks. The entire realm of the gods of destruction began to tremble under this power, with fissures emerging in the ground as undeniable proof. Witnessing this scene, Whis' staff began to sway rapidly, gradually restoring the crumbling realm. The two forces ultimately vanished without a trace. It is sufficient. Lord Beerus, this battle is nearing its conclusion. Jiang Xiaofei has indeed acquired power that matches that of a god of destruction, and it is you he resembles. Whis' calm voice resonated, causing the atmosphere around Beerus to begin to settle. Chapter 79. Reluctant to become a god of destruction, the fractured golden collar, having mysteriously reformed, reappeared around Beerus's neck. The white energy dissipated without a trace, as if it had never existed. In a remarkably brief moment, Beerus regained his former appearance, yet the lingering aches in his body served as a vivid reminder of his fierce battle with Jiang Xiaofei. Observing the still exuberant Jiang Xiaofei from a distance, Beerus remarked nonchalantly, "Hey, it's over, so there's no need to act tough." Upon hearing Beerus's words, Jiang Xiaofei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Akin to a deflated balloon, an intense soreness coursed through every cell in Jiang Xiaofei's body, a sensation even more acute than that experienced by Beerus. However, this physical pain only heightened Jiang Xiaofei's inner joy. Through this encounter with Beerus, Jiang Xiaofei gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. That it is no exaggeration to say that Jiang Xiaofei now possesses power that rivals the strongest god of destruction. Enduring for such an extended period under Beerus's onslaught without succumbing speaks volumes about his capabilities. Should he encounter Cabba again, Jang Xiaofei would likely emerge victorious. Of course, this presumes that Cabba reveals all his cards. Otherwise, Jang Xiaofei would not achieve an effortless victory. As the white aura surrounding Jiang Xiaofei dissipated, he returned to his usual form. Whoosh, whoosh, two figures approached Jiang Xiaofei, curiously examining this being who could stand toe-to-toe with Beerus. "Hey, Jiang Xiaofei, are you hiding something from us? How are you so powerful now, able to hold your own against Lord Beerus at full strength?" Son Wukong spoke candidly, believing that between friends there should be no secrets. Well, I truly have not concealed anything." Jiang Xiaofei feigned a look of grievance. The matters concerning the system were certainly not to be divulged. "Humph. Regardless of what you are hiding, if you dare to pose any threat to Earth or harbor any ill intentions, do not blame us for being ungracious." Vegeta, though disinterested in lengthy inquiries, issued a warning to Jiang Xiaofei. No offense taken, Vegeta, can you even defeat Jiang Xiaofei?" Son Wukong chimed in innocently, causing Vegeta's expression to fluctuate between anger and frustration. While Son Wukong spoke the truth, it was a rather demoralizing statement, yet Vegeta seemed accustomed to it, quickly regaining his composure. "One day, I shall surpass you," Vegeta declared earnestly, his fighting spirit unyielding, albeit slightly delayed. "I believe in you." Jiang Xiaofei uttered those three words, yet they brimmed with trust. "Haha, if it's a contest, I won't fall behind." Son Wukong gestured with his fists, indicating his determination to strive harder. Observing the trio before him, Beerus felt a surge of longing. In his recent confrontation with Jiang Xiaofei, he recalled his past. Back then, he was not as strong as he was now, yet he was still a formidable presence. After becoming a god of destruction, Beerus abandoned certain things while inheriting others. Now, being acquainted with this trio could be considered a stroke of fortune. "All right." Beerus's voice broke the previously jovial atmosphere, infusing it with a weighty tension. "Jiang Xiaofei, you are quite impressive. You align well with my preferences. Henceforth, the seventh universe is entrusted to you, without a doubt. This, Lord Beerus, is it possible for me to decline becoming a god of destruction?" After experiencing a series of events, Jiang Xiaofei felt that he was not suited to be a god of destruction. Although the title of god of destruction had been imposed upon him, it was evident now that Beerus and was clearly wished for him to become the next god of destruction. Becoming a god of destruction would mean that Jiang Xiaofei would possess the power to rule the entire seventh universe, something that everyone dreams of. However, Jiang Xiaofei was not particularly interested in it. Rather than destruction, he preferred to protect. Just like when Beerus first descended upon Earth, Jiang Xiaofei had chosen to fight him without hesitation. The primary responsibility of a god of destruction was not protection, but destruction, while maintaining the balance of the universe as a secondary task. "What? Say that again." Beerus's voice was evidently laced with a hint of anger. Jiang Xiaofei's words were undoubtedly a rejection of him, I do not wish to be a god of destruction. Therefore, I hope Lord Beerus will be magnanimous and select someone else. Jiang Xiaofei deliberately raised his voice a few decibels while glancing at Son Wukong and Vegeta beside him. In an instant, they understood Jiang Xiaofei's intention and cast him a resentful glance. Ha! Jiang Xiaofei, do you think that just because you possess power comparable to mine, you can oppose me? Are you too naive? Beerus assumed that Jiang Xiaofei was threatening him, given that their strengths were now roughly equal. No, that is not the case. Lord Beerus. Jiang Xiaofei paused for a few seconds to gather his thoughts. In fact, Lord Beerus, you should be quite clear in your heart that my intentions do not lie here, and there are clearly others more suitable for the role of God of destruction than I. The selection of the God of destruction is not for you to decide. If you do not wish to become a God of destruction, that is fine, but it must wait until the day you can defeat Whis. Beerus did not wish to entangle himself further with Jiang Xiaofei and directly proposed his condition. Defeating Whis would exempt him from becoming a god of destruction. Moreover, Beerus had whimsically considered this role to provoke Cabba. But Jiang Xiaofei's progress had been so astonishing that the thought of making him the true god of destruction arose. Isn't that a bit too harsh? Jiang Xiaofei was acutely aware of Whis' formidable strength. Although Whis had limited opportunities to demonstrate his abilities, the immense power he exhibited remained elusive to Jiang Xiaofei at this stage. Furthermore, Whis could effortlessly halt their battles even in their strongest states, underscoring the gap between them. However, since Beerus had presented a condition Jiang Xiaofei would not easily concede, wasn't it merely a matter of surpassing Whis? With the system at his disposal, was there any need for concern? When he had time, he would spar with Whis more often, endure a few more blows, and surely, one day, he would surpass Whis. Chapter 80. Whis' Test in the Realm of the Gods of Destruction. Beneath a towering tree that had withstood the baptism of divine power, there lay a simple table. The table was laden with a variety of delicacies from Earth, and Beerus and Whis were enjoying this leisurely moment. Having just completed some stretching, savoring the delicious food before them, and sipping a beverage from Earth, this time was undoubtedly an extreme pleasure for Beerus. He lifted his glass, inhaled deeply, and then gulped it down. The sweet flavor coursed through Beerus's veins, revitalizing every cell in his body and alleviating much of his fatigue. Truly delectable. This is far more enjoyable than battle, Beerus exclaimed as he set his glass down, praising the meal. Indeed. However, Lord Beerus, you are also quite enthusiastic during battles, Whis remarked while indulging in pudding. Jiang Xiaofei, did you feel exhilarated while fighting Lord Beerus? Whis turned to Jiang Xiaofei, who was munching on chips. How should I put it? I cannot say it was exhilaration, but that battle indeed provided me with immense insights, allowing me to grasp certain aspects of destructive power. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofei was in high spirits, having established a harmonious rapport with them. If it weren't for me going easy on you, you would likely be lying on the ground now, Beerus's voice rang out, casting a cold glance at Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei's refusal to become a god of destruction was somewhat regrettable for Beerus. However, he could not force Jiang Xiaofei, and given that Jiang Xiaofei's strength was now on par with his own, Beerus felt somewhat displeased. It seems, Lord Beerus, that you still harbor some resentment towards him, was stated bluntly, causing Jiang Xiaofei to feel a bit awkward. Haha. The battle between you and Lord Beerus was the most spectacular I have ever witnessed. If it weren't for Whis' intervention, I would have rushed in, Son Wukong said, his mouth greasy from devouring chicken legs. What good would it do for you to rush in? Are you hoping to become cannon fodder? Beerus retorted mercilessly, Oh dear, Lord Beerus, you truly are heartless. Son Wukong scratched his head sheepishly. Heartless? With your current strength, do you think you could defeat him or me? Beerus pointed at Jiang Xiaofei, continuing his verbal jabs. This is only temporary. One day, I will catch up to you and surpass you. Son Wukong clenched his fists tightly, expressing his stubbornness and refusal to yield. Let's talk about that once you truly surpass me. Beerus did not wish to severely dampen Son Wukong's enthusiasm, for he believed that Son Wukong's potential for the future was indeed limitless. Having eaten sufficiently, This awakening has indeed cost me a great deal of energy. I must have a good sleep to replenish myself. Beerus slowly stood up, stretched, yawned a few times, and with bleary eyes, flew towards his chamber. Phew. Finally, he's gone. Jiang Xiaofei took a deep breath, feeling the pressure from Beerus dissipate with his departure. Oh, did you not already possess strength on par with Lord Beerus? Why do you still seem a bit timid before him? Sun Wukong teased Jiang Xiaofei, observing his demeanor. Strength is one thing, and mindset is another. If he were to be in a foul mood and wreak havoc, it would be others who would suffer, Jiang Xiaofei replied absent-mindedly. Are you implying that Lord Beerus is someone who indiscriminately loses his temper? It seems I truly need to remind Lord Beerus, Whis remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Jiang Xiaofei. No, I absolutely did not mean that. Jiang Xiaofei quickly clarified.